Chapter 49, The Well-Behaved Norbert. While Draco and Hagrid were engaged in lively conversation about the dragon, Harry and Ron remained preoccupied with the unsettling notion of Draco's prying eyes. Their minds were consumed with anxiety, leaving them unable to focus on their studies, a stark contrast to their usual academic diligence. Unbeknownst to them, the stout-hearted and wide-eyed Hagrid had already formed an unexpected alliance. But that is a tale for another time. Awakened by the surrounding commotion, Norbert, resting on the table, let out a small yawn, releasing a flicker of red flame that nearly singed Draco's meticulously styled hair. Startled, Draco quickly shielded his coiffed locks and slipped behind Hagrid for refuge. Shaking off sleep, Norbert stood upright, curious to discover who dared to disturb its slumber. Upon looking up, it was met by the sight of Glen and Hermione. A primal mix of fear and respect welled up within the young dragon, compelling it to straighten its posture and sit with a dignified grace on the table, its previously disdainful gaze towards other beings vanished. Glen and Hermione exchanged glances, both recognizing Norbert's unusual demeanor. The once defiant dragon they had encountered the previous day now appeared almost docile. Perhaps it was the peculiar magic of their wands that had influenced this transformation, they silently concurred. It seemed that Norbert held them in some regard. Quite splendid indeed. As Glen reached out to touch Norbert, the little dragon lowered its head, allowing the gentle caress. Overwhelmed by affection for the baby dragon, the young girl could no longer contain her delight. She shoved Glen aside and scooped up Norbert, showering it with attention. Draco, incredulous, confronted Hagrid. Did you not claim that fire dragons are difficult to approach, that even their owner cannot touch them? Why then does Norbert allow those two to pet him so freely? The young dragon felt betrayed, teetering on the brink of a shattered bond with Hagrid. Well, I cannot say for certain, though I too wish to pet Norbert. Hagrid's eyes fixated on the blissfully content dragon nestled in Hermione's embrace, his tone rife with envy. It was I who first, regardless, hatching, emerging from the shell, it was indeed my endeavor. Hagrid's expression grew distant, muttering incomprehensible words that Draco struggled to grasp. Feeling the weight of their gaze, Hermione shivered, unable to tolerate their intense scrutiny any longer. She turned to Norbert, saying, "Norbert, do you see those two? You must learn to get along with them." Without concern for whether Norbert understood, she placed the little dragon into Hagrid's arms. Abandoned by Hermione, Norbert did not erupt in its usual display of wrath, nor did it unleash fiery breath. Instead, it adopted a new demeanor, akin to a disdainful feline observing its oblivious caretakers, curling up in Hagrid's embrace, occasionally emitting soft murmurs of discontent. Hagrid gazed in astonishment at the tranquil Nobby nestled in his arms, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Goodness, I truly do not know how to thank you, Hermione. You have miraculously made Nobby obedient. Give me a hug too. Draco, unable to see Nobby due to his height, anxiously jumped around, persistently bothering Hagrid. Reluctantly, Hagrid handed Nobby over to Draco, who embraced the small dragon. To everyone's surprise, Nobby showed no signs of distress and appeared quite pleased. Under the influence of Glen and Hermione, Nobby had finally become well-behaved. Yet it was evident that the little dragon preferred Hermione's embrace, for the warmth of a soft, gentle girl could hardly be compared to the ruggedness of two men. At that moment, Glen felt a twinge of annoyance as Nobby was about to leap back into Hermione's arms. He intercepted the little creature, lifting it by the scruff and placing it on the table. "Nobby, I feel wronged, but I shall remain silent." Glen sat on the sofa in contemplation while Hermione, Hagrid, and Draco played with Nobby for a while. Halfway through their play, a weary Hermione settled on the sofa, sipping the hot tea that Glen had brought his waist pouch when a thought suddenly struck her. "Hagrid, I recall reading that juvenile dragons grow rapidly. Once they hatch, they swiftly reach their adult size. When that time comes, your house certainly cannot accommodate the grown Nobby. What will you do then?" Her expression turned anxious. Hagrid, who had been playfully engaging with Nobby, paused, having selectively forgotten about this potential issue. Now, spurred by Hermione's reminder, he too began to fret. Draco, wanting to suggest that Malfoy Manor was spacious enough for Nobby to visit, hesitated. He recalled that harboring a dragon of unknown origins could lead to imprisonment in Azkaban, especially given the Ministry's recent crackdown on illegal activities. Moreover, due to his father's previous status, the Malfoy family was under close scrutiny, leaving him to merely click his tongue, abandoning his plan to entice the little dragon. It was clear that Hagrid did not wish to relinquish Nobby or return it to the wild. He genuinely cherished this beautiful Norwegian Ridgeback. Sensing that his little girl was also reluctant to part with the dragon, Glen spoke up. "I know of a spacious cave in the Forbidden Forest, ample enough for an adult dragon to reside comfortably. If you deem it acceptable, Hagrid, we could conceal Nobby there once he grows." Turning to the little dragon, Glen reasoned that if Nobby understood Hermione's words, surely he would comprehend his own. Nobby, if you were to reside in the cave I mentioned, can you promise not to breathe fire indiscriminately? The dragon on the table appeared to understand, for it did not wish to leave, especially when it had people to attend to its needs. It nodded its small head in agreement. Hagrid was elated if Nobby could remain in the Forbidden Forest without causing wildfires. Then he could stay. After hearing Glen's suggestion, Hermione inquired with skepticism, "Glen, how do you know there is such a cave in the Forbidden Forest?" "Oh no, this could be problematic." Glen exhibited not a trace of panic, his countenance serene as he responded to Hermione. "Dumbledore once mentioned it to me." The young girl made a sound of understanding, since it was Professor Dumbledore who had informed Glen there were surely no issues at hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, achoo! Dumbledore, leisurely seated in his office and enjoying a small treat, let out a grand sneeze, causing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean to be propelled from his mouth. Just as it was about to touch the ground, it halted midair and returned to his grasp. "Oh, that was close, I almost wasted it. But who could be thinking of me?" Dumbledore pondered, popping the bean back into his mouth. "Yucksock flavor. I should have let that bean fall to the ground." The happenings within the headmaster's office remained a secret, known only to a bird, a hat, and the portraits of past headmasters adorning the walls. However, Dumbledore remained unfazed, relishing the delightful treats as he continued to toss Bertie Bott's beans into his mouth. Ugh. Stinky sock flavor. Who on earth is enjoying these delectable treats? Meanwhile, Draco and Harry, along with Ron, finally encountered one another at Hagrid's hut. "What are you doing here? Are you finally going to make your move against us?" Ron exclaimed, pushing open Hagrid's wooden door, his eyes widening at the sight of Draco. The small dragon smirked devilishly, turning around and flaunting the niffler cradled in his arms. "I can't be bothered with you. Weasley, I'm here to see the niffler." Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances whenever they visited Hagrid's hut. Merely looking at the niffler would provoke its ire, causing it to puff up and threaten to breathe fire, compelling them to hide behind Hagrid for a glimpse of the small dragon. Such a creature was to be admired from afar, not trifled with. Yet today, they witnessed their cherished white lotus nestled obediently in Draco's embrace, and they suddenly felt as though they had lost something of great significance. The two young Gryffindors clutched their chests in disbelief, staggering backward in unison and leaning against the wall, their chests heaving dramatically. "Hagrid, what on earth is going on?" Harry inquired urgently upon spotting Hagrid approaching with a bucket. "Oh, are you referring to Draco? He is now, apart from Hermione, Glen, and myself, the closest companion to the niffler." "Draco? When did Hagrid grow so fond of Malfoy, that large-headed boy? Moreover, how is this matter again intertwined with that blind Slytherin?" Harry and Ron felt their path to safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone becoming increasingly arduous, as Glen's shadow loomed ever larger in their way. How infuriating. That last fellow had already extracted the method to subdue the three-headed dog from Hagrid. What would come next? The precise location of the Philosopher's Stone? Setting aside the connection between the stone and that Slytherin, why had Hagrid grown so close to Malfoy? Was he not the one who despised Slytherins the most? Ron, ever forthright, directly confronted Hagrid, who awkwardly scratched his head and recounted Hermione's previous persuasion, adding, "There is some merit to it. Not all Slytherins are malevolent. At least, Glen and Draco are not." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They had long suspected Hermione's betrayal of Gryffindor, especially with that Slytherin shadow trailing her. They assumed she had been swayed, but what they could not accept was that Hagrid, with his bushy eyebrows and big eyes, had also turned against the cause. Oblivious to the turmoil within the two young lions, Hagrid continued, "Moreover, my amicable relationship with Draco and Norbert is largely thanks to Glen and Hermione. Perhaps if you both fostered better relations with them, Norbert would not be so ferocious towards you." Hagrid speculated simplistically. After a moment of hesitation, Ron mustered his courage and approached Norbert, earnestly declaring, "Actually, I am a good friend of Hermione, the one with the messy hair." Noticing a reaction from Norbert, Ron's spirits soared. Norbert gazed at Ron with longing, and then, with a sharp snap, he bit down on Ron's hand. "Ow!" Ron shouted in pain. "Hagrid, you big oaf." Chapter 50. He has arrived. He has arrived, crawling with a peculiar visage. The day after Ron was bitten by Norbert, his fingers swelled to double their original size. Although Norbert had intentionally moderated his bite, the dragon's teeth were still venomous, and Ron fell victim to their potency. He had initially intended to endure the discomfort, but within half a day, he found himself being carried into Madame Pomfrey's infirmary by Harry and Neville. He deserved it, after all, who asked him to approach Norbert under the guise of Hermione's name. Norbert executed his role splendidly. Draco smugly relayed the incident to Goyle, who remained nonchalant. Since Weasley had engaged in an unwise endeavor, he ought to be prepared for the consequences. There was little more to discuss. The growth of the dragon was astonishing. Merely days had passed, and it now towered above Goyle. It was time to escort it to the cave in the forbidden forest that Goyle had discovered. Hagrid appeared reluctant to part with Norbert, but was not overly sorrowful. After all, he was the guardian of the forbidden forest and could occasionally visit Norbert for playtime, which brought him great joy. Naturally, Goyle could not accompany Hagrid and Norbert into the forest himself, as the little girl had been watching closely. Therefore, he instructed Hagrid to retrieve the map of the forbidden forest, on which he marked a specific area. According to Dumbledore, the location of the cave was situated on elevated terrain, making it quite conspicuous. Goyle relayed the coordinates and surrounding features to Hagrid, ensuring he would be able to find it. Very well, I shall take Norbert there first. You two may return to Hogwarts without waiting for me, Hagrid said, waving to the pair, his arms laden with a considerable amount of food and toys prepared for Norbert. As Norbert trailed beside him, he flapped his wings in a farewell gesture upon noticing Goyle and Hermione's gaze. The two watched as Hagrid and Norbert's figures faded into the depths of the forbidden forest, and the little girl appeared somewhat despondent. We shall see Norbert again. Perhaps he can take us for a flight, Goyle consoled Hermione, who nodded quietly, her spirits momentarily lifted. With Norbert's departure, their lives returned to a semblance of normalcy, though the term normalcy felt somewhat misplaced. The absence of the days spent caring for Norbert and engaging in playful activities left Hermione feeling a void within her heart. Fortunately, Goyle's companionship mitigated her sadness. The one truly heartbroken was Draco, for among the trio, he had formed the strongest bond with Norbert. During their time together, he had cultivated a friendship with the little dragon, and now that it was gone, he felt as though a piece of his heart had departed as well. To make matters worse, he had no one to comfort him. The two dim-witted followers by his side were preoccupied with mindless laughter and eating, which only deepened his irritation. Observing Hermione, who was radiant with joy beside Goyle at the Gryffindor table, a stark contrast to the gloom of days prior, Draco pondered whether it might be time for him to pursue a romance of his own. He scratched his head, ultimately dismissing the idea. He barely grasped the concept of love, and it certainly was not as entertaining as tormenting Potter and Weasley. With no alternatives, he buried himself in his meal, transforming his melancholy into appetite. After dinner, Glen and the young girl reviewed their studies in the library until curfew. He returned to the Gryffindor common room, where Draco, aware of Glen's impending venture into the Forbidden Forest, had instructed his two minions to retire early. With no training obligations, he too succumbed to sleep, thus sparing Glen from their usual lethargic antics. Once donned in his night patrol gear, Glen double-checked his equipment to ensure everything was in order. He then pushed open the dormitory door and ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The night was particularly dark, heavy clouds shrouding the earth and blocking the moonlight from piercing through, casting an aura of unknown dread over the already shadowy woods. However, Glen remained unfazed. His enhanced senses rendered the darkness inconsequential. He began his patrol along the pre-planned route, casting all the enhancement spells at his disposal, moving with the grace of a cat, deftly navigating the branches high above. His ears were attuned to every sound, and the heightened sensitivity of his senses allowed him to swiftly analyze and filter the information around him. This burden was familiar. He had long since acclimated to it. Amidst the usual sounds of the Forbidden Forest, an unusual noise reached Glen's ears, reminiscent yet distinctly different. It was the sound of a unicorn in flight. During his previous explorations within the forest, he had been fortunate enough to encounter a herd of these pure beings. He had refrained from startling them, opting instead to observe their behavior and commit their communications to memory. Now, that knowledge proved invaluable. Glen sensed that the unicorn racing through the shadows was in distress, its breath and heartbeat echoing louder than any information he had previously gathered. He even caught the sound of blood dripping onto the forest floor amidst its frantic gallop. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the one he had been waiting for could no longer withstand the gradual depletion of vitality, succumbing to the primal urge for survival and ready to strike once more at the unicorn. Maintaining a safe distance, Glen stealthily followed the figure of Quirrell as he pursued the unicorn. He needed to wait for the perfect moment, a chance that would guarantee a successful strike. There would be but one opportunity. A miscalculation would render the nights of vigilance fruitless. Voldemort was not foolish enough to make the same mistake twice. Quirrell, in his relentless chase of the fleeing unicorn, was suffering immensely. His body, drained of life force due to Voldemort's possession, was plagued by the curse of the unicorn's blood, which gnawed at him relentlessly. He could feel his thoughts becoming sluggish, his joints stiffening. It would not be long before he became a mere shell of his former self. Yet, having boarded this treacherous ship and bound himself to Voldemort, he saw no alternative but to press onward, exerting every ounce of strength to assist Voldemort in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, to restore his corporeal form and prolong his existence. Only then could he hope to survive. Faced with a unicorn, already wounded in multiple places yet still capable of swift escape, he felt a profound sense of distress. He could not employ the lethal curse that would annihilate the creature's soul. for doing so would cause the vitality within its blood to dissipate alongside the shattering of its spirit. Instead, he had to rely on other spells to incapacitate the unicorn, seizing the opportunity to extract its fresh blood before its demise, thereby acquiring the life force contained within. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a series of offensive spells, all of which struck the unicorn ahead, eliciting a pained cry that significantly reduced its speed. At last, one spell found its mark on the unicorn's hind leg, causing it to tumble to the ground. Damn it, finally caught you. Why run so fast for just a taste of your blood? Chilo seethed internally, his thoughts deeply influenced by Voldemort. He erupted into a sinister laugh, addressing the air with obsequiousness. Master, I have captured the unicorn for you. Please enjoy. Beneath his hood, his face contorted grotesquely as Chilo's original visage rotated to the back of his head, revealing a new face that slowly turned to the front. It was Voldemort, parasitically lodged at the nape of Chilo's neck. His complexion was deathly pale, his visage serpentine, with a nose replaced by 2 narrow slits and lips absent, leaving only a seam for a mouth, and his eyes mere slits as well. 5 lines in total adorned his face. Chilo's voice faded, replaced by Voldemort's hollow, rasping tone. Well done, my most valued servant. Once I seize the Philosopher's Stone, it will be your moment of restoration. With that, Chilo, no, now Voldemort, twisted grotesquely on the ground, beginning to crawl darkly, akin to a true serpent. The unicorn was on the brink of perishing at Voldemort's hands. Yet, Glen remained indifferent. The unicorn's fate was inconsequential to him. The moment Voldemort remained stationary would signal the time for him to strike. 800 meters away, atop a tree trunk, Glen leaned against the sturdy trunk, his right hand now wielding a sniper rifle longer and heavier than himself. Glen had spent over a month modifying this anti-material sniper rifle, which he could not yet handle safely, successfully merging firearm and magic through alchemy until its original form was utterly unrecognizable. The bullet's propulsion relied not solely on the explosive force of gunpowder, but also on an alchemical array inscribed within the barrel, incorporating concepts of propulsion and detonation. Moreover, Glen had magically enhanced the bullets through alchemy, causing them to expand and explode upon contact, inflicting damage beyond mere physical penetration and destruction, also encompassing magical penetration and explosion. The cost of wielding this weapon with Glen's current physique was immense. However, Glen was resolute, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends, especially to ensure Hermione's safety and well-being at Hogwarts remained unscathed. Glen had experienced the heart-wrenching devastation brought on by the sudden collapse of a tranquil life, and he was reluctant to endure that sensation once more. Thus, he resolved to eliminate any potential triggers that could lead to such calamity in advance. Activating the soundproofing spell, Glen poured the materials he carried in his pouch, such as soil, into the air, where he transmuted them through alchemy, forging them anew. A dim light flickered as the molten materials, under the influence of alchemy, enveloped the right half of Glen's upper body, forming a half-exoskeleton armor that firmly anchored itself against the trunk of a tree. In his right hand, he wielded a meticulously crafted magical anti-material sniper rifle, its stock resting against his right shoulder, while his left hand steadied the grip. Having removed a piece of black satin, he activated his heightened senses to their utmost extent. The form of Voldemort, crouched low, materialized within the crosshairs of the sniper scope. The surrounding humidity, wind speed, and other factors transformed into streams of information that flowed into Glen's mind, continuously connecting and reconstituting. Glen discerned the optimal trajectory for his shot. With everything prepared, Voldemort ceased his movements, bending down to commence the extraction of unicorn blood. The prey had entered the trap. Thus, Glen enveloped the outer layer of the sniper rifle with a soundproofing spell, casting a nullification charm at the muzzle, his finger poised on the trigger. The hunter was on the verge of pulling the trigger. At that moment, the time had come. Chapter 51 hit. Injured Glen? As Voldemort's head drooped, his hands supporting the severely wounded unicorn, Glen recognized the opportunity had arrived. With determination, he pressed the trigger with his right index finger. Instantly, a significant portion of Glen's magical energy was siphoned by the sniper rifle, the entire weapon aglow as intricate black and red patterns emerged upon its surface, shrouding it in an aura of mystery, dark energy radiating outward and enveloping Glen's form. The alchemical and magically enhanced armor-piercing round spiraled along the rifled barrel, erupting forth with explosive speed. The violent recoil transmitted through the stock to Glen's exoskeleton, which could not endure even half a second in its form, shattering into fragments. The rifle stock slammed against his shoulder, the kinetic energy transferring to the tree behind him. The mighty tree was instantaneously severed in two, and Glen's slight frame was propelled backward. Thanks to the soundproofing and nullification spells he had cast in advance, the bullet's discharge was remarkably silent, hurtling through the air as if traversing dimensions, covering over 800 meters in an instant, appearing behind Voldemort's head. Danger! Already prone with his head bowed, Voldemort sensed the imminent threat from behind the moment Glen fired. However, there was no time to evade the peril. One could not deny Voldemort's prowess as the Dark Lord. Even in a severely weakened state, his combat instincts remained terrifyingly acute. Realizing he could not escape, he resolved to minimize his injuries in exchange for his survival. His eyes turned blood red, his body laboring to shift left, while his right hand, gripping Chilo's wand, flung it backward without a glance. Super armor, protect me. The silent incantation caused the super armor to materialize instantaneously, an invisible barrier manifesting at the tip of Chilo's wand. The iron armor spell could effortlessly deflect the bullets of muggles. However, what if the bullets were imbued with the power of the arcane? The intangible barrier merely halted the bullets momentarily, but when the armor-piercing round struck the shield, the engraved magical circuits were activated, and the super iron armor spell was pierced in an instant. Glen's bullet, carrying its residual kinetic energy, penetrated and shattered Chilo's wand, driving straight into Voldemort's right hand before erupting violently. Rather than a bullet fired from a sniper rifle, it resembled a bomb. The tremendous roar mingled with Voldemort's anguished wails of hatred, resounding throughout the Forbidden Forest, its echoes lingering long enough to startle every bird perched atop the trees. Setting aside Voldemort's fate, let us shift our perspective back to Glen. Thrown backward by the impact against a tree trunk, Glen spun through the air, yet, despite the excruciating pain radiating from the right side of his body, he remained conscious. Shock absorption. His right arm was rendered useless. But Glen's left sleeve ejected the pre-prepared wand, which he aimed at himself to cast a cushioning charm, significantly slowing his descent. He landed on the ground, rolling to mitigate the impact, tumbling several meters away. He could feel that all the bones on the right side of his body were shattered, his right hand hanging limply beside him, and the tactical suit on his right shoulder was a gruesome mess, with pale fragments of bone visibly piercing through the fabric. He had previously wrapped himself in bandages, and as long as he could leave the scene quickly enough, he need not worry about his blood staining the ground. Yet, he still felt puzzled. The injuries were far less severe than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the enhancement from the black mist within his wand. After a brief analysis, Glen reached a conclusion. With swift precision, he secured a splint. Rising from the ground, he cast a wound-stabilizing spell, and the bandages and splints he had prepared beneath his cloak floated forth, swiftly immobilizing the injuries on the right side of his body. Without pausing, Glen, still under the effects of the enhancement spell, hurriedly followed his planned escape route without hesitation. The bullet had already been fired, and at the moment he was propelled backward by the recoil, he had seen the bullet strike Voldemort. Thus, the outcome for Voldemort would certainly be severe injury, so there was no cause for concern. Now, the most crucial task was to conceal his presence. Who knew whether that wretched being could drag his severely injured body and half-destroyed soul to seek vengeance against him? Maximizing the concealment spell, Glen swiftly returned to the room of requirement, the journey taking less than 2 minutes. However, the consequence was that his inner clothing was entirely soaked in blood, and his face beneath the hood grew increasingly pale. He could faintly hear the commotion escalating within Hogwarts, likely awakened by Voldemort's agonized screams. After configuring the entry permissions for the room of requirement, Glen prepared to attend to his injuries. Glen, undeterred by the discomfort and pain coursing through his body, was acutely aware of his physical limits. He understood that such injuries, under the ministrations of magic, would not claim his life. With his left hand, he withdrew a dagger, removing the bandages and splint from the right side of his body. With the dagger, he made a deep incision along his right arm, from shoulder to the back of his hand, exposing bone and parting flesh. He performed the same procedure from his armpit to his right rib. After consuming several vials of blood-replenishing elixirs and magical potions to counteract the significant loss of blood and dwindling magical energy, Glen steadied his left hand, grasping his wand, and aimed it at the gaping flesh of his right side to cast a spell. In a swift motion, he recited the incantation, summoning white light that surged into his right side, extracting the splintered bone fragments embedded within and allowing them to fall to the floor in a heap. He then produced a suturing needle and thread, pointing his wand to command, so swiftly. The needle and thread danced to life, expeditiously stitching Glen's ravaged right side back together. These two spells were derived from the comprehensive guide to household charms, which Glen had modified for emergency wound treatment. After catching his breath, he rummaged through his pouch, retrieving various potions, white fresh, bone regrowth elixir, rapid healing, and a specially formulated healing salve. Glen meticulously applied these potions to his wounds, disregarding any waste as they dripped down his body, mingling with the pool of blood beneath him. With the final vial consumed, Glen lightly tapped his wand, uttering, "Heal as before." Having repaired the most superficial injuries, he tightened the splint once more and wrapped his body in bandages. At this point, Glen was a figure drenched in blood, lying amidst a crimson pool. The treatment was complete, he thought calmly, feeling new bone growing within him, tissues dividing and reconnecting. It was evident that the existence of magic and potions significantly increased the margin for survival in the face of injury. What he needed now was rest. With a mere thought, a pure white bed materialized in the room, ready to receive him. Glen lay down, succumbing to the long-awaited embrace of sleep. This slumber lasted an entire day. Upon awakening naturally, the weariness of the previous night dissipated, and Glen felt invigorated once more. Beside him lay a small, fluffy head, Hermione. She was seated in a chair, her little face resting on the space beside Glen's bed, appearing to be asleep. As Glen stirred, the young girl was roused. Her head snapping up, faint red marks adorning her forehead, her eyes dazed, clearly not fully rested. Upon noticing Glen awake, she rubbed her face to shake off sleep and immediately inquired with concern, "Glen, are you all right? Is the commotion from last night related to you?" The anguished screams of Voldemort echoed through the skies, rousing everyone within Hogwarts. Dumbledore swiftly commanded the heads of houses to gather their respective wizards in the Great Hall. While the heads of houses were counting their students, Hermione noticed that Glen was absent from Slytherin. She hurried to inform Snape and Dumbledore. The three of them surmised that Glen might be connected to the events of the night. However, Hermione was certain that the sound that had awakened them could not have originated from Glen. If he was not in Slytherin and had encountered danger, he was most likely to have sought refuge in the Room of Requirement. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Room of Requirement with the two professors, Hermione found that it was indeed already in use. With a mixture of anxiety and hope, she pushed the door open, succeeding as Glen had always said access to the room with her name included on the list. As she stepped inside, she immediately spotted Glen resting on a white bed, appearing largely unharmed, though his complexion was somewhat pale. A quick examination of his breathing revealed it to be steady. The weight on Hermione's heart finally lifted. Turning back to signal Snape and Dumbledore that Glen was indeed inside, Dumbledore instructed Hermione to keep an eye on Glen while he and Snape returned to the Great Hall to reassure the young wizards and investigate the happenings in the Forbidden Forest alongside the other professors. Among the faculty, the absence of Quirrell, with his head wrapped in a turban, prompted a sigh from Dumbledore, who likely grasped the situation's gravity. With Glen safe, the source of the scream became evident. After Hermione recounted her perspective of the previous night's events, Glen admitted, "You guessed correctly. That scream was indeed related to me. I seized an opportunity to ambush Voldemort." He succinctly narrated the incident, while Hermione's expression turned to one of concern. "Are you injured?" she asked, hesitant to disturb Glen, who lay in bed. She understood that carelessly touching someone who might be hurt could exacerbate their injuries. Although she was unsure of Glen's condition, she chose not to dwell on the possibility of harm since he was peacefully sleeping. As for Voldemort, what significance did he hold compared to Glen? Hermione considered her restraint in not expressing her disdain towards Voldemort as a testament to her composure. Glen smiled and gently patted the girl's fluffy head, reassuring her. "I'm fine. I was merely exhausted yesterday." He was not deceiving Hermione. During his self-examination moments ago, he was astonished to realize that the injuries he had sustained were largely healed after a long sleep. Even with potions, such swift recovery seemed implausible. Nevertheless, it was a fortunate occurrence, and Glen chose not to ponder further. As she gazed ahead and heard that she was fine, a wave of relaxation washed over her, and she immediately felt drowsiness enveloping her. The young girl, whose eyelids fluttered like a butterfly, found herself embraced by Glen amidst her startled exclamation. The previous night, she had refrained from sleeping in bed, fearing that a mere turn might send Glen tumbling to the floor. And thus she had settled for a shallow slumber at the edge of the bed, hardly resting at all. Now that Glen had awakened, how could he possibly ignore the sleepy girl nestled in his arms? Feeling the warmth radiating from her, Glen once again realized the sheer joy of being alive. "You endured much yesterday. Now, it is time for you to rest peacefully." Chapter 52, Dumbledore's Scheme. Upon waking, Hermione harbored no grievances regarding Glen's unexpected embrace from the night before. Without reason, she felt numb, accustomed to such occurrences. After all, she could not resist. So she chose to relish it, secretly enjoying Glen's affectionate hold. Glen escorted her back to the Gryffindor common room, for Hogwarts remained under a state of alert. While Hermione slumbered, Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, had made a brief appearance in the Room of Requirement. Noticing the young girl still asleep, Fawkes allowed a few tendrils of flame to form a message in the air, indicating that she should come to the headmaster's office when she had the chance. After conveying Dumbledore's message, Fawkes transformed into flames and vanished. As Glen descended the stairs, one might wonder why he did not take the secret passage to the headmaster's office. The hidden corridor leading from the 8th floor hallway to the office could only be revealed by Dumbledore himself. Glen had spent considerable time exploring the wall in search of any sign of its existence, yet he found no trace of magical flow where the passage should lie, which intrigued him, for it suggested Dumbledore's unparalleled mastery. His own knowledge was still woefully insufficient. Thus, Glen opted for an alternative route through the passage behind the gargoyle on the 3rd floor. This time, The gargoyle, anticipating Glen's intent, graciously moved aside without waiting for him to produce the parchment. Glen nodded amicably in acknowledgement, knocking on the door to the headmaster's office. Glen entered to find Dumbledore already seated on a small sofa, a handful of snacks in his hands. "Professor Dumbledore, I have arrived," Glen stated calmly as he settled onto the sofa opposite the headmaster. With a snap of his fingers, a cup of hot tea appeared before Glen. He had gleaned intel from Hermione regarding Glen's two favorite beverages, chilled lemonade in summer and hot tea in winter. Any tea would suffice. He was not particular, yet a delightful brew was certainly preferable. Sipping the warm tea, he found it quite pleasant, slightly bitter, yet refreshing and light, perfectly suiting his palate. He savored the tea, patiently awaiting Dumbledore's inquiries. The atmosphere fell into a serene silence until Dumbledore, observing the 7th refill of tea in Glen's cup, finally broke the stillness with a pressing question. "Have you encountered him?" The gravity in Dumbledore's eyes was unmistakable. Glen set down his cup, weary of playing guessing games with Dumbledore, and replied in an even tone, "If you are referring to the Dark Lord possessing Quirrell, then, yes." The atmosphere once again descended into tranquility. Dumbledore felt the veins on his forehead pulsating vigorously. "Is this it? After such a significant event last night, this is your reaction?" He inhaled deeply, dispelling the urge to cast this insufferable boy out, his tone softening considerably. "It appears you were already aware of Voldemort's lurking presence at Hogwarts. Nonetheless, your actions are exceedingly perilous and reckless." His cerulean eyes revealed a hint of concern as he continued, "I recognize your uniqueness. Yet this does not justify a young wizard like you attempting to confront Voldemort alone. Although you stand here unscathed, the possibility of there is no possibility." Glen calmly interjected, fully aware that Hermione had informed him that interrupting others was deemed impolite. Yet he proceeded regardless, for the occurrence itself was a consequence of Dumbledore's oversight. Dumbledore's actions disregarded the safety of others, an irrefutable fact. "Since I have resolved to undertake this task, I am fully prepared and mentally equipped to bear the consequences. I believe that anything I aspire to achieve and possess the capability to accomplish will invariably reach fruition from the past, through the present, and into the future," Glen stated earnestly. He had always acted within his means, never attempting endeavors beyond his capabilities, in this life as in the last. However, should circumstances arise where one's life must be risked, then fighting for it is not out of the question. Your tacit approval allowed the severely diminished Voldemort to infiltrate Hogwarts, which I perceive as a threat to both Hermione's and my safety. After a month and a half of observation, I am confident in my ability to retreat unscathed following an attempt to eliminate Voldemort. Although the results of yesterday's endeavor did not meet my expectations, I can ascertain that the fiend has sustained irreparable injuries, severely limiting his actions. Glen had witnessed the bullet pierce Voldemort's arm and explode, flesh and blood scattering in the aftermath. At the very least, Quirrell's right side would be obliterated, and whether he survives depends on their fates and Voldemort's capabilities. Glen had exchanged his own severe injuries for Quirrell's dismemberment of Voldemort's right half. It seems the three of them share a peculiar connection. Quirrell and Voldemort. "Is it you?" Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by Glen's words, his admonishments caught in his throat, neither able to escape nor be swallowed back. He had initially believed that Voldemort's furious roar was merely a reaction to being outmaneuvered. "Yet, you tell me you have inflicted harm upon him? Serious harm?" Dumbledore understood that Glen would not lie, thus the reality might indeed be as such. Although Tom now exists merely as a fragment of his former self, surely he would not be so weakened? My, is that not Tom Riddle? After a few days apart, he has become so diminished? Dumbledore fell into contemplation. What was it I intended to say just now? The discourse was rendered incoherent by this individual. After a moment's reflection, Dumbledore felt compelled to justify his tacit approval. "Glen, I am not allowing Voldemort to roam freely within Hogwarts. I have been diligently monitoring his every move. You should be aware that his objective is the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell, under his influence, would not dare to engage in actions that might lead to complications, for such actions would inevitably disrupt his plans." Dumbledore winked at Glen, adding, "Moreover, he shall never acquire the Philosopher's Stone, a fact you well understand." He continued, "I have arranged for each professor to establish corresponding challenges before the stone, not solely to obstruct Voldemort's thievery. After all, Quirrell himself contributed to one of these challenges, but rather for an ulterior motive." Dumbledore finally laid bare his plans to Glen, fully aware that Glen possessed an innate ability to perform the legilimency spell, making him inscrutable even to Dumbledore himself. Thus, Dumbledore felt a sense of reassurance that Voldemort could glean no information from Glen's mind. Glen raised an eyebrow, his tone growing increasingly frosty. "Is it wise to permit such a perilous individual to remain at Hogwarts merely because you have alternative intentions? You believe he will refrain from causing trouble? What of the troll released on Halloween? Should he discover he has been deceived and choose to lash out in fury, what then? Your plans may require considerable time to materialize. But have you given any thought to the safety of those around us in the present? Glen bombarded Dumbledore with a series of probing questions, even eschewing formalities. In Glen's view, neglecting the potential crises at hand in favor of future considerations was inherently irresponsible and, indeed, foolish. Dumbledore, possessing the most formidable power in all of Britain and occupying a leadership role in the fight against Voldemort, could easily eliminate the threat, yet chose to allow Voldemort's lingering essence to wreak havoc, all while prioritizing future strategies over immediate dangers. This made Dumbledore appear indecisive. However, could it truly be that this century-old man was oblivious to the circumstances? Glen found this unlikely. There existed another possibility, that there was information unknown to him. The source of Dumbledore's reservations. I do not care for the safety of others, but this concerns Hermione's well-being. Hence, I have acted as I have. Should similar situations arise or plans develop in the future, kindly inform me first so that I can take Hermione and conceal ourselves to avoid disrupting your designs. Glen spoke with his characteristic frankness, disregarding Dumbledore's status and power, and expressed his thoughts openly. Dumbledore sighed, unable to counter Glen's assertions, fully aware of the nature of this young wizard. Moreover, he recognized that this fishing expedition had indeed become perilous in his quest to train Harry. He had perhaps been a touch reckless. His intention had been to let Harry inadvertently discover that someone aimed to steal the Philosopher's Stone, prompting him and his friends to intervene, thereby fostering their growth through the challenges ahead. Although Harry's suspicions unexpectedly fell upon Snape, overlooking the true thief, Quirrell, the outcome remained relatively unproblematic. Following the clues, he would undoubtedly lead his friends through challenges to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Why undertake such a quest? Because Harry is the prophesied savior, a beacon of hope, and Dumbledore is determined to expedite his growth at all costs. Indeed, as Glen surmised, Dumbledore was preoccupied with certain matters. Voldemort is not easily vanquished. What exactly weighs on your mind, Dumbledore? Glen raised his head, his dark eyes meeting Dumbledore's cerulean gaze. Dumbledore, captivated by the abyss of Glen's pupils, momentarily lost himself, only to realize the anomaly and regain his composure with a sudden clarity. He was somewhat astonished that Glen had managed to affect him. Was it the change brought forth by silence? Dumbledore speculated, then calmly addressed Glen's inquiry. Voldemort cannot be easily killed. Otherwise, on the night Harry's parents perished, he would have succumbed to the ancient love spell cast by Harry's mother, which rebounded the killing curse he unleashed upon Harry. Yet, it has been proven that Voldemort possesses alternative means to survive even after the obliteration of his soul, which explains my hesitation to confront him directly. I have my suspicions regarding Voldemort's methods, but I cannot divulge them, for they are exceedingly malevolent and may lead one down an irreversible path. However, this remains merely conjecture. I wish to ascertain the secret of his survival within the remnant soul of Voldemort that possesses Quirrell, so that we may ultimately obliterate him in the future. Dumbledore appeared quite serious, fervently justifying his actions. Glen nodded, finding some semblance of rationale in Dumbledore's words. Yet he could not forgive Dumbledore for jeopardizing the safety of those close to him. Having already disrupted his plans, he considered their accounts settled and chose to remain silent. Moreover, Dumbledore, relieved by Glen's nod, contemplated revealing his savior training plan, hoping to enlist Glen's assistance. This entailed a significant prophecy concerning Harry Potter. Would you care to know why Harry is referred to as the savior? It is not merely due to his childhood encounter with Voldemort. Uninterested, Glen swiftly rose and departed the headmaster's office, politely closing the door behind him. He sensed the aura of impending trouble. Dumbledore's words caught in his throat, his lips twitching in frustration. That insufferable boy. Chapter 53, Speculation and Analysis. Is it possible to linger on despite being struck by one's own killing curse? Even after the obliteration of the soul? As Glen exited the headmaster's office, he found himself intrigued by Dumbledore's mention of Voldemort's evasion of death. Now that we have come to understand that Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, the soul fluctuations that occurred when he and Harry exchanged glances at the school feast become profoundly intriguing. Voldemort, the murderer of Harry's parents, met his demise due to the very killing curse he cast, which rebounded upon him. However, he did not die entirely. Harry, endowed with an ancient magic of love bestowed by his mother, caused Voldemort's killing curse to rebound back upon him. At first glance, there appears to be no inherent connection between the two. The soul link may indeed lie within that rebounding curse. If we consider the three unforgivable curses, the soul curse serves to control the soul, compelling another's essence to act according to the caster's will. The cruciatus curse torments the soul, inflicting upon the victim the agonies of their own spirit. Continuous application of this curse could potentially inflict irreversible damage upon the victim's soul, resulting in the loss of something fundamentally human, such as sanity, as exemplified by Neville's parents, who succumbed to madness after relentless torment by Death Eater's cruciatus curses. Thus, as one of the three unforgivable curses, the killing curse must also target the soul, does it not? The soul curse manipulates the soul, the cruciatus curse tortures it, and the killing curse obliterates it. This brings us back to Voldemort, who, despite being struck by the killing curse, did not perish but instead exists in a wretched state, lingering within another's body. This indicates that Voldemort's soul did not completely vanish. Throughout all historical knowledge of magic, the killing curse is deemed irreversible. Death is immediate upon contact, unless Voldemort has acquired knowledge of magic beyond this era, which may provide a slim possibility for survival after being struck by the curse. However, the likelihood is exceedingly low, and Dumbledore evidently possesses some understanding of the methods employed by Voldemort, leading to speculation that he may have already confirmed his suspicions. If Voldemort truly knew the counter-curse to the killing curse, would Dumbledore simply allow this maimed Voldemort to evade capture? Would he not, at the very least, use the soul curse and the cruciatus curse in succession to extract every detail from him, even the most trivial childhood embarrassment? Should such interrogation succeed, it would be a monumental revelation, capable of shaking the very foundations of the magical world. Clearly, this possibility must be dismissed. Dumbledore did not exhibit excitement, but rather a hint of concern. What connection exists between Dumbledore and Voldemort? Why does he display such an expression? Is it a worry over Voldemort's continued existence, or a concern for the individual himself? Or perhaps both? There are too many uncertainties, and specific information remains elusive. Thus we shall set this aside for now. Furthermore, Dumbledore himself has stated his belief that Voldemort's methods are inherently evil and lead one astray, thereby eliminating the possibility of a counter-curse. As Glen organized his thoughts to this point, he suddenly sensed a dissonance, in accordance with Dumbledore's character. Had he been fully aware of the malevolence inherent in such methods, capable of leading one down an irrevocable path, he would never have broached the subject in the presence of others. To suggest that the old be inadvertently let slip such information would be utterly unthinkable to Glen. Was it a deliberate disclosure intended to provoke my contemplation of this matter, thereby compelling me to seek answers? Furrowing his brow, Glen discerned that the situation was far from straightforward, and he sensed the looming presence of trouble. Was it his trust in my character that prompted this? Or perhaps his confidence that I would not be swayed by such a method? Yet, from my own perspective, my actions hardly epitomized those of a virtuous individual, nor did they align with the expected conduct of a benevolent person. Moreover, I could still perceive that Dumbledore remained somewhat wary of me, though this wariness was gradually diminishing over time, approaching the threshold of insignificance. Glen paused, engaging in profound contemplation, and swiftly arrived at a conclusion. The method employed by Voldemort was aimed at achieving immortality, or at least a semblance of it. Thus, the reason Dumbledore did not regard my inquiries into Voldemort's nefarious practices with apprehension was evident. I possessed the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, Voldemort had attained a false sense of immortality, withstanding a fatal curse, yet he continued to covet the stone, which could produce the elixir of life. His true ambition was the pursuit of eternal existence, an evasion of death. Glen narrowed his eyes, comprehending why Dumbledore harbored no fear regarding my investigation into Voldemort's wicked methods. With the existence of the Philosopher's Stone shared between Hermione and himself, what other means of longevity could possibly be required? The reservoir of soul energy contained within the stone was sufficient to ensure that the families of Hufflepuff and Granger could endure for eternity. Glen continued to ponder. Aware that Voldemort must have employed some method to render his soul indestructible, he settled onto the ground, entering a meditative state. A flurry of terms raced through his mind, undergoing constant refinement. Once he discerned a correct line of inquiry, contemplating the truth and formulating hypotheses became marginally more accessible. Glen felt he was on the brink of a revelation, yet that elusive sensation remained just out of reach. He had extracted numerous potentially relevant terms, yet they eluded coherent connection, until one particular word emerged: backup, backup, backup. After 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 27 seconds of meditation, Glen finally unearthed the pivotal concept that resonated with him. How can one ensure that a piece of information does not become void due to a single error? The answer lies in backup. As the saying goes, one should not place all their eggs in one basket. If, indeed, there exists a method in the magical realm capable of allowing one's consciousness, or soul, to be backed up, then might it be possible that if one of the souls were to be destroyed, the remaining backups would remain unaffected, retaining the corresponding soul information, thereby permitting that individual to survive, nay, to maintain their self-awareness? Could this mechanism allow for the preservation of one's essence amidst the obliteration caused by a fatal curse? Yet, the question remains, does such a complete backup of the soul truly exist? At least, as Glen delved deeper into the study of alchemy, he deemed this possibility improbable. Equivalent exchange is an immutable principle of alchemy. If one were to assess the value of all things through Glen's existing knowledge, the soul undoubtedly ranks as the most precious. Therefore, the possibility of completely duplicating a being's soul must be deemed zero. During the process of backup, the soul would inevitably experience degradation. Even if the souls of other beings were employed as part of the cost, the same holds true. Can an individual devoid of a complete soul survive? The answer is affirmative, much like the parents of Neville. Should Voldemort indeed resort to the method of soul backup, he would have only one path to traverse: to sever his own soul from his corporeal form and subsequently merge it with other entities. Whether living or inanimate, the soul can attach itself to them, akin to Quirrell's possession of Voldemort or the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical device for storing and transforming souls. This approach is the most rational and incurs the least damage to the original form compared to alternative methods. However, this fusion of souls with other objects, if Glen's hypothesis is accurate, would necessitate a substantial amount of souls to provide energy. Thus, Voldemort would engage in mass slaughter, becoming a figure of dread as the Dark Lord. In the process of cleansing Muggles, he could amass a vast reservoir of soul energy, achieving two objectives simultaneously. The clues align. If this conjecture holds, then the fragmented souls he has severed would serve as anchors, firmly securing his soul's essence. When his original soul is struck by the killing curse and dissipates, those segmented soul anchors would steadfastly retain and convey the soul's information, allowing the dispersed essence to coalesce anew. A flicker of dark light danced in Glen's eyes. Thus, the connection of souls between Harry and Quirrell's Voldemort becomes comprehensible. After Voldemort was inadvertently struck by the rebounding killing curse from Harry, his soul disintegrated into the air. Yet, due to the existence of the soul fragments, it became possible to reconstitute a new Voldemort soul from the residual soul energy that had not entirely vanished into the atmosphere. The subsequent process unfolded. As Harry was the closest to Voldemort and the only living human present, a small fragment of Voldemort's soul fortuitously entered Harry's body. Nourished by Harry's own soul, Glen marveled slightly at his analysis. This could indeed elucidate the soul connection existing between Harry and Quirrell's Voldemort. This may very well be the truth. It is magical and abstract. However, Harry should not be under Voldemort's control, for at that time, he was merely a little over a year old, possessing scant soul energy of his own. Moreover, Voldemort's soul fragment was but a minuscule attachment to Harry's soul. It is likely that the intelligence of the soul fragment reconstituting within Harry was inferior even to that of an infant. Otherwise, young Harry Potter would not have grown to embody the virtues of justice and aversion to evil that he does now. A troubling thought crossed Glen's mind. If Quirrell's Voldemort could evade demise, now there emerges a Harry Voldemort. The study of soul-related magic must be expedited. Harry is still affected by that peculiar love spell, which could rebound the killing curse. Otherwise, Glen would not hesitate to master the curse himself and eliminate Harry to prevent future troubles. After all, if Glen's observations are correct, Dumbledore has positioned Harry as a crucial element in his plans to counter Voldemort, likely going to great lengths to protect him. The unbreakable vow Glen made with Dumbledore did not include a clause for preserving his own life. At present, his strength is insufficient to confront Dumbledore directly. Thus the notion of killing Harry must be temporarily set aside. While his doubts have somewhat eased, they have been replaced by a greater burden. He is not strong enough. Glen concludes that the essence of his anxiety stems from his inadequacy in power, which is far from sufficient. The road ahead remains long, yet Glen remains undeterred. Since Voldemort poses a threat to those he cares about, Glen is determined to achieve his goals, regardless of the cost. His dark eyes grow increasingly resolute. In his past life, he lacked direction, while others imposed goals upon him, leaving him unable to see the future and lost in uncertainty. In this life, he possesses a clear objective. Thus, even if the path leads to hell, he shall traverse it. With a goal in mind, he must pursue it by any means necessary. Chapter 54a. One can only say that experience is invaluable. Dumbledore has ultimately outmaneuvered Glen. Ignorance can be bliss, but once one understands, connections inevitably arise. He is acutely aware that given Glen's character, caring only for those close to him while being indifferent to others' fates, directly revealing the information about the Horcruxes would lead Glen to refuse assistance. Instead, it would be wiser to shroud his words in mystery. Glen's nature would ensure he scrutinizes any inadvertently leaked information. Thus, with Glen's propensity for suspicion, he would inevitably delve deeper into contemplation. Dumbledore believes that, with Glen's capabilities, while he may not deduce the existence of the Horcruxes, he would certainly understand the connection between Voldemort and matters concerning souls. Consequently, even Glen's peculiar disposition would compel him to pay attention to any oddities related to souls in his vicinity. Dumbledore, the plan is in motion. Upon subconsciously reflecting on the information regarding Voldemort, Glen realizes he has been outmaneuvered by Dumbledore. However, he does not feel disheartened. One must always pay their dues in this world, and he will seek an opportunity for retaliation in due time. This time, he was simply outmatched, and he cannot blame anyone but himself. Just you wait, old B, Glen mutters, harboring a grudge. Exiting his meditative state, Glen rises and makes his way to his dormitory. Meanwhile, the young wizards from all houses are gathered in their common rooms, fervently discussing the events of the previous night. Strong. Glen recites the password for the Slytherin stone door. Ever since he asserted his prowess over the Slytherins, the trend of changing the password has shifted significantly. Perhaps this is a good sign? Upon entering the Slytherin common room, the young serpents were indeed gathered in a circle around the fireplace, chattering animatedly. This appeared to foster a sense of unity far greater than the previous fragmentation into various cliques within the house. Indeed, it seems that the most effective way to swiftly unite a collective is to establish a common adversary. Although, at this moment, Glen was not truly their enemy. When he heard a noise emanating from the stone door, all the little snakes turned to look in that direction, and then they froze in astonishment. Who was that adorable little girl at the entrance, resembling a porcelain doll, exuding an aura of both charm and vulnerability? I must obtain her contact information today. Lost in thought, Glen had forgotten to wrap the black satin around his face. As he was now able to see clearly, he no longer needed his cane, which he tucked away into his waist pouch. His face, pale from excessive blood loss, bore a sickly hue, yet his delicate visage remained composed. His elegantly arched brows were aligned, and his lowered eyelids fluttered like butterfly wings with each breath he took, revealing long eyelashes. His lustrous black curls cascaded to shoulder length, gently draping over his slender, pale neck. The tousled strands at his forehead slightly obscured his deep, abyss-like eyes, adding an air of mystery. Not to mention the frail, pitiful form concealed beneath his loose black robe, as if it could be toppled by a mere breeze. He truly resembled a delicate porcelain doll. Regardless of whether they were wizards or witches, all present felt an overwhelming urge to embrace this charming creature tenderly. Faced with the peculiar and predatory gazes of those in the common room, Glen felt an icy chill creep up his spine, piercing through to his brain. Even a seasoned assassin like him, who had faced numerous life-and-death situations, found goosebumps rising on his skin. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of a few. Glen did not sense any malice from the young serpents. Yet both reason and instinct urged him to leave this place swiftly. If you have no further business, I shall return to my dormitory. Glen's voice, cold and distant, rang out, causing even the last remaining breath to vanish. After a brief pause, the high-pitched screams of the young witches erupted. Oh my goodness, she spoke. What a delightful voice. How utterly adorable. Many of the young witches clutched their companions, exclaiming in excitement. The boys, on the other hand, were more reserved, yet their minds echoed a singular thought. Oh my. Draco stared in rapt fascination at the petite figure at the door, an unfamiliar emotion stirring within him. The crowd was oblivious to the fact that the owner of that voice was none other than Glen, who had recently bested them in a confrontation and had toppled all the Slytherin challengers. Glen felt a wave of unease wash over him at their reaction, bordering on nausea. Had they lost their minds? A faint suspicion began to form in his mind. Silently, he retrieved the black satin from his waist pouch and, under the scrutiny of all present, swiftly wrapped it around his face. Confusion enveloped the crowd. Where had that adorable little friend gone? Where was my charming little companion? Then they realized that Glen had taken the place where the lovely porcelain doll had stood moments before. When did I fall under this illusion? Glen, when did you arrive? The crowd was filled with confusion, and then, as if struck by a realization, they gazed incredulously at the Slytherin wizard they both adored and loathed. What? Draco was particularly incredulous. He felt as if something that had just emerged in his heart had shattered. He slapped himself, the sound echoing in the unusually quiet Slytherin common room, resounding loudly. Glen, exasperated, thought to himself, what a mess this is. So, the blindfold is my true form? With a cold expression, he disregarded the foolishness around him and returned to his dormitory. Once Glen's figure vanished from sight, the Slytherin common room erupted in a cacophony of voices. Back in his dormitory, dismissing the bizarre occurrences from earlier, Glen stripped off his clothes, removed the blood-soaked bandages, applied new ointment, and replaced them with fresh bandages. He could not afford to be careless. Although he felt that his internal injuries were healing, he insisted on continuing his treatment. One of the reasons for his demise in his previous life was the accumulation of hidden injuries due to improper care. Having been given a second chance, with ample resources and time, he naturally aimed to restore his body to its optimal state. After thoroughly cleaning the bloodstains from his skin, Glen used a domestic spell to wash his clothes. At that moment, the door to the dormitory swung open, and Draco entered, looking dejected. Upon seeing Glen washing clothes, he lamented, "Glen, why aren't you a girl?" Puzzled by this, Glen turned his head to ask, "What is going on with you?" "Nothing. It's just that my first love ended before it even began." Draco collapsed onto his bed, arms wrapped around his stomach, his expression serene as if he were a sage. Damn it, that lucky Granger. Draco's mind screamed, even forgetting to call Hermione by name. Suddenly agitated, he rolled around on his bed, emitting incomprehensible dragon-like shrieks. Glen turned his head away, unable to comprehend Draco's turmoil, and chose to remain indifferent. The following morning, Dumbledore and the professors announced the lifting of the lockdown, allowing the young wizards to exit their common rooms and resume normal activities. Glen waited at the Gryffindor long table for Hermione to enjoy breakfast together. When the young girl arrived, they exchanged morning greetings, and she sat down obediently beside him. Halfway through their meal and conversation, the perceptive girl sensed something amiss. She felt numerous malicious gazes upon her. Frowning, she searched around until she finally identified the source of these stares. Were they coming from Slytherin? In the eyes of those little snakes, she discerned envy and jealousy. As nearly all the young witches glared at her with resentment, some even grinding their teeth audibly. "What is going on with you boys?" Hermione's lips twitched. It was not only the Slytherin witches glaring at her, but also several young wizards sharing similar expressions, as if she bore a deep-seated grudge against them. What was the matter with those Slytherin fellows? "Glen, do you have any idea?" She leaned closer to Glen, whispering softly into his ear. In that moment, Hermione felt an intensification of the envious gazes surrounding them, as if the jealousy emanating from their eyes could materialize into something tangible. How could someone even break their fork? What on earth was happening? It was unclear. When I returned to the Slytherin common room last night, it seemed as if they were fixated on me, possibly due to my lack of the black alchemical silk provided by Nico. The mystery unraveled. Upon hearing Glen's response, Hermione's initial concern transformed into a serene calmness, almost bordering on provocation. She was well aware of Glen's striking beauty, which had matured into something quite captivating at his age. Only she, his childhood companion, could withstand his allure, not to mention Glen's increasingly enigmatic eyes, which even she found herself inexplicably drawn to. As for those of his age, they were utterly incapable of resisting his charm. With this thought, the young girl felt a surge of pride, her mood lightening as a playful smile graced her lips. Her delicate chin held high, revealing her alabaster neck amidst her brown curls. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Oh no! What if those from his house discovered Glen's extraordinary beauty? Would they dare to engage in some peculiar antics? No, I must assert my claim. I, Hermione, shall defend Glen to the death. With this resolve, the girl acted before her mind could catch up, pecking Glen lightly on the cheek in a swift motion. A crisp sound echoed across the Slytherin long table, as many plates shattered under the force of the small wizard's knives and forks. Those insufferable Gryffindor lions. The resentment among the Slytherins seemed to coalesce into a palpable presence, a shadowy serpent flickering above them, though this was merely a figment of their imagination. Glen, puzzled, wondered what this gesture meant. Such an action had not occurred before. Yet, he felt a warmth in his heart, a sense of joy. This was a good thing. And good things are meant to be shared. Glen turned to her, his cool lips brushing lightly against Hermione's cheek. No one noticed, except for the little serpents from Slytherin who had been observing intently. They felt something within them shatter. Hermione, taken aback, had not anticipated that Glen would reciprocate with a kiss. Her cheeks flushed instantly, steam seemingly rising from her head as she emitted an incoherent squeal before fainting. Well, feigning unconsciousness was her way of escaping the teasing and ambiguous glances she believed surrounded her. She buried her head deep in Glen's embrace. Glen didn't understand, but he cared. He said nothing, simply stroking her soft little head gently. Chapter 55, The Heartwarming Daily Life Before the Final Exam. Ever since that incident when Glen forgot to wear his eye mask and entered the Slytherin common room, only to be scrutinized by the little snakes with peculiar gazes, he has noticed an increasing frequency and fervor in their inquiries directed towards him. Indeed, fervor is the right word. Glen remains perplexed by the sudden and almost complete shift in their attitude towards him, which has left him, a professional assassin, feeling somewhat anxious. The little snake's fervent demeanor lacks malice, yet this bewildering sensation has left him in a state of confusion. What, then, is the nature of this insidious feeling? Glen, who grapples with emotional deficiencies, finds himself quite unsettled. Something is amiss at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Hermione has become increasingly emboldened. After receiving a kiss from Glen, her confidence surged, and she now faces the envious gazes of the Slytherin little snakes with her head held high. Simultaneously, she has become more attached to Glen, fearing that he might be whisked away by those harboring ill intentions. At present, Hermione resembles a fiercely protective kitten, baring her teeth to guard her territory. She had once patted her chest and assured Glen that she would handle the situation, so he chose to entrust it entirely to her, believing that such matters of the heart are better managed by someone with greater understanding. Since Glen's surprise attack on Quirrell, it appears that Voldemort has truly perished, as no further disturbances have arisen in the days that followed. However, Glen is acutely aware that this is merely an illusion. It can be inferred that Voldemort, seeking to survive through Quirrell's body, must acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Assuming Voldemort is not dead, he must be biding his time, accumulating enough power to conceal himself while waiting for an opportunity to strike. Failure would mean death. Victory, regrettably, would also lead to demise. Glen's shot has rendered the already weakened Voldemort even more feeble. The remainder of the situation is left to Dumbledore, who may attempt to capture him alive for experimentation. However, the Forbidden Forest is off-limits for now. One can never be certain that the weakened Voldemort isn't lurking in some shadowy corner, waiting for an unsuspecting individual. Glen has resolved not to venture within a kilometer of the Forbidden Forest until Dumbledore informs him that Voldemort has departed from Hogwarts. He has even prevented Hermione from visiting Hagrid's hut, believing that with Dumbledore's warning, the giant would be safe and that the professors he admires would also steer clear of the forest. As for the others, Glen couldn't care less about their fates. Simultaneously, the final exams are fast approaching. Glen initially planned to prepare physical training activities for Neville and Draco within Hogwarts, but after their attempts, the two boys implored Glen to spare them, lamenting that such training would leave them with no energy to study for their finals. Even the girls were unable to watch the spectacle and intervened on behalf of the two. Reluctantly, Glen acquiesced. This act of mercy left Neville and Draco profoundly grateful to Hermione, who, despite her disdain, quietly hid behind Glen. However, when the two individuals privately referred to Hermione as sister, and she overheard them, the young girl feigned ignorance, claiming she could not comprehend their words, while secretly delighting beneath her covers. I accept both of you. Despite this, Glen did not entirely cancel the training for Neville and Draco. Instead, he compensated for their training volume during the weekdays over the weekend. Hermione's pleas were in vain. Even when she sweetly pouted and attempted to charm Glen, he remained unyielding. Unable to withstand Hermione's antics, Glen resorted to blocking his senses, using earplugs to dull his hearing. The young girl, now at a loss, could only shrug helplessly at the two exhausted boys sprawled on the ground. You two keep at it. Neville and Draco fell into despair, becoming remnants of hopelessness. Of course, Glen's training requirements for Hermione did not ease simply because she was Hermione. However, overall, her regimen was less arduous than that of the two boys. Hermione understood that Glen's approach was ultimately for her benefit, and she diligently persevered through both physical and practical training. The training he assigned was well within her capacity. And there was an added bonus. After training, she could feign exhaustion to elicit a comforting embrace from Glen. As Hermione, Neville, and Draco commenced their training, Hermione's sessions were notably shorter. Thus, whenever the two boys collapsed from fatigue, they would witness the equally fatigued Hermione being carried away by Glen for a rest, occasionally sharing a secretive wink with them from his arms. They did not envy Hermione's treatment. Once she was taken away by Glen, their training time became entirely their own, allowing them a brief respite amid Glen's grueling regimen. Naturally, they would not slack off. If only Neville or Draco were present, one might indulge in a slight break. But with both in attendance, as friends and rivals, they would spur each other on. If we rest together. But if you sneak in extra practice without your brother knowing, do not blame me for initiating a wizard duel. The two young wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin found both joy and pain in Glen's training, their camaraderie deepening, and their abilities steadily improving. In summary, it was a positive development. In contrast to the duo's struggles, the relationship between Glen and Hermione warrants further mention. After the last time they shared a secret kiss on each other's cheeks, Hermione became noticeably radiant, as if Glen had unlocked some peculiar switch within himself, leading to an even closer bond with her. Now, he would occasionally plant a kiss on her soft cheeks, and he could hardly fathom why, yet the impulse felt irresistible. Glen mused, ultimately, doing this brings me great joy. Amidst her shyness, the young girl brimmed with happiness, sensing that the day Glen would fully awaken to his feelings for her was drawing near. In the spare moments beyond classes, meals, sleep, and training, the two would nestle together, reading and sharing warmth. Both Glen and Hermione genuinely feeling a profound tranquility, even enhancing their study efficiency significantly. Especially for Glen, he felt that the latent brutality and murderous intent within him, stemming from his inability to enter the Forbidden Forest and slay the Acromantula, had been significantly alleviated. Glen was acutely aware that this transformation was due to the presence of the young girl beside him. This was not merely a metaphorical description. Glen genuinely sensed that as Hermione nestled close to him, she inadvertently infused him with a gentle strength that softened the darker aspects of his soul. If the tumultuous force he had long suppressed within himself could be regarded as a tempestuous energy, then the essence he perceived emanating from the girl was its antithesis. Although Glen possessed no knowledge regarding this phenomenon, he recognized it as a positive occurrence. This gentle power did not harm the young girl's body, but rather nourished her continuously. He decided to postpone further exploration of this matter, focusing instead on the immediate joy of being close to Hermione. Once Glen embraced her, he would empty his mind of all thoughts, immersing himself entirely in the present moment. He would study when it was time to study, read when it was time to read, and purely relish the act of closeness without concern for anything else, just like a carefree child. However, the price of such bliss was a heightened dullness in his senses. Astute Hermione noticed this change, Glen was evidently different from his usual self, particularly in his expression and demeanor, whereas Glen typically wore an air of indifference, exuding a vibe that kept others at bay. Now, though his countenance displayed only a slight variation, it could be described more as endearingly vacant. Despite Hermione being diminutive herself, Glen was still slightly shorter, appearing adorably lost in thought as he leaned against her, engrossed in his studies or daydreams, which endeared him to her even more. I must take action, she resolved. Thus, their previously mutual posture of leaning against one another transformed into Hermione cradling Glen in her arms. In his blissful state of innocence, Glen allowed the girl to indulge in her affection, and she cherished him all the more. I must take advantage of this little one while he remains small. Once he grows taller than me, who knows who will be the one to tease whom? Hermione thought to herself, feeling no guilt in her playful torment of Glen. He, for his part, was unconcerned, finding comfort in her embrace. Time passed in this warm atmosphere, and before long, the end-of-term examinations loomed. The students were filled with dismay, lamenting the sudden approach of exams. Where has all my time gone? When did I become influenced by the Crimson King? Among them, the most distressed were Harry and Ron. Ever since they overheard Hagrid divulging the secret of the three-headed dog, Fluffy, and its subsequent leak to Snape's spy, that Glen Hufflepuff, they had been restless, frequently patrolling the fourth-floor corridors or shadowing Snape, fearing that one careless moment would lead to their undoing. One can only say that while the heart is filled with courage and righteousness, it is also somewhat foolish. As time went on, it seemed as though they were on the verge of suffering from nervous breakdowns, leaving them little room to focus on their final examinations. They must have sent something off. While other young wizards were writhing in fear, the academic prodigy Hermione and her indifferent wife Glen had already made ample preparations. Glen was rather unconcerned about the impending exam, while Hermione was eager to roll up her sleeves and strive for an excellent performance. After all, she was in a competitive race for the top spot with Glen. The victor would have the opportunity to demand any wish from the vanquished, and the thought of what she might ask Glen filled Hermione with a delightful thrill. Chapter 56. During the examinations for the young wizards were divided into two main categories: written tests and practical assessments. The written and practical tests for each subject were scheduled to be completed within 2 weeks, allowing ample time for those who wished to frantically cram for their assessments. Cheating was out of the question. During the written examinations, professors provided specialized anti-cheating pens that would instantly smudge the papers of any student who harbored thoughts of dishonesty. This left the young wizards with no choice but to diligently memorize the material they had previously overlooked, wishing they could stretch a single second into 2 to absorb the knowledge. Glen could potentially use a mental shielding spell to render the anti-cheating pen ineffective. But was it truly necessary? Although her grades were slightly inferior to Hermione's, securing a second place was still within her grasp. The syllabus for the first year was relatively light, and she was capable of memorizing it all just as Hermione could. Their written test results would likely be quite similar. However, what about the subsequent years? In the second year, third year, and all the way through to the 7th year, Glen believed her ability to retain knowledge paled in comparison to Hermione's prodigious talent, which was nothing short of astonishing. To outshine her, Glen would have to rely on practical assessments. Yet, perhaps even that would not suffice. Glen was quite proficient in the spells she had mastered, but the overall number of spells she knew was considerably fewer than Hermione's extensive repertoire. Hermione had learned a vast array of spells and could perform them correctly, though her mastery was limited to a select few, primarily in the realm of transfiguration. The paths they took in their magical studies were distinct, neither being superior to the other, but it was clear that Hermione held a significant advantage in the examinations at Hogwarts. Glen was indifferent to rankings. She was focused on doing her best, as long as the young girl was happy. Wasn't this examination akin to a game? Only someone as fiercely dedicated as Hermione, contrasted with those who struggled, would feel overly anxious. In the days leading up to the exams, Hermione experienced some insomnia, prompting Glen to prepare calming potions and sleep elixirs, combined with her soothing spells, to ensure the young girl's well-being. As the examination approached, Glen leaned against the wall, listening to the young girl beside him softly reciting various key points. He refrained from interrupting Hermione. Everyone possesses their own unique methods and attitudes, and Glen certainly would not interfere with the diligent young girl. In his heart, he wished Hermione the best of luck in achieving excellent results. With the examiner's announcement, the candidates were permitted to enter the examination room. The girl tucked her book into Glen's waist pocket, took a deep breath to calm her anxious heart, and encouraged herself. "You can do it," Glen succinctly encouraged Hermione, who managed to smile at him before finding her seat. As all the young wizards settled into their positions, the examiner began distributing the examination papers. Glen took a brief glance at the paper and awaited the official commencement of the exam. As anticipated, the questions were straightforward, and Glen swiftly completed his answers, setting down his pen to close his eyes in meditation. Due to Dumbledore's prior instructions regarding Glen's unique visual circumstances, he was permitted to use the same examination paper as the other young wizards. although his vision was still somewhat obscured by silk. Glen's enhanced perception allowed him to finish the exam in mere minutes without significant difficulty. The subsequent written exams followed a similar pattern. And although Hermione continued to chatter about the various questions she had answered upon exiting, Glen sensed that her spirits were high, indicating she had performed well. Neville and Draco, on the other hand, listened intently, constantly comparing their answers to Hermione's, their expressions darkening as time passed. Draco suddenly covered his ears, exclaiming, "I can't listen any longer. The more I hear, the more I feel that my answers were mere conjectures." Neville, pale-faced, nodded in agreement. The two quickly departed. Vowing to themselves that they would never again follow Hermione to compare answers after an exam, it was a fool's errand. The practical components of the exams proved to be quite engaging, with each subject presenting unique and interesting challenges. This opinion was solely Glen's and Hermione's and did not reflect that of the other young wizards. For instance, in the practical portion of the charms class, Professor Flitwick instructed them to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a table. However, Glen was unaware of how to execute a tap dance. So he resorted to demonstrating a series of martial arts moves with the pineapple, much to Professor Flitwick's delight, who was so captivated that he forgot to grade the performance. Entirely focused on memorizing each move. Undoubtedly a perfect score, Glen. That martial arts display was splendid. Professor Flitwick applauded, generously bestowing praise upon Glen, who nodded in gratitude. In Transfiguration, the task was to transform a mouse into a snuff box, with Professor McGonagall stating that the more exquisite the box, the higher their score would be. If any remnants of the mouse's features remained on the snuff box, points would be deducted. Despite Glen's less than stellar talent in Transfiguration, he nevertheless managed to impress Professor McGonagall. The practical exam for potions was even less noteworthy. Glen could concoct a potion of forgetfulness that rivaled even Snape's finest brews, even with all his senses completely dulled. As Snape passed by, he did not even cast a glance, utterly disregarding him, and effortlessly awarded him full marks. Naturally, the young girl also received a perfect score under his supervision. Hermione successfully withstood Snape's pressure, and among all the young wizards present, only Harry endured Snape's piercing gaze for a longer duration than she did. Calmly, she completed an exemplary potion of forgetfulness, and after a brief inspection, Snape let out a cold snort and granted Hermione full marks. As Snape turned to leave, the girl made a face at him, and subsequently flashed a victory sign to Glen, beaming with joy. Glen responded with a thumbs up. Following the conclusion of these three major examinations, the young wizards proceeded to the classroom for the defense against the dark arts, where the examination would take place. Long ago, their professor, Quirrell, had vanished without a trace. Both Harry and Ron appeared somewhat pallid, sharing the belief that Quirrell had fallen victim to Snape's sinister intentions, his remains likely decomposing. Then, they beheld their long-anticipated Professor Snape striding into the defense against the dark arts classroom, a sinister smirk adorning his face. Glen recognized that the professor was elated to serve as the examiner for this subject, even though his smile remained chilling. "It is truly unpleasant to see you all here. I sincerely hope you possess enough luck to utilize your brain stuffed with fluff and survive this examination," Snape intoned ominously, slamming shut the only door to the classroom. Locking it behind him, the young wizards were taken aback, casting puzzled glances at one another. They attempted to cast the unlocking charm, but their efforts were met with futility. The application of a silencing charm followed, heightening their anxiety. What is happening? Is Snape truly intent on wiping us out? Harry and Ron's faces turned ashen, their limbs cold, clutching the desk to prevent themselves from collapsing. Observing their reactions, Snape's grin widened, and he chuckled malevolently. "Enjoy yourselves. Who is playing whom, and who finds joy in this? You fiend?" Within the examination room, the young wizards engaged in a cacophony of discussions. Hermione, exasperated, whispered to Glen, "It seems that Professor Snape is genuinely pleased." Glen nodded. After all, this position is what he has long desired. He has petitioned Dumbledore numerous times without success. Now that Quirrell is gone, he has conveniently stepped in as the temporary examiner. Hermione shrugged and focused her attention on Snape as he began to outline the examination topics. "Now then, perk up your ears and listen closely. I do not wish to have anyone with a memory worse than that of a troll requesting me to repeat the examination questions." Snape struck the podium forcefully, silencing the raucous young wizards, who promptly lined up in an orderly fashion, fully attentive and ready to memorize the forthcoming examination topics for defense against the dark arts. However, truth be told, they found it difficult to conceive what practical questions might be posed, given that Quirrell, their previous professor, had been utterly inept, failing to impart any useful knowledge during class. And now he was mysteriously absent, leaving all the young wizards feeling profoundly unsettled. Moreover, it is the most fearsome professor, Snape, who is setting the examination. The content of your test is as follows. Select the offensive spell you are most proficient in and unleash it upon me with full force. I, in turn, shall cast the same spell back at you, and you must either evade or defend against it. Your performance will determine your scores. The young wizards present were utterly astonished. What? You want us to attack you with offensive spells? And you will retaliate with such spells against us? How absurd. Can our current spellcasting abilities possibly compare to that of a professor like Snape? Furthermore, how do we defend against Snape as counterattack? Professor Quirrell has never taught us such things. Harry bravely raised his hand. After all, Snape had already intended to do him harm. Surely, he wouldn't act on that in front of a crowd, would he? Why not seize this opportunity to confront this thief who seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Professor Quirrell has not instructed us on how to defend against spells. Is this practical examination truly appropriate? Snape sneered, mercilessly mocking Harry. Quirrell did not teach you? Should you not engage in self-study? Moreover, recall my words, evasion is also a viable option, Potter. It is truly astonishing that you could forget something even a troll could remember. Harry's face flushed, uncertain whether it was anger or public humiliation that caused it. Hermione silently gave Harry a thumbs up. Even she would not dare provoke Snape in such a public setting. Harry was indeed a courageous child, albeit rather foolish. Chapter 57. The examination of defense against the dark arts commences. With a flick of his wand, Snape sent all the desks and chairs in the defense against the dark arts classroom flying to the sides, neatly stacked, creating a vast space for the young wizard's examination. Snape positioned himself at the far end of the room and produced a piece of parchment from his robes, stating, "Very well, let the examination commence. Those whose names I call should step forward promptly. My time is exceedingly precious. Moreover, after the examination concludes, I may need to tend to those injured wizards or collect the bodies of those who have tragically perished." As Snape's chilling remarks echoed, many of the less resilient young witches found their legs turning to jelly, collapsing to the ground in sobs. Ron's face went pale, murmuring an unknown tune. "Goodbye, Mother. Today I set sail." Harry was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Snape would resort to such tactics. He was truly intent on eliminating him here. Yes, indeed. If he were to perish during this examination, Snape could easily claim it was an accident. That was his sinister plan. He sought to silence him. Thus, no one would uncover his intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone. "No, I cannot die. The stone requires my protection." Feeling as though he were on the brink of death, Harry ignited with resolve, entirely forgetting that his good friend Ron was also aware of Snape's plot to steal the stone. Harry felt the weight of his destiny as the savior. Standing behind the crowd, Glen exhibited no outward signs of emotion, yet the young girl beside him appeared somewhat anxious. She had yet to face Professor Snape directly. Gripping Glen's hand tightly, her unease did not go unnoticed. Glen reassured her. "Professor Snape will only utilize the spells you cast, Hermione. Just treat it as we do in our regular training. There is no need for concern. But do take it seriously. I understand, but facing Professor Snape does make me a bit nervous," she admitted. Glen gently kissed her cheek. "Do you feel better now?" He felt a wave of joy wash over him at her touch, calming his spirit. If that was the case, perhaps a kiss for Hermione would alleviate her anxiety as well. The young girl's face flushed crimson, and she nervously glanced around, realizing they were at the back of the crowd, with the other young wizards focused on Snape, oblivious to Glen's gesture. Embarrassed, she playfully smacked Glen's arm and whispered, "What was that for?" Glen responded earnestly, "I thought it might ease your worries." She retaliated with another playful punch, exclaiming, "That was so sudden. You could at least have given me a heads up." Feigning innocence, Glen asked, "So, do you feel better now?" Hermione couldn't help but chuckle at his earnestness. He had a knack for being so brazen about his antics while wearing a pitiful expression. Yet, she realized that her tension had indeed lessened. As she observed Glen standing obediently, pretending to be upset, a wave of affection washed over her. "Oh, how adorable he is." Suppressing the urge to embrace him playfully, Hermione crossed her arms and replied haughtily, "Much better." Seeing Glen still standing patiently, awaiting her critique, she finally succumbed to a quiet laugh. All right, I'm not mad at you. I know you meant well. I'm no longer anxious." She waved her hand dismissively and affectionately ruffled Glen's soft hair, offering him a gentle smile. Relieved that she wasn't upset, Glen felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had feared he had crossed a line, but since Hermione was not angry and acknowledged the effectiveness of his gesture, he resolved to employ this method whenever she felt tense in the future. It was certainly not merely a pretext for wanting to kiss her. Meanwhile, as Glen and Hermione engaged in their playful banter, Professor Snape on stage was ready to commence the examinations. The first candidate, let us welcome our savior, Harry Potter. As anticipated, the first contender was indeed Harry, and anyone with eyes could easily discern Snape's habitual scrutiny of him during potions class. The young wizards of Gryffindor silently offered their prayers for Harry, while the Slytherin snakes observed with cold indifference. They had no intention of jeering. Instead, they were intently watching the impending first examination, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize their peers before their own turn, hoping to secure higher scores from their headmaster. Harry ascended the stage with a pallid complexion, yet he remained composed, clearly anticipating that he would be the first called to take the test. Grasping his wand, he stood before Snape, attempting to recall the spells he had mastered. Think quickly, Harry, what spells do I know? If only I possessed a formidable incantation. Perhaps I could vanquish Snape before he could strike. Even if I cannot prevail, at least I can do so with dignity. Desperately, Harry endeavored to remember any powerful spells within his repertoire. However, he soon realized he had no impressive incantations at his disposal. His mind was a blank slate, save for a few mischievous hexes lacking any offensive efficacy. The Obliviate. I've been struck by the Obliviate. Curse it. It must have been Snape. When did he cast it on me? In his indignation, Harry lamented a non-existent reality, discovering, to his dismay, that he did not possess even a single spell capable of delivering a spectacular blow. Potter, hurry up. I'm withering away here. Do you need me to fetch you a cappuccino? Snape's impatience grew as Harry delayed, his right foot rhythmically tapping against the floor, producing a resounding thud that struck Harry's heart like a hammer, intensifying his discomfort. Feeling the complex gazes of those surrounding him, Harry gritted his teeth and raised his wand. Tarantaligra, he exclaimed, the incantation bursting forth as a beam of white light surged from the tip of his wand, hurtling toward Snape. With a derisive sneer, Snape effortlessly deflected the jinx. Can't even conjure a decent spell? Truly, Potter, you never cease to disappoint. Tarantaligra. Snape's wand did not falter. He swiftly cast the same spell back at Harry. Before Harry could react, he was struck and began to dance uncontrollably. It seems your performance in this class is already quite evident. You may step down, Snape waved dismissively, as if swatting away an insect. The examination continued unabated. Next, Snape called, Ron Weasley. Ron ascended with a woeful expression. The testing persisted, with young wizards taking their turns on stage, yet few exhibited any remarkable skills. Unfortunately, the examination proved exceedingly challenging for the first-year students, as their knowledge was severely limited. Yet, it was merely a matter of degree. As anticipated by Snape, Neville and Draco displayed commendable performances, their offensive spells now exhibiting a certain finesse that compelled Snape to regard them with a modicum of seriousness. Moreover, they adeptly evaded Snape's counterattacks. It would be folly to confront his spells head-on. The correct course of action, undoubtedly, was to dodge. After all, they were not as deranged as Jaren. Hermione, too, navigated her examination with aplomb, opting not to direct her spells at Snape, but rather employing the incendio charm to ignite the floor beneath him, catching him off guard. Reacting swiftly, Snape extinguished the flames with a countercharm, his expression darkening. In a fit of anger, he retaliated with a fiery spell of his own, yet Hermione stood her ground, having anticipated that he would only use the incendio spell in response. With a deft countercharm, she nullified the fire in midair, thus becoming the first and only witch to withstand Snape's retaliation without resorting to evasion. Her graceful casting and defensive maneuvers garnered applause from the audience, even from the Slytherins, who could not help but feel a twinge of envy. It was not without reason that Jaren had taken an interest in her, while Hermione's performance was exemplary. Neville and Draco followed closely behind, their efforts commendable, while the performances of the others were, regrettably, lackluster. What of Jaren? He did not take the stage to confront Snape. When Snape called out Jaren's name, he cast a glance at Jaren, who was holding Hermione's hand, and expressionlessly declared, Hawthorne, you need not take the exam. Why was that? Harry and Ron immediately expressed their discontent, accusing Snape of overtly aiding Jaren in cheating. Surely, Jaren had divulged to Snape everything concerning the Philosopher's Stone and how to navigate past the three-headed dog, thereby securing an exemption from the defense against the dark arts examination. He must have known all along that Snape would preside over the exam. Indeed, Professor Quirrell's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to Snape, and as Snape's lackey, Jaren was surely in the know. We've cracked the case. Harry and Ron believed they had uncovered the truth. Indignant, they rallied their companions to voice their grievances against Snape's alleged machinations. Draco, from the Slytherin ranks, observed the commotion among the Gryffindors with a bemused expression, already envisioning how his godfather would choose to punish them. It would surely involve point deductions. Gryffindor would once again find itself out of contention for the House Cup this year. Neville, standing alongside Harry and the others, wore a conflicted expression, uncertain whether to intervene and dissuade them from their reckless course. Was this truly a conspiracy? Clearly not. Snape, eyeing the uproarious Gryffindors below, wore a sinister smile. It was not merely that Jaren would undoubtedly defend against Snape's counterspell. Given Jaren's serious demeanor, he would certainly unleash the most formidable spell he had mastered, one of significant power. An unfortunate mishap could lead to the defense against the dark arts classroom being obliterated. What then? Thus, Snape was resolute in not allowing Jaren to take the stage, while simultaneously allowing those impulsive Gryffindors to engage in their raucous antics. This would furnish him with the perfect pretext to deduct points from Gryffindor. Snape thought to himself, everything is under control. Hawthorne is visually impaired. Snape, with a wry sense of humor, concocted an excuse that even he found amusing, promptly silencing the raucous Gryffindor students. Glen, feeling at ease, refrained from commenting. Snape's frigid voice resonated throughout the classroom. Furthermore, due to your blatant challenge to the professor's authority and your defamatory actions, each of you shall lose 10 points for Gryffindor. The dagger hidden within the map finally revealed its sharp edge, leaving Harry and his friends aghast. It was over. They had fallen for Snape's cunning trap. Hermione, who had just been chuckling at Snape's flimsy excuse, suddenly froze, her expression collapsing into a sulky pout. How could he seize such an opportunity to deduct points? Hermione was beside herself with frustration. Chapter 58. An opportunity from Dumbledore? Glen managed to calm the frenzied Hermione, but her expression was devoid of emotion. She had resigned herself to a lackluster remainder of the semester, unable to attend classes for a week following the exams, with no opportunities for bonus points. Yet the potential for point deductions still loomed. The Gryffindor score, which had nearly caught up to Slytherin, was now severely impacted by Snape's machinations, resulting in a hefty loss of 60 to 70 points for the young Lions. It was utterly disheartening. Hermione couldn't be bothered to observe her peers during the upcoming defense against the dark arts exam, burying her head in Glen's embrace, seeking solace in his presence. As she inhaled his comforting aura, her tumultuous spirit began to settle. She nestled closer into Glen's warmth, feeling utterly healed. Glen silently cast the disillusionment charm over the two of them. After completing the defense against the dark arts exam, the subsequent assessments posed little challenge, and both finished with ease. Only the final written exam in history of magic remained, after which the young witches and wizards could indulge in a week of well-deserved leisure. Clearly, they were eager to embrace their upcoming holiday, radiating enthusiasm. The first-year history of magic exam was decidedly simpler than the other subjects. After an hour, everyone submitted their papers, and the young sorcerers erupted into cheers. After finishing, Hermione quietly lamented to Glen, "Why is there so little content in the exam? Do we really need to review this?" Her whisper went unheard amidst the jubilant chatter of her peers, all reveling in the joy of the approaching holiday. Glen gently patted her head. "You are unlike anyone else. You are exceptional, having mastered knowledge beyond your year, but they still require revision." The young girl beamed at the compliment, feeling delighted. With a stretch, she finally relaxed after the exam, glancing out the window at the weather, which had warmed considerably, and the sun was shining brightly for the first time in a while. Hermione suggested, "The weather seems quite pleasant today. Shall we go bask in the sunlight?" Glen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the weather was delightful, and many young wizards had gathered by the Black Lake, all eager to relish the rare sunshine. Glen and Hermione strolled leisurely around the Black Lake, choosing a secluded spot to sit upon the ground. The gentle sunlight bathed their faces in warmth, causing Hermione to feel her body soften. With a playful tug, she urged Glen to lie down beside her, their hands intertwined, forming a harmonious shape as they basked in the sun's radiant embrace, yearning to engage in an imaginary photosynthesis. Hermione let out a soft, contented sigh, her voice taking on a tender lilt. Days like this are simply delightful. Glen, feeling the warmth of her hand, tightened his grip slightly. As Hermione soaked up the sun, she nearly drifted into slumber. Glen intended to escort her back to her dormitory, but as they neared the Gryffindor common room, perhaps due to the relaxation that followed their exams, Hermione's previously taut demeanor melted away. In a sweet, soft voice, she coaxed, "Will you accompany me to the room of requirement for a nap? It's been ages since we've shared a sleep." Glen had initially planned to utilize her napping time to delve deeper into alchemy and soul magic, but upon hearing her plea, his scattered thoughts vanished without a trace, leaving only 3 words echoing in his mind: "Sleep with her, sleep with her, sleep with her." Nothing seemed more pressing than the present moment, and without hesitation, he altered his course toward the room of requirement. Glen's intentions were pure. He simply wished to share a peaceful slumber with the young girl. As he watched her gently embrace his arm, gradually succumbing to sleep, he too began to feel the weight of drowsiness envelop him. They fell asleep entwined in each other's arms. In stark contrast to the serene atmosphere within the room of requirement, Harry and Ron found themselves engulfed in turmoil. With the examinations concluded, they resumed their frantic efforts to protect the Philosopher's Stone, ultimately deciding to disclose their suspicions to Professor Dumbledore. When they inquired of Professor McGonagall about Dumbledore's office, they were met with a grim revelation. Dumbledore had recently departed in haste, summoned by an urgent message from the Ministry of Magic. What? Panic gripped them, their dramatic shift in emotion not escaping McGonagall's keen observation. "Harry, Ron, what is this important matter you wish to discuss with Professor Dumbledore?" she inquired, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry divulged their knowledge regarding the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall was taken aback, astonished that these young boys were privy to such information. Just as Harry was about to elaborate on Snape's imminent theft of the stone, McGonagall interrupted sternly. "Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow. I'm uncertain how you learned of the Philosopher's Stone, but rest assured, it is under strict protection and cannot be stolen." Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and said, "As for your speculation regarding Professor Snape possibly stealing the Philosopher's Stone, that notion is utterly preposterous. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Now, return to your dormitory and rest." With that, Professor McGonagall departed, her mind occupied with the overly curious Gryffindor students. How had they come to know about the Philosopher's Stone? Suddenly, a troubling thought struck her. If Harry and Ron were already aware of the stone's existence, they might have also discovered its concealed location on the 4th floor. Given her understanding of Gryffindor students, it was highly likely that these two would disregard her warnings and venture forth to investigate. Hastily, she set aside her current task and made her way to the door guarding the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor. Indeed, she spotted 2 shadowy figures lurking about. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley. Professor McGonagall's voice thundered, causing the 2 figures to jump in fright. As she had anticipated, these troublesome boys had come directly to this location after her warning and appeared poised to tamper with the door's lock. "Return at once. I shall not repeat myself. Should I hear of you trespassing here again, I will be compelled to deduct 50 points from Gryffindor personally. Yes, I will deduct those points from my own house. Now, go back to your dormitory." Professor McGonagall was seething with anger, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue as she watched the 2 frightened little lions scurry away. Why could they not be as obedient as Hermione? Her mind wandered to her most prized pupil, the dutiful and charming Hermione. No, I must enlist Hermione to keep an eye on these 2. They are bound to escape again. With a resolute heart, Professor McGonagall decided to seek out Hermione. But where could she be? Where on earth has that girl gone? She lamented, rubbing her forehead. Unbeknownst to her, Hermione was nestled comfortably in Hagrid's arms, sound asleep. Hence her absence. That simply wouldn't do. It was hardly fitting for a professor to linger outside the Gryffindor common room all night waiting for these 2 rascals. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of Neville, who was traversing the corridor with a book in hand. "We shall wait until after curfew to make our move. I must secure the Philosopher's Stone before Snape does," Harry declared with unwavering determination, beginning to peruse basic spells for beginners, in search of incantations to counter Snape. This was not merely about protecting the stone. He was also intent on redeeming himself for the humiliating experience of the day's examination. Ron stared at him in disbelief. "Harry, have you lost your mind? How could this possibly work? Don't you understand? If Snape acquires the Philosopher's Stone, he could gain eternal life and unimaginable wealth. With those 2 assets, he would virtually possess everything. Although I am uncertain about Snape's motives for wanting to harm me, there must be some particular reason behind it. I can barely survive under his persecution. However, once he acquires the Philosopher's Stone, I will truly be without hope." He gazed earnestly at Ron and, with a tone of solemnity, declared, "This is my only chance, Ron. Either I succeed in thwarting Snape, or I will perish. This matter does not concern you. Allow me to face it alone. I cannot involve you in my plight." Such words displeased Ron immensely. Was he the kind of person to disregard his friend's life? "I will not abandon you, Harry," he asserted, patting Harry on the shoulder. "You are my dear friend, and we shall face this together, come what may." Though fear coursed through him, the youthful spirit and profound appreciation for friendship instilled courage within him. Harry was deeply moved by this. "Ron, you are my brother for life. Let us now devise a plan for tonight's endeavor. Time is of the essence." With that, Ron pulled Harry towards their dormitory. "Come with me inside." The 2 remained oblivious to the true situation, still believing that Snape sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Yet this did not hinder them from revealing the courage buried deep within their hearts. However, the reality was far graver and more perilous than they imagined. In the shadows, a figure with a mutilated body opened his eyes, malevolent intent radiating from his crimson, murky pupils. "At last, the day has arrived, Dumbledore," rasped a hoarse voice from his throat. This individual was none other than Quirrell, or rather, he should now be referred to as Voldemort. The true Quirrell had long been consumed by Voldemort as a makeshift vessel after their bodies were shattered by the curse. Yet, this could only sustain his current wretched state for a brief period. Should he fail to seize the Philosopher's Stone soon, he would have to abandon this body. His possession technique could not be employed at will. He needed to entice the host to willingly accept him before he could take over. Presently, he was loath to relinquish this corporeal form. Perhaps due to Quirrell's frail body lacking sufficient vitality, Voldemort had not contemplated the absurdity of Dumbledore's departure today. All that occupied his mind was one singular thought: to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Tonight, he closed his eyes to gather his strength. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Within the room of requirement, Glen stirred awake. However, he had no intention of rising. The young girl beside him was still in slumber. He decided to linger a while longer. Habitually activating his heightened senses, Glen surveyed his surroundings and detected something amiss with the ceiling. Focusing his perception, he discerned that it appeared to have been scorched by flames, leaving behind a series of orderly marks. "Is that English?" It seemed that Dumbledore had sent Fawkes to relay a message. Upon witnessing himself and Hermione asleep, Fawkes had refrained from waking them. instead using fire to etch dark marks upon the ceiling. I am not at Hogwarts today. Please do me a favor. After curfew, venture to the concealed door behind the closed door in the fourth-floor corridor and retrieve Harry and Ron back to the Gryffindor common room. Glen cast a glance, his expression impassive. Not at Hogwarts today? You still want me to assist you? The location is precisely where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden. You old rascal. It feels like your intentions are far from benign. If Voldemort is still alive, your absence from Hogwarts presents him with his only opportunity to attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone. You truly wish for me to bring Harry and that Weasley back to the Gryffindor common room? Are you not concerned that your scheme may go awry, resulting in the accidental demise of two young wizards? I am not inclined to involve myself. I shall pretend not to see. Out of sight, out of mind. Glen was about to change his position, ensuring the girl was comfortable, when the words on the ceiling began to tremble and transform. 5,000 galleons. Voldemort. 8,000. I am not lacking in wealth. 10,000. That is my bottom line. Deal. Glen maintained his stoic demeanor. In his office, Dumbledore, munching on snacks, felt a pang of sympathy. This wretched boy was indeed greedy, nearly exhausting his pension. Yet, for Harry's growth, it is worth the sacrifice. With a flick of his hand, he erased the black markings on the ceiling, adjusted Hermione's blanket, and reclined once more. There was no rush. Curfew had not yet arrived. It would be wise to contemplate protective spells for the night, considering Voldemort still possessed a degree of vitality. However, according to Glen's calculations, there shouldn't be much left, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Still, caution was paramount. He needed to muster all his strength to confront the events of the evening. Glen's expression hardened. The instincts of his former life as an assassin instinctively guided his thoughts. Having accepted the objective, he would see it through, regardless of the cost, to bring Harry and Weasley back to the Gryffindor common room. Perhaps his movements while adjusting his position were too abrupt. Or perhaps the girl was nearing the end of her slumber. Hermione, nestled beside him, groggily opened her eyes, appearing half awake. Upon seeing Glen's face so close, she beamed foolishly, leaned in, and gently pecked him before sinking back into deep slumber, her face still adorned with a blissful smile. Hermione's kiss jolted Glen from his peculiar state. His eyes, shrouded in black satin, gazed tenderly at the girl in his arms, his once icy heart beginning to thaw. Indeed, his life was now profoundly different from his previous existence. He could not allow himself to die recklessly. Glen resolved to prioritize his own safety. Should danger truly arise, he would be the first to flee. Preserving his precious life to spend more time with the girl was far more appealing. Pressing his face against Hermione's, Glen surrendered to sleep. He was awakened by Hermione's gentle call. The little girl wore a distressed expression, her hands resting between her knees as she sat on the bed. Oh no, it seemed she had slept too long. Curfew was upon them, and soon she would struggle to sleep. Having dozed off alongside Glen, she now felt dazed. Glen tenderly ruffled her hair. As the curfew had been imposed, Glen resolved to escort Hermione back to her dormitory before embarking on his own mission to retrieve Harry and Ron. Voldemort remained a formidable presence, even in his weakened and partially incapacitated state, and his ability to inhabit another's body rendered him perilous. Although Glen possessed the skill to ensure the young lady's safety and retreat unscathed, minimizing any potential unknown dangers was prudent. Hermione recited the password to the fat lady, and they climbed through the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. However, upon entering, they were met with the unexpected sight of Neville, who should not have been there at this hour. The young boy wore a pained expression, his feet seemingly glued to the floor, as he awkwardly attempted to hop towards the exit of the common room. Neville, what are you doing here, and what on earth happened with that leg-locking spell? Hermione furrowed her brow, quickly deducing the cause of Neville's predicament. She promptly cast the counter spell, liberating his legs from their binding. Thank you, Hermione, Neville exclaimed, his surprise evident. He wondered why Glen and Hermione had returned so late. But a more pressing thought struck him. Why had Glen entered the Gryffindor common room as well? No, he chastised himself. Now was not the time for such distractions. It's Harry and Ron. Professor McGonagall asked me to keep an eye on them tonight, to prevent them from sneaking out after curfew, but I never expected them to use a leg-locking spell on me. Neville's face twisted into a rueful smile. He had been careless and unprepared. He had assumed that if he caught the two in the act, they would retreat in defeat. He hadn't even brought his wand along, merely donning his pajamas and clutching a book while waiting on the common room sofa. When he finally spotted Harry and Ron, he had tried to intercept them, but he was utterly unprepared for Harry to cast a leg-locking spell on him. To make matters worse, the pair had been surprisingly polite, apologizing to Neville while simultaneously dragging him back to their dormitory. This had forced Neville to hop all the way back. After hearing Neville's account, Hermione rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Are those two troublemakers? She observed Neville's drowsy expression and, after a moment's contemplation, took it upon herself to tackle the task. Glen and I have already been asleep for quite some time before arriving here, since I want to be able to sleep now anyway. Why don't the two of us help you catch those rascals? You should hurry back to bed. Suddenly, a wave of excitement washed over her. Nighttime escapades, after all, would be a first for this semester. And to do so alongside Glen. Just the thought sent a thrill through her. Neville hesitated, feeling it would be too much trouble for Glen and Hermione. But as he opened his mouth to protest, Hermione's fierce gaze silenced him. Although he could not fully comprehend her unspoken threat, he chose to comply obediently. After bidding farewell to Glen and Hermione, Neville returned to his dormitory. Glen found himself in quite a predicament. His initial intention was to refrain from bringing Hermione along. Although her abilities had grown formidable enough for self-preservation, the venture still posed significant risks. Nonetheless, he sought to hear the young lady's perspective, wishing to honor her choice. Glen grasped Hermione's hand and shared the news he had received from Professor Dumbledore regarding Voldemort's imminent arrival at Harry's location. He had inadvertently sold Dumbledore out. How could Professor Dumbledore act in such a manner? Even if one possesses great power, one remains merely a fledgling wizard. Hermione felt a twinge of concern, accompanied by a hint of resentment towards Dumbledore. However, her fear of Voldemort was not as pronounced as Glen had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to her lack of first-hand experience with the atrocities committed by Voldemort, having only encountered accounts in books and newspapers, rendering them somewhat abstract. It might also be attributed to Dumbledore's repeated reassurances that there was no need to harbor excessive fear of Voldemort, which seemed to have kept the young girl's emotions relatively stable. Glen, holding her hand firmly, spoke earnestly to Hermione. Hermione, the situation ahead may prove perilous. I advise you to remain in the dormitory and await my return. Upon hearing this, the young girl became quite indignant, tugging at Glen's collar, and with gritted teeth declared, "Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? You intend to face danger alone, but I have said that you cannot shake me off." Despite being firmly grasped by the young girl, Glen did not feel anger. Instead, a smile graced his face. "I have not forgotten." Respecting her decision, he took Hermione along as they prepared to ascend to the 4th floor. "Since you have chosen to accompany me, we must first make some preparations." Glen crouched down and retrieved various pieces of equipment from his waist pouch. This was a tactical suit he had meticulously prepared for Hermione, featuring the best alchemical protective devices he could muster, crafted from the most flexible and durable materials available through alchemy, and lined with the most comfortable fabric on the market. In fact, even his own tactical suit did not receive such painstaking attention to detail. This suit for Hermione represented the culmination of Glen's knowledge. "Wow, it looks so cool!" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "When did you make this?" "Quite some time ago, in anticipation of a situation like today. It is always wise to be prepared. You may change here. I will cast a spell to conceal your presence." Glen handed the garment to Hermione, and with a flick of his wand, he cast a plethora of concealment spells around her while using alchemy to construct a makeshift changing room. Even if Dumbledore were to arrive, he would not dare to peek. Anyone attempting to spy shall face dire consequences. Glen was resolute, perhaps even more so than when he had plotted against Voldemort. Seeing this display, Hermione felt a mix of amusement and sweetness in her heart as she took the clothing and entered to change. As for whether Glen would act dishonorably, he lacked both the audacity and inclination for such treachery. Hermione wished fervently that Glen, the often oblivious one, might finally grasp the situation. Silly boy imph. Once Hermione had finished changing, Glen swiftly donned his own attire. As for the time consumed in this endeavor, had Harry already encountered Voldemort, he would have met his demise several hundred times over. However, Glen relished this outcome. He fervently wished for Voldemort to swiftly eliminate Harry and escape with the false Philosopher's Stone, thus ensuring his own safety. Although he had promised Hermione that she could accompany him, Glen cunningly devised a plan to delay their encounter, minimizing the likelihood of a direct confrontation with Voldemort, all while remaining undetected by the young girl. "Harry, Ron, fret not. I shall safeguard the remains for Dumbledore." Chapter 60. A historic meeting time rewinds to the moment Harry and Ron were transporting Neville back to their dormitory. "Wow, Harry, when did you master that spell?" "Brilliant," Ron exclaimed, though he felt a twinge of guilt for ensnaring the well-meaning Neville. Yet, the leg-locking curse was undeniably impressive. The duo had no intention of entangling Neville in their escapades. After all, they were venturing into a realm where the merciless Severus Snape lurked. Upon hearing Ron's praise, Harry bashfully scratched his head. "It was in our charms textbook. I had never noticed that spell before. I never imagined it would be so simple to learn. But Ron, have you thought of a way to unlock that door?" At this, Ron perked up, responding with newfound confidence. "Absolutely. I've discovered a spell, the unlocking charm. You know, it goes something like Alohomora." "Oh wait, no, it's Salohomora." Though he appeared somewhat unpracticed, Harry's apprehension lessened under Ron's fervent assurances. They both hoped they wouldn't end up unable to even breach the outer door, failing before they even began. As they approached the door leading to the fearsome three-headed dog, Fluffy, their anxiety escalated. They needed to devise a strategy to pass Fluffy to secure the Philosopher's Stone before Snape could seize it. Alternatively, Snape might already have stolen the stone, forcing them to confront the terrifying murderer. Perhaps Snape himself was unaware of the elevated status he held in Harry and Ron's minds. If only he knew. Potter and Weasley maligning a professor. Gryffindor loses 30,000 points. Finally, they stood before the locked door. Harry anxiously gazed at the wand in Ron's hand, which was emitting a soft glow, silently praying for his success. Merlin, please let Ron succeed this once. Ron was sweating profusely. He had attempted the spell over a dozen times, yet the lock had not budged. This was the first time he regretted not paying attention in class. Fortunately, perhaps Merlin had donned a new pair of stockings today and was in a benevolent mood, as after several tries, Ron successfully cast the unlocking charm. And the lock clicked open. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the joy reflected in each other's eyes. Did you bring the items? Harry asked, a hint of tension in his voice. Of course, Ron replied mysteriously, rummaging through his robes. Are they authentic? Harry inquired, still somewhat apprehensive. As I undertook my task, Ron, with a reassuring pat on his chest, produced a music box and, with a hint of regret, remarked, I borrowed this by overextending my allowance from George and Fred. If we handle it with care, perhaps we can return it intact. This, of course, was a tactic devised to deal with Fluffy, the three-headed dog. They had eavesdropped on Hagrid's conversation with Quirrell and learned that Fluffy would succumb to slumber upon hearing music. The two of them cautiously pushed the door open, peering in like curious lions, until they beheld a figure strumming a harp. Their expressions shifted. They had assumed the door was locked and expected Snape to still be inactive, but it appeared the situation was far from what they had anticipated. No way, mate. Do thieves actually lock the door behind them? How civilized. Beneath the door, Voldemort, a shadow of his former self, sneezed violently, blood and flesh spewing from the mangled right side of his face, rendering his pallid complexion even more ghastly. Damn it. Is this body reaching its limits? He fumed softly. Yet, he pondered how to extract the Philosopher's Stone from the cursed mirror. His anger subsided as he calculated the time. Harry Potter should be arriving shortly. While hiding, Voldemort had learned that this indomitable boy would also venture to this location tonight. At that moment, he would capture him and compel him to retrieve the stone, or at the very least, dispose of him here to avenge the curse that had rebounded upon him. Voldemort glared at the crowbar in his grasp, a relic he had scavenged from the black market long ago, rumored to be a sacred weapon of physics. A name he had never heard before, but found intimidating nonetheless. He had never recognized its peculiar utility, yet he reasoned it would suffice to crush a child's skull. Surely, even physical blows wouldn't rebound, would they, Potter? Ultimately, I shall prevail, he cackled, suppressing his maniacal laughter. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron observed that Fluffy had fallen asleep due to the harp brought by Snape. They set the music box aside and searched the space for any hidden secrets. Ultimately, it was Ron's keen eyes that spotted a trapdoor concealed beneath Fluffy's enormous paw. This was their sole path forward, undoubtedly the correct direction. Informing Harry, they exerted every ounce of strength to shift the massive paw aside. Their faces flushed with exertion, and just as they were on the brink of collapse, they finally managed to move the paw from the trapdoor. However, Fluffy stirred, and the harp abruptly ceased its enchanting melody. With bleary eyes, Fluffy caught sight of the two small figures below him and erupted into a frenzy of barking, nearly scaring the wits out of Harry and Ron. In a rush, they flung open the trapdoor, peering into the abyss below, their throats dry with trepidation. There was no turning back. They had to jump. Harry. Ron's visage was marked by a profound sense of tragedy, and even Lu Wei could not bear to witness it any longer. With a swift swipe, he struck both of them, and in the moment Ron plummeted, he was horrified to discover that the music box he had set aside was crushed beneath Lu Wei's claw. No. Ron's anguished scream faded away, swallowed by the active door, leaving it uncertain whether his heart was more laden with fear or sorrow. They fell, endlessly descending. And just as they believed they were destined to become mere remnants of Harry and Ron, they landed. Oh, what a soft landing. Harry's heart, which had been gripped by dread, finally relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Ron beside him. However, the latter's face was a mask of despair. His eyes vacant, murmuring softly, the music box, my music box. Yet soon, both of them sensed something amiss. The dark, soft, slick entities beneath them began to move, gradually entwining around their bodies. Ron swiftly shook off his sorrow over the music box, screaming in terror, what is this? It's tightening around us. Harry mirrored his panic, and they both struggled valiantly, amidst the eerie sounds echoing in the space, uttering phrases like no, not there, not there. Before long, their cries for help were swallowed by the black tendrils. Harry and Ron, ensnared by the devil's vine, gasped for breath before succumbing to unconsciousness. Their fate sealed before they could even triumph. But alas, they were not yet dead. Professor Sprout was not so cruel. This devil's vine was far more sensitive than the ordinary kind. As soon as it sensed the two unfortunate souls had fainted, it ceased its constriction, gradually loosening its grasp, allowing Harry and Ron's limp bodies to slide out of its range, albeit still gravely injured on the ground. Where is he? That boy who miraculously survives. Does he need this long for such simple trials? Voldemort fumed, his patience wearing thin, his body on the verge of collapse. He resolved to seize Harry Potter directly. Swiftly traversing the trials, he returned to the initial starting point, only to be met with an exasperating sight. Harry lay sprawled on the ground alongside another boy, and Voldemort instantly recognized the plight they had endured. Even for someone as cold-blooded as Voldemort, he could not suppress the twitch at the corners of his mouth. Was this the fool who had once brought about my demise? I refuse to accept this, you wretch. With a scowl, he kicked Ron aside and, with a stream of clear water, revived Harry. Harry groggily opened his eyes to see a figure in a black robe pouring water towards him, and fury ignited within him. Snape, if you wish to kill me, then do so, but you shall not insult me in such a manner, Harry exclaimed in anguish. Already mortified by being rendered unconscious by that thing, and now facing such disgrace, he felt an urge towards self-destruction. With a glare directed at the figure before him, he was taken aback. The person before him was not Snape. But who was this figure with a serpentine face? Half of a body missing. Who are you? Harry abruptly rose to his feet. But his swift ascent caused a momentary lack of blood flow to his brain, leading him to collapse once more to the ground. You ought to know, young Potter. I am Voldemort. The Dark Lord, no longer inclined to toy with Harry, advanced upon him with lethal intent, eager to end the confrontation without delay. Upon hearing Voldemort's name, Harry's mind faltered. What is happening? How could it be Voldemort? Where is Snape? I have a significant connection to Snape. Harry was so stunned that he could scarcely react to Voldemort's outstretched hand. By the time he comprehended the danger, it was already too late. Terror gripped him as he felt Voldemort's hand clasp around his throat. In despair, he shut his eyes, sensing that his life was drawing to a close. As the chilling sensation enveloped his neck, accompanied by a horrific scream, Harry could not resist opening his eyes. He beheld Voldemort, his own hand trembling in horror as he stared at the palm that had just reached for Harry. It was covered in blisters, as if it had been burned. Chapter 61, Soul Magic. What on earth is happening? Both Harry, touching his neck, and Voldemort, examining his arm, were consumed by confusion. Voldemort was incensed. Why could he not touch Harry Potter? What hidden secret did the boy possess? He instinctively believed this to be a contingency left by Dumbledore upon Harry. The Dark Lord's expression turned cold. After all these years, he still loathed that insufferable old man. Still scheming against me, still guarding against me. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. Who, indeed, is the true Voldemort? How infuriating. Meanwhile, Harry looked at his own arm with astonishment, since Voldemort seemed unaware of the reason he could not touch him. This was indeed fortuitous. I can exploit this weakness to defeat him. In that moment, with Voldemort pressing down on Harry to prevent his escape, Harry grasped the current situation and turned to Voldemort with a wicked smile. A chill ran down Voldemort's spine as goosebumps erupted on his remaining hand. An ominous premonition struck him. It was impossible to cast the killing curse on this entity. The memory of his previous agony at the hands of the curse lingered vividly in his mind. Contorting his face, Voldemort withdrew a crowbar, poised to strike Harry down. The Philosopher's Stone was likely beyond his reach, but even so, he intended for the boy to perish. However, it was already too late. Harry's wicked little hand had firmly grasped Voldemort's serpentine face. Humph, humph, humph. Aya! Voldemort emitted an unintelligible scream of agony as his crowbar clattered to the ground. He extended a trembling hand to shield his face, now also blistered. This only exhilarated Harry further. It seemed to be a grand opportunity to vanquish Voldemort. With a sudden motion, Voldemort kicked out at Harry, landing a painful blow to his abdomen that contorted Harry's face in agony. Yet, he bore the pain, seized Voldemort's leg, lifted his trousers, and gripped his ankle with determination. Harry endured the torment within his abdomen, and deep within, the fury and resentment towards Voldemort erupted. Twisting his face into a grotesque grin, call out. The more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. It was challenging to discern who truly embodied the Dark Lord. Voldemort exclaimed in despair. No, who is the true villain here? The agony radiating from his feet swiftly washed away the sarcasm in his mind. Voldemort shrieked, yearning to grasp the crowbar that had tumbled to the side. However, he was horrified to discover that his shattered body was succumbing to an inexplicable force emanating from Harry, rendering him immobile, with blood gushing from his mangled chest. As Harry began to ascend along his trousers, a fierce expression etched upon his face. Seemingly intent on thrusting his hand into Voldemort's mouth, the Dark Lord could no longer contain himself. The fragments of his soul, coupled with the terror of impending death, severed the thread of reason in his mind. Using the last vestiges of strength in his body, he braced himself against the floor, contorting in fear, his head thrown back as he screamed, "Do not come near me." At last, Harry's hand grasped Voldemort's head tightly, holding on for dear life. After a tense few seconds, Voldemort resolved to relinquish this body. How degrading it was for the illustrious Dark Lord to be bested by such a wretched boy, and in such a farcical manner at that. Unable to tolerate further humiliation, Voldemort summoned every ounce of strength left in his body, launching a kick that sent Harry crashing against the wall, unconscious. Meanwhile, Quirrell's body had completely lost its vitality. After a moment, a wisp of black smoke ascended from Quirrell's lifeless form, coalescing into the visage of Voldemort, who cast a resentful glare at the unconscious Harry. However, as a mere fragment of a soul, he was powerless to act, unable even to spit. Consumed by hatred, he rushed towards the exit of the trapdoor. If he did not leave now, when would he? In this state, as a residual soul, due to the nature of his Horcrux, his fragmented essence was in a pitiable condition, even inferior to that of an ordinary specter. Just as he was about to reach the trapdoor, he noticed that it had been lifted, revealing two small heads, thoroughly concealed. Glen and Hermione, having conjured numerous instruments with a transfiguration spell, set them to play a gentle lullaby. As Lewis listened to the melodious tunes surrounding him, he remained utterly still, remarking, "This is hilarious. I can't wake up at all." The two had been eavesdropping for quite some time, as the battleground between Harry and Voldemort lay directly below the trapdoor, and they could hear everything clearly. With Glen possessing the insight of that particular spell and Hermione activating sensory sharing, they experienced the unfolding events below as if watching a movie, nearly missing popcorn and soda. Why did it seem as though Voldemort was perpetually at a disadvantage? Hermione's initial apprehension gradually transformed into a complex expression for the sounds they heard and the scenes they witnessed, aside from the initial exchange between Harry and Voldemort, were reduced to the anguished cries of Voldemort, inexplicably wounded by Harry and his disheveled form. Dumbledore had previously mentioned that Harry bore an ancient spell of love, cast by his mother in her final moments. Glen speculated that this was the sole explanation, seemingly devoid of any alternative rationale. As they conversed while watching the film, both discerned Voldemort's weariness. Harry had merely received a kick and was far from defeat. Eventually, they witnessed Voldemort kick Harry aside, only to collapse himself. Moments later, a plume of black mist surged upward, bringing with it an icy chill. The young girl gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "What is that?" Glen, having anticipated this, calmly addressed her concern. "It is Voldemort's lingering soul." He then instructed, "Hermione, remain vigilant and be prepared to flee. I intend to confront his residual essence." The girl swiftly regained her composure, nodding solemnly. They had already devised a plan for dealing with Voldemort during the film. She was to open the trapdoor under Glen's direction. The incantation Glen held began to gather potency, the tip of his pale wand exuding tendrils of dark luminescence. His relentless study of soul magic had culminated in the creation of a spell capable of influencing the soul. Though inherently unstable, the chaotic formation of magical circuits was a necessary aspect of a spell designed to inflict harm and negative repercussions upon the soul. Through Glen's heightened perception, Voldemort's residual essence drew ever closer to the trapdoor. Glen recognized that the moment had arrived. "Hermione," he whispered. "Okay," she responded, forcefully lifting the trapdoor. What met their gaze was the somewhat bewildered visage of Voldemort's lingering soul. Glen unleashed his spell, Soulquake. If the Heartache Curse tormented the soul and the Death Curse annihilated it, then the spell he had crafted, Soulquake, was intended to reverberate through the essence itself. A dark beam violently penetrated Voldemort's residual soul, which instantly felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, trembling violently. From Voldemort's perspective, his vision blurred, and the agony emanating from his soul compelled him to emit a piercing shriek. Who dares to ambush the great Dark Lord? Voldemort's impotent fury surged. He was merely a remnant of a soul, incapable of retaliation. Moreover, these two individuals were enshrouded in layers upon layers of concealed identities, bound by various enchantments so tightly that, in his weakened state, he could not discern the identity of his assailant. He could not linger any longer. Voldemort felt his soul sustain yet another injury, as the assailant, who had cast a spell unknown even to him, now gathered a surge of dark energy upon their wand. Voldemort's lingering soul roared, shattering the locked wooden door that Glen and Hermione had hastily closed, vanishing into the depths of the dark corridor. Glen calmly dispelled the stunning spell, fully aware that a second casting would undoubtedly fail to strike Voldemort, who had grown wary. "Is that all?" he mused, shaking his head. Clearly, the situation was not as perilous as Hermione had envisioned. He is gravely injured and in a fragmented state. This does not reflect Voldemort's true power. Otherwise, we would be in grave danger. Our current strength is still insufficient. We must remain vigilant. He affectionately patted the young girl's head. "I know," Hermione replied, shaking her head and attempting to shake off Glen's hand. Observing her reaction, Glen withdrew his hand. They maintained their guard for a while, wary of Voldemort's potential return. After confirming that his presence had dissipated within Hogwarts, Glen signaled to the young girl to lower her guard. Since the threat had abated, it was time to retrieve Harry and Ron. "Hermione, wait for me above. I will go down and bring Harry and Ron up," Glen instructed her. "Don't you need my help? Surely it's safe down there now?" The young girl tilted her head adorably, puzzled. For some reason, I feel reluctant for them to encounter you, Glen admitted after a moment of silence, honestly expressing his thoughts. Oh, Hermione said with a knowing expression, drawing out the sound, her face lighting up with happiness. Well, all right then. But take this as a token of my appreciation and encouragement. The young girl planted a cheerful kiss on Glen's cheek. Glen touched his face, lost in thought, and nodded at Hermione before leaping down from the movable door. Hermione sat on the ground, a blissful smile gracing her face. Wonderful. Glen is feeling jealous. Is my wooden boy finally awakening? As Glen descended rapidly, a warm sensation enveloped him, banishing the chill that Voldemort had instilled in him moments earlier. He cast a cushioning charm upon himself, gradually slowing his descent. As he neared the ground, Glen spotted a tangle of dark devil's snare beneath him. He lightly tapped the wall with his toes, propelling himself aside and successfully avoiding the treacherous vines below. Rolling upon landing, Glen regained his footing, attuning himself to the surroundings and sensing Harry slumped against the wall and Ron at his feet. Without hesitation, Glen swiftly uttered the incantation. Chapter 62. Task completed. He levitated the unconscious duo back to the surface. Hermione looked exasperatedly at Harry and Ron, floating in midair, and couldn't help but groan. Should I commend their bravery or scold their recklessness? They truly came to this place despite Professor Dumbledore's warnings. Glen shook his head, opting for silence. Let us depart. Professor McGonagall's instructions have been fulfilled, and it is late, Glen said to Hermione, who nodded in agreement. Together, they exited through the shattered wooden door, carrying the floating forms of Harry and Ron. As Glen and Hermione engaged in a conversation regarding the recent events, they ascended to the 8th floor, preparing to make their way to the Gryffindor common room. I believe it would be best to escort the injured to the infirmary, a gentle voice resonated from behind. The young girl, evidently startled, recognized the owner of the voice all too well. Hermione mechanically turned around, slightly retreating behind Glen, her face adorned with a stiff smile. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore, she greeted the esteemed figure before her. The elderly gentleman's azure eyes glimmered with amusement as he observed Glen, Hermione, and the floating forms of Harry and Ron. His tone was teasing. It is not late. In fact, it is quite early. One should be saying good morning. Hermione, feeling awkward, tightened her robe and promptly apologized, recounting the events that led them to be out at night. I'm sorry, Professor. We were compelled to venture out for Professor McGonagall's assignment. Might we only have points deducted from Harry and Ron? She swiftly narrated their encounter with Neville, the revelation of McGonagall's task, and their search for the two foolish lions in the corridor on the 4th floor, culminating in an encounter with a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Hermione spoke rapidly, offering yet another apology. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Dumbledore's warm smile broadened. Do not fret, I shall not deduct points from any of you. Furthermore, I intend to award you points as a commendation for your valiant courage. Rest assured, I shall feign ignorance regarding tonight's escapade. He winked, his wise blue gaze sparkling. Leave Harry and Ron to me. I shall escort them to the infirmary. You may return to rest, and there is no need for you to worry about anything else. Dumbledore continued. Glen nodded, allowing Harry and Ron to float beside Dumbledore, who took control of their movements. Once Dumbledore, along with the two boys, vanished from Hermione's sight. She exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over her as she patted her chest. I knew Professor Dumbledore would not be so rigid. It is truly wonderful that he has not deducted our points. Hermione felt a surge of happiness, reflecting that had they encountered Professor Snape instead, they would have been doomed. Snape would undoubtedly ignore Glen and deduct 100 points from each of the two boys. As for her own fate, it would depend on Snape's mood that day. Glen, indifferent to the matter of points, felt little affiliation with Slytherin. After escorting Hermione to the entrance of her dormitory, he gently placed a calming charm upon her. The young girl, still maturing in her understanding, could be affected by the events of the night, and he wished to spare her from any nightmares. Hermione, puzzled, inquired about his actions, to which Glen expressed his concerns. She touched the spot where he had cast the charm, playfully retorting, I am not a child. I won't have nightmares. With no one around, she embraced Glen tightly. See you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. It was only after Hermione entered her dormitory that Glen departed. Upon exiting the Gryffindor common room, as anticipated, Dumbledore had indeed returned to the 8th floor, standing at the entrance, clearly waiting for Glen. Glen nodded at him, and Dumbledore smiled in return. Thank you for your efforts this evening. The two children are largely unharmed. The task has been completed. When will the payment for your commission be made? Glen inquired calmly, showing little concern for Harry and the Weasley boys' well-being. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. Dumbledore replied helplessly, pondering why Glen, of all people, would exhibit such an interest in monetary matters. Could it be that he had misjudged Glen, believing him to be a miser? This was not the case. As an assassin, it was entirely reasonable for him to expect compensation upon the completion of a task. Glen was merely adhering to the established protocol. He was not in need of funds. Aside from the potions he had sold, Hermione possessed a philosopher's stone, which could turn base materials into gold, and it seemed he could spin galas without end. Noting Glen's continued aloof demeanor, Dumbledore, uncertain of his thoughts, shifted the conversation. What is your perspective on Voldemort's current state? Dumbledore was genuinely curious about this remarkable young wizard's insights. He was in a fragile state of being. Without a host, he posed no threat. Without hesitation, Glen articulated his thoughts. He sensed that Voldemort was indeed in a weakened condition that night, evidently suffering from a soul injury, exacerbated by Glen's use of the stunning spell, which effectively curtailed Voldemort's activities. Dumbledore regarded Glen with admiration. This young wizard was indeed extraordinary, capable of perceiving information at the level of the soul. Was it perhaps due to Glen's own remarkably high soul strength? Dumbledore was uncertain. The soul remained the most enigmatic aspect of existence, not only in the Muggle world but in the wizarding realm as well. Although Hogwarts housed many ghosts, the understanding of souls remained incomplete, for the soul is the most vital part of a life, sacred and inviolable, and no one dared to study it deeply. As Dumbledore pondered this, his gaze grew cold. Through his discreet observations today, he had confirmed that Voldemort had employed a method to evade death, Horcruxes. This was the most malevolent of practices, necessitating the murder of others as a precondition for its creation. To ensure the immortality of one's soul via Horcruxes, one must first fracture a portion of their own soul, and, through a nefarious ritual, sacrifice the souls of others at the moment of their demise as a price to merge the severed soul into an object or being designated as a Horcrux. The creation of a Horcrux represents the countless innocent souls extinguished in its wake. This was an abominable act. Once a Horcrux is created and properly preserved, as long as the fragmented soul remains intact, if the original body suffers a fatal blow, the creator of the Horcrux will not perish. For a part of their soul resides within the Horcrux, impervious to destruction. However, is this truly immortality? No. The soul is inherently meant to remain intact. Its fragmentation constitutes an act of profound defiance against nature. Consequently, even dark wizards, aware of such a method, are reluctant to create Horcruxes, preferring instead to embrace death without hesitation. Once a soul is divided, it becomes exceedingly unstable. Although the fragments are interconnected, their consciousness remains isolated. Even if a fragment is destroyed, the original and the remaining pieces remain oblivious to the loss. In that case, can one still regard it as an individual, a singular soul? Contemplating this, Dumbledore's spirits plummeted. That exceptionally gifted wizard had ultimately strayed onto a dark path. Now, before him stood another prodigious wizard. Would he too venture down a similar road? Amused by his own musings, Dumbledore dismissed the notion. It was inconceivable. Not to mention the young lad seemed utterly indifferent to matters outside of those he held dear. Even if Glen contemplated straying into darkness, Hermione would surely rouse him from such folly. His mood lifted once more. He resolved to treat himself to a little extra indulgence today. Very well. I shall refrain from further inquiries. Do return to your rest, Glen, Dumbledore said, patting Glen's shoulder with a smile. Glen, having observed Dumbledore's myriad expressions, felt akin to a spectator at a theatrical performance, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Yet, he paid it no mind. Nodding in acknowledgement, he descended the stairs. His thoughts solely focused on one matter. The Forbidden Forest was once again secure, and he could resume his combat training. Giant spiders, trolls, and other perilous creatures awaited him. I am coming, he thought, barely able to contain his excitement. Never mind, I shall go now. Within the depths of the Forbidden Forest, amidst the territory of the Acromantula, the spiders were diligently preoccupied. Through their unwavering efforts, the population of Acromantula was steadily increasing, nearing the levels seen 6 months prior, much to the relief of their leader, Aragog. He had nearly reached retirement when, inexplicably, a troubling phenomenon emerged within their ranks. Members of his clan were mysteriously vanishing each night at an escalating pace, instilling a sense of dread among the spider denizens. Fortunately, after a prolonged period of dwindling numbers, this bizarre and terrifying occurrence abruptly ceased one fateful night, alleviating some of Aragog's burdens. He promptly instructed his kin to intensify their breeding efforts, swiftly expanding their territory and enhancing their defenses to recover from the losses incurred. All seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction, and Aragog finally envisioned a return to his well-deserved retirement. If only I can maintain this tranquil existence for a while longer, I shall retire, he mused, unaware that he had become akin to an aging general on a stage, adorned with flags. That night, he reclined leisurely beneath the moonlight, reveling in the gentle caress of the evening breeze. However, Voldemort's retreat was destined to shatter the serene routine of the Forbidden Forest. In the distance, a chilling scream from an Acromantula shattered Aragog's dreams of retirement. The population of the eight-eyed giant spider has been successfully controlled, allowing Glen's inner desire for slaughter to finally be unleashed. Bathed in moonlight, with a dagger gleaming in his hand, he stands amidst a pool of blood, smiling contentedly. Chapter 63, Exposed. Having successfully exhausted the murderous impulses he had long suppressed in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Glen emerged from his meditation, feeling invigorated as dawn approached. The recent urgency and the need to suppress his instincts due to Voldemort's presence had transformed into a palpable tension that he slowly expelled from his mouth. Sitting up in bed, Glen swiftly roused Draco with a sharp slap. The latter instinctively jolted awake, still drowsy, yet his body had automatically assumed a defensive posture. Do not misunderstand. This was a request from the little dragon himself. He had resolved to abandon his lazy habits and was determined to secretly outpace Neville. Though they were friends, both boys secretly vied with one another, each striving to outdo the other. Particularly Neville, who had been a complete pushover before training with Glen, constantly bullied by the Slytherin wizards led by Draco. Now, after training with Glen, Neville had developed enough prowess in hand-to-hand combat to take on two Dracos. Though he still lagged behind in spellcasting. Aware of his limited talent, Neville decided to double his efforts to surpass Draco, aiming to prove his worth through sheer determination and seek revenge for the bullying he had endured. Glen had heard from Hermione that Neville had already begun to train in secret, making the most of his free time by practicing spells in empty classrooms or working on his physical fitness. There's a formidable competitor in the classroom, no joke. This dynamic duo, one endowed with exceptional talent, the other relentlessly hardworking, piqued Hermione's curiosity about who might ultimately prevail. Glen remained unconcerned. Strength is always insufficient. The mutual motivation between Neville and Draco would benefit them both, enabling them to contribute in the future against Voldemort. Competition serves as the finest impetus, regardless of their ambitions. The training in the Forbidden Forest must resume every other day. Upon Glen's announcement, both Neville and Draco instinctively slackened, their previously healthy complexions paling. They would rather endure a few-fold increase in daily training than venture into the Forbidden Forest. At least training at Hogwarts only subjected them to physical strain, while the Forbidden Forest inflicted both physical and mental torment, a much graver ordeal. A moment of carelessness could lead to severe injuries. Fractures and punctures were commonplace. They had experienced broken limbs on several occasions, though they ultimately recovered completely thanks to Glen's potions. Nevertheless, the physical and emotional scars they bore were indelible. In their quest to outshine each other and survive the increasingly perilous training in the Forbidden Forest, Neville and Draco's dedication to study and practice was rapidly approaching Hermione's level. Indeed, the young girl continues to maintain her superiority over them. In terms of diligence and learning, perhaps only Percy Weasley from the Weasley family and Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw could be compared to Hermione within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Glen pales in comparison to the young girl. Should they wish to surpass Hermione academically, a complete overhaul of their study methods would be advisable. In the realms of spellcasting and close combat, the private tutoring Glen offers Hermione is undoubtedly more effective than toiling in the Forbidden Forest. Not to mention, the young girl possesses an extensive reservoir of knowledge and a determination that rivals even Neville and Draco. Even though the two boys may have a natural physiological advantage that enhances their physical capabilities, this gap is rapidly being bridged by the ongoing enhancements to Hermione's bodily functions. Consequently, the two boys tacitly decided to exclude Hermione from their competitive endeavors. It was indeed an insurmountable challenge. After freshening up, Glen and Draco parted ways in the Great Hall. The latter intended to jog around the Black Lake, while Glen chose to seek out Hermione at the dining table. Upon arriving at the Gryffindor table, Glen perceptively sensed an atmosphere that was unusually exuberant. Even with the conclusion of the final examinations, a significant milestone in their academic year, it seemed excessive. Noticing the young girl beckoning him to sit down, Glen chose to overlook the peculiar ambience and approached her. Hardly had he settled into his seat when Hermione leaned closer to him and whispered. It seemed that the events of the previous night had inexplicably become common knowledge. The entire school appeared to be aware that Harry and Ron had confronted and defeated the thief attempting to steal the important items hidden by Dumbledore, as well as their own role in rescuing the two from beneath the trapdoor. Hermione glanced around and continued in a hushed tone. However, it seems that the identity of the thief as Voldemort has not been disclosed. I find this rather odd. Without the need for further elucidation from Hermione, Glen understood that they could not have been the source of this leak. At that moment, Neville arrived, and Hermione promptly inquired whether he had divulged any information. The latter looked bewildered. He was still unaware of what had transpired. Upon questioning, Neville learned the details of Harry, Ron, Glen, and Hermione's nocturnal escapade. Astonished and filled with admiration, he excitedly assured them that he had not revealed their nighttime adventure. Come on, how could I possibly disclose such a thing? You must understand, the four of us are good friends. If this news reached the professors, Gryffindor and Slytherin would lose a significant number of points. I could never betray my friends in such a self-destructive manner. Moreover, Glen and Hermione had ventured out at night to assist him, which further eliminated any possibility of Neville willingly sharing this information. Watching Neville animatedly explain himself and repeatedly emphasize his innocence, Hermione felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "All right, we believe you, Neville. No need to get so worked up," she said, raising her hands to calm him down. Observing that Neville still appeared somewhat flustered, with the corners of his eyes glistening, the young girl felt a twinge of concern. Was she truly that intimidating, to frighten Neville to such a degree? Only Harry and Ron remained among the concerned individuals. Hermione turned her gaze toward the Gryffindor long table, searching for the two, yet found them absent. Glen, noticing Hermione's unease, discerned her thoughts and remarked, "They must be in the infirmary now." Indeed, one had succumbed to shock from a devil's snare, while the other had suffered a severe blow to the head against the wall. It was a trying ordeal for them. Hermione's tone bore a hint of sarcasm. Their audacity was commendable, yet their recklessness was undeniable. No plans, no preparations. If only they had devoted themselves to their studies earnestly, they might have possessed at least a modicum of skill to navigate unforeseen circumstances. Yet, they seemed disinclined to engage in serious study. What mindset led them to act so impulsively? While courage merits recognition, their actions were ill-advised, Hermione concluded. The young girl struggled to comprehend. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate uniformly, and individual perspectives diverge. Glen maintained a neutral stance. Their choices were of no concern to him. However, due to Dumbledore's influence, he found himself entangled with the young girl, which felt unjust, despite having safely fulfilled Dumbledore's commission alongside Hermione. Moreover, Glen speculated that this incident had likely been leaked by Dumbledore himself, perhaps to bolster Harry's reputation. He found this quite agreeable. Glen bore no dissatisfaction with the situation. The narrative that circulated diminished his and Hermione's roles while accentuating Harry's valiant struggle, which suited him perfectly. To extricate himself and the young girl from the spotlight was indeed splendid. Allowing Harry to become the primary target of Voldemort would significantly enhance their safety. Glen calmly continued his breakfast, choosing not to dwell on the unfolding events any longer, preferring instead to observe Hermione. The young girl expressed some dissatisfaction with the inauthenticity of the tale, fully aware that aside from merely grasping Voldemort's face, Harry had contributed little. Yet, the story had evidently taken an unpredictable turn. For instance, tales of Harry battling the thief in a fierce duel of 300 rounds, ultimately vanquishing him, or of Harry and Ron effortlessly dismantling the thief's resolve and delivering him to Azkaban, were absurd exaggerations. Nonetheless, her complaints subsided quickly when her friends, having just awakened, seized her for interrogation at the Gryffindor long table. "I heard you heroically rescued the weary Harry and Ron during your midnight rendezvous with that Slytherin snake?" chirped one young witch. "Have you and Glen officially confirmed your relationship?" This question came from Lavender, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, evidently fixating on the peculiar aspect of the situation. Parvati elbowed her way past Lavender, eager to inquire further about the previous night's events, and grasped the blushing Hermione to prevent her escape, pressing on. "Did you see the thief's true face? Did you truly deliver him to Azkaban yourselves? What is it like inside? Terrifying?" Hermione found herself nearly overwhelmed by the inquisitive young witches, resembling a drowning kitten, baring her teeth and reaching out toward Glen for assistance. Glen nodded at the young girl, feigning ignorance of her body language, quietly making room for the boisterous girls. Hermione, enveloped by the circle of little witches, was engulfed in disbelief as she internally screamed in fury, "Glen, you traitor to the organization." Unmoved, Glen understood that the girl had a strong desire for attention. Sharing her adventures from the previous night would surely bring her joy. However, her dissatisfaction with the outlandish retelling of her tale had stifled her expression of this feeling. Yet, who was Glen? He knew her better than she knew herself. "Enjoy yourself, Hermione," he thought as he calmly savored his breakfast and made his way to the room of requirement. The long-stalled production of dueling badges was set to resume, and it was Glen's habit to complete tasks promptly. Before that, however, he needed to visit the headmaster's office for a discussion with Dumbledore. Chapter 64. The year-end feast approaches. Who will claim the House Cup? Ordinary and tranquil days continued for 3 days, during which Glen and Hermione indulged in a peaceful existence. Naturally, the young wizards yearning for stories, unable to locate Harry and Ron, sought out the two of them instead. After the initial excitement of discussing the events of that night with her friends had waned, Hermione grew weary of the persistent inquiries from the little wizards still eager for tales. She entrusted Crookshanks to her roommate and dragged Glen into hiding within the room of requirement. What could the two youngsters possibly do alone in the room of requirement? Certainly, they engaged in study and training. Following the trials of examinations and encounters with Voldemort, Hermione maintained her diligent and ambitious spirit, unaffected by these events. In the mornings, she absorbed the contents of books borrowed from the library. At noon, she and Glen would rest together. In the afternoons, they practiced dueling multiple times, and in the evenings, after dinner, they chose to stroll leisurely by the Black Lake. When curfew approached, it was impossible for the girl to remain close to Glen, and she had to return to her dormitory. Afterward, Glen awaited the arrival of Neville and Draco in the Great Hall. and the three of them set off to the Forbidden Forest for some relaxing activities. Ah, yes, indeed, Neville and Draco replied, for only Glen, the unconventional fellow, would hold such a belief. With the holidays approaching, Glen suspected that Neville and Draco would not train in the Forbidden Forest during the break. So he decided to intensify their practice over the next 3 days. The lion and the serpent waved their hands in alarm, expressing their reluctance and attempting to resist. However, resistance was futile in Glen's realm. Compliance was the only option he entertained. Consequently, after 3 days of relentless training, both Neville and Draco found themselves utterly exhausted, their bodies aching as if they were on the verge of collapse. Yet, they reaped substantial rewards, as they once again discovered the limits of their capabilities. Lying in their beds, silent tears slipped from the corners of their eyes. Such daily training to the brink of exhaustion was truly unnecessary. We simply cannot endure this. Fortunately, Glen's inhumane training regimen was nearing its conclusion. Aside from studying and training in the room of requirement with Hermione, and abandoning Neville and Draco to their own devices in the Forbidden Forest, Glen and Hermione encountered Hagrid during an evening stroll. Hagrid had evidently been searching for them for quite some time. Upon seeing the two, his rugged face fell, tears streamed down as he enveloped them in a tight embrace. Glen shielded Hermione, but he sensed that the gentle giant's emotional outburst did not compromise his strength. Hagrid remained the tender-hearted figure he always was, and Glen allowed him to hold them both. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hagrid lamented, "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I foolishly revealed the method to deal with Quirrell to that scoundrel. I swear, I shall never drink again. It's entirely my mistake. Not only did I nearly endanger Harry and Ron, but I also put you in harm's way, facing Voldemort." Hermione, nestled in Hagrid's embrace, gently reminded him, "Hagrid, it's Voldemort we're talking about." Hagrid seemed startled, his fear palpable as he stammered, "Oh, don't mention that name. He knows someone is discussing him." Hermione patted Hagrid's arm reassuringly. "It's all right, Hagrid. What can he do if he knows? And this situation is not your fault. If Voldemort truly wished to steal the Philosopher's Stone, even if you hadn't divulged the method, he might have attempted to storm Hogwarts, which would have led to even greater calamity." Hagrid halted his sobbing, staring blankly as he questioned, "Is that really so?" "Of course," the young girl replied, her gaze shifting slightly to the side, a hint of guilt evident. "Ah, tonight is so very enchanting, and the scenery here is truly breathtaking." Clearly, Hermione was attempting to alleviate Hagrid's burdensome guilt. After all, it was never his intention to leak such information. He simply had a tendency to speak too freely. Glen, on the other hand, pondered silently how to remedy Hagrid's symptoms, which had arisen from years of consuming Veritaserum. Yes, he still found this notion plausible. Hagrid was no ordinary individual, and it was understandable that his constitution might differ from the norm. This predicament, born of a secret's revelation leading to danger for him and Hermione, needed to be addressed swiftly. Yet, why did Hagrid persist in consuming Veritaserum? Glen was perplexed. This enigma might remain buried in his mind for many years to come. With Hermione's constant reassurances, Hagrid eventually ceased his weeping, mustering a strained smile. "Oh, thank you, Hermione. You still find the strength to comfort me. You truly are a lovely and considerate young witch." Indeed, Glen, who had been lost in thought about Hagrid, unconsciously agreed, his endorsement escaping his lips before he even realized it. Hagrid, oblivious to the exchange, failed to catch the words, but the petite girl beside Glen heard them distinctly. Hermione's cheeks gradually flushed, a delightful mix of joy and shyness. Yet, cloaked in the cover of night, no one noticed her embarrassment. Her hands were constrained by Hagrid's embrace, leaving her with no choice but to bash her little head against Glen in a fit of flustered annoyance, though it was undeniably feeble. Glen, puzzled, wondered why Hermione was leaning towards him. Typically, such behavior from the young girl hinted at something more. Contemplating this, Glen turned and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Hermione. The subtle touch broke through her defenses, rendering her dizzy and immobile. Glen nodded to himself, recognizing the efficacy of his action. Meanwhile, Hagrid continued to chatter away, while Glen pondered solutions to Hagrid's predicament, and Hermione succumbed to her state of dizziness. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, making the scene rather amusing. As the tranquil and entertaining days passed, the long-anticipated day of the year-end feast arrived. On this significant occasion, the champion of the House Cup, a competition that had stretched on for nearly a year, was finally to be determined. Glen remained unperturbed, seated beside Hermione, oblivious to the envious glances of the Slytherins. Yet, the little snakes found themselves powerless, as they had crossed Glen since the beginning of the term. Although Glen had not pursued the matter further, everyone was captivated by the young wizard's prowess and appearance, but he simply preferred not to sit with them. What could they do about it? The Slytherin witches, and indeed a few of the wizards, seethed with resentment as they observed the interaction between Glen and Hermione in Gryffindor. Their frustration was palpable. They believed Glen had only been placed in the lion's den because of Hermione. It was truly a stroke of good fortune for that bushy-haired lioness. Hermione had grown accustomed to the envious gazes of the little snakes, maintaining her dignified demeanor with grace. If they wished to stare, let them, after all. Glen was not up for grabs. Such thoughts were futile, as the young wizards made their way to the great hall, filling their respective long tables. The Gryffindor students merely shrugged at Glen's continued presence, having grown accustomed to it. George Weasley and his brother Fred approached, eager to inquire about the events of that fateful night from Glen's perspective, only to be thwarted by the vigilant young girl. She eyed the two notorious pranksters warily, always suspecting their intentions. It seemed they were merely waiting for an opportune moment to engage in mischief. Moreover, Glen was a Slytherin wizard, which made her even more cautious about their potential schemes. Though they appeared harmless, who could be certain? The Weasley brothers felt uneasy under her protective gaze, offering sheepish smiles and raising their hands in a gesture of innocence. Their curiosity was genuine, despite having heard unfavorable opinions about Glen from their younger brother. They did not trust Ron's judgment. From their perspective, this visually impaired Slytherin was rather well-behaved. A small creature, dutifully remaining by Hermione's side each day, speaking scarcely and appearing quite pitiful. The Slytherin wizards found it utterly hilarious. As the number of attendees grew, the once quiet hall buzzed with excitement, particularly among the first-year wizards who were experiencing the year-end feast for the very first time. They eagerly anticipated the outcome of the House Cup. Although the current standings were quite clear, Slytherin had established a commanding lead over second-place Gryffindor, boasting a margin of over 100 points. Yet, amidst the evident disparity, a glimmer of hope lingered. Perhaps a miracle might unfold. Whoever might rise to challenge the formidable Slytherin, the time had come to end their reign. After all, when would the enormous Slytherin serpent banner, which had loomed over the main guest table for 7 consecutive years, finally be replaced? At that moment, two figures emerged, momentarily halting the clamorous chatter within the hall. It was Harry and Ron, who had been conspicuously absent over the past 3 days, just recently awakening from their slumber in the infirmary. The crowd erupted into a fervent cheer, particularly from the Gryffindors, who were jubilantly welcoming their heroes back. George and Fred even climbed atop the tables, exuberantly whistling in celebration. As Harry and Ron approached the Gryffindor table with stoic expressions, feigning ignorance to the warm reception they received, their lips betrayed them with the slightest hint of a smile. Clearly, they were aware that their heroic deeds had spread far and wide, having endured mistreatment from their relatives and feeling overlooked at home. The attention they now garnered was a welcome change, prompting them to slow their pace and relish the cheers. Gwen, noticing a young girl resting her chin on her hands while gazing at the two, quietly inquired, "Are you envious of them?" Hermione turned her gaze away and chuckled. Not really. Her demeanor had evidently matured significantly. Gwen gently tousled the girl's hair. Chapter 65. The champion. As Harry and Ron took their seats amidst the applause, they struggled to suppress their laughter, resulting in them frequently rubbing their sore faces. A group of young wizards, led by Neville, gathered around, eagerly bombarding them with questions about the events of the night. The adventures of their friends seemed to captivate them endlessly. Harry and Ron happily answered a myriad of inquiries, occasionally gesturing animatedly, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the younger wizards. Soon, their eyes fell upon Gwen and Hermione seated across the table. Harry tugged at Ron's sleeve, whispering something, and though Ron appeared reluctant, he eventually stood up alongside Harry. They approached Gwen and Hermione, where Harry paused, sincerely apologizing and expressing gratitude. "I'm sorry, Hermione. And you must be Gwen. We shouldn't have eavesdropped on your conversation with Hagrid." Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, he continued, "And Gwen, I think Ron and I misunderstood you. We thought you and Snape were the ones attempting to steal something from Professor Dumbledore, but that was not the case. Moreover, you saved us, and for that, we are truly sorry and immensely grateful." Harry's emerald eyes brimmed with sincerity. Although Glen was a Slytherin, his assistance warranted gratitude. The long-standing enmity between Gryffindor and Slytherin could be set aside for the moment. Each matter must be considered on its own merits. With that, he playfully nudged Ron, who hesitated, reluctant to witness Glen and Hermione together. "I apologize, we misunderstood you both," he murmured, stepping aside and falling silent. Glen, unfazed, chose not to respond, prompting Hermione to take the initiative. "Well, we've long since forgotten that incident. Our rescuing you was merely fortuitous, and it was Professor Dumbledore's timely arrival that you ought to thank. However, you must remember that such violations of school rules must never be repeated. Understand that if you had been discovered that day, Gryffindor would have faced consequences." Hermione's words flowed forth, her admonishments directed at the two boys. As she closed her eyes to recite the regulations, Harry and Ron's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily retreated to their seats. Glen gently touched Hermione's small hand, indicating that the two had made their escape. "TSK, these boys never learn," he thought. Was it not enough that they had faced such peril? Opening her eyes, Hermione realized that despite her lengthy discourse, the two mischievous boys had absorbed none of her wisdom. She had even altered her perception of them due to their expressions of gratitude and remorse. Truly, they are but two eternal children, she huffed, resting her chin on her hand in frustration. Turning to see Glen's face directly aligned with hers, she instantly understood his thoughts. Aren't you a child as well? I am nothing like them, Hermione retorted, feeling belittled, and playfully clawed at Glen. By the time Glen's attire was thoroughly disheveled, Dumbledore finally entered the Great Hall. He clapped his hands to garner silence, and the cacophony within gradually subsided. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore cheerfully announced, "Another year has passed. Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, I would like to trouble you all with the musings of an old man." He paused momentarily, then continued, "What a splendid year this has been. Your little minds must surely be enriched beyond measure. Ahead lies an entire summer, a time for you to digest all that you have learned, making room for new knowledge come next term." As he spoke, he produced a crumpled parchment from thin air and announced its contents. "Now, as I understand it, we must first conduct the presentation of the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. 2nd place, Gryffindor with 432 points. And 1st place, Slytherin with 532 points. A thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the Slytherin table. Steady now, steady. Slytherin reigns supreme for the 8th consecutive year. Thanks to Glen's encouragement, the young wizards of Slytherin have recently immersed themselves in a fervor for learning, accelerating their already swift accumulation of points. In previous years, during joint classes with Gryffindor, particularly in potions, it was primarily Hermione who shouldered the responsibility of scoring for Gryffindor. However, the tide has turned. The Slytherins have begun to engage actively in class, raising their hands to contribute, which has intensified the pressure on Hermione. Severus Snape, delighting in this newfound enthusiasm, has increased the frequency of his inquiries during potions, resulting in a rapid surge in Slytherin points. Meanwhile, Hermione's scoring pace has significantly slowed, leading to a stark contrast in the point standings, with Gryffindor trailing Slytherin by over 100 points. Hermione has indeed exerted herself tremendously, having previously monopolized the answers to nearly every question posed by their professors. Amidst the relentless deductions from a particularly mischievous younger student, she has persevered under pressure, rallying alongside several upperclassmen led by Percy to boost their scores. Coupled with Gryffindor's commendable performance in Quidditch this year, they have astonishingly propelled themselves past the perennial second-place Ravenclaw into the second position. The charming Badgers, however, continue to adopt their leisurely disposition, adhering to a principle of neither actively deducting points nor aggressively pursuing additional ones, resulting in a gradual but steady rise in their scores. Yet, it remains a mystery how Gryffindor has suddenly surged to second place, relegating Hufflepuff to 4th. This development has stirred the previously languid Badgers, who now seem to be gearing up for a resurgence in the following academic year. As for the Ravenclaw Eagles, they find it intolerable that the young Lions have claimed a higher rank, prompting a period of introspection and the immediate drafting of study plans for the upcoming term. Meanwhile, the underperformers from each house tremble, sensing an unusual tension in the air, though they remain unaware of the cause, shivering in their seats. In contrast, the high achievers are already ablaze with ambition. "Everyone has performed admirably," Dumbledore declared, raising his hand to call for silence among the Slytherins. "However, recent events must also be taken into account, and I have a final allocation of points to distribute." A hush fell over the hall, but the young wizards of Gryffindor appeared to have an inkling of what was to come, their expressions alight with anticipation. First up, Mr. Ron Weasley. Upon hearing his name, Ron's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe carrot, and he stood up, rigid with pride. Dumbledore continued, "He has demonstrated remarkable courage and a commendable regard for friendship. For this, I award Gryffindor 30 points." The Gryffindor students erupted in jubilant cheers, with the voices of the Weasley brothers, Percy, George, and Fred, ringing out the loudest. Percy proudly proclaimed to the other upperclassmen, "This is my brother, the youngest of us all. He helped Harry catch the thief." George and Fred chimed in, nearly leaping onto the table, prompting others to quickly restrain them. As the commotion finally subsided, Dumbledore continued, "The second award goes to Miss Hermione Granger for her composure and methodical approach in the rescue efforts. I hereby bestow an additional 20 points to Gryffindor." Hermione's friends erupted in joyous cheers, genuinely delighted for her, while Glen beside her clapped softly. The young girl was evidently pleased, astonished that despite merely assisting Glen, she had still garnered extra points. With her own success in mind, Hermione turned towards Glen. "The third award goes to Mr. Glen Hufflethorne," Dumbledore pronounced with evident emphasis, as if intending to underscore something, only to find Glen's attention already directed towards him, prompting a bemused smile. A few days prior, upon leaving Hermione amidst a throng of girls, Glen had visited the headmaster's office to articulate his request. "Are you suggesting I should assist you in diminishing the impact of your association with Hermione in this matter?" Dumbledore was taken aback, Yet upon reflecting on Glen's character, the reasoning became clear. Sensing Glen's determination, Dumbledore nodded with a wry smile. This child was remarkably astute. He had likely discerned Dumbledore's intentions. Interestingly, this aligned seamlessly with Glen's request, which Dumbledore knew he could not refuse. Vanity? He did not pursue it. Honor? He held it in little regard. Though Glen had incurred many galleons at Dumbledore's expense, the headmaster understood that it was merely an eccentricity, a matter of principle for him. What truly mattered to Glen was the safety of those around him. His objective in this endeavor was to minimize his and Hermione's visibility in the public eye. Fully aware of the adage that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, he recognized Dumbledore's intent to bolster Harry's standing and deftly maneuvered to obscure himself and Hermione. As Dumbledore's reminiscing concluded, he sighed, initially torn between awarding the House Cup to either Gryffindor or Slytherin. Now, however, his choice seemed made for him. His decisive nature and precise grasp of the situation warranted an additional 20 points for Slytherin. Ordinarily, Glen would have been the student receiving the most significant boost from this incident, but having made his request, Dumbledore had no choice but to acquiesce, allowing their scores to effectively cancel each other out. Instantly, the Slytherins erupted in cheers, their shouts of Glen's name echoing even louder than those of the Gryffindors just moments prior. Draco, disregarding all decorum, leapt onto the dining table, exuberantly waving his arms. Yet the young girl furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss with the scores. Surely, Professor Dumbledore must have erred. She felt compelled to rise and voice her doubts. She believed Glen deserved a far greater score. Beside her, Glen took her hand, gently reassuring her to remain silent. As she felt the warmth of his small hand, she gradually calmed, realizing that Glen evidently knew more than she did. She could simply inquire further later. Dumbledore's voice flowed seamlessly into the next announcement. The fourth award goes to Harry Potter. The auditorium fell into an immediate hush as the young serpents restrained their earlier excitement. Goyle and Crabbe pulled Draco down from the long table. Everyone held their breath, for they had learned through the tales circulating that Harry played a pivotal role in the recent theft. He had exhibited remarkable bravery and unparalleled courage, confronting the thief alone. Therefore, I shall reward Gryffindor with 60 points. The uproar that followed was deafening. Hermione hastily covered her ears, though she appeared equally exhilarated. Gryffindor was now merely 10 points behind Slytherin, and she knew there was still one individual who might receive additional points from Dumbledore. That individual was. Courage manifests in many forms, Dumbledore smiled. To confront an enemy requires extraordinary bravery, yet standing firm in one's convictions before friends also demands great courage. Moreover, to accept assistance from others at the right moment reflects wisdom. Thus, I shall award Mr. Neville Longbottom 20 points. Gryffindor surged ahead. They had overtaken Slytherin. The auditorium felt as though it might explode, with Gryffindor's cheers threatening to lift the very roof off. However, Neville was left bewildered. Why had he received 20 points when he had done nothing? Chapter 66. The End. Homeward bound. Gryffindor's total score surpassed that of Slytherin. This signified the interruption of Slytherin's 7-year reign over the House Cup. The Slytherin Dark Lord had indeed been vanquished. The cheers rose in waves. And aside from the little wizards of Slytherin, the other 3 houses erupted in jubilation. After 7 years of being suppressed, they were indifferent to which house claimed victory. They were simply elated that Slytherin's winning streak had been broken. This is impossible. I refuse to accept it. Draco clutched his face with both hands, revealing a look of sheer terror. The young serpents, after enduring an unbelievable shock, erupted in rage. Their cheers had been thunderous when Glen scored for them, and now their curses matched that volume. This is a conspiracy. How can there be an absurdity of adding 130 points at the end of the term? Draco's voice was hoarse from shouting, his eyes bloodshot and filled with resentment. What nonsense is this? Our entire year's effort culminated in this outcome. Our hard work has been so callously usurped. The young serpents were deeply distressed, clearly dissatisfied with the result. Dumbledore raised his hand for silence. But even his shouts elicited no response from the Slytherin wizards. Though he expected a significant reaction from them, the intensity of their response was beyond his anticipation. It must be you who has stirred them, Glen. The dissatisfaction of the young serpents stemmed from the provocation of Glen. Everyone had put forth their utmost effort this semester, striving for true strength. The outcome felt like a denial of their hard work, a reality they could scarcely endure. A fleeting glimmer of guilt crossed Dumbledore's eyes as he cast a pleading glance towards Snape, who was visibly agitated, his lips twitching in disbelief. You old fool, brazenly cheating to assist Gryffindor in snatching away the championship from my house, and now you expect me to pacify them? Your audacity knows no bounds. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his inner discontent, wrapped his fingers upon the table before him, and surveyed each young Slytherin wizard with a piercing gaze. Silence. Indeed, the authoritative presence of their own headmaster proved formidable. The Slytherin table fell into an immediate hush, Snape's icy aura permeating the entire hall, causing a nearby girl beside Glen to instinctively rub her arms for warmth. Professor Snape's demeanor remains as terrifying as ever, Hermione remarked, sticking out her tongue in jest. Seeing that his house had quieted, Snape nodded in satisfaction, fixing them with a steady gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. This year, the championship cup has been taken from us, ultimately due to your insufficient efforts. He narrowed his eyes at the Slytherin students who dared not voice their anger. Sneering as he continued, next year, prove to me who the true champions are. The Slytherin wizards detected the underlying dissatisfaction in their headmaster's words, a discontent directed at Dumbledore's misconduct, but also an encouragement directed towards them. Instantly, their spirits soared. The past could not be altered, but the future was still theirs to shape. If the headmaster had openly aided Gryffindor's deceit, then they would demonstrate their true prowess next year, shattering Gryffindor's hollow glories. Yes, with Draco leading the charge. The Slytherins could not contain their fervor, rising in unison to roar their response to Snape. Their collective zeal surged, palpable enough to intimidate the other three houses into retreating slightly. What on earth had transpired within this den of serpents? The first-year wizards, still new to Hogwarts, were perhaps oblivious, yet the upperclassmen from the other houses acutely felt the shift in Slytherin's demeanor. If the former Slytherin was akin to a snake incessantly menacing its surroundings, baring its fangs, the current Slytherin was a serpent that had concealed its brilliance, lurking in the shadows, amassing strength. While it no longer exuded the same arrogance, its aura had become far more perilous. After responding to Snape, the young serpents quietly returned to their seats, observing that the situation had finally been subdued. Dumbledore cleared his throat twice and resumed his interrupted remarks. Given the outcome, it signifies that we must make some slight alterations to our decor here. With a clap of his hands, the green streamers transformed into a vivid red, and the silver became gold. The Grand Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Snape let out a low huff and turned away, shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, his countenance betraying his displeasure. Professor McGonagall's cheeks were slightly flushed, yet she could not resist the emergence of a faint smile. Although the victory felt somewhat inexplicable, Gryffindor had indeed claimed the house cup. The old cat lady appeared tranquil on the surface, but internally, she was elated. Next came the time for all to revel in the feast. This evening, the long table of Gryffindor was particularly lively, with every face radiating joy. Percy, the head boy, was especially jubilant. For Gryffindor's triumph in the house cup bore significant advantages for him. It was possible that he might even be elected as the president of the male student council. Hermione, too, was filled with happiness, as her house had clinched the championship. Upon hearing Glen express his indifference towards the House Cup's outcome and Slytherin's defeat, she felt reassured and began to relish the joyous atmosphere, for this was also a validation of her efforts. Moreover, she learned from Glen that it was his own request to Dumbledore to diminish his presence alongside hers for the sake of safety. Otherwise, it seemed to her that Glen was the one who truly deserved the highest marks. The young girl felt a sense of pride, apart from Glen. Which other young wizard could pose a threat to Voldemort? Harry did not count, as he likely had no understanding of how it had happened. Glen, oblivious to his surroundings, enjoyed dinner amidst the jubilant Gryffindor lions, feeling quite content. If Hermione was happy, then so was he. The banquet continued for an extended period, only concluding when the last young wizard could no longer fit any more sweets into his mouth. Hermione had eaten to her heart's content. Initially inspired by others indulging in a feast, but since Glen had advised her not to overeat in the evening, she decided to heed his counsel. A post-dinner stroll was inevitable. Besides Glen and Hermione, many young wizards shared this sentiment, although most, like the two, paired off. Hermione, with an inquisitive expression, pointed to a short distance away, where Gryffindor's head boy was holding hands with the Ravenclaw head girl, Penelope Clearwater, as they strolled together. I knew Percy had been acting strangely lately. It turns out he has a girlfriend. The young girl appeared enlightened, as the enigma that had puzzled many Gryffindor students was finally unveiled. Glen, however, was indifferent to such gossip. Rather, Hermione noticed that she and Glen were also holding hands, akin to Percy and Penelope. She felt her cheeks flush, yet her small hand did not waver. Would Glen wish for me to be his girlfriend? The girl pondered with a glimmer of hope. Glen remained oblivious to Hermione's thoughts, fully immersed in the pleasure of walking by the Black Lake with her. Their minds were occupied with different thoughts, yet hand in hand, they leisurely savored the tranquility of the night. A day or two later, the moment Hermione had eagerly anticipated arrived. Their exam results were officially released. At the dining table, Hermione eagerly tore open the letter dropped by the owl, which contained her report card. Hooray, I am first. Hermione swiftly scanned the parchment in her hand, quietly cheering as she thrust it toward Glen's face. She achieved the top rank in her grade with a flawless score across all subjects. Glen, however, felt a tinge of regret. He lost points on a subjective question pertaining to humanities in the written examination of magical history. Despite his efforts, he struggled to grasp the nuances of that particular content in the textbook. Consequently, He narrowly fell short to Hermione by just a few points, securing the second position in the grade. The young girl appeared quite elated, having not forgotten the wager she made with Glen, and she began to ponder what she would require him to do in return. Hermione was already lost in a flurry of delightful thoughts. Soon after, Neville and Draco approached the duo to share their results. Upon hearing that Glen and Hermione claimed the second and first places respectively, neither was surprised. It would have been astonishing had they not achieved such results. These two were anything but ordinary. Their own performances were commendable as well, both making it into the top 10 of their grade, while the remaining spots were occupied by the bright eagles of Ravenclaw. This alone brought them considerable joy, especially considering how much time they had dedicated to training. They had barely managed to keep up with their studies, yet their results were outstanding. Draco was particularly pleased, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to share this joyous news with his parents. At this juncture, Draco extended an invitation to Glen, Hermione, and Neville to visit his home during the summer break, but the invitation was politely declined. Glen and Hermione were set to travel to the Dragon Kingdom to find their parents, while Neville mentioned he would be at St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries to care for his own. This disappointed little Draco, yet he understood that everyone had their own commitments. With the topic of returning home at hand, Glen took the opportunity to outline the training schedule for both Neville and Draco during the holidays. Their faces instantly paled, as the elation from their impressive results evaporated in an instant. How could this be? Chapter 67, Preparations Before Departure. Neville and Draco walked away in a daze. Even as their friends congratulated them on their excellent results, they struggled to maintain a facade of joy, unable to muster any genuine smiles. While they could not smile, they certainly felt like howling in despair. They never anticipated that their vacation would entail training. Each stared down at the parchment filled with Glen's meticulously detailed training plan. Concerned they might forget, Glen had thoughtfully prepared a schedule for each of them. How considerate. Yet, it was a painful reminder. Glen, how could you be so thoughtful? We are still just children. The two of them, who had envisioned a leisurely summer, found their dreams shattered. Neville fared slightly better, as he understood the necessity of helping his grandmother care for his parents, resulting in a lighter schedule. Draco, however, scrutinized the plan in his hands, his legs trembling. What kind of inhumane arrangement was this? Excluding essential daily activities, they were left with merely 2 hours of free time, with training sessions scheduled in the morning, afternoon, and evening. The disparity in emotions was overwhelming. Draco felt a darkness envelop him before collapsing. Beside him, Goyle and Crabbe hurriedly caught him. "Boss, are you all right? Quickly, take him to the infirmary." One of them grasped an arm while the other supported him, and together they rushed towards the medical facility. Glen, however, was indifferent to these matters. His arrangements had already been disseminated, and whether they adhered to them or exerted effort was solely their concern. If they failed to practice adequately and faced elimination, it was of no consequence to him. As the days passed, the atmosphere of impending separation grew more palpable with the approach of the school's closing. Hermione declined all summer invitations from her friends, which led several emotionally sensitive young witches to burst into tears, questioning whether Hermione harbored disdain for them. This left the young girl in a state of bewilderment, prompting her to swiftly clarify her reasons. She genuinely desired to attend, but, alas, she and Glen were bound for the Dragon Kingdom to seek their parents. Indeed, just as their mothers had conveyed in previous letters, they were destined for the Dragon Kingdom to spend their summer. Since that correspondence, they occasionally received travel photographs from both families, revealing their frequent excursions. The stack of photographs in Hermione's and Glen's hands had become quite substantial, much to Hermione's discontent. Wasn't it said that there were matters to attend to over there? Why, then, had they not paused their travels? The influx of photographs was becoming overwhelming. What vexed her most was that her parents had never taken her abroad since her birth. Whenever they traveled for work, they left her in Glen's care, often for extended periods. It was only upon receiving the letters and photographs from Glen's mother that Hermione began to suspect her parents might have secretly indulged in travel while she was left behind. After all, Glen's mother had mentioned in her letter that Hermione's parents were quite seasoned in matters of travel and had praised them as experts. Hermione had no recollection of such experiences. Alas, it seemed someone had deceived the innocent child. They wished to enjoy their own world and left the dear girl alone next door. How wretched! Hermione felt a surge of indignation toward these contemptible adults. "We could also leave them and have our own adventures," Glen suggested. Hermione perked up, pouting thoughtfully, and nodded vigorously in agreement. However, she soon felt a pang of concern. "But we know nothing about the Dragon Kingdom. Where shall we go for fun? We can't stray too far." Glen shrugged, indicating his own lack of knowledge. In his previous life, he had traversed the globe on various missions, especially in the Dragon Kingdom where he originally hailed from, yet he possessed no experience in tourism. During his assignments, he had little inclination to admire the surrounding scenery. "We'll figure it out once we get there. But how will we travel to the Dragon Kingdom? By plane?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never flown before. It was infuriating to think that her parents had undoubtedly flown countless times. With nothing pressing to occupy their time, the two strolled once more to the banks of the Black Lake to bask in the sun. The temperature was gradually rising, reaching a delightful warmth that was simply perfect. As they engaged in idle conversation, Hermione was struck by a thought. Glen, what do you suppose wizards in the Dragon Kingdom are like? Her interest in the Dragon Kingdom was piqued, largely due to Glen's father. The bookshelf in Glen's home contained numerous Chinese texts, which the young girl could not comprehend, yet Glen could. As a child, she often pestered him to read to her the historical tales from 5,000 years of Chinese history, and had even learned a few simple phrases in Chinese, such as greetings. However, those were merely Muggle texts, devoid of any mention of the magical realm of the Dragon Kingdom. Now that they were aware of the existence of magic, her curiosity about the Dragon Kingdom, which they were soon to visit, was suddenly ignited. Glen shook his head in confusion. Despite having grown up in the Dragon Kingdom in his past life, most of his understanding of its culture had stemmed from the books in his father's collection. As a trained assassin raised by an organization, he had little time to delve into such matters. His days were consumed with the grim realities of life and death, leaving no room for irrelevant information. Thus, the prospect of wizards from a realm he had never encountered was an even greater enigma. How can you know nothing at all? The young girl exclaimed, peppering him with questions about the Dragon Kingdom, all of which Glen could not answer. This left her somewhat exasperated, as she playfully squeezed his bewildered face. To her surprise, it felt rather pleasant. Though not overly plump, it retained a softness that was endearing. She seemed to ponder for a moment before releasing his face, stating, I believe I came across something in the entry regulations for wizards of the Eagle Kingdom. It mentioned that wizards from other countries must notify the Ministry of Magic in advance before entering the Eagle Kingdom. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom must have similar regulations. I think we should first consult Professor Dumbledore to prevent any issues when we eventually travel to the Dragon Kingdom. Glen nodded in agreement. Realizing this was a point he had overlooked, Hermione's quick wit was indeed impressive. They made their way to the staircase guarded by the gargoyle leading to the headmaster's office. Upon spotting Glen from a distance, the gargoyle promptly leaped aside, clearing the way. Hermione was taken aback. Having frequently visited the headmaster for discussions, she distinctly remembered that passage requiring a specific password for entry. Why was it not necessary today? She voiced her confusion to Glen, as her intuition suggested that this was somehow connected to him. Glen recounted his previous encounters with the gargoyle, leaving Hermione speechless. No wonder the statue moved aside upon Glen's approach. Who could endure the monotony of someone presenting a lengthy list every time they met, reciting it with unwavering persistence? Oh, that was indeed characteristic of Glen. Ascending the stairs, they knocked on the door to the headmaster's office, and after receiving permission from Dumbledore, they entered. As soon as Glen and Hermione settled down, the young girl straightforwardly posed the question that had been on her mind, receiving an affirmative response and commendation from Dumbledore. Oh, yes, Hermione, it is indeed essential for wizards of different nationalities to notify the local equivalent of our Ministry of Magic before traveling to another country. Your ability to deduce this is quite impressive. Thank you for the praise, Professor, she replied with a sweet smile, proudly accepting Dumbledore's compliment. However, it is worth noting that young wizards often remain unaware of such requirements, and if they fail to report to the relevant authorities in the Dragon Country before their arrival, they may be intercepted by officials responsible for monitoring the entry and exit of foreign wizards upon disembarking from their flights. These officials would assess the information provided, and once they confirm its accuracy, they would allow the travelers to depart. Dumbledore winked and added, yet, this applies only to young wizards. Adult wizards who neglect to report will be promptly surrounded upon entering a foreign land. Hermione listened intently, exclaiming softly to indicate her understanding. Glen remained silent. He and Hermione had no direct contact with the Ministry of Magic in the Dragon Country. Although not reporting might not pose a significant problem, it could lead to complications. Sensing Glen's concern, Dumbledore cheerfully remarked, I have a friend in the Dragon Country connected to their ministry. I shall arrange for him to assist you with the notification. He patted his chest, seemingly assuring them that it was all taken care of. In that moment, he appeared less like the stern headmaster and more like a kindly grandfather who cherished children. Glen was not surprised. It was not astonishing that Dumbledore, the most renowned wizard of the century in Eagle Country, would have acquaintances in foreign ministries. Nonetheless, this remained a personal favor. Glen spoke up, in that case, you need not provide the reward we previously agreed upon. He referred to the commission Dumbledore had given him regarding Voldemort's encounter with Harry at the trapdoor, which Glen had priced at 10,000 galleons. Dumbledore paused, offering only a wry smile and a shake of his head, saying nothing further. Noticing Glen's lack of intention to elaborate, Dumbledore sighed and acquiesced to his request. It was not that Glen mistrusted Dumbledore. Rather, he was still learning the nuances of goodwill and concern from others, viewing such matters as mere transactions. Dumbledore was evidently aware of this. But such realizations could only arise from Glen's personal growth. Meanwhile, The perplexed young girl expressed her displeasure, entirely oblivious to the conversation between Glen and Dumbledore. With furrowed brows, a pouting mouth, and hands on her hips, she directed a questioning gaze at both of them. Glen remained unresponsive, as if he were genuinely blind to her presence. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat guilty, tilted his head away with a chuckle. It was a jest. If Hermione were to discover that he had sent Glen on such a perilous task, surely she would pluck a few hairs from his beard in her protective indignation. Oh, my apologies. I suddenly recalled that I must head to Paris today to oversee a matter. Dumbledore seemed to have remembered something, tapping his forehead and apologetically addressing the two. I'm afraid I can't continue our conversation, but rest assured, I will take care of your report for the Dragon Country. You may go without worry. Dumbledore smiled and winked at them before snapping his fingers. Fawkes, who had been dozing nearby, opened his eyes in bewilderment and looked at Dumbledore. Isn't today a holiday? Fawkes inquired. Never mind that. Come here quickly, Dumbledore replied. With a sigh, Fawkes flew onto Dumbledore's shoulder, and together they vanished swiftly into the flames. After Dumbledore's departure, Glen felt Hermione's gaze upon him, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 68. What does the grandfather who picks us up look like? A plane was stationed on the runway, its engines roaring while the cabin's announcements detailed pre-flight safety instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, our flight will soon be departing. Please cooperate with the cabin crew during the safety checks. Fasten your seatbelts, stow your tray tables, and adjust your seatbacks to the upright position. Passengers seated by the windows, kindly assist in raising the window shades. Early in the morning, the two had arrived at the airport to board a flight to the Dragon Country. Due to their international travel, they had left Crookshanks in the care of Professor McGonagall, who, being fond of cats, readily accepted the request. Hermione, seated by the window, attentively listened to the safety briefing, obediently raising the window shade. The sunlight streamed in, causing her to squint slightly. Observing this, Glen helped her put on the sunglasses he was wearing. Surmising that once the plane took off and stabilized, Hermione would want to lean against the window to enjoy the scenery. The weather was quite pleasant, with clear skies, making the sunlight somewhat glaring. Thus, the sunglasses were a prudent choice for her. Glen was dressed in casual attire chosen by Hermione, gray trousers paired with a simple white shirt, presenting a clean and tidy appearance. His bangs gently brushed his eyes, and his long curls cascaded down to his shoulders, his fair complexion lending him an artistic aura. He had already tucked away the alchemical satin gifted by Old Master Nicholas. Such attire was rather conspicuous, and he wouldn't wear it outside Hogwarts. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Hermione insisted on wearing sunglasses herself. If Hermione were aware of his thoughts, she would certainly stick her tongue out playfully. Glen's eyes, having undergone a silent transformation, had become increasingly mysterious through the nurturing of Nicholas's alchemical devices, captivating those who beheld them. Both remained unaware of the exact nature of these changes. Glen regarded it as a fortunate development. Since the alteration, he could now faintly perceive the flow of magic, and with the passage of time, the clarity of this magical flow became increasingly vivid. This is an exceptionally useful ability, enabling Glen to discern the impending spells his adversaries may unleash, or to perceive the intricate design of magical artifacts. Yet, the young girl clearly holds a differing opinion. The reason is simple. The allure of Glen's eyes is overwhelmingly powerful. Even she, who has grown up alongside Glen and witnessed the evolution of his gaze, finds herself momentarily entranced, desiring to cast aside all restraint and embrace him closely. Fortunately, Hermione possesses a steadfast will, or perhaps she has simply grown accustomed to their intimate moments, quickly shaking off that peculiar sensation. Nonetheless, she feigned being captivated, playfully toppling Glen for a delightful embrace. When Glen inquired afterward, the young girl indignantly asserted that it was undoubtedly a matter pertaining to Glen's eyes, adamantly refusing to acknowledge anything else. The Slytherin wizards, however, discern the truth. Their attitude towards Glen has undergone a dramatic transformation from mere awe to an almost fervent obsession, all incited by the enchanting nature of his gaze. Consequently, she resolved to have Glen don a pair of sunglasses to obscure his peculiarly captivating eyes, lest he be abducted by some strange admirer. Yet, this seemed an improbable endeavor. Still, she felt compelled to act. Glen's eyes were hers alone to behold, after all. How infuriating. When did I become so influenced? Acquiescing to Hermione's request, Glen donned the sunglasses and, at that moment, directed her attention to the scenery outside the window. He had little interest in such sights and chose instead to close his eyes. It was time to ascend. He would look later. Soon, feeling the aircraft's motion beneath him, Glen proposed to Hermione. She obediently settled back into her seat, leaning against the backrest. Today, she wore a casual white floral dress, complemented by a pair of sandals. The hem of her dress reached just above her knees, revealing her smooth, youthful legs. Hermione's feet barely grazed the ground, swinging lightly in the air, exuding the innocence and charm of a young girl. Despite her hair cascading freely, the protective charm Glen had gifted her, containing an alchemical device, ensured her body temperature remained comfortable, even in the summer heat. As the airplane began its ascent, they both felt the pressure against their backs, firmly anchoring them in their seats. Glen remained unfazed, while the young girl was a different story, her eyes sparkling with excitement. During the plane's takeoff, they experienced a brief moment of weightlessness, a delightful sensation that prompted Hermione to gasp in wonder, followed by a soft, melodic laughter. "This is so much fun. I really like this feeling," she exclaimed, tugging gently at Glen's sleeve to share her thoughts. "It feels like we're falling," he mused after a moment's contemplation. Hermione fell silent. How frustrating. Why must he possess such an uncanny ability to extinguish the conversation? It seemed only she could find topics to discuss with him. Once the plane settled into a smooth flight, the young girl lost interest in conversing with Glen, resting her head against the window. Captivated by the breathtaking views above the clouds, her excitement palpable, Glen remained indifferent. If he was not mistaken, the young girl would soon grow weary. Indeed, after admiring the scenery for a while, Hermione became bored. The view above the clouds, though initially captivating, soon revealed its monotony. Aside from the shifting clouds, the landscape remained unchanged. She quickly succumbed to ennui, with her books stowed away in her suitcase, inaccessible to her. Glen's backpack contained only clothing, documents, snacks, and water. Since they were flying to the Dragon Kingdom, they opted not to use the undetectable extension charm on their waist pouches for their luggage, choosing instead to utilize regular suitcases. Hermione rested her chin on her hands, contemplating her options. Well, there was only one thing left to do: sleep. She elevated the armrest separating her from Glen, removed her sunglasses, and placed them on him without seeking his consent. She then wrapped her arms around his, embracing the young boy, and promptly fell asleep. Glen had no objections. He summoned a flight attendant and requested a blanket, wrapping them both snugly. The cabin was rather cold, and he wished to prevent Hermione from catching a chill. The attendant observed the two children nestled together and smiled warmly. Glen nodded in gratitude. With little to occupy his time, Glen remained in his position, closing his eyes to rest. The flight lasted 13 hours, during which he awakened the girl to eat, hydrate, and use the restroom. After several hours of slumber, Hermione felt the need to awaken. She sensed that sleeping too long was uncomfortable and feared dizziness if she continued. Additionally, upon arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, she would need to adjust to the time difference, and it would be unpleasant if she struggled to sleep later. That said, Hermione was reluctant to move, lazily clinging to Glen. Though she had ceased sleeping, she did not release her grip. Having had her fill of rest, she began to pester Glen. However, surrounded by muggles, she could not discuss matters of magic. So she resorted to asking Glen to teach her a few phrases in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. HMNGLNG, she stammered, attempting to pronounce her name in Chinese. Although her pronunciation was slightly off, after several repetitions from Glen, the clever girl managed to remember it. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning, Hermione was adept at rote memorization, finding it relatively easy to mimic Glen's pronunciation. "Hello, my name is Hermione Granger. I come from the Eagle Kingdom. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am very cute. Please compliment me." Drawing from her previous experiences, she memorized the entire sentence and recited it, believing her imitation was quite accurate. Unable to contain her delight, she tilted her chin upward, resting her small head against Glen's shoulder, her eyes half closed. Hermione memorized several short phrases and persistently urged Glen to teach her greetings. After a moment of contemplation, Glen imparted another phrase to the girl. He gazed at Hermione, who was close beside him, tilting her head upward, her delicate lips drawing his attention. A quiet stir within him was ignited by an odd impulse, prompting a desire to take action. However, Glen is certainly not the type of person to lack resolve. He merely inclined his body slightly, halting his actions, and silently resumed his original posture, though his mind continued to savor the sensations he had just experienced. "Glen, am I right?" he mused. "Furthermore, what does this phrase signify?" Observing that Glen had remained silent for quite some time, Hermione looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, hoping for some praise. Seated beside Glen, a young woman who appeared to be of Dragon Country descent. Upon hearing Hermione's recently acquired knowledge of the Dragon Country language and her inquiry, could not help but smile indulgently at the interaction between the two children. This was evidently noticed by the little girl, who grew even more perplexed, wondering about the true meaning of the phrase. Coming back to her senses, she elucidated the meaning of Hermione's earlier statement. The little girl fell silent, opting to bury her face in the blanket to hide away. Hermione touched her face, feeling its warmth. If only there were a mirror, she would surely see her cheeks gradually reddening. It was all Glen's fault for making that older sister witness her embarrassment. In a fit of shyness and indignation, Hermione playfully pinched the soft flesh at Glen's waist. At last, amidst their playful banter, the plane completed its 13-hour journey and finally arrived at the airport in the capital of Dragon Country, where the night had completely descended and the clock had passed midnight. Just as Dumbledore had mentioned, Upon disembarking, they encountered no personnel responsible for the entry of foreign wizards into Dragon Country. Given this, they felt at ease to proceed. Following the flow of passengers, Glen protected Hermione as they located their shared large suitcase at the baggage claim before making their way toward the airport exit. According to their parents, Glen's grandfather was supposed to be there to pick them up. However, the issue lay in the fact that Glen had no idea what his grandfather looked like. As his father had explained, his grandparents had always resided in Dragon Country and had never visited the Eagle Country, leaving Glen with no recollection of them in this lifetime. What was to be done? The unreliable adults had neglected to send a photograph of his grandfather, only providing travel pictures instead. Quite untrustworthy indeed. Fortunately, due to his past experience as an assassin, Glen possessed a keen ability to discern faces and associate information. Since it was his grandfather, he began to search the crowd of greeters for an older man resembling his father. With just a cursory glance over the crowd, he identified 3 individuals that seemed to fit the description. Just as he contemplated a more thorough analysis, one of the men noticed Glen's gaze and, spotting the 2 children amidst the crowd from the Eagle Country, smiled and waved at them. Glen compared the middle-aged man with his father in his mind, finding a striking resemblance, although the man's demeanor differed somewhat. Yet, this was likely to be his grandfather. Glen grasped Hermione's hand, ensuring she wouldn't wander off, and made his way toward his grandfather, with the little girl obediently following. With one hand holding Hermione's and the other gripping the suitcase, Glen approached the middle-aged man. Glen and Hermione? The man greeted them with a warm smile in English. It has been confirmed. Indeed, he is my grandfather, albeit appearing considerably younger than I had envisioned. His voice, unlike my father's coarse and strident tone, exudes a gentle and refined quality. Yes, grandfather. Glen nodded, while a shy little girl stepped forward to greet Glen's grandfather. Haha, no need to be so anxious. Come, let me escort you home. With a light chuckle, Glen's grandfather led the 2 towards the parking lot. He initially intended to assist Glen with his suitcase, but was politely declined. It's quite all right, grandfather. I can manage these small matters. You only need to guide us. Glen respectfully refused his grandfather's offer of help, as he would not allow an elder to carry heavy burdens. Taken aback for a moment, Glen's grandfather then smiled warmly and nodded, choosing not to comment further. As they journeyed, Glen and Hermione learned that Glen's grandfather, Anting was a true native of the Eagle Nation, which astonished Hermione. Although Glen's grandfather indeed possessed the authentic traits of an Eagle Nation citizen, his English bore an unusual accent, somewhat reminiscent of Glen's own experiences while learning the language in a past life. It turned out, as his grandfather explained, that his prolonged stay in China had nearly caused him to forget his mother tongue. So this is what is referred to as the Dragon Nation accent in English. Glen mused. Grandfather, why have you remained in China for so long? With his grandfather's consent, Hermione also began to address him as grandfather, intrigued by his life experiences. Oh, that's quite a lengthy tale, one that involves my encounter with your grandmother, filled with many intricate details that cannot be recounted in a moment. Anting guided them to the car parked in the lot while saying this. However, if you wish to hear it, I would be glad to share, considering we have quite a while before we reach our destination. After receiving an affirmative response from Hermione, Anting, as if narrating a story, began to recount his past experiences. Anting was originally the sole heir of a vast merchant family. However, one fateful day, due to the machinations of rival enterprises and their forces, Anting's parents fell victim to an assassination attempt orchestrated by hired hands. The attack was successful, and by the time Anting, escorted by bodyguards, arrived at the scene, his parents were already on the brink of death. Fortunately, he learned the identity of the assailants and received vital instructions regarding subsequent matters from his parents' lips. At that time, Anting had just come of age. His parents had perished in the attack, leaving him utterly alone. The once collaborative forces seemed to vanish overnight, indifferent to the dire straits of the Hosern enterprise. And some even sought to take advantage of the situation. Faced with this grim reality, Anting made a resolute decision. He took with him whatever assets he could carry, while transferring the remainder of his family's wealth to their ancestral home. He then spread word of his weakness, indicating that he no longer desired those possessions, opting to relinquish his wealth in exchange for his life, thereby allowing other factions to divide the substantial fortune among themselves. After releasing the news, Anting set a small trap and boarded a plane to the Dragon Kingdom alone, without bringing anyone along, intending to remain there indefinitely, forsaking his homeland of Eagle Country. As for the assets he left behind, as he had anticipated, mere days after his announcement, those who had long harbored disdain for the Hothorn family's enterprise, along with entities coveting their familial status and those responsible for the demise of Anting's parents, gathered in full force. They engaged in fervent discussions regarding the distribution of the family fortune within the ancestral Hothorn residence. They believed that the remaining young heir, who had just reached adulthood, would undoubtedly lack the means or opportunity to seek vengeance against them, and thus felt no trepidation. Subsequently, Anting invested heavily in hiring professional assassins to detonate a bomb that he had set to explode, obliterating the Hothorn ancestral home along with its inhabitants. This incident sent shockwaves through the corporate landscape of Eagle Country and even stirred certain factions within the wizarding community. The families of the deceased furiously sought Anting's whereabouts. However, possessing a mature mindset and an understanding of numerous complexities, Anting utilized a significant portion of the wealth he had secured within the ancestral home to erase any trace of his actions. In an era where surveillance methods were still rudimentary, no one could ascertain his exact destination. Upon arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, Anting secluded himself in a remote village, unfamiliar with the land and unable to comprehend the Chinese language, while the locals could not understand English. Fortunately, body language and the universal language of gold bridged the gap, and the villagers, being simple folk, harbored no ill intentions towards the foreign stranger. After purchasing a piece of land with gold, Anting began to regain his footing, leveraging his business acumen to engage in commerce between towns, and gradually, his life improved. One fateful night, Anting Hothorn encountered Glen's grandmother, Lin Yingqing. I met Yingqing on a particular night, and it truly terrified me, Anting recounted, a trace of lingering fear evident on his face. That day, while I was returning from business, I encountered some trouble and came back later than expected. As I pushed open the gate of the courtyard, I found your grandmother lying in a pool of blood, her body covered in wounds. Although Anting had orchestrated the demise of nearly 40 to 50 individuals, sending them to their graves amidst the flames of the explosion, he perhaps retained a semblance of kindness within him. Upon seeing a young girl, around 10 years of age, battered and bleeding profusely, already unconscious, he hesitated not a moment. He abandoned his possessions and rushed into the house to retrieve emergency medical supplies. After confirming that the girl's injuries did not render her immobile, he carried her into the bedroom, disregarding the bloodstains, and laid her on the bed. After performing basic first aid to staunch the bleeding, he hurried back outside to clean the blood left by the girl, feeling that although uncertain of its efficacy, it was better than doing nothing at all. Subsequently, the focus shifted to further treatment for the young girl, though it felt somewhat intrusive. The various types of injuries she bore, some of which bore peculiar marks that were clearly not typical wounds, made it impossible for Anting to act recklessly. Nevertheless, he was capable of tending to those injuries that were evidently inflicted by sharp instruments. The grime on the girl's body posed a significant risk of infection and inflammation, which could lead to further deterioration. Therefore, Anting had no choice but to meticulously cut away and remove her clothing. As he gazed upon the girl's battered body, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. She appeared to be much younger than himself, yet had endured such suffering, evoking a profound sense of compassion within him. He suspended his business activities and devoted several days to caring for the injured girl in his home. He prepared congee, allowing it to cool slightly before feeding it to the still unconscious child. The same care was taken with her drinking water. Each day, he gently wiped her body to prevent infection of her wounds and changed the dressings on her external injuries. Were it not for her body maintaining a normal temperature and her breathing gradually stabilizing, Anting might have truly believed she had already succumbed to death. After tirelessly tending to her for 7 days, the girl remained completely unresponsive. However, on the 8th day, a glimmer of hope emerged as the girl finally awakened. Upon hearing this, Hermione let out a long sigh of relief. Even knowing that the injured girl was Glen's grandmother, she still feared that the girl in the story might close her eyes forever. Simultaneously, Hermione posed the question that had been gnawing at her mind. Why had the grandmother sustained such injuries? A look of concern lingered on her face as she voiced her inquiry. At that moment, their vehicle came to a halt at a traffic light. Glen's grandfather briefly displayed a hint of coldness, but it quickly vanished without Glen or Hermione noticing. He turned to them with a smile, saying, "Glen, Hermione, you both ought to be aware that in this ordinary world, besides ordinary people like me, there exists another class of individuals endowed with special abilities." A flash of realization struck Hermione's mind, while Glen maintained a stoic expression. Although surprised by his grandfather's words, he had already anticipated this revelation. The strange injuries on his grandmother's body, if nothing unexpected had occurred, were likely the result of magic. Were they inflicted by wizards from the Dragon Kingdom? Could it be that my grandmother is also a wizard? Hermione exclaimed, her reaction perhaps overly fervent, prompting her to cover her mouth in apology. Glen's grandfather chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, assuring them that it was of no concern. He nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed. The injuries on Yingqing's body were caused by the wizards who pursued her. However, in your Eagle Kingdom, you refer to them as wizards. In our Dragon Kingdom, we typically call them sorcerers." Hermione clearly did not expect to learn about the wizards of the Dragon Kingdom so swiftly, but she stifled her curiosity and patiently awaited her grandfather to conclude the remaining details. Upon awakening, Yingqing was enveloped in a profound sense of terror. After all, any young girl pursued and subsequently fainting from fear would feel apprehensive upon regaining consciousness in a strange place. particularly when accompanied by an unfamiliar man. Even if one's grandmother were an immensely powerful sorceress, the anxiety would remain unchanged. Fortunately, the girl whom Auntie Ing had rescued possessed a remarkably mature mindset. After a brief moment of fear and contemplation, she listened to Auntie Ing's explanation, assessed her own injuries and their treatment, and became aware of her surroundings, such as the warm porridge and cup of water on the table. Consequently, she quickly dispelled any misunderstandings and apologized for her earlier reaction. Through their ensuing conversation, it was revealed that Lin Yingqing was, in fact, a year older than Auntie Ing. Her youthful appearance was a result of her early training in the magical arts passed down through the Lin family. This marks the initial encounter between me and your grandmother. As we were nearing home and the chapter was drawing to a close, I shall refrain from elaborating on subsequent events. Nonetheless, from that moment forth, Yingqing and I fell in love amid our daily companionship, leading me to settle in the Dragon Kingdom. With the topic swiftly concluded, Auntie Ing cheerfully added, "As for after I saved your grandmother, we dismantled the very forces that pursued her, and after some time, your grandmother took me back to the Eagle Kingdom, where we systematically eradicated the enterprises that conspired to divide the assets of the Hosrin family. However, such matters are trivial and not worth your concern." While Auntie Ing spoke with a simple smile, Hermione shivered inexplicably. "How could you recount such terrifying events with such calmness, Grandpa? I truly admire your impressive deeds." Chapter 70, A Punishment Most Severe. When Grandpa Auntie Ing declared the story's conclusion, the captivated young girl finally noticed that their vehicle had, unbeknownst to her, left the main road and entered a street increasingly dotted with homes. It was now the dead of night, the sky shrouded in darkness. And under the sparse glow of streetlights, the one-story houses exuded an ancient elegance. Although they possessed an indescribable charm, the deserted streets at this late hour were somewhat unsettling. "All right, let us disembark. We cannot proceed further into the alley with the vehicle," Auntie Ing announced as he halted the car beside the street, beckoning Glen and Hermione to exit. Once all three had left the automobile, Auntie Ing waved his right hand gently, and to Hermione's astonishment, the car they had just occupied vanished in a flash of white light. Simultaneously, Glen noticed a faint glow emanating from the antique ring on Auntie Ing's ring finger. "Grandpa, what kind of magic is this?" the young girl inquired with great interest. "Is the vehicle itself a magical creation, or is this an example of the seamless extension spell from the Dragon Kingdom?" Glen was lost in thought, having failed to notice any issues with the ring until his grandfather activated the alchemical device embedded within it. Only then did he observe the faintly visible magical circuits on the ring, which bore a resemblance to the seamless expansion spell they had mastered. The creator of this ring was undoubtedly skilled, possessing remarkable expertise in crafting magical artifacts and spells. At the very least, Glen was far from attaining such a level of proficiency. "This ring, gifted to me by your grandmother, is imbued with a spell known as the mustard seed encompassing the universe, which contains a space of 1,000 cubic units, ample enough for me to store my vehicle. I cherish this ring dearly," Auntie Ing said, smiling as he waved his hand to display the ring. Although his tone was quite casual, Hermione could still sense her grandfather's underlying desire to boast. 1,000 cubic units. Hermione was taken aback, while Glen raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was no trivial matter. The spell appeared to be similar to the seamless expansion spell. But as someone who had already employed the seamless expansion spell for his own wallet and Hermione's protective talisman, Glen understood the considerable difficulty in maintaining the spell's lasting efficacy. Just 1 cubic unit was already quite a challenge, let alone 1,000. It is important to note that stabilizing such a space is no easy feat. With a moment's carelessness, a space conjured by a spell could easily collapse. "Did your grandmother create this?" Glen inquired, his interest piqued. Auntie Ing nodded affirmatively. "Yingqing's mastery of crafting is exceptional. She is one of the finest enchanters in our Dragon Kingdom and is also the head of the Enchanters Academy at the North China School of Magic." As he spoke of his wife, Auntie Ing appeared quite pleased, even somewhat proud. A flurry of questions erupted in the minds of Glen and Hermione. Suddenly, Auntie Ing smacked his forehead, realizing that these two little ones were newcomers to the Dragon Kingdom and were still unaware of many things. He chuckled apologetically. "I forgot that it's your first time in the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps your grandmother should share the more intricate details with you herself." She was overjoyed when she learned that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law were both sorcerers. "WWW, what do you mean by granddaughter-in-law?" Upon hearing those 3 words, the young girl clearly lost track of the main point. Glen, upon hearing this, finally recalled the matter he had initially overlooked, and he recognized the source of the dissonance he felt in his heart. Glen led Hermione, who had shrunk behind him, to continue following Auntie Ing down the dimly lit alley, posing the question he had disregarded earlier: who informed our grandmother about our becoming sorcerers? It was unlikely to be their respective parents, as even the most unreliable of parents would uphold certain important matters, such as the wizarding code of secrecy. Glen was certain that his father and mother were not sorcerers and could not wield magic prior to him and Hermione becoming sorcerers. They had no knowledge of the existence of magic. Therefore, it was evident that their grandparents had not disclosed the existence of magic to them, likely due to the wizarding code of secrecy in the Dragon Kingdom, the specifics of which remained unclear. Thus, it seems that one's parents must regard their grandparents as mere muggles, hence they would undoubtedly adhere to the statute of secrecy, refraining from disclosing the matter concerning oneself and Hermione. However, one's grandparents are already aware of the situation. Why is that? Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the unreliable adults, Alan and Gwen, wish to boast about it. If that is indeed the case, then you would do well to disregard the aforementioned speculation. Glen held on to the unconscious figure. Auntie discerned the deeper implication in Glen's words, turning to him in mild surprise, not anticipating that Glen would grasp such a nuance. Following Glen's inquiry, the shy young lady also pondered this notion. It is quite probable that it is not merely a matter of her guardians forgetting the statute of secrecy, is it? The young lady felt a twinge of insecurity, for she was well acquainted with the style of her elders. Auntie chuckled heartily, remarking that the two little ones were indeed astute. He stated, "Rest assured, it was not Alan or the others who informed us. It was Ingqing's father who conveyed the message, and as for your affairs, it was your principal who relayed them to him." With that, Glen nodded, connecting the dots. However, in light of this revelation, one could surmise that his grandmother must hold a significant status in the Dragon Kingdom, given her connection with Professor Dumbledore. Oh, is it Professor Dumbledore? Upon hearing a familiar name, the young lady clearly perked up with delight. Auntie expressed his lack of knowledge, clarifying that he was merely a merchant. If that is indeed your professor's name, it must be correct. Ah, we have arrived. Let us proceed inside. The trio, traversing a dimly lit alley illuminated solely by moonlight, finally halted before a traditional courtyard. Hermione gazed at the antiquated structure before her, enchanted by its charm under the moon's glow. It appears entirely different from the architectural style we are accustomed to. This place exudes a delightful ambience, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she looked around. Yet, it was quite late, and a hint of eeriness lingered in the air, prompting her to stick out her tongue playfully. Glen was unfazed. Having encountered similar architecture in his past life, he had long been familiar with the allure of such courtyards. Although the scenes he witnessed then were somewhat bloody, that did not impede his recollection of the intricate details of the courtyard's design. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by several adults, including a beautiful young girl who appeared to be only a few years older than them, seated at a wooden table in the courtyard, preparing ingredients for a late-night snack while engaging in light-hearted conversation. The flickering candlelight on the table illuminated their smiling faces. Despite the late hour, they chose to indulge in a long-awaited late-night meal, all thanks to the two little ones. As soon as they spotted Auntie and the two children trailing behind him, the four adults instantly abandoned their tasks, wiping their hands on their garments, and rushed towards them. "Glen, Hermione," they exclaimed joyfully, enveloping the two little ones in warm embraces. After a year apart, the reunion was filled with longing and affection, as the family embraced for an extended moment. With a gentle smile, Auntie did not disturb their reunion but walked directly to the wooden table at the center of the courtyard, where a little girl, equally beaming, paused her activities to gaze at them. "Ingqing, I'm back," Auntie announced as she settled beside Lin Ingqing, effortlessly taking over the ingredients that had been partially prepared by her children and their friends. "All right, let us get cooking," Lin Ingqing replied with a warm nod. As the meal was prepared, the 8 of them gathered around the large wooden table set up in the middle of the courtyard and began to dine. "Are you Grandma Lin?" Hermione asked in surprise upon realizing that this girl, who appeared only slightly older than herself, exuded an air of grace. The piece of meat she had picked up with her chopsticks fell back onto the plate, and Glen, without noticing, helped her transfer it to her bowl. Lin Ingqing responded with a sweet smile and a nod towards Hermione. Auntie, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled. Ingqing has practiced the secret arts of the Lin family, so she appears much younger than she really is. With a hint of distress, she rubbed her forehead and continued, "When she was pregnant with Alan, we went shopping together, and I could feel the strange looks from others. To avoid drawing the attention of the patrol, we hardly went out until Alan was born. Even when we did venture out, we were exceptionally cautious, and Alan was born in the Lin family's own hospital." Glen's father, hearing his name mentioned, interjected unexpectedly. "I just remembered something. Dad, you and Mom have kept this from me for so long. You said Mom had a special constitution, but you haven't told me anything about the arts." He looked somewhat aggrieved as he stared at his parents. It was astonishing how well they had concealed this for so many years. Alan had not detected any clues at all. Lin Ingqing took a sip of tea, her expression calm as she explained, "Our Lin family holds significant standing in the Dragon Kingdom, and there are numerous threats aimed at us. Alan, since you are not a sorcerer, it is better for you not to know these things. Our relocation to the Eagle Kingdom was also to protect you. Moreover, we never intended to keep this from you. The bracelet I gave you and the wedding ring with Gwen both contain protective spells I have imbued. You simply haven't noticed." Upon hearing this, Alan was taken aback, extending his hand to examine the jewelry that had accompanied him for many years, and Mrs. Hawthorne was equally astonished. Glen narrowed his eyes. He too had not realized this, and could detect no trace of magical energy emanating from the bracelet and ring on his father's hand, further affirming his grandmother's exceptional skill in crafting magical artifacts. Is that true? Mom, I'm so touched. Alan's previously forlorn expression transformed into one of deep emotion. If you had even a hint of magical talent, it wouldn't have been such a hassle, Auntie added with a knowing tone. Wife, Dad is bullying me. Upon hearing these words, Alan, who resembled a bear in stature and was a veteran, immediately clung to Gwen's arm like a wronged little wife. Gwen gently patted Alan's head, comforting her husband as one would soothe a small animal. Hermione was taken aback by the absurd scene and choked on her tea, leading to a fit of coughing. Glen slowly patted her back to help her regain her composure, while the Granger couple, unperturbed, continued their meal with their usual calmness. Once Hermione had collected herself, she wished to articulate her thoughts but found herself at a loss for words, appearing somewhat stifled. Finally, she could only exclaim, "It seems that the Dragon Kingdom also has its own wizarding confidentiality laws." Not entirely accurate. Lin Yingqing nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head. To be precise, the Dragon Kingdom is a realm where sorcerers coexist with ordinary citizens. The general populace's understanding of sorcery is limited. We do not have a specific code for secrecy regarding our magical arts, nor do we actively promote them. Instead, we subtly integrate sorcery into the everyday lives of all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 71. The Definition of Affection. Glen and Hermione exchanged inquisitive glances with their grandmother, while their parents, equally intrigued, shared their interest in the topic. Unperturbed by the collective gaze, Lin Yingqing savored a sip of tea, cleared her throat, and began to elucidate the relationship between sorcerers and common folk in the Dragon Kingdom. We in the Dragon Kingdom do not perceive a significant distinction between sorcerers and non-sorcerers. The difference lies solely in their varying talents. We are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The chairperson of our nation, akin to the president of the Eagle Kingdom, has been held by both sorcerers and non-sorcerers alike. Regardless of who leads, the singular aim of the Dragon Kingdom is to ensure a better life for all its people. Given the existence of sorcery, which in many respects surpasses technology and utility, we see no reason to conceal it. Lin Yingqing took another sip of tea and continued at a leisurely pace. However, we do not dismiss the possibility of nefarious individuals exploiting sorcery for ill purposes. Therefore, we neither actively promote its existence nor choose to suppress it. Rather, we seamlessly weave it into the fabric of everyday life for our citizens. For instance, in the realm of food and medicinal herbs, the chief cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom have, through a blend of science and sorcery, crossbred ordinary crops with spiritually infused herbs, what you might refer to as magical plants. This has resulted in high-yield crops imbued with a modicum of spiritual energy that even ordinary citizens can accept and assimilate, effectively addressing the food scarcity issue while gradually enhancing the health of the populace. Upon hearing this, Glen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he had sensed a trace of magical essence in the food he had just consumed, and due to the harmonious combination of various ingredients, the magic was remarkably gentle and easily absorbable. If he was not mistaken, ordinary individuals could also harness this energy to better their health. Furthermore, the herbal shops throughout the Dragon Kingdom now offered medicinal herbs that had been enhanced by the spiritual properties of these magical plants, all of which were beneficial to the human body. As she observed Hermione's gradually growing mouth, Lin Yingqing nodded with satisfaction, yet her words flowed continuously. She elaborated on the findings of our Academy of Sciences, which revealed that individuals devoid of magical aptitude still possess trace amounts of spiritual energy within their bodies, albeit imperceptible and untapped. Thus, through the tireless research conducted by the elite scientists at the Dragon Kingdom's War Court and Spellcaster Academy, we have discovered a method to harness this latent spiritual energy through specific physical movements, thereby enhancing people's health and slightly extending their lifespans. We have categorized this into several distinct sets of techniques, the most representative being Tai Chi in traditional martial arts, suitable for students with various national exercises and eye care routines, and for the middle-aged and elderly, dances such as square dancing. Although these may appear as ordinary routines, they are, in fact, empowered by the intricate arrangements of devices subtly placed in public spaces across the Dragon Kingdom, guiding the circulation of spiritual energy within individuals, achieving the effects of physical well-being and longevity. Similarly, we have integrated the knowledge of pharmacists and the elixirs they concoct into societal healthcare, yielding remarkably positive outcomes. Mr. Granger, who attentively listened, nodded in approval. As a physician, he understood that if the wondrous potions of wizards could be applied within the Muggle community, it would resolve numerous perplexing ailments, truly benefiting society. After witnessing the effects of Glen's potions, this thought had taken root in his mind, but alas, the Eagle Kingdom's secrecy laws hindered any progress. Just look at the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yingqing spoke at length about the transformative impact of magical practices on her homeland, and even her initially serene demeanor began to ripple with emotion, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The young Hermione was entranced by her grandmother's smile. Lin Yingqing, already an exquisite beauty, radiated an ethereal charm, and with her smile, she imbued her visage with warmth, though she resembled an adolescent girl. Every flicker of her expression captivated those around her. "Grandma is so beautiful. Will I be able to become as lovely as you one day?" The young girl gazed longingly at Lin Yingqing's radiant smile. Sensing Hermione's gaze, Lin Yingqing tenderly tousled the girl's fluffy hair, causing her cheeks to flush and her head to lower shyly. "Oh dear, I've been caught peeking." Moreover, the efficacy of magical practices extends beyond daily life. They play a significant role in national defense and disaster prevention. Although classified, the specifics are generally known and pose no harm in discussing them. There are many facets to consider, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Just understand that as long as you are in the Dragon Kingdom, the nation stands as your most formidable shield, ensuring the swiftest response to any natural catastrophe or calamity. Lin Yingqing's cool voice, though soft, instilled a profound sense of reassurance in everyone present. With a sweet smile, she added, "Not to mention, we are family." She then turned her gaze towards the young girl beside her and her own grandson, while the other adults watched them with knowing smiles. Hermione, under the teasing gaze of the adults, fidgeted restlessly. "How is it that all my elders are such enthusiasts?" Glen nodded in agreement, for he had long regarded the young girl and her parents as his own family. However, the adults' gazes still left him somewhat perplexed. "Why are they all staring at me and Hermione?" Auntie Ying shook her head in amusement, noting that Yingqing had claimed not to be a child anymore, yet here she was, still delighting in the sweetness of others' affections. Well, it was indeed quite amusing. He had just returned the two little ones home, but they had been engrossed in their playful banter all the way. It brought back fond memories of time spent with Yingqing. A true nostalgia washed over Auntie Ying. Lin Yingqing observed that the young girl beside her appeared so flustered she might emit steam, while her grandson remained unperturbed, prompting a flicker of dissatisfaction within her. "What's the matter? Show some sentiment, will you?" Lin Yingqing prepared to lend a helping hand. As a forthright person, she had never been one for subtlety. "Glen, tell me honestly, do you like Hermione?" The question echoed in the room, leaving everyone astonished. The adults covered their mouths, yet their eyes sparkled with curiosity. The young girl, on the other hand, began to whimper softly, her face flushed to an alarming degree as she buried her head low, hands clasping her ears as if to shield herself from unwelcome news. Yet, she dared to lift her gaze, casting an expectant glance towards Glen. After a moment of contemplation, Glen calmly replied, "I'm afraid I cannot provide a definitive answer." Gasps filled the air, and Hermione's previously rosy complexion drained of color, her hands slowly releasing their grip on her ears, falling helplessly to her sides. However, she felt a smaller hand clasp her own tightly. It was Glen. He spoke rapidly, hastily continuing his thought, seemingly anxious, though he was unsure of the source of his concern, this uncertainty unsettling his previously tranquil disposition. "Due to my personal challenges, I am not well versed in the expressions and sensations of emotions. Thus, I am equally unclear about the feeling of affection and its definition. However, if the kind of affection you refer to, Grandma, involves not wanting to part from Hermione, wishing to shield her from harm, desiring to give her the very best, and being willing to sacrifice my life to protect her, yearning to be with her forever, then I believe my answer is yes, I do like Hermione." As soon as the words left his lips, a small brown figure collided with Glen, burying her head in his embrace and weeping loudly. Caught off guard by Hermione's sudden advance and the young girl's actions, Glen unexpectedly felt a surge of panic. His hands hovered uncertainly in the air, wavering, unsure where to settle, until instinct took over, and he wrapped his arms tightly around the sobbing girl. A bewildered expression crossed his face, as if he could not comprehend how events had unfolded in such a manner. Yet, as he felt Hermione's warmth and the embrace of the girl, the inexplicable agitation and anxiety within him gradually dissipated. The adults present, having listened to Glen's complete statement, collectively exhaled in relief. Mr. Granger felt similarly, though he harbored some dissatisfaction at his little cabbage being pursued by his best friend's little piglet. Nonetheless, since his daughter willingly engaged, there was little he could do about it. There is no way around it. My little cabbage has truly come to life. Yet, I genuinely dread witnessing the moment when Hermione, enamored with Glen, faces rejection. My concern lies solely in the potential heartbreak of my dear girl. As for Glen, he is of little consequence. Fortunately, this scenario did not unfold, nor was it destined to. Finally, Auntie Ying spoke, his smile tinged with solemnity as he earnestly affirmed Glen's words. "Indeed, Glen, that is but a fragment of affection. Since you cherish Hermione, you must fulfill the promises you have made." Auntie Ying regarded Glen, who stood composed before everyone, and was reminded of his former self. In a time of peril, When the forces pursuing Lin Yingqing had found him, he had risked his life to protect her, enduring until the Lin family arrived. I acknowledge your convictions. Truly, you are a scion of the Hosern family. Lady Hosern, usually playful, now discreetly wiped away her tears. Oh dear, my child has grown and finally awakened to understanding. Among those present, only Glen's grandmother and Lin Yingqing bore expressions of concern. While she felt a sense of relief at Glen's response, she also pondered. With a hint of seriousness, the peculiar aura that had emanated from him moments ago. She seemed to confirm something, striving to mask her astonishment as she silently regarded Glen. Surely, it was unmistakable, the rare energy that had surrounded him earlier. Magic? Lin Yingqing murmured softly, her voice audible only to herself. Since then, Hermione had clung to Glen, unwilling to part from his side, even for a fleeting moment. She was frightened yet comforted, for she had heard Glen's promise, his declaration of feelings. Clearly, this was merely Glen expressing his innermost beliefs, a notion Hermione understood well. However, this did not hinder the sweet sensations blooming within her. She could genuinely feel the resolve in his words, the protective intent towards his beloved. As long as Glen was by her side, fear would not touch her. Gradually, she tightened her embrace around him, holding on more fervently. Now that she had wrapped herself around him, she might as well linger a while longer. Nestled in his arms to evade the teasing gazes of her elders, Hermione, like an ostrich, required Glen's embrace to soothe her startled heart. The earlier fright had been overwhelming. By the time she regained her senses, it was too late. Glen had already begun running the water in the bathroom and was in the process of shedding his clothes. Observing Hermione's astonished gaze, Glen remarked, "Since you were silent, I assumed you consented. What did I consent to?" Hermione remained in a state of shock until she found herself completely unclothed, gently placed into the bathtub by Glen. Noticing the flicker of confusion in her eyes, Glen, with an intuitive understanding, explained, "You have been holding on to me, but we are about to sleep. We must bathe. So, I asked if you would like to join me. And when you did not respond, I took it as acquiescence." At this moment, Glen was also devoid of clothing and began to meticulously wash the little girl's hair. Hermione's tresses deserved Glen's utmost attention. As anticipated, the young girl let out a piercing scream. However, Lin Yingqing, having witnessed Glen carrying Hermione into the bathroom, had preemptively cast a soundproof charm around the area, ensuring that no one else could hear. Even if someone had overheard, it would have mattered little, for Mr. Granger had already decided to proceed. Chapter 72, The Sorcery. Hermione resigned herself to Glen's assistance in completing her bath. Lying on the bed while contemplating the intricacies of life, she should have known better. She ought to have realized. Glen, this fellow, possessed not an ounce of understanding of the distinctions between genders, nor the propriety of interactions between them. Moreover, he exhibited an utter lack of shame. To Glen, bathing was simply bathing. Assisting Hermione was no different from bathing himself, and he diligently ensured that the young girl was scrubbed clean. He was earnest in his task of washing the little girl. As for the stirring emotions that arose within him, Glen did not comprehend them, but his singular focus was on making Hermione pristine, and in his earnestness, he disregarded those feelings. Possessing a resilient spirit, Glen's resolve remained unshaken. Meanwhile, Hermione buried her face in her hands, writhing in bed, rolling about in embarrassment. At that moment, Glen was not in the room. He had been summoned by his grandmother. He made his way to a small pavilion at the edge of the courtyard, where Lin Yingqing sat gracefully at the edge of a stone table, sipping her tea, her gaze unfocused as if lost in thought. "Grandmother, I have arrived," Glen announced as he entered the pavilion, speaking in the dragon tongue. Lin Yingqing appeared unfazed, having already been informed by her child that Glen understood Chinese. "Yes, please sit," Lin Yingqing replied. Regaining her composure and gesturing for him to take a seat at the stone table, Glen settled into a chair that had been drawn out for him. A teacup materialized before him, filling itself with tea, yet Glen refrained from taking a sip. His grandmother had called him over for a reason. He surmised that she must have questions. He would need to return to accompany the little girl to sleep, so he hoped to resolve matters swiftly. Without waiting for Lin Yingqing to speak, Glen took the initiative and asked, "Grandmother, do you have something you wish to inquire about?" His inky black eyes locked onto his grandmother's, causing her to experience an odd sensation upon meeting his gaze. However, she quickly regained her composure. Shaking off the effect of his eyes, she affirmed her suspicions. "Glen, you are a sorcerer, are you not?" Lin Yingqing set down her teacup and directly posed her question. "What is a sorcerer? I have never heard this term before." Searching his mind for information, Glen found himself at a loss. He was certain this was the first time he had encountered such a word. "Let me rephrase it with a term you might be more familiar with," Lin Yingqing gently suggested. "In your vernacular, it would be referred to as the Silent One." "Ah, I see. Yes," Glen calmly responded, intertwining the concepts of silence and magic within his mind. This was likely the term used for silence in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yingqing's exquisite visage revealed a trace of concern, for she understood that if magic is not cultivated through specialized training, one cannot survive past the age of 10. Of course, there are exceptions, but those exceptions, without the application of specific remedial measures, also succumb within a few years. If she was not mistaken, Glen's eyes had already been influenced and altered by magic. With a somewhat complex expression, she softly inquired, "It seems you are aware of what resides within your body. Could you tell me how you managed to surpass the critical age of 10? There was no harm in speaking about it." And Glen recounted in detail his attempts to control the silence, the attack on their home, and how he had preemptively unleashed the raging silence before turning 10, aided by Hermione's unconscious magical outburst. Upon hearing Glen's account of his practice in controlling magical powers and his preemptive release of that power, Lin Yingqing's worries gradually dissipated, and she let out a small sigh of relief. This was indeed the proper method for surviving past the decade mark. Fortunately, Glen had discovered it himself. Otherwise, all would have been lost. However, her expression soon turned cold, for it dawned on her that her child had nearly been frightened by the attack from those wretched Death Eaters of the Eagle Kingdom. Her grandson had even faced those vile beings directly. Injury was out of the question. With her crafted magical artifacts, not even her brother could harm her child. Not a single hair. Yet, Glen had been but a defenseless child at that time. Lin Yingqing had heard whispers of Voldemort and the Death Eaters, but only in passing. Her gaze hardened. Had it not been for the Dragon Kingdom's policy of non-interference in foreign affairs, and her significant standing within the kingdom, she would have gone to confront Voldemort herself, avenging her child, and ensuring those fiends met a fate so dire that even their mothers would not recognize them. Obliterated to ashes, their souls refined beyond the possibility of reincarnation. Thus, since she could not act in her capacity as the foremost alchemist of the Dragon Kingdom, she could instead approach as Glen's grandmother, accompanied by her brother and father, presenting themselves as family. Surely, the former president of the Dragon Kingdom, the current president, the principal of the North China Academy of Magical Arts, and the chief alchemist of the Dragon Kingdom could eradicate Voldemort's forces entirely, severing the roots and ensuring no chance of resurgence. Lin Yingqing pondered with a stern countenance, her once gentle features now betraying a hint of murderous intent. Resembling a cold and relentless heroine, the Lin family stands fiercely protective, sensitive to the aura of hostility. Glen noticed the shift in his grandmother's demeanor, yet he remained unperturbed, for he was acutely aware of the target of her wrath. He lifted his teacup and took a small sip of the hot tea. The initial bitterness, accompanied by a fragrant note, eventually yielded a sweet aftertaste. Delightful. Tasting tea is a futile endeavor. Glen's assessment of the beverage will forever remain unchanged. It is delightful. Lin Yingqing, having adjusted her mood, resolved to postpone thoughts of revenge, for at this moment, her grandson's well-being took precedence. Glen, you have acted wisely. It is essential to attempt to control the magic before it manifests, and to dissipate it in advance, so that there may be a glimmer of hope when you reach the age of 10. She gently caressed Glen's head, the texture feeling surprisingly pleasant. Unsure, she stroked it again. Upon closer inspection, it seemed her grandson had grown even more endearing. Without hesitation, she pulled Glen into her embrace, continuing to ruffle his hair. "As long as you are happy," Glen replied. "It has been arduous to suppress the force of magic these past years." With a tender touch, Lin Yingqing brushed Glen's hair, her face betraying a look of concern. The burden of restraining the violent power within him, preventing it from erupting and causing harm to those around him, was a struggle that Glen bore silently, his efforts unbeknownst to anyone. Glen shook his head, softly responding, "It is not difficult. It is my responsibility, and indeed, my obligation." He did not perceive his efforts as burdensome. If a task was worthwhile, he would undertake it, regardless of the hardships it entailed. Moreover, he sensed that this power, if properly trained, could serve as an asset. Anything that could enhance his strength was embraced without hesitation, especially when it concerned the safety of those he cherished. "Grandmother, did you summon me merely to inquire about these matters?" Glen asked, feeling her gentle hand caressing his head. "I only wish to confirm. There is something of greater significance." Upon hearing Glen's words, Lin Yingqing raised both hands, lifting him up, then repositioned him to sit upon her lap. Glen offered no resistance, allowing his grandmother to adjust his posture. Their contrasting appearances rendered them more akin to siblings than to a grandparent and grandchild. Lin Yingqing, fighting against the allure of Glen's captivating gaze, continued, "Although you have successfully passed the 10-year threshold, the power of magic remains perilous and requires you to control it through specific methods. Our Dragon Kingdom, through the relentless exploration of our predecessors, has successfully developed a set of techniques for magic bearers to learn how to control and wield this power. Thus, the more pressing matter at hand is to teach you this technique. That is the purpose of my summoning you." She smiled warmly. Glen nodded, slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Dragon Kingdom possessed spells specifically designed for the use of his latent powers. No, techniques. Glen indeed required such guidance to master the latent force within him, as he had begun to sense that his suppression was becoming increasingly ineffective. The power occasionally seeped forth, subtly influencing his emotions, though the effects remained largely imperceptible due to his own restraint. Without the slightest hesitation, Glen addressed his grandmother directly. "Grandma, when may I commence my studies?" Lin Yingqing was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for her grandson's mindset to shift so rapidly. Observing Glen's expressionless face, she felt an involuntary pang of compassion. Perhaps Glen bore some emotional shortcomings as well. Her understanding of magic allowed her to harbor such suspicions. Though she refrained from voicing them, her concern manifested in her actions. Her hand, which had paused during their conversation, resumed its gentle caress. "If you deem it appropriate, I can take you to the library of the North China School of Sorcery tomorrow to retrieve the techniques," Lin Yingqing said, her smile unwavering. "If Hermione is willing, do remember to bring her along. I have some conjectures, though no concrete evidence to substantiate them. It is quite possible that she possesses a unique power as well." Lin Yingqing continued, "When Hermione's magic erupted, it may not have merely halted the depletion of your spiritual energy as you suggested." As if to alleviate Glen's concerns, she swiftly added, "If my hypothesis holds true, the power within Hermione is gentle and entirely benevolent. There is no cause for alarm, Glen." He nodded, suppressing the unease within him. Upon hearing the initial part of his grandmother's statement, he had almost lost his composure. "May I inquire about your conjecture regarding the potential power residing within Hermione?" Glen ventured. Lin Yingqing had no intention of concealing the truth from her grandson and replied softly, "It is the antithesis of the magic within you, known as the holy." After bidding farewell to his grandmother, Glen returned to his bedroom, where the little girl had already succumbed to slumber, her sleeping position quite restless, having disheveled the bed. Now, she had curled up in Glen's spot. He gently laid down beside her, but the slight movement stirred the sleeping child. Yet, upon sensing Glen's presence, she merely raised her eyelids in a half-dreamy state and mumbled something incoherent, which even Glen could not decipher. "It's all right, continue to sleep," he whispered, soothing Hermione. The little girl smacked her lips, closed her eyes again, and wrapped her small hands around Glen's waist, her legs draping over him as she slipped back into her sweet dreams. Glen closed his eyes as well. Inexplicably, Glen enjoyed a remarkably peaceful night's rest, awakening at the break of dawn, feeling the comforting weight beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the blanket had formed a mound. Unsure, he lifted it to take a look. To his surprise, Hermione lay atop him, resembling a koala, utterly still. He gently lay back down, turning slightly to glance at the clock on the wall. It read 7:43. Indeed, the time difference had its effects. Hermione had gone to bed rather late yesterday. He decided to let her sleep until 9, as they had matters to attend to that day. Glen closed his eyes once more. At 9 o'clock, Glen promptly roused Hermione. After they both freshened up, they made their way to the dining hall in the main house, ready to partake in breakfast. While enjoying their breakfast, Glen shared today's plans with Hermione. Their grandmother had arranged a visit to one of the magical schools in the Dragon Country, the North China Academy of Sorcery, where the library supposedly contained resources that could assist him in mastering the art of silent magic and spells. Upon hearing this, the young girl, still somewhat drowsy, perked up and interrupted Glen's subsequent words. "Really? That's wonderful. Let's finish our meal quickly," and set off. With that, she eagerly dove into her breakfast. Glen, somewhat resigned, urged her not to rush, assuring her that they had ample time and that their grandmother would call for them when it was time to leave. After being interrupted, Glen continued, "It's not just about me. Grandma seems to have discovered a special power within you as well." Hermione, who had been munching her food, suddenly paused, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Huh." Glen remained silent, waiting for her to finish chewing. Understanding his cue, Hermione continued to chew her meat, swallowing it down without noticing the remnants of sauce on her lips as she began to inquire. "I possess a special power too, but I've never felt anything." She appeared quite puzzled, striving to recall any unique traits she might have, her brows furrowed and lips pursed, resting her chin on her hand while gently tapping her cheek. This matter eluded her understanding, delving into a realm of ignorance. Glen wiped her mouth with a napkin and recounted what their grandmother had said the night before. He briefly explained that the concepts of magic and silence were akin, adding, "Grandma mentioned that you possess a force known as holy. If I am not mistaken, it is likely a power that opposes magic, and it poses no threat to you." "Holy?" Hermione tilted her head, pondering the force that stood in opposition to silence. The young girl's curiosity was ignited, leaving her with unanswerable questions that itched at her insides, causing her considerable discomfort. It felt as if ants were crawling beneath her skin. The dilemma was that she did not fully grasp the power of silence either. "I haven't studied this topic. Isn't that futile? If magic were a force characterized by dominance, brutality, and overwhelming destructiveness, then holy would be its antithesis, gentle, serene, capable of soothing and healing all things, including those afflicted by parasitic magic." Suddenly, Lin Yingqing's voice resonated from behind them. providing clarity to Hermione's confusion. "Good morning, Grandma." "Good morning, Grandma." Both children politely paused their conversation to greet their grandmother. Yet, Hermione was abruptly reminded of last night's events, her face gradually flushing, and she lowered her head slightly. "Good morning, Glen, Hermione." Lin Yingqing smiled as she waved to them and settled beside Hermione, wrapping her arms around the young girl. "Huh." Lin Yingqing, holding Hermione close, who was notably shorter, rested her head gently atop the girls as she continued to explain. Magic and holiness are two unique forces born out of emotion. Originally, scholars within the realm of arcane arts uniformly believed that the mysterious forces in this world were solely connected to the four elemental entities of earth, air, water, and fire. While I cannot speak for other nations, in the Dragon Kingdom, the majority of systematic magical practices revolve around these four elements. However, this perspective is incomplete. Both magic and sanctity should also be considered, representing the elements of darkness and light, respectively, and they are ranked above the fundamental four elements. Regardless of the country, both arcane and magical arts are profoundly idealistic in nature. During the casting process, willpower is paramount. What one believes exists, exists. What one doubts, does not. Yet, another factor is equally significant, one that can be likened to willpower, emotion. Lin Yingqing adorned her left hand with a delicate cream-colored glove, exuding an air of elegance that beautifully complemented her slender fingers. With a graceful gesture, the glove emitted a soft glow, causing a teapot and 3 teacups to materialize upon the table. "Let us enjoy some tea," she suggested. With another motion, the teapot levitated, pouring tea into the cups for the 3 of them. However, it was evident that the 2 guests were more intrigued by their grandmother's glove than the tea, remaining still. Noticing Glen and Hermione's rapt attention on her glove, Lin Yingqing appeared to recall something and, somewhat apologetically, remarked, "Oh dear, I nearly forgot to introduce this." Removing her glove, she briefly explained, "This is the Hand of Sorcery, which you may understand as one of the mediums for casting spells in the Dragon Kingdom." "Ah, I see." The 2 children nodded, satisfied with the clarification and prompting Glen to encourage his grandmother to continue discussing the previous topics. They had already familiarized themselves with the theory of the 4 elements, especially Glen, whose foundation in alchemy was built upon them. Indeed, emotion is also a crucial element in spellcasting. You may already know that many spells, while relying on will, also require strong emotions to guide them. For instance, as Lin Yingqing donned her glove once more and contemplated, she selected a spell that Glen and Hermione might find familiar, the Guardian Spirit spell, renowned in your realm of magic. With an elegant motion of her hand, she changed her gestures accordingly and recited the incantation. Pointing her fingers like a sword and pressing forward into the air, a brilliant white light erupted from her fingertips. From this radiance emerged a lively and charming little rabbit, prancing forth with the same grace as its mistress. The small white rabbit circled around the trio, instantly filling their hearts with warmth and eliciting a natural joy. Hermione, without realizing it, wore a smile. Glen maintained his stoic demeanor. The guardian spirit landed in Hermione's embrace, and the young girl, surprised, cradled it gently. The key to the success of the guardian spirit spell lies in your happiness, joy, and hope. Your guardian spirit is, in essence, a synthesis of your positive emotions, will, and magical energy, radiating positivity to those around you and dispelling negative feelings. Lin Yingqing took a sip of tea and continued, "Not only can positive emotions govern spellcasting, but negative emotions can do so as well. The efficacy of spells that require emotional release is intricately linked to the emotions they demand. For instance, emotions such as anger, fear, and disgust correspond to various spells, some of which are quite malevolent, and others whose destructive potential far surpasses that of ordinary magic. I shall refrain from demonstrating them here. The forces of darkness and light represent the extremes of negative and positive emotions, yet their origins differ significantly. Darkness is born from the culmination of profound negative emotions accumulated over time, whereas light cannot manifest independently. It is birthed from the existence of darkness and emerges under exceedingly stringent conditions. The prerequisites for its emergence necessitate that a being of light is present in close proximity to a host of darkness, remaining for an extended period while avoiding the unconscious emanations of darkness that could infiltrate the body. Furthermore, and most critically, there must be an extreme positive emotional bond directed towards the host of darkness. Upon concluding her remarks, Lin Yingqing regarded her grandson and his future bride with admiration. By touching the young girl, she had confirmed that Hermione indeed possessed the power of light within her. She joyfully declared, "Glen, Hermione, you both perfectly fulfill these prerequisites. Firstly, you have grown up together since childhood. Secondly, Glen, prior to the magical explosion, you keenly sensed the dangers of darkness and proactively suppressed it, thereby safeguarding Hermione from its corrupting influence. You have protected her admirably, for the power of darkness is akin to poison for other spellcasters. Lastly, and most crucially, Hermione." Lin Yingqing leaned in closer to Hermione's ear and whispered something that caused the young girl's face to flush crimson. However, Glen's hearing was still acute, and he distinctly heard what his grandmother conveyed to Hermione. You love Glen, and love is the most extreme form of positive emotion. Love is a mysterious sentiment. It can arise from a great mother who protects her son from certain doom, or from a young girl who, in her moment of death, pulls herself back from the brink of hell through the sheer force of her will. Yet, what does love truly feel like? Glen was uncertain, yet he cared deeply. Surely, his parents and elders harbored some love for him. As for his professors and friends, he was unsure if love was present there. With Hermione, he had recently come to realize that she was someone he cherished. Under his grandmother's discerning eye, it was evident that love existed between them. However, it seemed that the essence of love varied in meaning. Glen found it difficult to distinguish these nuances, yet he was invested in understanding them. His grandmother had stated that love is the most profound positive emotion. But how could he comprehend such an extreme sentiment when he struggled to grasp even the most fundamental emotions? Moreover, he bore the burden of being a vessel for darkness, a force born from the depths of negative emotions. Could the extreme of negative emotions truly possess the ability and worthiness to touch the distant pinnacle of positive emotions? Glen found himself at a loss, yet he remained troubled by these thoughts. In the depths of his mind, a tumult of thoughts swirled. Within Glen, the suppressed yet ferocious power began to show signs of eruption, tendrils of dark mist emanating from him. However, nestled in his embrace was a softness. Hermione had been placed in Glen's arms by Lin Yingqing. In that fleeting moment, the dark aura, emblematic of destruction and brutality, vanished without a trace, replaced by a radiant white light, symbolizing purity and healing. This luminous essence lingered, calming the tumult within Glen. The malevolent force was thus naturally subdued by the sacred presence. Chapter 74, Preparing to Depart. Lin Yingqing softly remarked, the sacred is birthed from the demonic, yet the demonic can only be restrained by the sacred. The two represent entirely opposing poles of emotion, yet are intricately bound by their essence. Glen, you are fortunate to have Hermione by your side, influencing you. Otherwise, relying solely on personal strength, it would be impossible for you to suppress the demonic force for so long. Indeed, I am fortunate, Glen replied, gently caressing the young girl's cheek, his expression gravely earnest. He believed himself to be the luckiest person in the world, having been reincarnated in this realm, encountering his parents, meeting Hermione, and enjoying such a splendid environment for existence. Even if future hardships were to arise, he deemed them deserved. Meeting them had consumed all the fortune he possessed across his past, present, and future. In the wake of his grandmother's words, he could now sense the sacred influence emanating from Hermione. Waves of pure, warm light flowed into his limbs, wrapping around the dark mist hidden within him. The restless malevolence, upon encountering this warmth, settled down, no longer striving to break free and wreak havoc. Upon hearing the concept of the sacred within her, Hermione endeavored to harness this power. Indeed, she sensed a different feeling than before. The young girl distinctly recognized the extraordinary presence within her. Although her cheeks remained flushed, she lifted her gaze to meet Glen's, resolutely declaring, Glen, I will protect you from the harm of the malevolence. Confronted with Glen's unusually dark eyes, affected by the malevolent force, the girl summoned the warm essence within her, the sacred power. Gentle streams of white light coalesced in her brown eyes, emanating an ethereal mist. Hermione was no longer swayed by Glen's gaze. From now on, you protect me, and I shall protect you, she said with a sweet smile. Hermione remained unaffected by Glen's influence. Rather, it was Glen who, gazing at the smiling girl in his arms, found himself entranced. Hermione sensed Glen's unusual demeanor and felt the atmosphere shift with intimacy. For a moment, she felt weak, her body softening, her gaze evasive. Yet, ultimately, she stole a glance at Glen with her watery eyes. Perhaps, if it were just the two of them, time would pause at this moment. But that was impossible. A pair of eyes was watching them intently. At this moment, Lin Yingqing, the head of Glen and Hermione, had somehow procured a watermelon, which she had neatly sliced and was now savoring in small bites. Darling, why not indulge in a kiss? In the midst of the flirtatious atmosphere, Glen and Hermione gazed at one another, yet remained motionless, inciting a hint of impatience in Lin Yingqing, who was typically composed, gentle, and methodical in her demeanor. I am eagerly awaiting the embrace of my great-grandson. Do hurry along. Oh, but they are merely 12 years old, so perhaps it is of little consequence. Nonetheless, this does not preclude them from sharing a tender kiss. Witnessing the beauty of such moments invariably elicits joy and bears benefits for the spirit. Lin Yingqing looked at her grandson, who appeared as wooden as a statue, with a sense of frustration. Fortunately, Glen's willpower far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he soon extricated himself from the peculiar, yet pleasant ambience. Reluctantly, he withdrew. Glen longed to bask in this indescribably delightful sensation. Yet reason reminded him that other matters awaited his attention. There would be ample time for intimacy with the young lady after these tasks were completed. Moreover, a thought struck him. Struggling to shift his gaze, Glen tightened his arm to prevent Hermione from sliding off his thigh and calmly inquired of his grandmother. Grandmother, since you mentioned that the sacred, much like magic, is a special element alongside the basic 4 elements of earth, air, water, and fire, does it not possess its own specialized techniques as magic does? Glen fancied he heard his grandmother emit a soft, disapproving sound. Lin Yingqing set the watermelon down, her hands and lips untouched by any juice. She was elegance personified. Nodding, she affirmed Glen's speculation. Indeed, while the conditions for the formation of the sacred are exceedingly challenging, our history in the Dragon Kingdom has seen a few individuals who, without exception, became remarkable sorcerers. Based on the characteristics of the sacred, they devised techniques suitable for the practice of the sacred. She gazed with slight regret at the now non-interactive Glen and Hermione, realizing that their progress had reached a standstill for the day. The journey to cradling her great-grandson still lay far ahead, and her efforts to assist them required further exertion. Since you both seem prepared, we can now set forth to the North China School of Sorcery. With a snap of her fingers, Lin Yingqing cleared the table of its contents and then rose, walking slowly toward an unassuming small room within the courtyard, gently gesturing for the two to follow. Glen set the young lady down, grasped her hand, and trailed behind his grandmother. The young girl, despite having been nearly overwhelmed by shyness moments ago, found her curiosity reignited in the face of the unknown. Temporarily forgetting her earlier embarrassment, she even expressed impatience with Glen for not moving quickly enough. Striding ahead and urging him to keep pace with Lin Yingqing. Lin Yingqing paused before the wooden door of the room, awaiting their arrival. When Glen and Hermione reached her side, she did not immediately push open the door, but instead began to introduce the intriguing sights before them. This is a portal, one of the means employed in our Dragon Nation's mystical realm to swiftly traverse to another location. However, utilizing a portal necessitates a certain amount of spiritual energy within one's body, as well as a relatively intricate spatial positioning method. Otherwise, we would have long since integrated it into the societal fabric of the Dragon Nation. The two individuals understood, sensing a resemblance to the flying powder from their own realm. The portal connecting two locations requires pre-established magical patterns to forge a connection, and to activate the portal, specific gestures, and output of spiritual energy, and a secret command are essential, which can be determined by the portal's owner. As she elucidated this, Lin Yingqing gracefully gestured in the air with her enchanted hand. She ceased the infusion of spiritual energy and recited in the dragon language, portal activation. The wooden door before the three of them opened gradually on its own, devoid of any special effects, rather unadorned, akin to a genuine wooden door revealing the room behind it. Not to mention, the decor style of the room beyond the portal could not merely be described as similar to their quadrangle. It was, in fact, identical. Had it not been for Glen sensing the faint magical fluctuations emanating from the portal moments ago, he might have truly believed that his grandmother had failed in her magical endeavor. Let us proceed. Lin Yingqing smiled at Glen and Hermione, stepping into the portal first. No, it would be more fitting to say she passed through. The scene within the portal wavered slightly before returning to normal. Lin Yingqing was on the other side, smiling at the two. Meeting the young girl's gaze, they stepped into the portal together. Having previously experienced flying powder, both were psychologically prepared. However, to their surprise, traversing the portal was devoid of discomfort, feeling merely as if they had passed through a cool, thin membrane, arriving in the room beyond. This room was evidently much smaller than the others within the quadrangle, furnished simply with items such as a table and a sofa, yet it was far from monotonous. Instead, it exuded a warm ambience, with sunlight streaming through the windows, filling the space with a soft, gentle glow. It appeared as though they were still within the quadrangle. Yet the scenery outside the window had completely transformed. Once all three had entered, the wooden door closed automatically, falling into silence. "Please, open the door," came Grandma's voice from behind. Without hesitation, Glen obediently pulled the door open. The scene outside was no longer that of their quadrangle. Instead, it resembled a mountaintop nestled among peaks, with a panoramic view surrounded by a sea of clouds, akin to a fairyland. Nearby, before them, lay a vibrant little courtyard, teeming with life, alongside an ancient tree towering at least 20 meters high, its branches and leaves casting shade over half the courtyard. The only human-made objects within the courtyard were a stone table and chairs placed beneath the tree. Everything appeared so natural and harmonious, simply being there. One could feel a wave of tranquility and serenity. Turning back, the three had emerged from a small wooden cabin, which bore no excessive embellishment, resembling the humble cottages commonly found in rural areas. Yet Glen sensed an exquisite charm emanating from it. As he slightly opened his heightened senses, the sensations became increasingly pronounced. Yet Glen was still unable to pinpoint the peculiarities. Shutting off his heightened perception, Glen shook his head, unwilling to delve further. This was the lounge of the North China Academy of Magic. Quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yingqing inquired with a smile. Hermione nodded. Yet she felt the air here was somewhat thin, making it a tad difficult to breathe, and she had yet to acclimate. Observing the young girl's slightly unnatural complexion, Lin Yingqing chuckled. Our academy is nestled high in the mountains, and indeed, the air is rather sparse. However, this is intended to enhance the students' cardiovascular health and physical fitness. In our curriculum, regardless of the discipline chosen, physical training is essential, Hermione. Take your time to adapt. It will be beneficial for you. The young girl nodded with a grimace, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but as she had trained alongside Glen, she was able to endure. She glanced at Glen, whose expression remained impassive, and stuck out her tongue. This fellow truly possessed remarkable physical prowess. Indeed, Glen's training intensity far exceeded that of the young girl, and coupled with the assistance of potions, his cardiovascular capacity had long surpassed that of the average person, not to mention the changes his body had undergone due to the wand's anomalies. With the availability of potions as an extraordinarily effective and rapid remedy, Glen ruthlessly and brutally shattered, healed, and reshaped his physical form, relentlessly pursuing strength. Even if it meant only a slight improvement, it was not that he wished to spare Hermione from such hardships. Rather, the methods of training and the restorative processes of the potions were exceedingly arduous. There was no need for the young girl to endure such suffering. Conventional exercise was perfectly adequate for her. Lin Yingqing also had no intention of lingering, leading the two through the courtyard towards the stone steps descending the mountain. Beginning their descent, below them, through the shrouded mist, ancient and solemn edifices could be faintly discerned. Chapter 75. The various disciplines of the magic school. Having walked for nearly half an hour without reaching the North China Academy of Magic, the young girl, unable to adapt to the thin air of the high mountains and continuously consuming oxygen through their exertions, had reached her limit and was hoisted onto Glen's back. As he cast a spell to ease her burden, the young girl, disheartened at her own oversight, lamented, "How did I not think of that?" Glen, maintaining a calm demeanor, conjectured that her desire to train as her grandmother had suggested led her to subconsciously overlook this option. He understood Hermione well. Since her grandmother had stated that the academy's elevation was intended to enhance the students' cardiovascular capabilities, the determined girl would undoubtedly strive to adhere to that advice along the way. Yet, it was precisely this tenacity that made her disregard her own limitations, pushing herself to the brink of fainting while still attempting to forge ahead. Unable to endure any longer, Glen picked her up and carried her. Lin Yingqing, walking ahead, did not look back nor show any reaction. Yet her heart was already in turmoil. What was the matter with these two youngsters? How could her grandson and granddaughter-in-law possess such remarkable physical prowess? In reality, the distance connecting the North China School of Magic to the teachers' lounges was not nearly as far as the path Glen and the others had just traversed. After all, the North China School of Magic had a no-fly zone, and movement could only be achieved by walking. It was unlikely that the teachers would have the leisure to stroll such distances to reach their rest areas. Lin Yingqing merely employed a small trick to extend the staircase infinitely. She intended to ascertain the physical condition of the two youngsters, which would assist her in arranging appropriate training for them, with Glen and Hermione present. As the vice principal of the North China School of Magic and the head of the Alchemy Academy, Lin Yingqing was determined to allow them to explore and experience the various courses offered at the Dragon Country School of Magic. This way, her grandson and granddaughter-in-law could simultaneously learn from both the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation, gathering diverse knowledge. It was undoubtedly beneficial. Perhaps, in the future, she might even have the opportunity to sway them to her side. However, as the two youngsters took longer ascending the staircase, Lin Yingqing's inner calm began to fray. Consider Hermione. Her performance exhibited physical qualities comparable to the top students of the third-year combat academy. As for Glen, Lin Yingqing observed his performance and realized he could not be judged by ordinary standards. Although she had not chosen to specialize in combat, Lin Yingqing was an adult who did not neglect physical training. Now, even her breath had become somewhat erratic, while Glen maintained a steady breath, as if nothing were amiss. Not to mention, he was carrying a small girl, though she was not particularly heavy. Glen was indeed unperturbed. His body functioned like a finely tuned machine, capable of adapting to its surroundings and circumstances. He instinctively selected the optimal solutions for maintaining his stamina, adjusting his posture while descending the stairs, determining where to place his feet, how to exert force, how to leverage strength, and how to ease tension, all meticulously planned in his mind. Just moments before, the dark energy from his wand had been continuously enhancing his body, allowing him to descend the stairs without depleting his energy reserves too quickly. If he continued walking, it might only be when his stomach was empty and his available energy exhausted that he would finally pause. There was no need for further testing. It would be prudent to assign Glen the highest level of physical training at the Combat Academy. Lin Yingqing composed herself, her thoughts shifting as she dispelled the magical spell. After a few steps, The three arrived at the location of the North China School of Magic. At last, they had arrived. Goodness, that staircase was excessively long. Glen, are you tired? After resting for a while, Hermione felt she had regained some energy and gently patted Glen's back, her concern evident in her voice. Glen shook his head, responding, I'm fine. The young girl requested Glen to set her down, and he complied, slightly bending his knees as Hermione slid down from his embrace. Now, they had the opportunity to observe their surroundings. They believed they were situated at the edge of the North China School of Sorcery, and upon glancing back, they noticed that the vicinity of their grandmother's lounge was adorned with similar small peaks, likely the resting quarters of other sorcery instructors. As they surveyed their surroundings, it became apparent that the teachers' lounges seemed to form a subtle circle, enveloping the entire North China School of Sorcery. Lin Yingqing, having observed their actions, explained, our teachers' lounges are, in fact, different nodes of a magical defense array established by the school to fend off external threats. Although our nation is currently in an era of peace, should any foolish miscreants attempt to challenge the North China School of Sorcery, our faculty and the magical defense array behind us constitute the school's first line of defense. The trio continued their unceasing strides towards the library. As it was summer vacation, the entire sorcery school was rather desolate, which, for Glen and Hermione, who were merely there to read and explore, was quite fortunate. The ancient-style architectural complex before them visibly divided into 6 distinct areas along the central Grand Plaza. Despite the varied layouts and overall structures, they harmoniously complemented one another, showcasing their unique characteristics while accentuating the architectural style of the others. Grandma, you mentioned earlier the 6 major subjects at the sorcery schools in our country, aside from combat techniques, spellcasting, alchemy, and botany. What are the other 2? Hermione recalled the topic Lin Yingqing had briefly introduced. These places must be where the students attend classes after selecting their subjects, right? However, I believe students at Hogwarts also choose their courses in the 3rd year. I wonder how the subjects differ between our country and the Eagle Nation. Once Hermione began to ponder, her thoughts gradually expanded, and she started to envision how she would select her courses if she were to attend the North China School of Sorcery. Indeed, Hermione, in addition to the 4 categories you just mentioned, there are also the subjects of apothecary and beast mastery. Lin Yingqing responded to the young girl's inquiry and continued. As for course selection, we recommend that every young sorcerer chooses at least 3 main subjects, one of which must be from either combat techniques or spellcasting, as these are the primary means of combat for sorcerers. The other subjects, while they possess their own combat methodologies, tend to lean more towards logistics and support. Must we select enough subjects, meaning we can choose all of them? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Did her grandmother imply that it was indeed possible to select every course? The young girl felt the fire of her academic spirit igniting, entirely overlooking the option of only selecting one course. At Hogwarts, it seemed that wizards could choose from all 12 subjects, much like Percy Weasley, the head of Gryffindor. However, one matter that left Hermione utterly perplexed was the scheduling of classes. With 12 courses, there were bound to be a few that overlapped in timing. What was to be done? Lin Yingqing's response pulled the young girl back from her whirlwind of thoughts. Indeed, she remarked, but I do not advocate such an approach. Generally speaking, young sorcerers lack the capacity to master all subjects thoroughly. Dispersing their limited energy leads to less effective learning than one might envision. Rather than chasing breadth without depth in areas where one's abilities are insufficient, it is far more prudent to diligently delve into a specific field, mastering it to attain proficiency. This foundation of knowledge is vital. Subsequently, pursuing a broader spectrum of knowledge poses no issue. Lin Yingqing smiled and added, of course, there is another reason. Aside from these 6 major categories, the Dragon Kingdom School of Sorcery offers a myriad of diverse courses, such as divination, astrology, artistry, musicology, mechanisms, and scholars dedicated to the study of magical research, as well as historians who uncover the secrets of historical truths. There are over 20 elective courses focused on the applications of the 4 elements, among others. Hermione, do you truly believe that one person could complete all these courses? Lin Yingqing teased, her eyes twinkling as she gazed at the young girl. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing how unrealistic that notion was. She couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment at the sheer number of courses available in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yingqing chuckled softly, ruffling Hermione's fluffy hair. In reality, the recommended course selection method is a combination of 1, 2, and 3, choosing the most suitable method of casting spells between combat techniques and incantations. Then selecting 2 auxiliary courses from potion making, beast taming, alchemy, or botany. Finally, one must choose 3 courses from a total of 26 electives. This combination is considered quite reasonable. Of course, we encourage young sorcerers to mix and match according to their needs, but the only requirement is to select one from the combat techniques and incantations. Hermione nodded, while Glen appeared contemplative. Compared to other subjects, he found combat techniques and incantations particularly intriguing. After all, His grandmother had mentioned that the sorcerers of the Dragon Kingdom wielded more than just the hand of magic. Different tools of casting, in Glen's view, should distinguish various combat styles. As a skilled assassin proficient in numerous weaponry, he was deeply interested in such matters. His fondest memories from his previous life involved maintaining his weapons and honing his combat skills with various implements. Naturally, he was also quite fascinated by the alchemy course. Given that his grandmother was a leading alchemist in the Dragon Kingdom, the magical artifacts she crafted were incredibly profound. Despite his mastery of alchemy and a faint ability to perceive magical circuits, Glen could not unravel the mysteries of her magical devices. In his perspective, alchemy should bear similarities to the practice of alchemists. His own studies in alchemy seemed to have hit a plateau, and progress felt sluggish. Perhaps exposure to the alchemy course at the Dragon Kingdom School of Sorcery would help him break through his limitations. Glen gently shook his head, realizing that such matters were not to be pondered at this moment. The paramount concern should be the arcane arts related to sanctity and magic. Ahead, Lin Yingqing continued to smile as she answered the myriad questions posed by the young girl, while Glen followed quietly behind them. Amidst their chatter, they arrived at the library. Chapter 76, The Books. Upon entering the library, Hermione could not help but exclaim in awe. This reaction was entirely understandable. Although the layout of the library in the North China Academy of Sorcery bore a resemblance to that of Hogwarts, with rows upon rows of towering bookshelves filled with a diverse array of tomes, the sheer volume of books in this library was staggering. The space within the library was at least 4 times larger than that of Hogwarts, and its classification system was far more meticulous. Hermione, having visited numerous libraries, immediately discerned the superiority of this establishment. Considering the ancient history of the Dragon Kingdom, the abundance of books, even if they were tomes of sorcery, became comprehensible. These were invaluable treasures bestowed upon future generations by the uninterrupted history of the Dragon Kingdom. I have made up my mind. I shall reside here from now on, the young girl declared, clenching her fists, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hermione, who cherished books above all else, yearned to devote every moment, save for eating and sleeping, to reading. The sight of such an overwhelming collection of magical texts filled her with uncontainable joy. Hermione, this is a treasure trove of knowledge. The young girl gazed at the books before her, nearly salivating at the thought. Lin Yingqing found herself increasingly fond of this book-loving child. As a fellow bibliophile, witnessing Hermione's exuberance naturally endeared her further. Gently ruffling Hermione's hair, Lin Yingqing cast a knowing glance at her grandson, as if to imply something significant. Quickly, secure Hermione. Yet Glen remained oblivious, unable to communicate through glances with anyone other than Hermione. Observing Glen's bewildered expression, Lin Yingqing sighed softly, took Hermione's hand, and beckoned Glen, "Come. The books we seek are not here. Hermione, if you wish to explore other texts in this library, simply let me know. You may linger as long as you desire. I can create another portal connecting our home to the library, allowing you to visit every day." After all, crafting a mere portal was a task easily accomplished by a practitioner with the right materials. Were this information to reach others, they would likely be aghast, expressing vehement disapproval. Creating a portal for transportation was no trivial feat. Such magical artifacts related to spatial manipulation had never been easily realized. A skilled artisan would require at least 10 days to successfully create one, not including the establishment of a spatial connection between the two locations. Look at what you're saying. Oh, the chief practitioner, then it's no concern. I shall take my leave. Lin Yingqing felt an overwhelming urge to spoil this increasingly beloved young girl. Upon hearing these words, the little girl leaped with joy, her mind solely occupied with the thought of reading. "Really? Thank you, Grandma," Hermione exclaimed, and without hesitation, she embraced Lin Yingqing, planting a gentle peck on her cheek. Lin Yingqing's smile widened, feeling rejuvenated by the lively spirit of this little one. The two children followed Lin Yingqing deeper into the library, and at some point, the surrounding light began to diminish until it vanished completely. Glen, devoid of his wand, cast a luminescent charm, a sphere of light appearing at his fingertips to illuminate the surroundings. He turned to look back, only to find a pitch-black void behind him, obscuring the path they had taken. The light seemed to be absorbed. Is this a form of magic? Glen pondered silently, as the little girl, guided by Lin Yingqing, also noticed the change in their environment. Feeling the encroaching darkness of the narrow space, she tightened her grip slightly, her anxiety palpable. Sensing the firm hold of the little girl, Lin Yingqing softly reassured her, "There's no need to worry. This is a concealed enchantment of our library. Certain important books are safeguarded deep within this place through such means. The magic activates only when one identifies the teacher's credentials and recognizes their magical signature recorded in the archives, all while concentrating on the book one seeks. The enchantment will silently envelop you within its influence and transport you to a hidden passage. Just follow me. It's all right. You need not fear, Hermione." Lin Yingqing tenderly comforted the little girl. Hermione gently nodded and then turned her head toward Glen, extending her hand to him. Glen understood her gesture and stepped forward to take her hand. With Glen's reassuring grip, Hermione's racing heart gradually calmed. Lin Yingqing watched the exchange with a warm smile. After traversing a bit further, the trio finally arrived at their destination. Before them stood an ancient stone door, time having left indelible marks upon its surface, indicating its great age. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust, suggesting that this place had long been forgotten. Lin Yingqing placed her palm gently at the center of the stone door, a radiant light illuminating the area as the door creaked open, slowly revealing the marks of time once more. To Glen and Hermione's astonishment, the space beyond the stone door was not shrouded in the same darkness as the passage they had traversed. Numerous white flames floated ethereally in the air, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky, flickering softly and casting a gentle white glow upon the three of them while illuminating the interior of the room. Glen carefully sensed the flames, realizing they were conjured by some magical entity fueled by magical energy, though he could not discern where the source was situated. The illumination apparatus here is said to have been burning with white flames for centuries. Upon discovering this place, I felt compelled to investigate the magical devices responsible for its existence. However, I hesitated, fearing I might inadvertently trigger something ominous, and thus refrained from pursuing it. This chamber, which houses the techniques of both magic and sanctity, has an unknown date of establishment, having undergone countless renovations and transformations through generations. Its intricate structure remains somewhat beyond my comprehension. Lin Yingqing felt a deep sense of nostalgia. These are the crystallized wisdom of the ancients. Alas, this place is of such immense significance that otherwise, she would have dismantled it to thoroughly study those magical devices. Please wait for me a moment. There is still a step to complete. Releasing Hermione's hand, Lin Yingqing stepped forward alone to an unremarkable stone pedestal at the center of the room. She murmured incantations, gesturing with her left hand while her right hand delicately traced the surface of the pedestal in a rhythmic motion. After a few minutes, with the final syllable uttered, Lin Yingqing ceased her actions. The pedestal before her split apart, revealing two books, one black and one white, as if they had materialized from the void, or perhaps had always resided within the pedestal itself, gradually coalescing into tangible form. Lin Yingqing beckoned Glen and Hermione to approach. Hermione, standing before the two books, inquired with curiosity, "Is this the magic and sanctity technique?" The young girl was filled with doubt. The books appeared almost like ordinary notebooks, their covers black and white, exuding an ancient aura that suggested they might crumble upon touch, yet they bore no remarkable features. She had expected that the emergence of such mysterious artifacts would be accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. Moreover, she noted that the thickness of these two books was rather insufficient. If they were indeed the culmination of the efforts of generations of scholars from the Dragon Kingdom, their dimensions should be more substantial. Even the basic spells for young wizards was 4 times thicker than the combined volumes before her. Surely, the wisdom of the ancients could not be so scant. Glen remained silent, having sensed 2 distinctly different auras emanating from the books. The black tome contained an essence akin to that which resided silently within him. The other, he presumed, must embody the essence of sanctity. However, he felt a peculiar dissonance concerning these 2 volumes, though he could not discern the reason. Within both books, a considerable amount of magical energy was concentrated, contradicting their seemingly simple exteriors. Glen was at a loss as to how such immense magical power could be incorporated into ordinary books. He had confirmed through his heightened senses that the material of these tomes was indeed merely ordinary paper. Could alchemy have inscribed magical circuits upon them? That seemed implausible, as ordinary paper could not withstand the tension brought forth by magical energy. Once inscribed, the paper would simply disintegrate. How fascinating. Glen pondered silently the method of construction behind these extraordinary tomes. Lin Yingqing nodded, affirming the question posed by Hermione. Glen, having reached an impasse in his research, began to inquire, "Grandmother, I presume we cannot acquire the information contained within these books through conventional reading methods, can we?" Indeed, these 2 tomes can no longer be perused in the usual manner. Their physical forms have long been suspended by temporal magic. Otherwise, they would shatter upon the slightest touch. Before you lies merely a projection of the 2 volumes. Projection? Hermione appeared quite astonished, genuinely believing that the books before her were simply resting upon the fractured stone pedestal, entirely oblivious to the fact that they possessed no physical substance. Glen understood now the source of the dissonance. He began to reflect. Even with his heightened sensitivity, he had failed to discern the issues with these 2 books. His power was insufficient. He must strive further. Since arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, he had become increasingly aware of his own weakness. Although he had not ceased his pursuit of strength and believed he had remained diligent, his time at Hogwarts had nevertheless constrained his perspective. Not only could he not penetrate the mysteries of artifacts created by ancient beings, but he also found himself wholly unable to perceive his grandmother's magical creations. Many aspects of the Northern Magic School in the Dragon Kingdom concealed intricate secrets, not to mention the nearly 30 diverse subjects offered here. His grandmother had once mentioned that Dumbledore was a close friend of her father, and Glen recognized that his own abilities were far from rivaling Dumbledore's. If he could not accurately gauge his grandmother's prowess, how then could he assess Dumbledore's? And what of Voldemort, the one who seemed capable of contending with Dumbledore? Their true strengths likely surpassed his expectations. Dumbledore was feigning weakness. Though Glen was uncertain of the reasons, he could perceive this much. His only encounter with Voldemort had been during the incident at the living type door. He could not allow himself to be complacent simply because Voldemort had been incapacitated then. Time was of the essence. Chapter 77, The Passing of the Torch. Lin Yingqing's voice temporarily interrupted Glen's tumultuous thoughts. She stepped back, clearing space in front of the stone pedestal, beckoning Glen and Hermione to advance. Given that the physical forms of the sacred and demonic books had become exceedingly fragile, the ancestors had deliberated and devised a remarkably intricate soul magic. Through a connection of magical energy, aided by the creations of spells, they could directly transfer the contents of the books into the memories of their descendants. This method of information transmission, due to its inherent dangers associated with directly linking souls, necessitates a complete and specialized protective apparatus. Even I cannot ascertain how many magical devices within this room are designed to impart the knowledge contained within the sacred and demonic texts, she cautioned. While I have complete faith in you two young ones, you must remember to maintain a tranquil and empty mind when receiving this knowledge. Otherwise, complications may arise. Matters concerning the soul must not be treated lightly. Lin Yingqing, naturally reassured by the character of the two youngsters, felt it prudent to offer one last reminder. Glen and Hermione nodded, positioning themselves before the stone pedestal, awaiting their grandmother's next instruction. Hermione, place your hand upon the projection of the sacred text. Glen, you shall rest your hand upon the magical tome. The two complied, and as Glen pressed his palm down, an ephemeral force emanated from all directions of the stone pedestal's magical projection, drawing him firmly to it. A warm current surged from the point of contact, traveling along his arm and into his being. Deep within, a dormant essence seemed to awaken to the resonant power, becoming restless, as if yearning to burst forth from Glen's body. Flickering lights danced upon the stone surface, and a potent force swiftly quelled the impulse within him. Was this the power of the sacred? Yet, it did not appear to be a gift from Hermione. Glen cast a sidelong glance at the young girl. Noticing her expression remained unchanged, as if she too was attuned to the resonance of power. Was it emanating from the pedestal itself? Glen pondered, deeming it a reasonable notion. Perhaps a protective measure left by their predecessors. Lin Yingqing observed that the two were poised to receive the information transfer and continued. Next, you must recite the corresponding incantation to activate the transmission of knowledge. Fear not, simply utter the incantation. Glen should have no trouble. Hermione, ensure your pronunciation is precise. Hermione looked puzzled. This incantation must be spoken in the dragon tongue. Hermione responded, what? The name of the incantation is Passing the Flame. Hermione, remember its meaning. Then attempt to articulate it in the dragon tongue. I will recite it once for you to memorize. Glen has taught you some dragon words, so imitation should not pose much difficulty. Lin Yingqing conveyed the instructions in English, then repeated the incantation in dragon tongue twice for the young girl to emulate. Xingho Shansuan. She attempted, but Lin Yingqing corrected her. No, try again. Passing the flame. After a minute or two, the young girl finally managed to pronounce it correctly. Glen refrained from initiating his own transmission of knowledge, instead waiting for Hermione. After practicing a few more times and ensuring her pronunciation was flawless, Hermione nervously placed her hand back onto the pedestal. I'm ready, let us begin. The subsequent steps are rather simple. You merely need to absorb the information from the text. Remember, remain calm. With that, Lin Yingqing fell silent, standing nearby, prepared to address any unforeseen circumstances. Are we ready to commence? Glen inquired, noticing Hermione was still anxiously whispering the newly learned dragon tongue, reminiscent of her demeanor before a final exam. Thus, he took her hand. It's all right. The warmth and tactile reassurance from his palm brought her comfort. Gradually, Hermione composed herself, taking several deep breaths to steady her heart. Yes, let us begin. Once her emotions settled, she nodded slightly. With Glen by her side, her anxiety dissipated. Exchanging glances, the two simultaneously intoned, Passing the Flame. In Glen's vision, the world faded away, plunging him back into the darkness reminiscent of his previous blindness. He remained calm, scanning his surroundings, yet found nothing. In that moment, a haunting echo resonated abruptly within the pitch-black expanse, momentarily blurring Glen's vision. Though engulfed in darkness, he sensed a shadowy figure emerging ahead, drawing ever closer. The silhouette bore a humanoid shape but lacked distinct limbs. Its form was unstable, trembling, and writhing. Its features were indistinct. Yet Glen could faintly discern its crimson eyes flickering beneath the shroud of darkness, exuding a palpable aura of varied, unsettling negative emotions that caused him to furrow his brow. Uncertain of the nature of these entities, Glen felt an overwhelming discomfort within. Moreover, this was not a solitary apparition. An increasing number of shadows, each with differing dimensions, appeared in succession, encircling him in layers. The first shadow advanced, closing the distance to Glen. Despite the multitude of unknown figures surrounding him, the only sound resonating in the stillness was the approach of this singular presence. Enduring the chaotic torrent of negative emotions swirling in his mind, Glen silently observed as the dark entity came to stand before him. He remained unperturbed. Even amidst the turmoil, he maintained a semblance of calm. The shadow did not halt its advance, pressing forward until it fully merged with Glen, vanishing from sight. A jolt coursed through his body as a surge of negative emotions erupted within, as if they sought to consume him from the inside out. His mind felt as though it were being relentlessly stirred by an unseen force, a sharp pain igniting his nerves. Yet, Glen remained impassive, steadfastly preserving his inner tranquility. At that moment, he perceived a stream of information, manifesting abruptly in textual form within his memory. The sorcerer, a blend of black and red. An entity both real and illusory, a force that arises from emotion. In the words of the cursed sorcerer, it is indeed a misfortune. One must learn its craft to wield it for oneself. What is this? Why can I comprehend each word, yet fail to grasp the meaning when they are strung together? Glen felt a pang of confusion. Indeed, it was Chinese, yet the essence of the content eluded him. Wait, perhaps it is not entirely incomprehensible. Glen concentrated deeply. If he were to add a few words or transform individual characters into phrases, it seemed the text might flow coherently. What is this? Could it be that the contents of the grimoire are encrypted, requiring him to decipher them gradually? He was at a loss. Just as Glen intended to slowly unravel these memories, an onslaught of shadows surged into him, interrupting his train of thought. There was no choice. The efficiency of such a decoding method was too low. He resolved to commit everything to memory first before devising a plan. Enduring the torment, he expressionlessly recorded each piece of information imparted by the shadows. Time slipped away. Was it a day? 2 days? Or perhaps more? The entirety of the grimoire's contents was forcefully thrust into Glen's mind, leaving his thoughts in a chaotic disarray. Glen has persevered through the excruciating pain brought on by negative emotions and the inundation of memories, relying solely on his resilient spirit and indomitable will, remaining conscious until this very moment. In days gone by, Glen would time himself by the rhythm of his heartbeat, which remains relatively constant whether one is at rest or engaged in various activities. If one is acutely aware of their heartbeats per minute, they can indeed measure time through their own pulse. Glen has evidently mastered this technique, constantly keeping track of time. However, his mind is now overwhelmed with information, leaving him little concern for the passage of time. The surrounding darkness offers no visual reference for the flow of time, compelling him to make only rough estimations. Fortunately, the shadows around him have significantly diminished, and he has committed all the information to memory. At last, when the final shadow melded into his being, Glen felt the surrounding darkness gradually recede, and his vision brightened once more. Squinting slightly, he found no discomfort transitioning from the enveloping darkness to the illuminating light. The pain in his mind had vanished without a trace, as if it had never occurred. With a moment's focus, Glen realized that the memories he had acquired were still intact. Having obtained what he sought, he chose to disregard the process itself. Lin Yingqing, who remained by Glen and Hermione's side, had been anxiously fixated on the two small figures, fearing any unforeseen mishaps. When she noticed Glen's still body stir slightly, she was astonished to discover that he had awakened. Could the arcane inheritance occur so swiftly? Surely, less than a minute had passed. This was Lin Yingqing's first time witnessing a sorcerer acquiring memories directly through such a method. As for other matters, her knowledge was scant. After dinner the previous night, she had speculated about Glen's condition and subsequently sought her father in the nearby courtyard to inquire about matters pertaining to magic, leading to the conversation that ensued after Hermione and Glen had bathed. Shaking her head, Lin Yingqing employed a detection spell and found no issues with Glen. Everything appeared to be in order. She then inquired about Glen's well-being and whether the process had been smooth. He nodded, affirming that he had memorized the contents of the grimoire. Now, they awaited Hermione to complete her inheritance. Why was she still not out? Lin Yingqing felt puzzled. Several hours had elapsed, yet Hermione remained quiet, a blissful smile gracing her face. Glen wore an odd expression, for he understood that such a demeanor typically manifested when a young girl was asleep, lost in delightful dreams. Chapter 78. The inheritance concludes. The young girl spews. At last, after more than an hour had passed, Hermione finally stirred, stretching languidly and emitting a contented sigh, appearing as though she had enjoyed a splendid slumber. She turned her head to find Glen and Lin Yingqing, who had been waiting patiently, and sheepishly scratched her head. I have memorized all the information from the holy book. Have I kept you waiting for long? Lin Yingqing shook her head, believing that such a pace was only natural. Even the infusion of memories required time. Glen was indeed quite remarkable. He was less concerned about the passage of time and more worried about whether Hermione experienced the same pain during her magical inheritance. Hermione, how did you feel while receiving the magical inheritance? Glen asked directly, voicing his curiosity. Hermione rested her right hand on her chin, propping her left elbow with her right hand as she reflected carefully. Well, it felt very pleasant, she replied. Glen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hermione gestured as she continued. After I recited the incantation, I found myself in a place filled entirely with white light, surrounded by many bright orbs that enveloped me. I felt warm and cheerful, almost drowsy, and then I just drifted off to sleep. When I awoke, I saw you all waiting for me, and I discovered that my mind was filled with numerous pieces of information in Chinese, though I couldn't comprehend any of it. Glen was taken aback. Just a brief slumber? He mused. Well, as long as the young lady didn't suffer, that's what matters. Reflecting on the peculiar phrases he had noted down, Glen felt compelled to consult his grandmother. He repeated a brief excerpt he had memorized. Grandma, do you understand what this means? He inquired, believing it prudent to seek the wisdom of someone who had always lived in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yingqing smiled, clearly understanding the content. This is classical Chinese, an ancient written language of our people. Most of the magical texts in our Dragon Kingdom are composed in this literary form. Of course, it may seem rather obscure to you, Glen, and even more so for young Hermione, who is unfamiliar with Chinese. She gently ruffled Glen's hair and continued, unfortunately, I cannot assist you in interpreting these classical texts. Such knowledge can only be grasped through your own understanding. I believe you both should study this ancient language. Not a problem. As long as it's learning, I can surely master it, Hermione exclaimed, her spirits lifted at the prospect of studying. Confident in her abilities, she declared, Hermione Granger, will not be outdone by anyone. Classical Chinese? Just watch me conquer it in no time. It seemed the young girl had entirely forgotten her struggle with even the simplest phrases. Glen, however, remained unconcerned. If mastering this language was essential for their understanding, then they would embark on the journey of learning. Glen, you already have a foundation in the dragon language. Once you master classical Chinese and can translate and comprehend the text within your memories, the task of guiding Hermione in her studies will fall to you, Lin Yingqing instructed. Learning classical Chinese was no simple feat, but fortunately, these two were exceptionally bright. With Hermione's ability to help Glen mitigate the encroaching effects of magic, time was not of the essence. They had ample opportunity to learn. As both individuals had committed their techniques to memory, the purpose of this journey could be deemed accomplished. The young girl took a bit longer to memorize the techniques, and now her stomach began to grumble. Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Lin Yingqing, who smiled gently at her, prompting the young girl to lightly jab Glen. No laughing. Seeing Hermione's stomach audibly protest did not elicit any negative response from Glen. What? He began to explain, but Hermione quickly covered his mouth. I know what you are about to say, but you mustn't speak. The seriousness on her face was unmistakable. What was I going to say? Fine, if you say so, then it is. Glen relinquished his intent to explain and decided to let the young girl have her way. It's getting late. Let us go out for a meal. I will take you to savor the culinary delights of our dragon country. I am certain you will enjoy it, Lin Yingqing cheerfully suggested, timely providing an escape for the flustered young girl. All right, Grandma, Hermione replied with a smile and nodded, not releasing her grip on Glen's mouth, effectively taking him hostage as they proceeded. As they traversed the dark corridor, much like their earlier journey, they suddenly vanished from the passage and emerged directly into the brightly lit library. The young girl squinted her eyes, and Glen mirrored her expression, reassured that what he had experienced during the transfer of magic was not reality. Was it a mere illusion conjured by magic? Glen pondered silently. With her hands resting on their shoulders, Lin Yingqing softly remarked, We won't return to the courtyard. It would be a waste of time. I will lead you directly to the snack street for some delectable treats. What do you think? She sought the opinions of Glen and Hermione, who nodded in agreement. Especially Hermione, whose enthusiastic nodding suggested she was quite famished. Glen found himself puzzled. After all, the young girl had only rested in the illusion of the inheritance. So how could she feel so drained? He scrutinized Hermione and suddenly recalled that during their bath earlier, he had noticed her physique seemed different from before. Upon further reflection, it dawned on him that she was at the stage of growth, and her body was evolving in various aspects. The energy and resources she consumed were likely devoted to her growth. That clarifies everything. I shall ensure Hermione has a hearty meal tonight. Feeling Glen's gaze upon her, Hermione sensed he might be indulging in inappropriate thoughts. With her small hand, she playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Seeing that both seemed agreeable, Lin Yingqing nodded and stated, Very well, I shall now perform the long-distance teleportation spell. We will proceed directly to the snack street. The process may be a tad uncomfortable, so bear with it. No worries, Grandma. We can endure, the young girl assured, though before her words fully escaped, the three of them flickered and vanished. In Kyoto, At the base of a famous snack street building, the space appeared to warp, and with a flash of white light, the three figures materialized upon the ground. Hermione appeared to be on the verge of vomiting. The sensation she had just experienced was akin to her body being instantaneously elongated, while simultaneously spinning through layers of invisible barriers, abruptly halting and materializing in this new location. The young girl felt as though her mind had been left behind, with her body arriving first, followed by her consciousness crashing back into her head. She felt dizzy, as if she had just been in a car accident, specifically, akin to a vehicle colliding with a wall while executing a whirlwind charge. Ignoring her discomfort, Glen quickly adjusted his state and thoughtfully conjured a vomit bag using alchemy, handing it to Hermione. The young girl leaned into the bag and retched. Now, her stomach was empty. Having just vomited and lacking any appetite, she felt even worse. Lin Yingqing, feeling apologetic, gently patted the girl's back to help her breathe more easily, saying, "No matter where you are in the world, spatial magic tends to cause some physical discomfort, but you cannot deny that this mode of transportation is remarkably swift and convenient. Can you?" Glen, intrigued, recalled that in their homeland, they also possessed a similar long-distance transportation spell known as apparition. He had once asked Snape and Dumbledore to let him experience apparition, and while the sensation during the process was indeed uncomfortable, it felt distinctly different from the spatial spells his grandmother performed. Although both involved spatial movement, were the varieties not different? Glen began to ponder whether the magical circuits of spells with similar effects were fundamentally alike. If he were to master both forms of spatial transportation simultaneously, could he compare and refine the magical circuits to create a method of movement entirely devoid of side effects? Mastering such a highly mobile mode of transport would yield numerous benefits. "Grandmother, what is the name of this spell? Can I learn it?" Glen had always been one to pursue any thought that crossed his mind. He had previously posed the same question to Snape and Dumbledore at Hogwarts, but they had cautioned him that learning apparition at his age was too perilous, as it could lead to dismemberment. He was unsure how his grandmother would respond. "This spell is called shortening the distance. While it may be a bit premature for you to learn it at your age, your status as a soul mage grants you sufficient spiritual energy to utilize shortening the distance. With my guidance and protection, there is no issue in your beginning to learn it now." Lin Yingqing smiled faintly, recognizing that little Glen was indeed an eager and diligent child. Suddenly, she thought of a certain figure and, with a hint of exasperation, murmured in dragon tongue, "Oh, if only your uncle's child could be as hard-working and studious as you and Hermione. He is undoubtedly a genius, yet behaves like a lazy old man." Just as Hermione, having alleviated some of her discomfort, raised her head, she caught bits of this conversation. However, since Lin Yingqing was speaking in Chinese, she could not fully comprehend it. Although she felt curious, she assumed her grandmother's words carried a deeper significance and chose not to inquire further, merely gazing at Glen with a pained expression, seeking comfort. "Wah, I feel so awful. Glen, I need a hug." Glen discerned the unspoken meaning in the little girl's gaze and embraced her, allowing her to nestle against him playfully. He indeed heard his grandmother's words, yet chose to dismiss them. Soothing the girl was of paramount importance. Lin Yingqing expressed a few sentiments, then ceased her commentary, intending to alleviate Hermione's discomfort with a spell. Observing the girl, who resembled a small spinning top as she nuzzled in Glen's embrace, she smiled and refrained from casting the spell. Once the girl appeared to have regained her spirits, Lin Yingqing announced, "Let us go and indulge in a meal. I shall introduce you to the culinary delights of our Kyoto." Chapter 79, Return to the Courtyard. The little girl had underestimated the exquisite flavors of Dragon Country's cuisine. After meandering through a street of snacks, Hermione's belly visibly rounded, nearly impeding her mobility. She patted her plump little tummy, still yearning for more. Having heard tales of Dragon Country as a gastronomic paradise, her first-hand experience affirmed its reputation. Although Glen had prepared some home-cooked dragon dishes for her, they adhered to a more subdued flavor profile, which he believed to be healthier. Consequently, the culinary stimulation for Hermione was rather mild. Despite enjoying the meals, she had naively thought that was the pinnacle of dragon cuisine. However, after traversing the snack street today, she realized the folly of her assumptions. "What is this? Fried sauce noodles? One bite. Oh, how delightful. And this? Roast duck? One bite. Oh, let me have another. What is this? Braised dish. Just a tad hot, but so delicious. And this? Bean juice. It looks peculiar. Let me try it." There was a surprise. Hermione watched in astonishment as Lin Yingqing blissfully consumed the entirely unpalatable bean juice. Despite a minor hiccup during their culinary adventure, it did not deter Hermione from falling utterly in love with dragon cuisine. Upon Lin Yingqing's revelation that most items in this snack street were unique to Kyoto, and that the delicacies from other regions of Dragon Country differed greatly, Hermione silently vowed to travel to Dragon Country after graduating from Hogwarts. She would explore all the snack streets and scenic spots across the land. Ahem. It was solely for the appreciation of Dragon Country's breathtaking landscapes, certainly not for the sake of the food. Lin Yingqing chuckled at the sight of little Hermione, supported by Glen. Given her current state, the shrinking charm was off the table. If it were to be applied at home, the girl would have missed her dinner entirely. Let us stroll back slowly. It is not far from here, just a leisurely 6 or 7 kilometers, she suggested, conveniently aiding Hermione in digesting her meal. Glen had no objections, and Hermione, having regained her composure, felt too full to speak, merely nodding in agreement. Hermione, you must not indulge in food as you did today, all right? Eating excessively at night is quite detrimental to one's health, and binge eating is certainly not advisable. Glen felt it necessary to impart this wisdom to Hermione. I understand now. Today, I indeed struggled to restrain my words, but I shall not let this happen again. Hermione nodded obediently, regretting her choices immediately after eating. It is essential to maintain a proper diet, for the sake of a healthy lifestyle and an admirable physique. Hermione contemplated earnestly. However, given her level of physical activity and the fact that she is still in a growth phase, there is actually no need for her to overly restrict her diet. As long as she avoids overeating and indulging in unhealthy snacks, she will be perfectly fine. Under Glen's guidance, Hermione has blossomed into a remarkably healthy young girl. Glen affectionately ruffled her hair. The summer night's weather was a stark contrast to that of the day, neither sweltering nor oppressive, but rather a gentle breeze wafting through the air. The young girl deactivated the alchemical device within her amulet, and the trio walked silently along the tranquil path of the summer evening, embracing the thought of casting all worries aside. As they felt the cool wind caress their cheeks, Hermione's discomfort from overeating began to dissipate, thanks to their leisurely stroll, which had aided in digestion. Immersing themselves in the essence of nature, they ambled along a small river, making their way to the courtyard. The chirping of unknown small creatures accompanied them, while the river mirrored the twinkling stars in the sky. With minimal artificial light around, the stars appeared exceptionally brilliant against the clear night sky. Such summer nights are beautiful and serene. Unbeknownst to them, they completed the 5 to 6 kilometer journey and entered the alley, heading towards their courtyard. In the dimly lit alley, an unsettling stillness enveloped them. However, they were 3 in number, grandmother to the left, Glen to the right, and Hermione felt emboldened. As they continued walking, an odd sensation gripped them. At this hour, the alley should not harbor anyone else. Yet, a figure began to flicker in the darkness ahead. Before Hermione could process this, Lin Yingqing exclaimed, Linyu? What are you doing here? Raising her hand, she cast a spell to illuminate the pitch-black alley. The figure, referred to as Linyu by Lin Yingqing, slowly turned around, allowing Glen and Hermione to discern his features. How shall I describe him? His thick black hair was casually tied in a ponytail at the back of his head. He appeared quite youthful, perhaps only slightly older than Glen and Hermione, yet he towered over Glen by a head. His features were well-defined, with sharp brows and bright eyes, and his fair skin contrasted with a distinctly languid aura emanating from his handsome visage. His gaze, resembling that of a dead fish, settled upon the trio. His attire was utterly perplexing, bearing no resemblance to that of a young person. It resembled instead the leisurely garb of an elderly man out for a stroll, tank top, flip-flops, and oversized shorts. He exuded none of the youthful vigor expected of someone his age. Instead, he resembled a prematurely retired senior. Good evening, esteemed lady, and greetings to the two beside you. He spoke with an unexpectedly clear voice, bowing slightly in Lin Yingqing's direction while acknowledging the others. However, the language used was that of dragons. The young girl could barely comprehend a few words, yet she was unable to string them together into coherent sentences that she could understand. I took a stroll. Lin Yu remained neither humble nor arrogant, which could be interpreted as a response to Lin Yingqing's inquiry. Lin Yingqing felt exasperated, as far as she knew. This indolent fellow spent his holidays lounging all day in a rocking chair identical to that of his father, leisurely enjoying the shade of the trees in the neighboring courtyard. Doing so for an entire day. It seemed he was willing to move a little after all, rather than remaining idle all day. But wait, why does this young lad resemble an old man so much throughout the day? His nickname indeed seems fitting, since they had already crossed paths, and Lin Yingqing had intended to introduce her nephew to Glen and Hermione. She turned to the two children to introduce Linyu. Glen, Hermione, this is Linyu, my elder brother's grandson. He is a year older than you and attends the North China School of Magic. Since we have met, I thought it fitting to introduce you. Lin Yingqing continued, her voice laced with a hint of teasing. By the way, he has a nickname at school that I believe suits his disposition perfectly. You may call him that. Old man, hello, I am Linyu. He merely nodded in response, seemingly unfazed by his aunt's jest, as if he had grown accustomed to it, or perhaps simply lacked the energy to care. This time, Hermione understood and, stepping ahead of Glen, introduced herself. Hello, my name is Hermione Granger, from the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in England. It is a pleasure to meet you. Linyu was momentarily taken aback but appeared to comprehend, nodding in acknowledgement. I am Glen. Just like Hermione, Glen offered a brief introduction, devoid of any superfluous words. Lin Yu nodded once more. Lin Yingqing, off to the side, remarked in English, Indiana truth, he cannot understand English at all. Lin Yu continued to nod. Is this Lin Yu the type to respond with nods when faced with incomprehensible speech? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, sensing the strange tension. Lin Yu scratched his head in resignation. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go on, go on. I knew you would do that, Lin Yingqing replied, equally resigned, waving her hand. Lin Yu, as if anticipating this, turned and departed in one fluid motion, akin to an old man donning magical footwear, vanishing from the trio's sight in an instant. Glen sensed something amiss. Lin Yu's speed was rather astonishing. Although he was merely walking slowly, his pace was inexplicably swift. Was it the effect of magic? The young girl beside him was equally perplexed. She simply found this boy rather peculiar. I think Lin Yu is strange, Hermione whispered to Glen. Lin Yingqing evidently overheard Hermione's quiet remark and sighed inwardly, yet chose not to elaborate further. Lin Yu is an intriguing individual, exhibiting remarkable talents in the arcane arts, commendable character, and a captivating personality. Yet, for reasons unknown, he is exceedingly indolent. Aside from obligatory tasks, he seems utterly disinterested in anything else. During holidays, he spends his days contemplating how to lounge comfortably in his cozy abode or to venture out in search of delectable treats. Is this truly the conduct befitting one of his age? Who would suspect that this boy, who languidly reclines in an armchair, possesses the prowess to surpass even those his senior, earning the title of the foremost sorcerer among the students at the North China Sorcery School? Once, Lin Yu was a vibrant and cheerful young man, but ever since he revealed his extraordinary aptitude for magic, he was persuaded by his parents to enroll in all 6 categories of courses at the school, along with 4 elective classes, and subsequently transformed into this lethargic version of himself. Although he manages to excel in his 10 chosen subjects, consistently ranking first in his grade, he has succumbed to a life of laziness. During moments that require neither thought nor action, he adopts a demeanor of utter lethargy, adhering to a philosophy of if I can lie down, I shall not sit. If I can sit, I shall not stand. Nonetheless, Lin Yingqing has grown accustomed to this behavior, shaking her head in resignation, for she knows Lin Yu is aware of his own limits and requires no guidance from others. Casting a glance at the adorable little girl who is tilting her head to observe her, Lin Yingqing suddenly envelopes her in a warm embrace, rubbing her cheek against Hermione's face. Indeed, it is our diligent and eager Hermione who is truly endearing. In the subsequent days, life unfolds leisurely. After Glen's attempts to comprehend the contents of the magical tome proved fruitless, he and Hermione formally embarked on a systematic study of the enchanting written form of classical Chinese. The young girl must begin her journey with the dragon language, and thus Glen finds himself simultaneously learning classical Chinese while guiding Hermione from the most fundamental aspects of Mandarin. However, he struggles with how to instruct the little girl until their grandmother suggests that their parents procure educational materials designed for children in the Dragon Kingdom, ranging from the 1st grade to the 6th grade. Is this truly how children in the Dragon Kingdom learn Chinese? Glen does not find the materials trivial or simplistic. Having never encountered such textbooks before, he realizes that he has never experienced a normal and engaging educational process in his past life. Language was imparted to him in a rigid manner, akin to a robot. Thus, he now finds himself engrossed in these lessons alongside Hermione. With Hermione's prodigious learning speed, she swiftly grasps the dragon language, and with the aid of these specialized texts, her proficiency in Mandarin is rapidly approaching that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. What? You claim that 5- or 6-year-olds possess poor Chinese skills. Consider this. If you were someone with only a superficial understanding of English, would you be able to comprehend the speech of 5- or 6-year-olds in a country where English is the mother tongue? It is rather profound, indeed. However, mastering a language solely through rote learning proves to be a formidable challenge. The young girl devised a method for herself, committing to spend several hours each day conversing with Glen exclusively in the dragon tongue. Glen wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that practice is indeed the most effective teacher. It is commendable that the girl could think of such a strategy. As for the amusing blunders Hermione made while speaking dragon tongue, we shall not dwell on them here. In addition to language acquisition, Lin Yingqing suggested that they review the introductory textbooks of the 6 major subjects in the Dragon Kingdom. She aimed to familiarize them with the arcane knowledge of their realm, although delving deeply into these subjects was unlikely at this point. The 2 youngsters already had their hands full with the curriculum at Hogwarts in Eagle Country. As she had previously mentioned, attempting to learn too many things simultaneously could be counterproductive. Human energy is finite, and one cannot maintain a high standard of learning while dividing attention among numerous pursuits. Nonetheless, gaining a broader understanding remains beneficial, whether for references in spellcasting or for facilitating mutual knowledge between the 2 nations. Moreover, Lin Yingqing pondered the possibility of enticing Hogwarts to lend them some resources. After spending several days in their company, Her satisfaction with Glen and Hermione grew increasingly profound. She resolved to discuss with her father the prospect of engaging in a meaningful dialogue with the headmaster of Hogwarts. Although she yearned to personally instruct Glen and Hermione, her time at home was limited. As the foremost practitioner in the realm of magical arts in the Dragon Kingdom, her responsibilities were manifold, and there were times when the two youngsters could go days without seeing their grandmother. I have newly crafted a portal that bypasses the protective barriers of the library, granting direct access within. Glen, Hermione, you may visit at your leisure, Lin Yingqing announced, gesturing toward a door. With a flourish, she raised her hands, and a pair of gloves materialized in her grasp. One was black, the other white, yet they bore no distinction of left or right. By the way, it seems I have yet to present you with a welcome gift. Here are the magical gloves I have customized for you. A token from your grandmother to her two dear grandchildren. With a warm smile, she placed the gloves into Glen and Hermione's hands. Is this truly for us? Thank you, Grandma, Hermione exclaimed, clearly enamored with the magical gloves, and she leaped into Lin Yingqing's embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek. Glen examined the magical gloves closely, feeling the faint magical circuits that shimmered within. Indeed, they resembled a wand in function. Although the gloves were somewhat less effective in guiding and amplifying spells compared to a wand, their flexibility far surpassed that of a wand. A wand chooses its master and thus becomes the most suitable medium for spellcasting, allowing for a remarkably seamless magical experience, often enhancing the power of spells to some extent. However, improvements to wands have stagnated for quite some time, resulting in a high lower limit but a low upper limit. In contrast, the magical gloves are primarily standardized equipment, yet their quality varies according to the practitioner's skill. They can be customized and continuously upgraded, and because they are gloves, their dexterity is unparalleled by wands, enabling them to produce diverse effects in different hands, possessing unknown potential yet to be realized. Each has its unique merits. Hermione held the magical glove in her hands, yet found herself perplexed, unable to discern which hand it belonged to. Simply place it upon the back of the hand you wish to adorn. Lin Yingqing clearly anticipated Hermione's confusion. Nearly every novice sorcerer grappling with the magical glove faces this dilemma. Upon hearing this, the young girl eagerly placed her white magical glove upon the back of her left hand, as foretold by her grandmother. The glove gradually conformed to the shape of the girl's hand, enveloping her left hand while altering its form to fit snugly. Hermione gazed in delight at her left hand, now adorned with the magical glove. The choice to wear it on her left hand rather than her dominant right stemmed from Glen's previous assertion that equipping two spellcasting mediums simultaneously could enable the casting of different spells at once. Although this required exceptional control and cognitive ability, Hermione had already commenced her training in these areas. Now, she awaited the opportunity to explore the usage of the magical glove. The young girl was unconcerned, for she and Glen had long concluded that both magic and sorcery are fundamentally the same, differing only in the structure of their magical circuits, which are more suited for wands or magical gloves. The magical gloves demand greater dexterity from the hands and necessitate extensive practice. Moreover, from her understanding, it seemed that the Dragon Kingdom possessed more than just magical gloves as spellcasting tools. However, the foundational knowledge of sorcery they learned before selecting courses remained consistent, which serves as evidence that the variation in spellcasting tools does not impede the execution of sorcery or magic. Nonetheless, this posed a challenge for Hermione. She could not intuitively perceive the structure of the magical circuits as Glen could, and was left to navigate the learning process independently. Yet, directly studying the sorcery of the Dragon Kingdom was also an option, with the intent to later synthesize her understanding. After Glen donned his black magical glove upon his left hand, he felt no restriction in mobility. The glove seemed to act as a second skin, adhering to him without hindrance. Besides the cool sensation and the faintly shimmering magical circuits within, he felt nothing else. Attempting to channel his internal magic, he constructed the magical circuit for the Lumos spell and connected it to the glove, but he felt a certain clumsiness. The flow of magic was not smooth. It felt akin to inserting the wrong key into an incorrect lock, unable to turn. Glen activated his heightened awareness, narrowing his focus solely to his own body. Meticulously observing the magical circuit, he endeavored to eliminate the circuits that could not traverse the magical glove and attempted the Lumos spell once more. This time, he succeeded. Glimmers of light gradually converged in his hand, although not as radiant as the light produced by his wand. Glen realized that the light from the magical glove could dance about flexibly, yet was restrained by an invisible thread that limited its movement. However, Glen was quite aware that this was the route he had devised to maintain his magical output and maneuver the glowing points. The young girl appeared utterly astonished. She too had attempted to invoke spells she had learned using the magical hand, yet her efforts had all ended in failure. It was absurd. The few spells she could cast without a wand were limited, and how could she perform the requisite wand motions with her gloved hands for those that necessitated one? Hermione, indignant, puffed up her cheeks and continued her attempts with the magical hand, but at most, She could only manage to make it faintly glow. Lin Yingqing, however, was not particularly surprised, as there were indeed many who could seamlessly transition to using a new magical tool while still performing spells they had previously mastered. For instance, herself, her father, her elder brother, and even Dumbledore, a friend of her father whom she had met in her childhood, all possessed such capabilities. Oddly, she pondered why she was comparing herself and them to Glen, but she dismissed it as unimportant. After bestowing gifts upon the two little ones and allowing them to explore on their own, Lin Yingqing invoked the shrinking spell and vanished from sight. Despite several unsuccessful attempts with the magical hand, the young girl remained undeterred, persistently infusing it with her magical energy. It felt as though she were on the cusp of grasping the sensation of successfully casting a spell, yet that feeling remained elusive and intangible. Glen could not assist her, leaving Hermione to persevere on her own. He did, however, suggest, Hermione, perhaps you should start by learning the foundational spells of the Dragon Kingdom's sorcerers. It might help you integrate our spells and incantations. Once Hermione discovered that feeling, casting spells with the magical hand would undoubtedly become feasible. Exhausted and breathless, she could only nod in agreement. She glared at Glen, feeling frustrated that this fellow could effortlessly wield the magical hand. How infuriating. She resolved not to fall behind and to strive even harder in her studies. Glen, meanwhile, was aware of the young girl's lingering gaze upon him, which felt somewhat peculiar. Hermione, would you like a kiss? Glen inquired, as typically, when a young girl fixated on him, it indicated a desire for affection. Although Hermione did not verbally express it, Glen had observed that whenever he kissed her cheek, her troubles seemed to dissipate, though she would often fall into a contemplative silence. The young girl widened her eyes, evidently taken aback by Glen's unexpected remark. Absolutely not, she retorted, crossing her arms, turning her head away, and lifting her chin defiantly. Entering her Tsundere mode, Glen nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. He slowly leaned toward Hermione. What do you understand? Hermione asked, casting a bewildered glance at the approaching Glen. He knew well that when the young girl was displeased, her words should be interpreted in the opposite manner. Otherwise, dreadful consequences might ensue. Glen, maintaining a calm demeanor while drawing nearer, inadvertently instilled a significant sense of pressure in Hermione, causing her to instinctively take a step back, guarding her chest and eyeing him warily. What do you want? I warn you not to come any closer, she warned, baring her teeth as she retreated once more. Yes, I understand, he replied, though his steps showed no signs of halting. Danger loomed. Feeling a sense of urgency, Hermione took off running, with Glen hot on her heels. She fled while he pursued, her escape seemingly futile. Don't come near me, she exclaimed. Chapter 81, The 6 Major Courses. Eventually, Glen succeeded in catching up to Hermione and skillfully executed a series of spells to silence the young girl. This further solidified Glen's conviction that his observations regarding Hermione were indeed accurate. He nodded to himself, realizing that both conjectures and hypotheses require repeated trials for validation. Otherwise, they remain mere idle talk. Initially, he sought affirmation from Hermione herself, but after sharing his theories, he found himself on the receiving end of her transformation from a mix of shyness and anger to pure rage, resulting in a rather painful encounter. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Rubbing his side where Hermione had pinched him fiercely, he mused. Had he misjudged her once more? It appeared he had not observed closely enough. Hermione's thoughts were undoubtedly intricate. These were merely his inner musings, for to voice them would invite another round of her wrath. In the days that followed, Lin Yingqing scarcely made an appearance, leaving the two children to study the curriculum of first and second-year sorcery students on their own. They frequently traversed between the courtyard and the library of the North China School of Magic, typically rising in the morning to enjoy breakfast prepared by their parents before heading straight to the library. They would remain there until dinner, returning leisurely afterward. After dinner, the entire family would venture out for a stroll along the forest paths or by the riverside, enjoying a leisurely and joyful time. During this period, they often encountered their grandmother's grandnephew, Lin Yu, Glen's cousin from the Dragon Kingdom, who ambled along the paths like an old man, lacking any semblance of formality. Their parents were well aware of Lin Yu's presence. After several encounters, they invited him to join their evening walks, as the two families resided not far apart, with Lin Yu often staying in the adjacent courtyard during his holidays. My parents are currently on a business trip, Lin Yu explained to Alan Hawthorne when asked about his family's whereabouts. It seems there are sorcerers from another country causing trouble at the border, and they've been dispatched by the elder to maintain order. Now, I'm staying with him, although he is seldom at home. Alan appeared somewhat disappointed, having hoped to catch up with his cousin. In truth, he was seeking revenge, taken aback to discover that his childhood friend was also a wizard, having concealed this fact from him for so long. Although he understood it was to protect him, a mere muggle, it still left him feeling rather disgruntled. It was time to demonstrate some military combat techniques, even if it seemed unlikely he could best a wizard wielding magic. As Alan cracked his knuckles, Gwen Hawthorne, standing nearby, instantly discerned her husband's inner thoughts and sighed in resignation. Yet, secretly, she chuckled, as she was rather eager to see her husband face a minor setback. That way, she could comfort him. Speaking of which, little Glen had grown, and it seemed Hermione was on the verge of becoming his little girlfriend, spending most of her time outside. With her personality no longer a concern for them. Should Alan and I consider giving Glen a brother or sister? Ah, how delightful. Gwen and Alan are still quite young, and there are certain aspirations they wish to pursue. However, with the presence of watchful eyes at home, it becomes somewhat challenging to engage in these endeavors. Now that the little ones have gone off to boarding school, perhaps it is a time to indulge in those desires. Glen noticed his mother glance at him before turning to his father, her gaze igniting with fervor. He shook his head, knowing well that he ought not to interfere in the affairs of his parents. After all, his father's robust physique could withstand anything, and his mother would manage just fine. Let them enjoy their moments together. He only hoped his father would be all right. During their stroll, Glen received a message from his little girl expressing a desire to learn about the curriculum at the Dragon Kingdom School of Sorcery. He nodded in acknowledgement and inquired about their cousin Linyu. Surprisingly, Linyu, who usually preferred to remain inactive, responded earnestly, much to Hermione's astonishment. As for the content, during our first year, we undergo a series of assessments to determine our strengths in various subjects. Although this merely serves as a reference for future course selection, ultimately, the choice lies with you. The courses in the first year are relatively few. At this point, Lin Yu's expression suddenly dulled, and he began muttering peculiar phrases, lamenting about his father and expressing a desire to slack off. Glen refrained from urging him, patiently waiting alongside Hermione for Lin Yu's quiet complaints to subside. Before long, Lin Yu emerged from his reverie, apologized, and continued his explanation. Let us proceed, shall we? The first-year curriculum is indeed limited, encompassing martial arts, physical training, foundational sorcery, and the basics of apothecary, beast mastery, alchemy, and botany. These subjects are primarily designed to help sorcerers transitioning from materialistic to idealistic ideologies acclimate to the world of sorcery. The content is not overly profound and can be completed with relative ease. It resembles Hogwarts quite a bit. The first-year curriculum seems rather simplistic, Glen noted. And Hermione nodded in agreement, finding her sentiments echoed. Should the first-year sorcerers and witches at the North China School of Sorcery hear this, they would likely retort vehemently. How can you academic achievers comprehend our struggles? Lin Yu continued. Let me elaborate on the 6 major categories for course selection. Frankly, the remaining courses are hardly worth considering. I should have apologized for my earlier outburst. First, we have combat techniques and spellcasting. Both are practical sorcery courses, though they differ in approach. Combat techniques are geared towards close-quarters combat, focusing on self-enhancement spells that empower the caster and their magical instruments for battle. On the other hand, spellcasting, as the name suggests, involves sorcerers who engage in long-range combat, employing spells that are primarily functional, controlling, or destructive in nature. Spellcasters often navigate the periphery of the battlefield, utilizing various magical tools, such as magical hands and talismans, to assist and perform area attacks. Both options possess their distinct advantages and are capable of complementing one another. In fact, after we select our courses, many assessments necessitate collaboration among multiple individuals, with paired collaborations being the most frequent. It is highly recommended to have partners with contrasting combat styles, one distant and one close. Naturally, dual combat with dual spells is also a viable option. The flexibility of combat techniques or the diversity of spells can indeed compensate for each other's shortcomings. Is it feasible to differentiate courses based on the types of magical arts and provide specialized education? As Glen recounted Lin Yu's words to Hermione, he pondered deeply. To Glen, this seemed far superior to the curriculum at Hogwarts. Firstly, both courses focus on combat-oriented magic, which resonates with Glen. Why did he pursue magic if not to enhance his combat prowess? Although other branches of magic contribute to overall capability, they do not dominate the realm of combat magic. Secondly, the specialization of courses can prevent a superficial understanding and allow for an in-depth exploration of specific content. From Glen's perspective, the layout of the textbooks in Hogwarts Charms class is rather disorganized. It appears to be compiled based on the overall difficulty of spellcasting without distinguishing between spell types. This results in first-year students encountering a chaotic mix of harmless general spells such as the levitation charm, fire-making charm, and the locking charm, alongside combat spells like the stunning spell and even hazardous spells like the cutting charm, which can inadvertently cause harm. Such disorder might not significantly affect those like him and Hermione, who enjoy researching and reading in the library and benefit from Professor Snape's private guidance. After discussing combat and distant magic, he then turned to the other 4 courses. The first is potions, which, as the name suggests, focuses on the art of potion making, medical techniques, and healing spells. Practitioners excel in concocting potions, medical spells, and preparing dangerous substances like poisons. Next is beast mastery, a course that balances combat and support, requiring students to comprehend the various characteristics and information about the mythical creatures of the Dragon Kingdom. This course is particularly enticing as it allows students to acquire a unique mythical companion and grants them specialized spells to create a personal magical space for their creature. Additionally, they can temporarily enhance their abilities based on the characteristics of their mythical companion. Lin Yu paused before continuing. Of course, this necessitates seeking out and taming the creature in the wild. The school does not provide mythical beasts but will organize expeditions to locations where these creatures are known to appear, rescuing students just as they are on the brink of falling victim to a creature's attack. However, due to the perilous nature of these expeditions, only after the 5th year will responsible teachers organize such endeavors, which also count as part of the beast mastery assessments. After relaying this to the young lady, Hermione quietly remarked, "Hagrid will surely adore this course. I wager he will. Glen, do you wish to bet on it?" She grinned mischievously at Glen. "No bet," Glen replied, indicating he had no choice in the matter. The remaining disciplines are alchemy and botany. Both subjects do not entail much combat. However, they demand considerable intellectual engagement. At this juncture, Lin Yu's lifeless gaze flickered momentarily. The study of alchemy encompasses the crafting and maintenance of magical artifacts, the arrangement of magical devices and formations, as well as the creation and enhancement of spellcasting tools. In essence, all objects related to magical practices are primarily produced by alchemists, ranging from close combat weapons such as swords and spears to the spellcasting hands of sorcerers, talismans, the cauldrons of apothecaries, and the puppets and concealed weapons devised by mechanists. Moreover, the national protective formations that safeguard the Dragon Kingdom are, in fact, products of our alchemists. Although such matters may not be appropriate to discuss with foreigners like you, I believe it is permissible. Alchemists are indeed regarded as some of the most precious talents in our nation, and individuals like our esteemed chief alchemist, who deserves our utmost protection and reverence, exemplify this. Glen and Hermione were not surprised. Creators of magical artifacts are esteemed in any realm. However, Glen harbored some confusion regarding alchemy, as he initially assumed that the curriculum for Dragon Kingdom alchemists would closely resemble that of his mentor, Nicole May. It appears, however, that there are notable distinctions between the two. The final discipline, botany, is equally vital to our nation. Botanists are responsible for cultivating and optimizing various plants. Whether or not they possess spiritual energy, they possess the unique ability to blend spiritually infused flora with ordinary plants, diluting the spiritual essence so that common individuals can absorb the enhanced properties of these plants. An exemplary figure in this field is the esteemed chief botanist, Old Yuan, who has developed hybrid rice and researched medicinal dishes suitable for all age groups, addressing long-standing issues of famine and health within our nation. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him a savior of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon mentioning chief botanist Old Yuan, Lin Yu's previously despondent demeanor seemed to transform, and his voice unconsciously lost some of its languor. He, along with all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, hold such sentiments. Chapter 82. Study, study, study. Although alchemists and botanists may lack significant combat prowess, these two professions are the very lifeblood of our entire nation and are of utmost importance. Lin Yu concluded his introduction and returned to his habitual nonchalance. In Glen's understanding, the domains overseen by alchemists and botanists represent the logistical backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, making these positions profoundly significant. Lin Yu, do Hermione and I have the opportunity to attend your school for a brief period of study? While we can certainly engage in self-directed learning, it is undeniably slower compared to receiving guidance from teachers before embarking on independent study. Glen conveyed the young girl's inquiry. Lin Yu shook his head and candidly replied, "To be frank, I am uncertain, as our school has never admitted foreign students. However, I believe that if it were you too, my esteemed relative would likely be eager to accept you." On the very first day of your arrival, she sought out the elder and mentioned something about your principal, Dumbledore. In any case, she expressed a desire for you to come and study at the North China School of Magic. Hermione's lips twitched slightly. Was her grandmother truly so decisive in her actions? It felt more like a preparation to seize someone rather than a request for opinions. Though her grandmother took delight in making the young girl happy, Hermione hesitated at the thought of transferring directly to the North China School of Sorcery. She would miss her friends at Hogwarts, who were among the few she cherished besides Glen. Moreover, being foreigners, both she and Glen feared potential ostracism in the Dragon Kingdom. She had no desire to return to the days of primary school when they were treated as outsiders. Unconsciously, she grasped Glen's hand. Although he was unaware of the situation, he quietly tightened his grip around Hermione's small hand. Lin Yu naturally noticed the subtle interaction between the two young ones and couldn't help but reflect on the joys of youth before discreetly excusing himself to leave. Why linger? To be fed dog food? Time to retreat and rest at home. Hermione, do you wish to attend the North China School of Sorcery? Glen inquired. Sensing her unease likely stemmed from this question, he decided to address it directly in hopes of alleviating Hermione's worries. I don't know. I actually want to learn from both sides, but if I were to transfer here, I would miss Professor Dumbledore and my friends. I'm also afraid of being isolated again." Hermione murmured, her brown eyes fixed absent-mindedly on her shoelaces, as if something there captivated her attention. Glen understood, given Hermione's character. It was indeed plausible for her to feel that way. He personally preferred attending the North China School of Sorcery, as it meant being free from Voldemort's threat. However, since Hermione wished to stay, and considering Dumbledore and Snape had shown such care for both of them, along with the uncertainty of the school accepting foreign students, he decided to let it go. Ultimately, ensuring Hermione's healthy and happy growth was of paramount importance. As long as his abilities grew to a level sufficient to protect her, these concerns would become mere trivialities. Moreover, regarding Voldemort, Glen was determined to eliminate him, even if he was unclear about their enmity. The fact that Voldemort allowed his minions to wreak havoc and harm lives, especially affecting Glen personally, left him with no reason not to deal with the fiend. Regardless of the immense effort it would entail, anyone who crossed his bottom line would be dealt with ruthlessly, without regard for the costs. Time flew by swiftly while they immersed themselves in their studies. At Glen's request, Lin Yu reluctantly carved out an hour from a day otherwise spent in idleness to assist the two youngsters with their inquiries. To their surprise, this cousin, who appeared disinterested in academics, possessed a profound mastery and understanding of knowledge. Whenever they encountered perplexing questions, they could simply ask this cousin lounging in the rocking chair, and he would provide clear, comprehensible answers. This moment instilled a profound respect in the young girl for Lin Yu. It turned out that he was a person who cherished knowledge, and despite seemingly resting each day, he possessed an impressive wealth of information. Truly remarkable. Lin Yu's image underwent a transformation in Hermione's mind. She held a favorable impression of those who love to learn. Faced with the girl's clumsy compliments delivered in the dragon language, Lin Yu merely waved his hand expressionlessly, indicating her praise was excessive. Once, he too had been a joyful and lively little boy, until he opted for an overwhelming 10 classes, leaving him exhausted each day, extinguishing the spirit of that happy child, leaving only a tormented shell. His nature did not allow him to be lazy with his study time. Lin Yu always endeavored to excel in all he undertook. Consequently, his school days were filled with relentless study, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion, and upon the arrival of holidays, he would languish at home. Lacking the motivation for any activity, he had unwittingly embarked on a premature retirement, living a life akin to that of an elderly person. Yet, Lin Yu discovered that he quite enjoyed this leisurely existence. Thus, two contrasting lifestyles coexisted within him. Lin Yu, I have already burned out. Hermione tilted her head, sensing that Lin Yu did not seem particularly happy, and refrained from further praise. With Lin Yu's assistance, their progress in learning magic was relatively satisfactory. Though Hermione's challenges with the Chinese language posed a significant obstacle, the young girl expressed her utmost efforts, yet found the complexities of Chinese daunting. Hermione was on the verge of despair. The language was entirely dissimilar to English. Why did a single pronunciation correspond to so many different characters and meanings? In light of this, to accommodate the girl's pace, the two of them slowed their study of magic and devoted their full attention to Hermione's Chinese learning. Fortunately, with Glen's help, Hermione progressed rapidly. Aside from their daily studies, it is noteworthy to mention Lin Yingqing's occasional returns to the courtyard. Do you remember what we discussed earlier? Glen, you might consider attempting to learn the technique of shrinking distances. Lin Yingqing returned specifically to fulfill that earlier promise, intending to guide Glen in practicing this technique. Magic, akin to your spells, is a manifestation of the mind's power, requiring absolute will to successfully cast spells. The prerequisite for shrinking distances is an unwavering belief in one's intentions and a steadfast conviction. After establishing this foundation, Lin Yingqing began to elucidate the principle. Shrinking distances effectively reduces the space between where one stands and their desired destination to zero, allowing two distinct locations in space to overlap, thereby enabling instantaneous travel over vast distances. Of course, this concept is incredibly difficult to fathom, and the greatest challenge in successfully casting the spell lies in believing such a feat is possible, and then taking that crucial step forward. With a flick of her finger, Lin Yingqing etched a straight line on the ground before Glen, starting from beneath his feet. Give it a try, Glen. Envision this line's distance as zero and attempt to transcend the limitations of space. Without a reply, Glen began to concentrate earnestly, yet the enormity of this concept, surpassing his own understanding, made it exceedingly difficult to convince himself of its plausibility. At a certain moment, Glen indeed sensed the emergence of a complex and intricate, yet exceedingly unstable, magical circuit within his body. Although he could not entirely maintain his will to believe in the overlap of the starting point and the destination, he felt that the moment for spatial compression had arrived. Without hesitation, he resolutely took that fateful step across the fabric of space. Spatial compression, Glen murmured softly, as his left hand, imbued with arcane energy, flickered with a dark luminescence. The space before him rippled like the surface of a lake disturbed by a pebble. He succeeded, yet not entirely. Glen felt as though a significant portion of his magical energy had been expended, and his body was being torn apart as he surged forward, the scenery around him blurring into a linear streak. The elongation and restoration of his vision occurred in an instant, and Glen's form suddenly vanished from its original position, reappearing at the endpoint of the line drawn by Lin Yingqing. He swayed slightly, sensing something amiss. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered that his left leg had inexplicably vanished from the knee down, the cross-section of the wound remarkably tidy, devoid of blood. A faint white halo enveloped the wound, though it was gradually dissipating. With a thud, Glen's severed leg fell to the ground, seemingly cleaved by the very fabric of space. He felt a sense of relief that he had not brought the young girl along, having left her in the library to read. Otherwise, she would have worried for him. Lin Yingqing, her expression unchanging, appeared to be well prepared. With a flick of her small hand, the severed leg, which lay quietly by her feet, flickered and vanished, only to instantaneously reappear beneath the wound on Glen's left leg, seamlessly reattaching itself, as if it had never been severed. Glen maintained a calm demeanor, carefully assessing and moving his left leg, finding everything to be in order as if the previous scene had been naught but an illusion. However, Lin Yingqing's words contradicted his thoughts. It was indeed a common mishap during the practice of spatial compression. Yet as long as the separated part was reattached within a brief span of time, no harm would arise. Generally, this time frame should not exceed 3 seconds. Otherwise, the body part severed by space would truly be lost to the user of the compression. Lin Yingqing, still somewhat concerned, approached to inspect him closely, relieved to find no significant issue. "Shall we continue, Glen?" she inquired. Indeed, Glen retrieved a potion of magical energy from his waist pouch and consumed the entire vial, restoring himself to optimal condition. Since he could not successfully cast the spell, he resolved to practice until he achieved success, finding no disdain in the mechanical repetition of actions to reach his goal. Spatial compression, he intoned softly. Chapter 83. Swiftly. In silence, Glen's form instantaneously vanished, reappearing intact at the opposite end of the courtyard. Spatial compression. With the incantation uttered, Glen returned to his original position. "Oh, splendid. Glen is truly impressive," exclaimed Hermione, sitting beneath a large tree, having put down her half-eaten watermelon to clap joyfully. She then picked it back up to continue munching contentedly. Since Glen had learned to use the shrinking spell without separating his body, he invited Hermione to observe his practice of this teleportation technique. The young girl must certainly master the shrinking spell in the future, and watching now will aid her in her studies. Of course, it might also stem from Glen's childish urge to show off, but I cannot say for certain. Remarkably, he had mastered the spell in just over a month. Lin Yingqing's voice floated in from the door to her lounge at the North China School of Sorcery, unabashedly laden with admiration. This is something many older sorcerers cannot achieve. Glen is quite impressive. Glen turned to nod slightly at his grandmother. Today marked the day they prepared to return to the Eagle Kingdom. As the Hossarns and the Grangers packed their belongings in the courtyard, after a year of leisure, they finally set aside their playful spirits and were ready to return to work. Before they left, Glen decided to practice his shrinking spell one last time, for there would be no one to guide him upon his return. Would Dumbledore be adept at magic? It's unclear. It's hard to say. Notably, the young girl had recently become capable of engaging in fluent daily conversations in Dragon tongue. Although she still struggled with some obscure characters, she was ready to commence formal studies in classical Chinese. They had already asked their grandmother to help replicate a textbook for learning classical Chinese, intending to study together upon their return to school. The journey ahead would be arduous. Classical Chinese is no easy feat, especially for foreigners like them. Lin Yu remarked that he would support them linguistically. At that moment, he lounged in a tank top and slippers, reclining in a rocking chair, even reluctant to open his eyes. The two had grown familiar with him, and Hermione directly teased him in dragon tongue. "Lin Yu, you are exceedingly lazy." Lin Yu turned away, presenting the back of his head to them, his long black hair cascading over the chair's backrest, indicating he could not hear, and even scratched his rear, utterly lacking in decorum. Hermione, they could not rouse this slothful creature. Never mind. They understood how exhausting school was for Lin Yu, so they let him be lazy at home. After all, his days of such idleness were numbered. School was fast approaching. The young girl, straightforward and candid, expressed her thoughts, prompting Glen to cover her mouth and carry her away. "Lin Yu, thank you for the reminder." However, it was true that self-studying classical Chinese would be quite challenging for just the two of them in the Eagle Kingdom. Yet the young girl declared herself unafraid. If she did not understand, she would learn more, and if she was inexperienced, she would practice more. Not long ago, after listening to Hermione and Glen discussing their plans to study classical Chinese independently upon returning to school, Lin Yingqing pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? I will have my father contact your principal and request permission for you to bring a door connecting our courtyard. This way, You can return any time to ask me questions. What do you think? Both individuals were taken aback, particularly the young girl. Upon hearing that she could return at any time to play with her grandmother and pose questions, she joyfully leaped up and grasped Lin Yingqing's hand, exclaiming, "Is it truly possible to accomplish this?" However, a moment of contemplation seemed to cloud her expression, her eyelids lowering as she murmured, "But I recall reading in a brief history of Hogwarts that the use of apparition is prohibited within Hogwarts. Does this imply that all spells related to spatial movement will be rendered ineffective inside the castle? If that is indeed the case, then the method my grandmother mentioned about bringing a door into the school would be futile, wouldn't it? I really hope that that's not the case. It would have been better not to mention it at all, as it instilled a glimmer of hope in me, only for it to now seem to dissipate. A realm of spatial confinement, Hogwarts does possess an air of mystery. To my knowledge, there are no more than 5 places that impose such restrictions on magic. Even our own Dragon Kingdom school only has a no-fly zone. Our spatial confinement spells have yet to be perfected." Lin Yingqing nodded but soon broke into a smile. "However, little Hermione, do not forget who I am. I am a formidable practitioner. Give me a bit of time, and I can imbue the door with counterspells to nullify spatial confinement magic, allowing the enhanced door to be utilized. Although this will require a substantial periodic infusion of magical energy." Hermione's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Of course, this is contingent upon your headmaster's approval," Lin Yingqing added, affectionately ruffling Hermione's hair. Hermione obediently nodded, acknowledging that this matter indeed required Professor Dumbledore's explicit consent. Otherwise, it would be best to abandon the idea. After all, a passage connecting 2 great nations, if discovered, could lead to unforeseen troubles. Hermione had no desire to find herself and Glen imprisoned in Azkaban. However, Lin Yingqing refrained from mentioning any further developments regarding this matter, and the 2 children wisely chose not to inquire further, both sensing that the likelihood of success was remote. Noticing that his grandmother seemed to be beckoning him and the young girl with her gaze, Glen glanced at Hermione, who was still engrossed in her watermelon, oblivious to Lin Yingqing's signals. He then took a sip of a magical potion and once more employed the shrinking charm, appearing beside Hermione, transporting both her and the watermelon to Lin Yingqing's side. Experiencing the shrinking charm firsthand was also beneficial for the little girl's learning. Hermione had evidently grown accustomed to this sensation, yet the sudden wave of nausea it induced rendered her unable to continue eating the watermelon. In a fit of indignation, she forcefully shoved the half-eaten fruit into Glen's mouth, wiped her hands on his clothes, and scampered over to Lin Yingqing in search of comfort. Lin Yingqing chuckled softly, affectionately stroking the sulky Hermione's little head. Meanwhile, Glen expressionlessly finished the watermelon and cast a cleaning spell to tidy his clothes. Observing that the 2 had settled down, Lin Yingqing extended her right hand, revealing a pair of bracelets quietly resting in her palm, their colors matching the magical hands of Glen and Hermione, one black and one white. "Here, this is my parting gift for you. Try them on," Lin Yingqing said with a smile, extending her hand. Glen surmised that this was likely another magical artifact. He and Hermione had become quite accustomed to their stay at their grandmother's home in Longwa. They had received numerous magical artifacts crafted by her. And even though Hermione believed they were too precious to accept, they would wake up the next day to find the magical items adorning the bedside table. These artifacts seemed to be imbued with a spell to prevent loss, ensuring they remained with them. The 2 of them had no choice but to accept their grandmother's profound affection. Since resistance proved futile, they might as well embrace her goodwill. Indeed, embracing was the right term, for the magical tools crafted by one's own grandmother were undeniably useful. Do they not understand the significance of being the foremost alchemist in Longwa? With no option for defiance, they could only endure the bittersweet enjoyment. Glen did not wear the artifact immediately. Instead, he held it in his hand, meticulously studying his grandmother's craftsmanship. However, he was perplexed. The previous gifts he had received from her contained intricate and obscure magical circuits that required immense effort to dissect. And even then, the mysteries remained elusive. This bracelet, however, was quite different. Its magical circuit structure was remarkably simple, primarily signifying transmission and perception. Yet he had never encountered each individual magical circuit before. Despite its simplicity, he still could not discern its underlying principles. Strange, why was that? Glen pondered, shaking his head, as he noticed the young girl had already donned her bracelet and put on her own on her left wrist. Wearing the bracelet, Glen found himself unable to perceive any special abilities. Sensing his confusion, Lin Yingqing smiled and began to explain. "This is a specially customized magical artifact for the 2 of you. Its function is singular," she teased, capturing their attention before nodding in satisfaction. "It facilitates the exchange of emotions between you 2, which can assist Glen in suppressing the magic within him before he learns to control it after studying the grimoire." She continued, "However, the transmission of emotions can only occur when you gaze into each other's eyes. Emotions arise from your souls, indeed mysterious. They can only be conveyed through the contact of your gazes. This is all I can achieve. Of course, Lin Yingqing refrained from mentioning that this would also help them understand each other's feelings. As the leader of Glen and Hermione, even in Longhua, she would play her supporting role. Thus, Glen comprehended that this could indeed suppress the silent force within him. He nodded to himself, realizing that this silent force stemmed from the power generated by negative emotions and magic. If Hermione could transmit positive feelings through the bracelet, it could aid Glen in subduing that force. He glanced at the young girl, who seemed to sense something, and shifted her gaze from the bracelet. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Glen was flooded with a myriad of unnamed emotions he had never experienced before, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Oh, it wasn't that he had never felt any of Hermione's emotions. At the very least, there was anger and perhaps joy. Or was it affection? These two emotions are ones I have experienced myself. Is the anger stemming from the incident with the watermelon? And how is the joy derived? The other emotions elude my understanding entirely. Glen gazed intently into Hermione's brown eyes, meticulously exploring feelings he had yet to fully comprehend, oblivious to his own peculiarities. Initially, the young girl felt no emotional resonance from Glen. Her bracelet remained still. However, as Glen continued to fixate on her, Hermione's expression gradually transformed. What is this? The young girl felt a flush of embarrassment. Over time, she discerned a singular emotion emanating from Glen, one that was intensifying. It was a feeling she recognized clearly, an emotion known as affection. Hermione felt an overwhelming happiness. The irritation from earlier, having been caught while eating watermelon, had nearly dissipated. Chapter 84. There always comes a time for parting. Glen's family and Hermione's family took the bus to the airport. Due to their large numbers, they did not request Anton Hossern to drive them. At the roadside, Anton and Lin Yingqing watched the family depart, and after their figures vanished from view, they turned back toward home. The house suddenly felt eerily quiet, a sensation that was indeed somewhat unfamiliar, even as it reverted to a state reminiscent of a year ago. Anton pondered, realizing that his children were once again embarking on their journeys. He hoped they would return to visit often. Lin Yingqing nodded in agreement. As parents, how could they not wish for their children, who were away, to come home more frequently? The two entered the courtyard, preparing to tidy up the yard and rooms, intending to conduct a thorough cleaning. Yet, Anton noticed something left on the table where the young girl had eaten watermelon. Approaching it, he discovered a delicate bottle containing a transparent liquid. He picked it up, pondering, did Hermione forget to take her belongings? Lin Yingqing, having overheard, approached as well. They likely haven't gone far. I can go directly to the airport to wait for them and return the young girl's item. Anton handed the bottle to Lin Yingqing, who, upon taking it, noticed something unusual about its surface. This bears traces of spiritual energy. Is it writing? Lin Yingqing mused, recognizing that communication through letters formed by spiritual energy was quite common. Instinctively, she thought of this. With a gentle touch upon the bottle's surface, Lin Yingqing subtly infused it with her spiritual energy. A faint golden glow began to emanate from the bottle, gradually brightening, shifting shape in the air, and reconfiguring itself into a delicate line of script. This is a gift from Glen and me for Grandpa and you, each of you a half. Please consume the liquid swiftly. It is not advisable to leave it overnight, and do not disclose this to others. The script lingered in the air for but a second before swiftly dissipating. Lin Yingqing understood this to be Hermione's handiwork and glanced again at the mysterious transparent liquid within the bottle, coming to a realization. This was not an accidental drop by the young girl. It was a deliberate offering from the two children, a gift intended for them. Dear, this is not merely something they carelessly left behind. It is a present from Glen and Hermione for us, though I confess I do not know what it is. Lin Yingqing smiled gently, waving her hand, and two cups materialized out of thin air, floating gracefully above. Although the contents of the bottles remained a mystery, Lin Yingqing had unwavering trust in her children. Following the message from Hermione, she promptly prepared to share this enigmatic liquid with Auntie. She divided the liquid equally into the two cups, sending one to her husband's hand while the other settled in her grasp. Ah, they have even prepared gifts for us, remarked Auntie, his expression tinged with guilt. For over a month, he had scarcely spent time with Glen and Hermione, consumed by his business commitments that kept him away until late, by which time they were already asleep. As a grandfather, he lamented his absence in the lives of his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, and now receiving gifts from them made his cheeks flush with warmth. They settled on a stone bench beneath the shade of a tree, cradling their cups filled with the transparent liquid. Auntie exchanged a glance with Lin Yingqing and chuckled. Do we not need to test it first? With no one else around in the courtyard, Lin Yingqing felt no need to maintain her usual reserve. She playfully chided Auntie. Do you really doubt Glen and the others? Of course not, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. They clinked their cups together in a toast, and then drank the liquid in one swift motion. Colorless and tasteless, the liquid was cool and smooth as it slid down Lin Yingqing's throat. However, her expression shifted suddenly. She felt the liquid being wholly absorbed by her body. More astonishingly, She sensed a remarkable change. Her body seemed to rejuvenate. Though Lin Yingqing already appeared youthful due to her family's secret cultivation techniques, she was acutely aware of her lifespan owing to her practice. To her astonishment, she realized that she had become even younger and more vibrant. Overwhelmed with excitement, she turned to her husband, her eyes wide. Anting Hasern, whose once dark hair had fully receded, now found new growth sprouting forth, quickly transforming into a cascade of glossy black locks. His previously aging, wrinkled visage gradually smoothed out, reminiscent of his youthful days, while his frail body and withering muscles began to regain their former strength. Both of them had drunk the gift from Glen and Hermione, and astonishingly, they had both become youthful once more. Anting trembled as he gazed at his restored, smooth hands, and upon turning, he found Lin Yingqing embracing him tightly. "This is wonderful," she murmured, her voice quaking with emotion, a tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Lin Yingqing's instincts had not failed her. The gift from Glen and Hermione was indeed the legendary elixir of immortality. For her father had learned from Dumbledore that Glen was a master alchemist, a student of Nicholas Flamel, and had shared this revelation with her. Nicoleme's most remarkable achievement lies in the creation of the elixir of immortality, derived from the Philosopher's Stone. Even in the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yingqing had heard whispers of its legendary properties. As a sorceress, her lifespan already surpassed that of ordinary mortals. And with the secret techniques she had mastered from the Lin family, her longevity was further extended. The elixir gifted to them by the two little ones was, in fact, far more beneficial for Anting, an ordinary individual over 50 years old. This realization brought Lin Yingqing to tears of joy, as she had tirelessly sought ways to prolong her husband's life. Anting, understanding the significance of their situation, embraced Lin Yingqing tightly and remarked, "Our children have truly bestowed upon us a magnificent gift." Lin Yingqing, choked with emotion, responded softly in agreement. Feeling that his wife seemed to have diminished in size within his embrace, Anting sighed deeply. This would certainly complicate their outings together, as misunderstandings could easily arise. The Dragon Kingdom had a well-established legal system, and Anting wished to avoid any entanglements. Indeed, the gift that Glen and Hermione had presented to their grandparents was the elixir of immortality crafted from the Philosopher's Stone. "Glen, do you think Grandma and Grandpa have received our gift by now?" Hermione, leaning against Glen's shoulder on the bus, glanced at her parents conversing across the aisle and whispered. Glen nodded, estimating that the timing was about right. The elixir had become their most treasured possession, rendering anything else quite insignificant. Therefore, they decided to express their filial piety through the elixir. With the support of their grandmother and the Lin family, it was time to prioritize the administration of the elixir to their parents. Glen leaned closer to Hermione and shared his thoughts in a hushed voice. Over the past few days, they had learned from Lin Yu that the Lin family's standing in the Dragon Kingdom was exceptionally high. With such a formidable backing, they need not tread cautiously in their endeavors. Given this, the potential repercussions of secretly administering the elixir to their parents could be disregarded, if necessary. They could simply return to their grandmother's home in the Dragon Kingdom. Despite their grandmother appearing to be a seemingly non-combative practitioner, Glen and Hermione had gleaned numerous tales of Lin Yingqing's past exploits from their grandfather. Her prowess had been formidable. In her youth, she single-handedly quelled various malevolent forces both domestically and abroad, even causing some to disband entirely. Truly awe-inspiring. When we return, we'll mix the elixir into their drinking water, ensuring they consume it daily, the young girl declared, her determination evident as she lightly tapped her left palm with a clenched right fist. Glen, however, expressed his disapproval of such an approach. The elixir must be consumed in moderation. We wouldn't want our parents to suddenly become our peers, would we? Hermione appeared to contemplate this scenario carefully, shuddering at the thought and displaying a peculiar expression. Nodding seriously, she agreed. Indeed, moderation is essential. The final discussion between the two culminated in the decision to allow their parents to consume the elixir of immortality only once a year, in a measured quantity that would neither drastically alter their appearances nor overtly reveal the effects. This subtle approach would gently mend and enhance their physical well-being without their awareness. It was not a matter of deceiving their parents about the existence of such a potion. Rather, Glen understood that should his parents learn of it, they would undoubtedly indulge in it excessively, reverting to childhood and engaging in play typical of the young. Moreover, they would likely involve the Grangers, who would certainly not decline. Glen was convinced that, given the characters of Alan and Gwen Hossern, this would be their course of action, a sentiment Hermione acknowledged and accepted. The two children quickly finalized their plans during the bus ride to the airport. Upon disembarking and collecting their luggage, the six of them proceeded to the terminal to check in. After passing through security, it was soon time to board the flight. Hermione, as before, settled by the window, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the ascending and descending planes outside. The aircraft began to taxi, departing from the land of the Dragon Kingdom. As the buildings below shrank in size, Hermione softly inquired, Glen, do you think we will have the chance to return to the Dragon Kingdom to visit Grandma and the others? Her voice was laden with longing. Indeed. Auntie Ying and Lin Yingqing were reluctant to see them go, as were their respective parents, all sharing a fondness for the cozy, welcoming courtyard. Yet, separation was inevitable. They each had their own pursuits, responsibilities, and studies to attend to. Glen gently stroked the little girl's head, reassuring her, "We will." The first academic year had concluded. Gratitude was extended for everyone's support. Without a moment's mourning for the expiring drafts, the chapters for the second year were set to auto-upload. Remaining drafts, 23. Chapter 85, Letters. A few days after Glen and Hermione's return from the Dragon Kingdom, they received a letter from Hogwarts detailing the textbooks required for the coming semester. Let us see. Standard Spells Level 2. We purchased that last term, so we can directly acquire Standard Spells Level 3 next, Glen noted. Listing the titles: Gilderoy Lockhart's Break with the Banshee, Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Ghouls, Gilderoy Lockhart's Holiday with the Hags, Gilderoy Lockhart's Travels with Trolls, Gilderoy Lockhart's Voyage with Vampires, Gilderoy Lockhart's Wanderings with Werewolves, and A Year with the Yeti. Hermione lay on her bed, reciting the letter until her mouth was dry. Glen handed her a glass of water, which she eagerly drank. Why are there so many autobiographies by Gilderoy Lockhart on the textbook list? Hermione queried, evidently perplexed. Glen, unfamiliar with the name, asked, "Who is Gilderoy Lockhart?" Hermione pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing her words. She turned over on the bed and replied, "I am an internationally renowned figure and author. A recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Alliance, and I shall refrain from elaborating on a few other less significant accolades." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, it is evident from the interviews in the newspapers and his published works that Gilderoy Lockhart, while being an author, is also a formidable wizard. My roommate once shared with me an autobiography he penned, which vividly depicted his encounters with numerous malevolent creatures. Within its pages, his prowess is formidable, and some of the techniques he employed are indeed practical." The mere recollection of Lavender's fervent admiration for Gilderoy Lockhart sent a shiver down the young girl's spine. Ugh, shaking her head to dispel the images in her mind. Hermione elaborated to Glen on the practical combat techniques she had encountered in that book. They were indeed impressive. Glen mentally simulated the combat techniques and scenarios Hermione had described, realizing their utility and generously offered his praise. Yet, he pondered, why does Hogwarts require us to purchase his autobiography? Isn't that merely a storybook? Hermione appeared thoroughly perplexed. In her view, Hogwarts had no connection to Gilderoy Lockhart whatsoever. Glen contemplated for a moment, reasoning that Hogwarts would not require young wizards to procure books unrelated to their studies, yet they demanded the purchase of several autobiographies by a single author, which made little sense to him. He too was at a loss. I am uncertain, but since Dumbledore has orchestrated this, there must be profound reasoning behind it. We should adhere to the arrangements without overthinking. After all, we have more to learn beyond Hogwarts curriculum. Glen concluded, deciding that pondering such matters was unproductive. It would be wiser to devote more time to studying classical texts and delving into the contents of magical tomes. The young girl nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us not dwell on it. However, when shall we venture to Diagon Alley to procure these books? Glen had no particular thoughts on the matter. Was about to respond that they could go tomorrow, when suddenly, a beautiful feathered owl swooped in through the window, clutching an ornate letter, interrupting his train of thought. Dropping the letter onto Glen, the owl gracefully perched on a nearby cabinet, showing no signs of departure. Was it awaiting a reply? Whose letter is this, Glen? Hermione seemingly glided over, rolling beside him, her eyes fixed intently on the exquisitely decorated letter in Glen's hand, as if trying to glimpse the sender's name through the envelope. How splendidly adorned the envelope is. It wouldn't happen to be from a girl, would it? Hermione's mind was awash with peculiar thoughts, observing the girl's strange demeanor. Glen gently adjusted Hermione's head to align their gazes. A myriad of odd emotions surged within him. An unfamiliar feeling. Glen quietly placed a hand over his chest. This sensation was somewhat suffocating, a bit oppressive. It was an emotion he had yet to experience. He resolved to remember it. Glen etched the emotions into his mind. Hermione, compelled to meet Glen's gaze, reflected on her current feelings and became flustered, her small hands scrambling against him in an attempt to break free from his hold. Glen released the wary young girl, surmising that the catalyst for Hermione's emotions was likely the letter before them, addressed to him. What is wrong, Hermione? Glen, perplexed, decided to inquire directly. Nothing. The young girl averted her head, exhibiting a touch of petulance. After a moment of contemplation, Glen resolved to trust his instincts. Hermione, since you seem quite concerned about this letter, why don't you help me open it and read it? As he spoke, he extended the letter toward her. The young girl hesitated. After all, this was Glen's personal privacy, and it felt inappropriate. She sighed, initially intending to decline. But Glen anticipated her reluctance and promptly thrust the letter into her arms. Don't worry about my privacy. There's nothing I conceal from you in my conversations with others. Feel free to read it. Hermione slightly turned her head and met Glen's earnest, fervent gaze, which nearly unsettled her. Blushing, she quickly averted her eyes, mumbling something under her breath, yet she still opened the suspicious letter. Glen knew he had made the right bet. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he sensed the delightful joy emanating from the young girl through the bracelet. As she tore open the envelope, Hermione's eyes landed on the sender's name at the bottom. Upon recognizing who it was, she immediately lost interest, too apathetic to even glance at the contents. In return, the opened letter to Glen. "It's from Draco. You can read it yourself," she stated. Glen took the letter and skimmed its contents. It appeared that Draco had specifically written after the letters were distributed at Hogwarts, inviting Glen and Hermione to join him next Wednesday in Diagon Alley to purchase the books required for their second year. "Draco wants us to go to Diagon Alley next Wednesday to buy books, Hermione. What do you think?" Glen asked, placing the decision in her hands. Hermione, feeling quite indifferent, tapped Glen's chest with her smooth little foot. "Whatever, it's fine. We don't have much going on lately." Embracing her mischievous little foot, Glen illuminated his left hand. And the letter from Draco levitated, its ink beginning to shift and transform until it ultimately formed the following message. "Ah, Glen Hossern." After sealing the letter in a new envelope, he handed it back to Draco's owl, sending it off into the distance. Glen nodded, acknowledging that it was time to attend to another matter. Despite her feet being restrained, Hermione continued to struggle, prompting Glen to pull her closer. "Hermione, what was the emotion you just felt? Could you explain it to me?" Glen inquired earnestly, intrigued by the unfamiliar sensation he had sensed through the bracelet. Since Glen received such a convenient bracelet from his grandmother, he naturally would not forfeit this resource. Not only did he allow it to assist him in suppressing his quiet emotions through the positive feelings generated by the young girl, but learning various emotional definitions from Hermione in this manner proved to be a delightful avenue. The moment the girl recalled her tumultuous thoughts from earlier, a wave of shame washed over her. How could she possibly divulge such matters to Glen? What would she say? That she was envious? Of Draco, no less? Absolutely not. She resolved to keep such feelings to herself, no matter the cost. Hermione stubbornly turned her head away, feigning ignorance. Glen leaned in closer, intent on repeating his inquiry, but Hermione pushed him away with her small hands. Consequently, Glen pinned her hands to the bed, resuming their unfinished conversation. As she caught sight of Glen drawing nearer, panic surged within the young girl, prompting her to remember that she could still struggle. She wriggled on the bed with all her might, yet found herself unable to escape Glen's grasp. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his breath now. Too close. Excitement mingled with fear coursed through her, and though she wished to refuse him, she remained unmoved as Glen continued to whisper his question in her ear. "Children, little Hermione, look what I have brought you," Madame Hooch exclaimed cheerfully as she burst through the door with a bag of goodies. However, upon witnessing the ambiguous scene before her, her words faltered in her throat. The young girl's feigned terror gradually morphed into genuine fright. "Ah ha ha ha. I'm so sorry. It seems I've entered the wrong room. My apologies for the interruption. Please, carry on." Madame Hooch pivoted on her right foot, spun around, and closed the door behind her with a gentle kick. The young girl remained frozen on the bed, watching as Madame Hooch performed her smooth exit, leaving the room and politely closing the door behind her. Click. That was the sound of the door locking, wasn't it? Surely, that was the sound of the door locking. Hermione vaguely heard Madame Hooch's excited voice echoing from downstairs. "No, Madame Hooch. Please, let me explain." Glen, too, was momentarily distracted by his mother's unannounced entrance, but soon returned his focus to understanding those unfamiliar emotional definitions. He turned back to Hermione, persistently asking once more, "Hermione, what emotion did you feel just now? Could you elucidate it for me?" "Ah." Hermione's exasperated cry resonated throughout the entire house. Volume 3, Second Year. Chapter 2, The Conflict in the Leaky Cauldron. Ultimately, Glen did not glean the names of those peculiar emotions from the flustered girl, which left him feeling rather disappointed. However, it mattered not. Since Hermione was unwilling to speak, he would not press her further. There would be other opportunities, and he had time to wait until Hermione was ready to share her thoughts with him. With the presence of books, time stretches. In their absence, it contracts. Glen's cherished tranquil life meanders onward, and the clock ushers in the Wednesday of the following week. Due to prolonged unemployment, his guardians regretfully abandoned their plans to accompany the two little ones to Diagon Alley for book purchases. "Take good care of Hermione." His mother signals to Glen with a knowing glance before departing. Though he feigns ignorance, he nods in acknowledgement. As the little girl adamantly refuses to ride the night bus, Glen opts to carry Hermione through the art of shrinking space. The distance proves daunting. Glen must pause intermittently to rest and replenish his magical energy. After consuming 5 or 6 vials of magical potions and traversing an indeterminate number of dimensions, a dizzy Hermione finally arrives at a rooftop near the leaky cauldron. "I can't go on. Let me rest for a moment, she gasps, leaning against her forehead as she sits on the edge of the rooftop. Though accustomed to the sensation of shrinking space, the continuous long-distance travel proves to be quite taxing. Glen nods, tapping his staff to transform it into a black umbrella, which he opens to shield both himself and Hermione from the sun. He sits beside her, allowing the young girl to lean against him for respite. Returning to the wizarding world, Glen dons his black satin attire once more, opting for caution before delving into the contents of the magical tome. After a brief reprieve, Hermione regains her vigor. Glen retracts the umbrella, and the two leap from the rooftop, gently descending into a narrow alley. Strolling into the leaky cauldron, Hermione greets the affable old Tom, and the pair knocks on the stone wall leading to Diagon Alley. It is approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Leaving half an hour until their rendezvous with Draco. We should explore a bit first, Glen estimates, sharing his conclusion with Hermione. That suits me perfectly. Let us go. I've heard from Parvati and the others that there's an ice cream shop in Diagon Alley that serves the most delectable ice cream. I've been eager to try it. The little girl beams with delight, tugging Glen's hand as they dash forward. Glen, with a resigned smile, watches as his staff is retracted into a black ring on his finger. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle smile effortlessly graces his lips. Hermione orders a strawberry butter ice cream, and as always, Glen allows her to make the choice for him. Without hesitation, she adds a lemon vanilla flavor to her selection. Glen, holding Hermione's small hand, absent-mindedly licks his ice cream, lost in thought, while the little girl takes on the role of navigator, pulling him along as they wander leisurely through Diagon Alley. While daydreaming, Glen takes a moment to observe the displays in the shop windows, noting that the offerings seem little changed from the previous year. It appears that the wizarding world's progress has stagnated somewhat. Noticing Hermione's eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazes intently through a window, Glen takes the initiative, leading her into the shop and promptly paying with a galleon. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. Our funds are quite ample. Glen expressed that he possessed a considerable amount of galleons, allowing Hermione to take whatever she desired without hesitation, as he would cover the expenses. With a playful tap on Glen's chest, Hermione feigned annoyance, declaring him to be excessively extravagant. However, it was true that Glen had little understanding of the value of money. After all, his ability to brew potions enabled him to earn galleons swiftly. Moreover, Albus Dumbledore occasionally entrusted him with various tasks, ensuring that Glen's earnings were more than sufficient to support both himself and the young lady in the wizarding world, with plenty left over. With this in mind, Glen raised his right hand and retrieved a bag from the space within his ring, extending his other hand toward Hermione's chest. The embarrassed young lady swatted his hand away. He then handed the bag to Hermione, stating, "From now on, you shall manage the galleons, as I lack the proper understanding of how to spend money." After a moment of hesitation, Hermione accepted the bag, fully aware that Glen was speaking the truth. He truly had no concept of finances. She felt a sense of helplessness, recognizing that Glen's extraordinary talents only manifested in his combat and scholarly pursuits, while his grasp of common sense remained as innocent as that of a child. Otherwise, he would not have so easily toppled her. Furthermore, he possessed a compelling reason. Glen's demeanor was purely inquisitive, making it difficult for her to refuse. Thus, it was decided that Hermione would take charge of Glen's daily needs. She stored the bag filled with galleons, enhanced by a spell of seamless expansion, into her protective charm, patted her slightly elevated chest, and raised her chin, proclaiming with enthusiasm. Having grown accustomed to such comments from Hermione, Glen no longer paid them much mind. If she said so, then so it was. The two scholars found their stock of ink and parchment insufficient for their studies, leading them to visit a shop imbued with the scent of ink, where they procured a substantial amount of parchment and ink as if restocking supplies, cramming it all into Glen's black ring. Fortunately, during their summer in the Dragon Kingdom, the chief alchemist, Lin Yingqing, had unexpectedly gifted Glen a ring that allowed for the storage of vast quantities, replacing his previous pouch. Otherwise, there would have been no way to accommodate such an abundance, as the space Glen had conjured with the seamless expansion spell would have long since been overwhelmed. Both remained vividly aware of the remarkable events that had transpired that day, particularly when Glen's grandmother had emptied the contents of his magically expanded pouch, revealing numerous magical materials, and demonstrated the intricate process of crafting high-grade alchemical artifacts right before the two children. It transcended mere crafting, it was akin to artistry. Not long after, a brand new black ring, capable of the same magical storage, was presented to Glen by Lin Yingqing. Although Lin also intended to enhance Hermione's protective charm, she was unexpectedly met with Glen's polite refusal. "I wish to personally improve Hermione's charm once I master more advanced techniques and magic." Upon hearing those words, Lin Yingqing silently gave a thumbs up in her heart, indicating that she was quite taken with the sentiment. To return to the main topic, after Glen's waist pouch was returned to him, he had been wearing the ring gifted by his grandmother, which now contained nearly all his possessions. It served not only to provide the young lady with a change of clothes at a moment's notice, but also to arm him from head to toe instantly, a quintessential asset for anyone engaged in perilous endeavors. Today, they encountered a number of familiar faces in Diagon Alley. The two youngsters spotted the sisters Parvati and Padma selecting garments in Madame Malkin's robe shop, as well as the Weasley twins frolicking with Lee Jordan, the Quidditch commentator, at the Magical Joke Shop, where they were trying out various amusing magical gadgets. Although the young lady expressed her disinterest in these jesting trinkets, she politely greeted the trio. To her dismay, George and Fred, who had previously overlooked her and Glen, now noticed them. Flushed with embarrassment, Hermione, amidst the whistling jests of the trio, seized Glen's hand and hastily exited the joke shop. As they continued their stroll, they spotted Percy engrossed in a book at a cluttered little shop. With keen eyes, the young lady quickly recognized the title of the book in Percy's hands, How to Gain Authority as a Prefect. She had heard that Percy aspired to become the president of the male student council at Hogwarts, a challenging role indeed, tasked with guiding the mischievous Gryffindors. She hoped for his success, silently praying for his endeavors, albeit uncertain if such prayers were appropriate. Her intentions were sincere. Continuing their leisurely exploration was proving unproductive, so they retraced their steps and found the Patil sisters still at Madame Malkin's shop, now joined by Lavender. The young lady eagerly tugged Glen into the store. Glen greeted the three girls before releasing Hermione to join her friends, while he found a spot to sit and reflect on the classical texts he had studied, patiently awaiting the passage of time. An hour slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and upon sensing the commotion among the four lively girls still chattering animatedly over a robe, Hermione seemed to have completely forgotten their agreement with Draco. Should he remind her? Glen pondered in his mind the significance of the two situations. Was it more important for Hermione to enjoy her time with friends, or to honor their meeting with Draco? The two held no comparison. Apologies, Draco. You shall have to wait a little longer. Glen continued to feign sleep, pretending to be oblivious to the passage of time. After approximately 23 minutes and 46 seconds, the young lady, having bid farewell to her friends, suddenly realized in alarm that she and Glen had likely missed their appointed time with Draco. Casting a glance at Glen, who appeared to be asleep, Hermione hurriedly approached and gently tapped his shoulder, rousing him from his feigned slumber. We've surpassed our meeting time with Draco. Let us hasten our steps. The rendezvous is at the Lycan bookstore, is it not? Upon seeing Glen regain consciousness, Hermione unceremoniously seized his arm and dashed out of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The duo raced towards the bookstore, only to find it inexplicably thronged with a crowd. Glen, look! Hermione exclaimed, her gaze drawn to a large banner suspended above the bookstore. Oh dear, I forgot that you were wearing that black satin. It proclaims a signing event by Gilderoy Lockhart, featuring his autobiography Me, the Master of Magic, scheduled for today from 12:30 to 16:30. That is, indeed, right now? Hermione read aloud from the banner, finally comprehending the reason for the overwhelming crowd inside. Yet Glen sensed an unsettling commotion emanating from within the Lycan bookstore, muffled curses, clashes, and grunts. It appeared that a scuffle was underway. Chapter 3, The Unsolved Mystery. The enigmatic allure of Lockhart. What could possibly be transpiring inside? Hermione, filled with suspicion, rose onto her toes, attempting to peer over the crowd. Glen, aware of the escalating ruckus, noted Hermione's furrowed brow, as if she had deduced something. Surely, no one is brawling over Lockhart's autograph, is there? As far as I know, his fans can be rather fervent, Hermione speculated. Should we venture inside? The young girl inquired of Glen, acknowledging that Draco was likely already within the bookstore, but given the current circumstances, it seemed wise to avoid pushing through the throng. Glen comprehended Hermione's unspoken concern and nodded, deciding it prudent to assess the situation from the outside before proceeding. Just as the two whispered among themselves, a familiar and booming voice cut through the din. Stand back. Gentlemen, disperse. It was their dear friend, Hagrid. Hagrid? Hermione pondered, perplexed at his presence in Diagon Alley. With the imposing figure of Hagrid mediating, the tumult within the Lycan bookstore swiftly subsided, and the onlookers in the street gradually dispersed, revealing a clear passageway into the store. It appeared they could enter. The young girl leaped down from the steps where she had been perched, dusting off her backside before turning to Glen. Shall we go in? Glen stood as well. Let us proceed. Noticing that the dust on the girl's attire had not been entirely brushed away, Glen quietly reached out to assist in removing the remnants. Hermione gasped, her mouth agape in shock as she turned to Glen. He continued his task until he felt certain that every last speck of dust had been eliminated. What is the matter? Glen inquired, sensing Hermione's discomposed demeanor. The flustered girl seized Glen's ear, pulling him closer and whispering in an irate tone. What do you think you're doing? How dare you touch my backside in public? Are you a pervert? With Hermione's warm breath brushing against him, Glen wore a perplexed expression. Although he was unfamiliar with the term pervert, he felt compelled to clarify. I merely helped you remove the dust from your backside. Hermione's voice faltered, and she was almost amused by his ignorance. This fellow truly lacked any semblance of common sense. Hermione felt a twinge of frustration. What was she to do? Neither striking nor scolding seemed appropriate. Fortunately, it appeared that no one was witnessing this scene. Otherwise, the young girl would have already dragged Glen away to hide. Thankfully, the next individual they encountered liberated Hermione from her tangled thoughts. A man with long, pale golden hair, cold gray eyes, and a sharp, pallid face stormed out of the leaky cauldron, flanked by a familiar small boy. Draco. Both Glen and Hermione recognized him immediately. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that the man who bore a striking resemblance to Draco was indeed his father, Lucius Malfoy. It seemed that Glen and Hermione had inadvertently blocked Lucius's path. His brow furrowed, and a chilling voice escaped his throat. "Step aside, do not obstruct my way." He showed no inclination to pause or detour, advancing directly toward Glen and Hermione. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Lucius's demeanor was as unpleasant as Draco's. Indeed, he was his father's son. "Father, slow down, wait for Glen." "Hermione?" Draco hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd to catch up with his father, only to find Glen and Hermione standing before him. Lucius halted, his brow slightly relaxing. "Glen Hufflepuff and Hermione Granger? They are the friends you mentioned to me." Since the summer holiday, he had frequently heard these two young wizards' names from his son, yet, to his knowledge, there were no families by the names of Hufflepuff or Granger among the pure-blooded lineages. Are they half-bloods? He pondered. The remarkable academic achievements of his son in his first year had far surpassed Lucius's expectations. He had also observed that Draco had maintained a diligent routine of study and exercise throughout the summer, which greatly pleased Lucius as a father. Considering that his own academic performance at Hogwarts had been inferior to that of his son, he had learned from Draco that his newfound determination was largely influenced by these two friends and a child from the Longbottom family. Thus, even if these two children were half-bloods, he would turn a blind eye to their friendship with Draco. Moreover, he had been informed by Draco that a year prior, he had been rescued from a dark wizard in Knockturn Alley by this very boy, Glen Hufflepuff. Such strength at a young age. Perhaps the Malfoy family could indeed embrace this half-blood child as an ally. Glen, as a half-blood, perhaps you could serve the Malfoy family in the future, Lucius mused, lowering his gaze toward Glen while completely disregarding the young girl beside him. He did not extend his hand. "I am not a half-blood. I come from a Muggle background. And I refuse," Glen replied, his expression unyielding, unfazed by the unexpected invitation from Lucius. Although Glen has come to realize that his father is not purely a Muggle, he feels indifferent to what he is called, and thus does not bother to change it. The more significant reason, however, is for Hermione's sake. Though the young lady seems unconcerned about it, Draco, overhearing this exchange, broke into a cold sweat. He had not informed his father that Glen and Hermione were little wizards of Muggle origin. Lucius furrowed his brows deeply, his expression and voice chillingly cold as he turned to his son. "You did not inform me that your friends at school have Muggle ancestry." After being rebuffed and learning of Glen's revelation, coupled with the earlier incident, Lucius's mood soured immensely. With a disdainful huff, he attempted to push past Glen and Hermione. Continuing on his way, Glen pulled Hermione into his embrace, allowing Lucius to pass. Draco, his face pale, followed uneasily, his words devoid of malice as he quietly apologized to the two. "My father's views remain unchanged. I concealed your backgrounds from him, and I am truly sorry for his behavior." While Hermione seemed unfazed, Draco could see clearly that when Glen wrapped his arms around Hermione to clear the path, his expression beneath the black satin was icy as death. It resembled the gaze he had seen only when Glen was in the Forbidden Forest. Although Glen was formidable, far surpassing a mere little wizard, he could not possibly contend with his own father. Shaking his head, Draco thought, "No, it cannot be like this." He did not wish to witness Glen truly confront his father. Torn between a dear friend and his father, he took a deep breath and rushed to mediate. Hermione remained silent, her gaze fixed coldly upon Lucius's retreating figure. Glen did not speak, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing the increasingly dangerous atmosphere between the two and noticing his father had already distanced himself, Draco swallowed hard, hastily bidding farewell to the pair before hastening to catch up with his father. It seemed the afternoon's arrangement had evaporated. "Forget about Lucius Malfoy. Let us go buy some books instead," Glen suggested, tugging at Hermione, who was still glaring at Lucius. She nodded in agreement. What an unfortunate turn of events. They had intended to enjoy the day, but were met with such incidents. How disheartening. Dismissing Lucius from their minds, they noticed the crowd in front of Flourish and Blots had dispersed, and they pushed open the door. This incident should warrant an article in the Daily Prophet, shouldn't it? Who would have thought Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy would come to blows over my autograph? I wager this will create quite a stir. As they entered, a deep, resonant voice reached their ears, and Hermione looked up to see the source, Gilderoy Lockhart seated behind a desk. Hermione exclaimed in surprise. So, Lucius's furious demeanor was due to a scuffle with Mr. Weasley? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The real question is why they would engage in a scuffle over Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph. The sudden and astonishing twist shattered the young girl's worldview, effectively diverting her attention. Hermione was left dumbfounded, even beginning to reassess Lockhart's standing within the wizarding community. What is this? Beyond the little witches and a few adult sorceresses, Gilderoy Lockhart could also captivate grown male wizards? Glen was oblivious to the rich inner turmoil of the girl beside him. Instead, he noticed a large gathering nearby. The Weasley family, Harry Potter, and their towering friend, Hagrid. Hagrid was busily adjusting Mr. Weasley's robe, which had become disheveled due to the earlier brawl, grumbling about something under his breath. Indeed, old Malfoy remains as wicked as ever. Thankfully, Draco, influenced by Glen and Hermione, has turned into a well-behaved lad. Out of the corner of Hagrid's eye, he spotted Glen and Hermione entering Flourish and Blots. Glen, Hermione, hello there. The giant waved cheerfully at the two youngsters, clearly delighted to encounter them in this place. What luck! I was just thinking about you too, and now here you are. Hi, Hagrid. The girl appeared equally elated, waving back. We came to buy new books. What brings you here? Oh, I'm here to pick up a potion to repel those pesky chomping cabbage eaters. Hagrid scratched his head. Those wretched creatures are nearly ruining all the cabbages at school. Such peculiar beings, aren't they? They're called meat-eating slugs, yet they feast on vegetables. Hermione politely greeted the Weasley family and Harry, then happily engaged in conversation with Hagrid. Meanwhile, Glen chose not to join the dialogue. He sensed an inexplicable chill in the air, an unsettling sensation he could not quite identify. Beside Mr. Weasley, the diminutive Ginny Weasley's cauldron emitted a faint, dark aura that slowly dissipated. Chapter 4. Return to Hogwarts. Perhaps irritated by the raucous antics of Gilderoy Lockhart from behind the desk at Flourish and Blots, the young girl did not converse with Hagrid for long. She quickly purchased the books from the list that Hogwarts had sent for her and Glen, bid Hagrid farewell, and hurriedly pulled Glen out of the bookstore. I can hardly believe Gilderoy Lockhart is such a person, Hermione said, holding Glen's hand and giving it a gentle shake. Isn't that a bit too, how shall I put it, extravagant? It's hard to imagine why Lavender and the others would be enamored with Lockhart. Well, except for Lavender. Lockhart's antics in Flourish and Blots had indeed irked Hermione. Influenced by Glen, she had matured far beyond her peers and expressed her inability to comprehend the thoughts of the other young witches. We should focus solely on the content of his books. I glanced through some of them earlier, and there is indeed much we can learn. Indeed, the peculiar atmosphere within the bookstore dissipated in an instant. Glen, having failed to uncover its source, dismissed it from his mind and redirected his focus to the textbooks they would soon require for their classes. With a perceptive glance over the contents of several tomes, he reaffirmed his speculation that Gilderoy Lockhart was indeed a reasonably competent wizard, as the details and substance within the texts were remarkably authentic, devoid of any embellishment. However, Glen refrained from passing judgment on Lockhart himself. Aside from the knowledge inscribed in his books, the man held little value for Glen. At the very least, Glen considered himself impervious to the charms of men. Gently squeezing Hermione's soft hand, he acknowledged that it was she who intrigued him the most. Upon reflection, Hermione realized that Glen's assertion held true. Knowledge was paramount. She relinquished her futile thoughts, and the two strolled hand in hand through Diagon Alley. Ah, look over there. Though the young girl was far more mature than her peers, she remained, at her core, still a child, and her attention was quickly diverted. Hermione spotted something captivating in a shop window and eagerly tugged Glen along with her. Not long after they purchased their books, September 1st arrived, the day Hogwarts commenced its new term. Both families, as was their custom, arrived at King's Cross Station an hour early. Their parents waved goodbye to the two children, unconcerned about their academic endeavors. As if Glen and Hermione required anyone's worry regarding their studies. They were far more likely to leave other young wizards in tears than to struggle with their own learning. Rather than academic pressures, their families hoped that the two would enjoy themselves and lead a joyful life at school. Glen nodded to them before Hermione pulled him into the wall leading to Platform 9. The young girl had grown increasingly bold, ever since Glen's subtle confession at her grandparents' home. She had ceased to play coy, remaining by his side almost constantly, their hands seldom parting. She was now adept at feigning ignorance towards the teasing glances from their parents, her courage having blossomed considerably. Of course, it was crucial to assert her claim. She was quite aware of Glen's good looks and felt the need to keep a close watch on him. Although she did not truly believe that any smitten witch or wizard could steal him away. Yes, a wizard. No mistake there, a peculiarity of the Eagle Nation, as those in the know would understand. Having arrived early on the Hogwarts Express, the train was presently empty. They casually chose an unoccupied compartment and retrieved the classical Chinese textbook they had brought from the Dragon Country, diving into their studies together. They set a modest goal, to complete their study of classical Chinese this semester and commence their exploration of magical texts. As I previously mentioned, once they entered a serious state of learning, time flew by swiftly, and when they finally regained their awareness, the compartment was filled with the cheerful chatter of young wizards. At that moment, two small heads poked from the compartment door. Ah, We found you. Upon closer inspection, Hermione recognized it was Neville and Draco. TSK, two unwelcome distractions. They should have locked the compartment door. Hermione was evidently a bit vexed with herself for committing such a blunder. It was not that she disliked her two companions. Rather, the young lady yearned for a moment of solitude with Glen. A compartment, a confined space, could very well lead to some romantic or rather embarrassing occurrences. The mere thought of the various contents shared by Lavender from those books made Hermione's cheeks flush crimson, and her mind was flooded with fanciful thoughts, her lips curling into a smile. Draco, witnessing Hermione's demeanor, felt a shiver run down his spine. It was the first time he had seen the proud and acerbic academic display such an expression, and he found it hard to digest. Only Glen seemed capable of keeping Hermione in check. Casting another glance at the composed Glen, Draco silently lamented. Noticing Draco's peculiar gaze, Hermione snapped out of her reverie, directing a dangerous glare at him. I just felt a bit nauseous from riding the night bus. Don't mind me, Hermione, Draco chuckled, scratching his head. Humph. Hermione huffed in discontent. She was certain he had been pondering something impolite moments ago. Neville, observing the book that Glen and Hermione were holding, realized he could not comprehend its contents and curiously inquired, "What book is this?" The language appears to be not English. This is classical Chinese. A unique written form from the Dragon Country, inscribed in Chinese characters, which you, of course, cannot understand. The young lady reverted to her usual haughty demeanor. Although her tone lacked courtesy, she still addressed Neville's question. Draco sighed in relief. This was more like the Hermione he knew, unlike the baffling behavior she exhibited earlier. The astute young woman noticed his reaction and smirked. Draco Malfoy, you were indeed thinking some impolite thoughts just now. With a flick of her wand, she cast a stunning spell in his direction. Startled, Draco exclaimed, I wasn't, don't say such things. He dropped his suitcase in reflex, agilely dodging Hermione's spell. I challenge you to a duel, Hermione declared, rising to her feet with her wand raised high. Hey, no fighting. Let's discuss this calmly, Neville pleaded anxiously, glancing around. After all, engaging in a duel on the Hogwarts Express would not be appropriate. They could settle it once they arrived at Hogwarts. Neville, don't stop me. Draco needs a lesson, and I must check if Glen has been slacking off over the summer. The young lady shot a fierce glance at Neville, who attempted to mediate. Hesitant, Neville perceived the warning in Hermione's gaze. He looked between her and Draco, who was signaling him desperately, and ultimately chose to follow his heart. He returned to his seat. Traitor, Longbottom. Draco cursed his companion for his lack of loyalty, narrowly escaping Hermione's spell and bolting into the train corridor. I'm not scared. As a noble gentleman, I must certainly yield to the lady, he declared, hands on his hips. Hermione would obviously not genuinely pursue Draco on the train, as that would contravene school rules. It was merely meant to frighten him. With a haughty huff, she stowed her wand away. Glen applauded. Thank you, Hermione replied with a sweet smile, lifting her robes and performing a slight curtsy, ladylike in manner. Opposite them, Neville remarked, as long as you two are happy. Time aboard the train passed swiftly. After escaping the carriage, Draco, realizing Hermione was not in pursuit, sheepishly returned, only to receive an eye roll from the young girl. During the journey, the Weasley twins, accompanied by their younger sister Ginny, visited their compartment to inquire if they had seen Harry and Ron. They're missing? Hermione frowned, pondering whether those two troublemakers were up to no good again. We haven't seen them, she replied. The three Weasleys, disappointed by the lack of information, departed. Those two, Potter and Weasley, certainly had a penchant for mischief. Draco, munching on a green apple, quietly mocked the whereabouts of Harry and Ron. Draco, Neville reminded him, somewhat displeased. Harry and Ron were his friends, and he was reluctant to hear anyone speak ill of them, although it was possible they were indeed stirring up trouble. Notably, after a while, Glen seemed to faintly hear some peculiar noises from outside the window, but before he could activate his heightened senses to investigate, the strange sounds vanished, akin to a figment of his imagination. However, Glen was certain he had not misheard and relayed this to his companions, though they seemed oblivious to it. Perhaps just the wind? Hermione speculated, drawing a conclusion on the matter. Glen nodded, reasoning that whatever was amiss would likely not affect him, so he dismissed it. The Hogwarts Express was soon to arrive at Hogsmeade Station. Just like in their first year, the young girl ushered the three boys into the aisle, locked the door, and changed her clothes. Following the flow of people, they disembarked from the train, observing a cluster of first-year wizards, shorter than they, eagerly scanning their surroundings. Hermione smiled, recalling that she must have looked the same last year. How swiftly time passes. Hagrid, the towering figure, was indeed present as always, tasked with guiding the first-year wizards to the Black Lake for their boat ride. After greeting Hagrid, Glen, Hermione, and their friends watched as the giant led the group of little ones into the dark forest. But how will we reach Hogwarts if we don't take the boats across the Black Lake? Neville questioned, puzzled. The young girl, having heard the information she knew, proudly puffed out her chest and exclaimed, I know. It's recorded in a brief history of Hogwarts. Chapter 5. The mystery unraveled. We will be taking carriages drawn by Thestrals to Hogwarts via a different route. Hermione led the three boys along a rough, muddy path, and before long, a line of carriages came into view, numbering at least 100. Superstitious individuals often regard such creatures as harbingers of misfortune, believing that their mere presence portends dire calamities for those who behold them. Hermione continued to elucidate to the group, yet in reality, the Thestral itself remains invisible. Only those who have witnessed death firsthand are able to perceive its form. Hermione gazed at the vacant space in front of the carriage, unable to see the Thestral. The young girl then turned her attention to Glen, fully aware that he had personally ended the life of a giant creature on Halloween last year, and thus, logically, he should be able to see it. Glen, however, did not require the use of his physical eyes, even though he was undoubtedly capable of seeing it. He slightly adjusted the black satin covering to reveal his left eye, confirming that he could indeed perceive the wondrous creature known as the Thestral. The Thestral was a tall, gaunt being, entirely shrouded in black, with no flesh to be seen. Its dark hide clung closely to its skeletal frame, every bone distinctly outlined. Its head resembled that of a dragon, with eyeless sockets glaring vacantly, and massive, resilient wings sprouted from its shoulder blades, appearing as though they belonged to a colossal bat. As Hermione listened intently to the description of the Thestral, she cast a glance at Draco and Neville across from her, only to find both of them fixated on the spot where the Thestral ought to be. Neville, Draco, can you both see the Thestral too? She inquired hesitantly, perhaps crossing an unspoken boundary. Both Neville and Draco paused momentarily, then nodded in affirmation. After all, they had accompanied Glen into the Forbidden Forest, where they had dispatched over 20 enormous acromantulas. If that did not qualify as witnessing death, what would? The polite acromantula might well exclaim, "Are we to thank you for this?" Yet they refrained from elaborating, understanding that Glen was deliberately withholding information from Hermione to spare her undue concern. "So, I am the only one who cannot see the Thestral?" Hermione appeared rather disheartened, feeling isolated in her experience. At that moment, she felt a small hand grasp hers, as Glen removed the satin covering altogether. A familiar sensation washed over her, for Glen had initiated a sensory sharing. In that instant, Hermione's perspective seemed to be completed, within the blink of an eye. A dark Thestral appeared in the previously empty space. "Now you can see them," Glen said, holding Hermione's hand calmly. The young girl beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Yes." Meanwhile, Draco's expression was one of complicated emotions. "Neville, I believe we ought to be beneath the carriage, not inside it," he remarked, with Neville's equally perplexed expression echoing his sentiment. "Blimey, the banquet hasn't even begun, and they're sneakily treating us. Glen and Hermione, look at the fine deeds you have done." Sensing the peculiar gazes from Neville and Draco, Hermione, seizing a moment when Glen was distracted, turned to issue a warning glance. "No strange comments," she admonished. "Neville and Draco, we never intended to speak anyway. Never mind, we won't provoke. Let's just eat, that suffices, it's merely an additional meal." After quietly consuming their allotted rations, the night steeds finally brought their carriage to the grassy expanse before the gates of Hogwarts. The young witches and wizards chattered excitedly as they disembarked, instinctively forming orderly lines according to their year and house. Of course, Glen, the anomaly of Slytherin, still lingered among the Gryffindor group. However, the school uniforms worn by the students lacked any distinguishing marks of the houses, rendering Glen's serpentine figure rather inconspicuous. The upper-year students typically entered the Great Hall more swiftly than the first years, much like their predecessors did last year, taking their seats at the respective long tables, awaiting the sorting of the new students. As they followed the flow into the hall, they noticed that the professors had already settled into their designated places. Once they found their own seats, the young witches and wizards were well aware of the rules, ensuring that, despite the crowd, the atmosphere remained orderly. Once Glen sat down, the little girl beside him seemed to have noticed something remarkable, pointing in astonishment at the professor's table. Realizing that Glen was again wearing a black satin blindfold, Hermione gently turned his head towards the professor's table and helped him remove the mask. Glen, however, did not take offense, redirecting his gaze to the professor's table, where a figure who should not have been present, yet now seemed quite plausible, caught his attention. Perhaps this was the very reason the girl had pointed it out. Gilderoy Lockhart, with a smug expression, sat beside Snape at the professor's table, feigning disinterest while casting glances at the audience, relishing the surprised gasps and discussions of the young witches and wizards, all the while boasting about his various achievements to Snape. Glen could clearly see the veins on Snape's forehead bulging, his hand clenched on the table, his complexion paling further. Hermione, observing this, analyzed the situation and stifled a laugh, noting that Professor Snape appeared to be quite exasperated. "This is the first time I've seen him endure his displeasure like this. How amusing." At that moment, Dumbledore conjured a copy of the Daily Prophet from seemingly nowhere and passed it to Snape. After receiving it, Snape scanned its contents repeatedly. Suddenly his expression hardened, growing more ashen as he hastily rose, tucked the newspaper into his robes, and navigated through the crowd towards the exit of the Great Hall. How curious, where could Professor Snape be going? Surely he isn't bothered by Lockhart? The girl, who had been secretly enjoying Snape's discomfort, also noticed something amiss and informed Glen of her observation. He glanced at the newspaper and quickly followed Snape out of the Great Hall. Glen shook his head, not having uncovered anything further. However, considering that Dumbledore had entrusted the paper to Snape, it was evident that Dumbledore believed Snape could handle the situation alone, sparing them the trouble. Thus, we need not concern ourselves with this matter. Glen conveyed his analysis to the young girl, who nodded in agreement, deciding to let Professor Snape grapple with his own headaches. The upperclassmen gradually settled into their seats, and the chatter that accompanied the impending new semester began to wane, leaving only the anticipation for the sorting ceremony to commence. However, there seemed to be an unusual commotion at the Gryffindor table. Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor, appeared somewhat anxious, questioning each person individually. Glen discerned the nature of his inquiries, as did Hermione. Harry and Ron still haven't been found. The young girl looked somewhat astonished. Had Percy not mentioned it, she might have forgotten all about it. Hermione swiftly scanned the surroundings, only to confirm the absence of the two mischievous boys. Goodness, why do I have a foreboding feeling? What trouble are those restless fellows up to now? Hermione sighed, sensing that Gryffindor might incur demerits even before the school year commenced. Opposite them, Neville appeared quite worried, pondering the whereabouts of his two good friends. They weren't on the train. Could they have missed the Hogwarts Express? No. That was simply absurd. After all, they were young adults now. Noticing that Hermione seemed unsettled, Glen gently took her hand to offer comfort. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall was leading a group of visibly nervous first-year wizards into the Great Hall, signaling that the sorting ceremony was about to begin. This diverted the young girl's attention. She vigorously shook her head, attempting to dislodge her worries, her fluffy brown curls swirling and playfully slapping Glen's face. A subtle, fragrant aroma of her shampoo wafted to Glen, which he recognized as the one she frequently used. At that moment, a faint, discordant sound seemed to emanate from outside the Great Hall's windows. Glen raised an eyebrow as his heightened senses immediately activated. The range of his perception gradually extended beyond the hall, reaching towards the source of the noise. When the expansion ceased, Glen discerned the information from the Whomping Willow, realizing that the sound had originated from there. Upon carefully processing the incoming flow of information, Glen discovered a car, its headlights aglow, precariously lodged above the thrashing branches of the willow. A car? Before Glen could analyze further, the vehicle plummeted to the ground with a cacophonous thud, and two figures tumbled out from within. It was the missing Harry and Ron, case solved. Having gleaned this information, Glen deactivated his heightened senses and discreetly relayed his findings to Hermione. The young girl, upon hearing this, wore a look of bewilderment. How did a car get stuck in the Whomping Willow? Why were those two rascals inside it? At that moment, a flurry of owls swooped in, showering the hall with copies of the Daily Prophet. Glen seized one and scrutinized it, eventually locating the information he sought. He laid it open on the table, gesturing for the young girl to take a look. Hermione gazed at the newspaper before her, the headline reading, "The Ford Anglia car can fly, Muggles astonished." She meticulously articulated the words from Glen's indicated location. Two Muggles in London are convinced they witnessed an old car soaring past the post office building at noon, while Mrs. Headley was hanging out laundry in Norfolk. Mr. Angus Foster reported to the police that a total of 6 or 7 Muggles observed the flying vehicle. A headache began to throb in Hermione's temples. Was this the reason for their disappearance? Merlin's woolen socks. The young girl placed her head in her hands. Chapter 6. There is a traitor. Terminate the transaction. It remained a mystery who had leaked the information. The news that Harry and Ron had arrived at school in the flying Ford Anglia from the Daily Prophet had spread like wildfire, instantly igniting fervor. "Did you see that? This was my brother's doing," George exclaimed proudly, brandishing a copy of the Daily Prophet for all to see, his expression beaming with pride. "Harry must have been in that flying Ford Anglia. I mean, it's obvious why those two fine lads vanished as soon as we passed through Platform 9. What other young wizard could make such a grand entrance to school?" Fred teased, exchanging knowing glances with George. Their playful banter elicited peals of laughter, as the image of their arrival in a flying car marked what was likely a first in Hogwarts history, a tale that would be discussed for many years to come. "I demand it be recorded." Neville, sitting across from Glen and Hermione, appeared equally exhilarated, animatedly discussing the matter with his companions, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. Hermione, in stark disbelief, surveyed the jubilant Gryffindors around her. She turned to Glen, who remained unperturbed by the commotion. Are they truly celebrating this as a mark of honor? She pondered, grappling with her inability to comprehend her classmates' mindset. This was perilous. Not to mention a blatant violation of the international statute of wizarding secrecy. How could they not see the gravity of the situation? Hermione's expression darkened at the thought of Gryffindor potentially losing a significant number of points because of this folly. Her face fell into a sulky frown, resembling a discontented kitten. "Oh," she exclaimed, burying her face in her arms on the table, her frustration manifesting as she tousled her hair, the naturally voluminous brown curls becoming even more unruly. Without hesitation, Glen reached over, smoothing her chaotic tresses while gently combing through the wild strands. "Shouldn't you be smoothing while you're at it?" she thought, bemused by his priorities. "Oh, Glen, we're going to lose points for Gryffindor," she lamented, casting a pitiful glance at him. Glen remained composed, merely nodding, offering no further response. "Why won't you comfort me?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she snatched her hair from his grasp, refusing to let him touch it any longer. Glen replied calmly, "I am a Slytherin." Hermione, "Well, that is very Glen." The young girl glanced around and noticed that the crowd was fervently discussing Harry and his companions, oblivious to her presence. Seizing the moment, she nestled into Glen's embrace, her head spinning like a little fan, playfully demanding, "I don't care. You must comfort me." Observing the girl, whose hair flailed about like a tiny lion, Glen mused that with her in Gryffindor, their greatest rival was undoubtedly Slytherin. Alternatively, he pondered, perhaps he could deduct some points to compensate for the potential loss they might incur. No, that would be unnecessary. Hermione, with a deadpan expression, reclined on Glen's lap. Indeed, he had overestimated him. She had genuinely hoped for something sensible to emerge from his lips. "Silence, silence. Cease the discussions." Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, bellowed from the opposite end of the table, his neck reddening with frustration as he sought to quell the excitement of the exuberant lions. He was on the brink of despair. Spotting his two mischievous brothers further stirring the chaos, he could hardly contain his headache. "You two rascals. Are you truly unaware of the trouble this could cause our father?" He raged inwardly. "There's a mole. Terminate the transaction." Percy despaired as he glanced at the most boisterous Gryffindor table. Is there truly no one sensible among us in Gryffindor? Managing this unruly bunch of cubs was proving to be a Herculean task. At that moment, he noticed Hermione rising from Glen's lap with a look of exasperation. Their eyes met, sharing an understanding of mutual frustration. Their silent acknowledgement was a rare camaraderie among the few wise souls amidst the raucousness. Fortunately, Dumbledore finally emerged to restore order. "Students, it is time to quiet down," he announced, his voice amplified by a spell, resonating throughout the hall. The noisy young wizards promptly hushed, for it appeared that Dumbledore's admonishments were indeed effective. "It seems you have gleaned something from the content in the newspapers, have you not?" Dumbledore winked at the assembly of young witches and wizards. Although his demeanor was captivating and impressive, he cautioned them against emulating such behavior, for it could lead to harm. Nearby, Gilderoy Lockhart, having overheard the earlier discussions, inappropriately interjected, eager to bask in the limelight. "Ah, Harry has truly stolen the show today. He reminds me so much of my younger self. Every time he appears, he commands everyone's attention, a naturally dazzling presence." He flashed his trademark smile, inciting a flurry of squeals from his adoring fans below. The professors seated beside him could hardly bear to look at this arrogant figure, fully aware of what Gilderoy Lockhart truly was. Even the former head of the department, Professor Flitwick, felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Professor McGonagall clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to transform him into a slug and expel him from Hogwarts. In a hushed tone, she challenged Dumbledore, "Albus, how could you appoint someone like Lockhart to teach our children's defense against the dark arts? You must know his true worth." Dumbledore, with a resigned expression, shrugged his shoulders. "There's little choice. Our defense against the dark arts professors have changed too frequently, either due to unfortunate incidents or disappearances, and we can't find anyone else." McGonagall, incredulous, slammed her hand on the table and rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Are you joking, Albus?" The old cat's fierce reaction startled Dumbledore, causing his beard to tremble. Truly, one should never jest with Minerva. Dumbledore coughed lightly, gesturing for McGonagall to sit, and spoke softly. "You know, Minerva, even from a poor teacher, students can learn valuable lessons, such as what they should pursue and whom they should avoid." To placate the irate Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore spoke at length until she reluctantly conceded to his reasoning. Only then did he wipe the non-existent sweat from his brow and exhale deeply. Gilderoy Lockhart was neither wholly good nor entirely bad. Even if others were oblivious, Dumbledore was not. He was well aware that Lockhart was a charlatan who had employed a masterful obliviate spell to erase the memories of others, claiming their accomplishments as his own, thus disguising himself and achieving fame and popularity. Unfortunately for Lockhart, Dumbledore had a couple of old acquaintances who had fallen victim to his memory charm, and upon visiting them, Dumbledore recognized the effects immediately. To his astonishment, he found that the obliviate spell Lockhart wielded was remarkably powerful, even beyond his ability to reverse. Dumbledore's gaze grew cold. As a friend to those two acquaintances, and as Dumbledore himself, he could not tolerate a scoundrel like Lockhart continuing to deceive the wizarding world, engaging in nefarious acts. His invitation for Lockhart to join Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts professor had been a carefully considered decision. He hinted to Lockhart that through teaching Harry, he could attain even greater fame. This delighted Lockhart, who seemed to believe he had seized an opportunity to enhance his notoriety, and he readily accepted. After all, who was it? The savior of the wizarding world, the bane of Voldemort, the recently celebrated Harry Potter. Yet Dumbledore was far from foolish. He had contemplated this deeply before extending the invitation to Lockhart. His aim was to allow Harry to unmask Lockhart as deceitful Fade, exposing his fraudulent actions to the wizarding community. Dumbledore, intrigued by the rumored curse placed upon the defense against the dark arts course at Hogwarts, wherein a new professor was appointed each term, decided to appoint Gilderoy Lockhart to the position. This move would not only expose Lockhart's true nature, but also potentially lead to his imprisonment in Azkaban, and perhaps even save on his salary. Dumbledore's cunning plan was underway. Glen turned to Hermione beside him, who seemed puzzled. How do you know? She inquired, tilting her head. Intuition, Glen replied earnestly. Hermione responded, as long as you're happy. However, she couldn't help but comment on Lockhart's evident narcissism. As Dumbledore announced the commencement of dinner, Hermione remarked, while taking small bites of her steak, Professor Dumbledore has ceased speaking, yet he continues to chatter. I sense that Professor McGonagall is beginning to lose her patience. As McGonagall appeared on the verge of an outburst, Dumbledore leaned in to say something to her. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly excused herself, striding towards the lower classroom, her countenance betraying a tumult of emotions. I need not endure Lockhart's incessant prattle. Yet those two troublemakers have caused quite the ruckus and have been caught by Snape. Should I feel elated or enraged? Never mind. Chapter 7. The dinner concludes. Oh, I nearly forgot. I must allow the house elf to make a proper entrance. I mistakenly misquoted my lines. Allow me to formally introduce our defense against the dark arts professor for this term. Midway through dinner, Dumbledore seemed to suddenly recall something, rising to his feet and gesturing towards the far end of the table, where Gilderoy Lockhart sat. You must have guessed it. He is none other than Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore's unexpected introduction ignited a wave of reactions throughout the banquet hall. The young witches erupted into enthusiastic screams, while the young wizards collectively voiced their disapproval, booing in unison. Lockhart adjusted his attire, gracefully pulling out a chair, standing tall with his trademark smile, and waved to the assembly. Greetings, young witches and wizards. The cacophony of cheers and jeers intensified, nearly threatening to lift the roof off the hall. Despite the louder protests from the boys, Lockhart appeared oblivious to their disdain, interpreting it instead as admiration. Bowing with a smile, he expressed, Thank you for your affection. I am truly honored to have received a personal invitation from Professor Dumbledore to serve as your defense against the dark arts professor. In gratitude for your warm welcome, I have decided to announce a few matters. Lockhart commenced his fervent speech, but the author wishes to refrain from elaborating further and will omit the details. Hermione rolled her eyes as she continued to eat, her perception of Lockhart utterly shattered. She withdrew her wand and cast a silencing charm upon herself, a translucent membrane seemingly enveloping her delicate ears. The surrounding Gryffindor wizards were evidently unable to contain their excitement upon witnessing Hermione's ability to cast the Muffliato charm. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. George and Fred were the first to charge forth, exclaiming, Hermione, quickly, give us a turn. The two brothers eagerly leaned in closer. Hermione paused for a moment, her clever mind swiftly deducing their intentions. With a playful smile, she understood their unspoken words, despite being unable to hear what the two jesters were saying. Muffliato, Muffliato. With a flick of her wand, George and Fred's hearing was temporarily sealed. We can't hear a thing. George grinned, exchanging mischievous glances with his brother. Although I have no idea what you are saying, I believe we owe Hermione our gratitude. Fred gestured animatedly, his own signs perplexing even to himself. The brothers raised their thumbs in approval towards Hermione, who smiled and nodded in modest acknowledgement. Seeing this, the young wizards exchanged glances and, without further hesitation, rushed towards Hermione. No pushing, everyone gets a turn, Hermione exclaimed, rising to her feet as the crowd threatened to overwhelm her. Obstacles ahead, a cool voice proclaimed. Glen swiftly stepped in front of Hermione, his cane striking the ground. The left hand that held the cane shimmered with arcane energy as the barrier charm's power flowed through it, channeling magic into the cane. A dark radiance spread across the floor, ultimately releasing an impediment charm that would slow and halt the oncoming throng, effectively stopping them before Hermione and Glen. Dumbledore, having noticed the commotion, wore a knowing smile. The halted boys soon recognized their rudeness. Rushing forward could potentially harm the young girl, leading them to sheepishly scratch their heads in embarrassment. Glen dispelled the barrier and approached Hermione. She rolled her eyes at the crowd of boys before chuckling. Everyone gets a turn, one by one. Cheers erupted from the assembly. The boys from the other three houses, having caught wind of the happenings around Hermione, exchanged knowing glances. confirming that they were indeed fans of Gilderoy Lockhart. They promptly joined the gathering. The hall had become distinctly divided, although it was dinner time. Not a soul lingered at the long tables of the four houses. All the boys congregated around Glen and Hermione, while the girls had flocked to Lockhart, enraptured by his boasts. The professors could only shake their heads in bemusement, wondering if the young wizards had entirely forsaken their dinner. Dumbledore, with a resigned smile, announced, "Dinner will be extended by half an hour. Students, please be mindful of the time and don't let yourselves go hungry." Ultimately, the young wizards achieved their desires. Whether they sought the Muffliato charm or wished to draw closer to listen to their idol's oratory content, they returned to their seats, resuming their dinner. Joy radiated from every face, yet there remained a hint of imperfection in the evening's revelry. The young wizards wished to temporarily close their eyes, hoping to banish Lockhart's presence from their sight. However, such an act would render them unable to feast, and unlike Glen, they were not accustomed to a life devoid of vision, so they relinquished the thought. Thus, the opening banquet concluded amidst a joyous atmosphere, with all present in high spirits. With a casual snap of her fingers, the young girl effortlessly lifted the auditory silencing charms from all the boys. Instantly, applause erupted like thunder. Lockhart, seated at the professor's table, interjected with gratitude, thanking everyone for their affection with an elegant bow. The boys found themselves at a loss for words. Even Hermione fell silent. "Truly, you are remarkable, Gilderoy Lockhart." As the attendees prepared to disperse to their respective common rooms, Dumbledore's voice echoed in Glen and Hermione's minds, inviting them to his office for a chat. The two exchanged glances, breaking away from the group and heading towards the corridor guarded by the gargoyle on the third floor. From a distance, the gargoyle, having spotted Glen, obediently stepped aside to allow passage to the moving staircase. "Thank you." The young girl smiled sweetly at the gargoyle before following Glen into the corridor. The gargoyle, feeling quite touched, thought to itself, "What should I do? I feel so moved, I could cry." Pushing open the familiar door to the headmaster's office, the two entered side by side. Before Dumbledore could speak, Glen plopped down onto the sofa, leaving the young girl in an awkward position, unsure whether to sit or stand. And thus she offered Dumbledore an awkward yet polite smile. "Please, Hermione, take a seat." Dumbledore chuckled warmly. Nodding, the young girl settled next to Glen, her small, unclean hands beginning to engage in some mischievous activity, pinching Glen's soft flesh. "I called you here to inquire about your travels in the Dragon Kingdom. Did you enjoy yourselves?" Dumbledore pretended not to notice Hermione's little antics, and continued cheerfully. "Of course, this is not merely a chat. I have also received messages from your grandmother through her father, and I am here to convey my response." "Is it about the door?" Hermione exclaimed, momentarily caught up in excitement, inadvertently speaking in dragon tongue. Realizing her slip, she quickly added, "Ah, I apologize, Professor," scratching her head, wishing to rephrase her previous statement in English. "Not to worry, Hermione, I know a bit of dragon tongue myself." Dumbledore replied with a smile, effortlessly articulating a string of fluent and authentic dragon language. Quite impressive, truly authentic, Glen thought, unsurprised, with someone as formidable as Dumbledore. Such skills were to be expected. "Indeed, it is as you surmised," Dumbledore affirmed, speaking directly in dragon tongue. "I have agreed to the matter concerning the door." "Really? Hurrah! Thank you, Professor Dumbledore," the young girl exclaimed, bursting with excitement as she leaped into Dumbledore's embrace for a hug. Over the years, Hermione had come to regard Dumbledore as a grandfather figure. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing, Hermione. These are minor matters," Dumbledore assured her with a gentle smile. Dumbledore gently patted Hermione's head, and indeed, the soft, fluffy hair of the adorable young girl felt incredibly comforting, almost therapeutic. It was no wonder Glen had such a fondness for it. Dumbledore found that his spirits, which had been dampened by Lockhart's incessant chatter that day, were lifted considerably. The little girl returned to her seat, feeling a tad overly excited, and broke into a silly grin. "It was quite a surprise to discover that my old friend is actually Glen's great-grandfather. I was utterly astonished upon learning this news." Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with kindness as he gazed at the two little ones before him. The descendants of Lyn, he mused. Meanwhile, Glen pondered other matters. It was curious that Dumbledore would so readily permit them to establish a passageway connecting to other countries. There must surely be some underlying motive beyond just his relationship with Hermione. Was it an alliance? Or perhaps another reason entirely? Nevertheless, it hardly mattered. Dumbledore was unlikely to wish them harm. Glen maintained a serene demeanor, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, betraying no hint of his thoughts. If Dumbledore were to discover this, he would likely don a bemused smile. As Hermione gradually calmed down, Dumbledore raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing an ancient wooden door to materialize before them, landing gracefully on the ground and standing upright. "This is your portal. Take good care of it. There's no need to install it in a fixed location. You may carry it with you and access it as needed." Dumbledore winked, adding, however, "Do take note that if the distance between the two doors is too great, Remember to periodically provide it with magical energy. Hermione stared in disbelief at the door, which stood slightly taller than herself. So, the primary function of this portal is merely a door. Chapter 8. The Howling Letter. Hermione gazed incredulously at the doorframe and the door itself, all components complete, silent, and still. Glen, however, found it rather convenient. This made it easier to carry, and he had no immediate plans to use it, raising his hand to store it within his black ring. Dumbledore was not surprised. He watched with keen interest as Glen stowed the portal away, clearly aware of the existence of similar spatial expansion spells from various countries. After all, having lived for over a century and being a distinguished wizard, it was only natural to hear tales from his grandmother about the deep connections with his great-grandfather, the former president of the Dragon Kingdom, and thus be familiar with some of the magical arts from that land. Yet, was this truly without risk? After the initial excitement subsided, the young girl appeared somewhat anxious at the thought of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore blinked and softly reassured her, "It's quite all right. As long as we keep this matter to ourselves, no one will be the wiser. It's merely to facilitate the two young wizards visiting their grandparents." Glen raised an eyebrow, sensing that Dumbledore might have some discord with the Ministry of Magic. The young girl seemed to contemplate something further, but, upon noticing Glen's lack of response, relinquished her thoughts. Since Glen had chosen to remain silent, she settled on placing her trust in him for the time being. As Lin Yingqing delivered the gate to the two little ones, the elder and the two youngsters began to leisurely converse about Glen and Hermione's adventures in the Dragon Country. However, the term adventure may not be entirely accurate. For the majority of their time, Glen and Hermione were engrossed in acquiring various knowledge, a fact that nearly strained Dumbledore's composure. While it is indeed commendable that you two little ones cherish learning, there is no need to exert yourselves so fervently. It would be far better to indulge in play while you are still young, Dumbledore mused quietly to himself. At times, he truly felt that Glen and Hermione were not akin to children. Their maturity was exceedingly pronounced. Yet, casting a glance at the little girl, who, despite the late hour and the impending bedtime, was swaying slightly, yet valiantly striving to remain upright, he noted the adorably dazed expression on Hermione's face, alongside Glen, who appeared lost in thought, yet offered his shoulder for the girl to lean upon. Memories of earlier events flitted through his mind. Indeed, at certain moments, these two young ones would revert to the innocence of childhood. Dumbledore had initially relished listening to the tales of the two young wizards recounting their studies that diverged from those at Hogwarts, but upon reflecting on the late hour, he spoke. "That will be all for today, Glen, Hermione. It is time for you to retire for the night. We may converse about other intriguing matters at a later date." Rising from his seat, he made his way towards the concealed passage leading to the 8th floor corridor, activating the secret entrance. "Good night, Professor Dumbledore." The little girl finally succumbed to a yawn, nodding at him and tugging Glen toward the exit. "Good night," Glen echoed with a nod. As they stepped through the wall, Glen turned back to feel the surroundings and, as expected, sensed nothing amiss. As per custom, Glen intended to escort the little girl to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, yet this time proved entirely different. Glen discovered he could not ascend the staircase leading to the girls' tower. "What's the matter, Glen?" Hermione inquired, puzzled as to why Glen had halted before the stairs. Glen shook his head and informed the little girl. "The magical protective enchantments have been updated. I attempted a Confundus charm, but it was to no avail." Glen harbored suspicions that this was a precautionary measure imposed by Dumbledore specifically for him. But why? Surely, there should be no issue with escorting Hermione back to her dormitory? The Navi Glen still lacked certain fundamental knowledge. Dumbledore, in truth, had the best interests of Glen's reputation at heart. Although Hermione's roommates had grown accustomed to Glen accompanying her to the entrance of their dormitory every day, should another young witch happen to wander about at night and encounter Glen in the girls' dormitory, it could lead to unfortunate gossip. Even if Glen himself was indifferent to such matters, Dumbledore, who could be considered a close elder to Glen, did not wish to witness such a scenario unfold. "You should return now, Hermione. I cannot enter and thus cannot escort you back. It is quite late, so do get some rest." After several fruitless attempts, Glen abandoned the thought of forcing his way through. Hermione cheerfully waved at Glen, saying, "All right then, I shall head back first. Good night." "Good night," he replied. Glen, watching Hermione's figure disappear around the corner of the staircase, decided against further attempts to intrude upon the girls' dormitory tower and turned away. He needed to devise an alternative method to deceive the protective enchantments of Gryffindor's girls' dormitory. Glen pondered silently, questioning whether mere deception of the soul was no longer sufficient. Seemingly resolved on a direction for his research, he nodded slightly. Indeed, Glen felt no moral qualm about attempting to breach the girls' dormitory. His sole desire was to ensure the young lady returned safely to her chamber, devoid of ulterior motives. As for Dumbledore's interference, he muttered, "Dumbledore, I shall remember this grievance." After visiting the long-missed colony of Acromantula, enriching his supply of their venom, morning soon dawned. "Acromantula, could you not find other magical creatures to trouble instead of fixating on us?" Glen, They are valuable. Acromantula-sized breakfast consisted of porridge with bread, eggs, and bacon. By the time Hermione arrived at the Gryffindor long table, Glen had already prepared her meal. Naturally, he had included some fruit, as Hermione was at a crucial stage of growth necessitating a balanced diet. The young lady plopped down beside Glen, and with a mere thought, her second-year herbology textbook appeared on the desk. As they were accustomed to arriving early, and given that it was the first day after the holiday, the other young wizards had yet to adjust to their schedules. Thus, the dining hall was relatively empty with ample time before classes began. The two leisurely finished the fruit Glen had prepared, savoring the bacon while discussing the contents of the textbook in silence. As time drifted by, other young wizards began to trickle in, yawning as they entered the dining hall. It seemed that today was the day for owls to deliver letters. Wiping her mouth, Hermione looked up at the sky. Sure enough, as the young lady had predicted, a cacophony of sounds emanated from the entrance of the hall, and before long, at least 100 owls swooped in, flapping chaotically overhead as they descended to deliver parcels. Glen and Hermione received letters and blessings from their families, along with pocket money discreetly sent by their 4 parents, who had not informed anyone else. Each of the 4 kind adults had secretly given 2 portions of spending money to the children. Staring at the pile of parcels before her, Hermione felt overwhelmed. Isn't this a bit excessive? Glen, opting not to take his share, pushed his portion toward the young lady and continued sipping his porridge in silence. Reluctantly, Hermione accepted all the packages. In the distance, a massive, grayish creature plopped into Neville's bowl of milk with a splat, scattering milk everywhere and drenching Harry, Ron, Neville, and Seamus in a white liquid. This spectacle drew the attention of those nearby, including a perceptive young girl. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that a large owl had tumbled into Neville's milk, and Ron was now pulling it out by its talons. The owl appeared to have fainted, yet it clutched a red envelope tightly in its beak. The girl was more concerned about the fainted owl than the unfortunate splashes that had befallen those around her. Due to her distance, she could not hear the conversation between Ron and Neville, but she observed them speaking, after which the red envelope began to emit smoke. Hermione gasped. Her extensive knowledge led her to recognize the smoking envelope immediately. It was a howler. Without a moment's hesitation, she anticipated the cacophony it would unleash. Glen, quickly cover your ears. However, the girl acted instinctively before fully processing her words, reaching out to cover Glen's ears with her hands. In turn, Glen gently shielded Hermione's ears, but he instinctively felt that this would not suffice to muffle the impending uproar. Thus, he took an additional step by casting a silencing charm on himself and Hermione. As expected, the envelope suddenly unfurled, and Glen felt his chair vibrate, while the surface of the milk rippled. People around them clasped their ears, yet their faces betrayed their discomfort. Embarrassed, Hermione flushed and released her grip on Glen's ears, momentarily forgetting her identity as a witch in her fluster, and quickly turned her gaze elsewhere to mask her awkwardness. The howler's outburst continued for some time, its volume causing the tableware to rattle, as all in the dining hall turned to see which unfortunate soul had received such a familial reprimand. The focus of everyone's gaze fell upon Ron, whose forehead was flushed crimson as he shrank into his chair, overwhelmed with shame. At last, the howler's roar subsided, having already slipped from Ron's grasp to the table, where it ignited and disintegrated into ash. Glen lifted the silencing charm, and the girl beside him sighed with resignation. What an unforgettable first day of school. Meanwhile, amidst the commotion caused by Ron, Professor McGonagall approached with the semester's timetable to distribute to the Gryffindor Lions. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Hermione said, receiving the timetable with both hands and a sweet smile. McGonagall smiled back and nodded at the girl before turning to Glen. To his surprise, she produced a Slytherin timetable from within the Gryffindor schedule and handed it to him. Receiving it with both hands, Glen respectfully offered his thanks to the venerable cat lady. Look, our first class is herbology. How splendid, Glen. We're in this together. Before Glen could thoroughly examine his timetable, the girl snatched it away. Hermione meticulously compared the class schedules of the 2 students, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, only a couple of brief classes had Gryffindor and Slytherin sharing the same time slot. Otherwise, she would have truly worried about Glen being in the company of those Slytherin snakes, who seemed to have grown even more fervent in their enthusiasm after a mere holiday without seeing him. After a hearty meal, albeit consisting solely of milk, Glen and Hermione leisurely strolled out of the great hall, meandering towards the greenhouse. Look, Glen, the Whomping Willow, Hermione exclaimed, pointing towards the tall tree in the distance. However, its condition appeared quite dire, with numerous branches either broken and littering the ground or remaining precariously attached, resembling nearly headless Nick's neck, barely held together by a few strands of bark. The entire tree was wrapped in bandages. It was a tragic sight indeed. Hermione grimaced, recalling the news she had heard the previous day about Harry and Ron crashing their flying Ford Anglia into the Whomping Willow upon their arrival at Hogwarts. The Whomping Willow was a rare and precious plant, usually cared for with great diligence by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. Now, after the mishap caused by Harry and Ron, Professor Sprout must have been beside herself with rage, not to mention the potential loss of her precious little pearls. As the two whispered amongst themselves, the larger group of young wizards arrived. Draco was the first to reach the scene. While Neville had likely finished his meal long ago, but was forced to wait in the dining hall for his rather sluggish roommates. "Good morning, Glen, Hermione. Did you see the Whomping Willow over there?" Draco called out, waving at them with a smirk that betrayed his amusement. "That was all Potter and Weasley's doing. TSK, what a mess they've made. I thought we wouldn't see them this morning, yet here they are, unfazed, dining as if nothing happened. Honestly, they ought to be expelled." Glen remained silent, and Hermione hesitated, contemplating whether to nod in agreement. However, she decided against it, reasoning that they were all classmates and mere children, unworthy of her ire. "Ah, speaking of Potter, here he comes. Everyone, come and witness the legendary exploits of Mr. Potter and his little sidekick, Mr. Weasley." Not far away, Harry and Ron had entered Draco's line of sight, and Draco excitedly rallied the crowd, drawing attention to the bandaged Whomping Willow. Incredible! Not only did they return to school in an unexpected manner, but they even graciously adorned the Whomping Willow with a new outfit. Truly, Potter and Weasley's antics are always a bit peculiar. The surrounding crowd could not help but erupt in laughter, Hermione included, as she covered her mouth and hid behind Glen, stifling her giggles. It seemed that during their time apart, Draco had evolved, becoming even more quick-witted. His mockery elicited chuckles from everyone. Even some young Gryffindors could hardly contain themselves, desperately pinching their thighs and biting their lips, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief. Harry and Ron's faces fluctuated between shades of blue and white. And after a moment, Ron's face flushed a deep crimson, even more so than when he had blushed from the shouting letter earlier, as if blood might spill from his cheeks. "Shut up, Malfoy. You have no idea what's going on." Ron swiftly and forcefully brandished his wand, which he had hastily wrapped in tape that very morning, resembling a hawk's drawing of a sword. However, this aged wand was no longer capable of withstanding impact. It had been broken yesterday when their flying car collided with the Whomping Willow. With a creak, the already fragile wand began to droop slowly from the taped break, contorting into a shape reminiscent of the letter Z. As the wand tilted increasingly askew, Ron's complexion grew paler. This sudden spectacle even left Malfoy momentarily dumbfounded, and soon, the crowd in front of the greenhouse erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, cough cough. Weasley, are you trying to make me die laughing so you can inherit my pocket money? Or do you intend to cast some formidable spell with your broken wand?" Draco laughed raucously, nearly choking on his own saliva. Truly, he thought, Weasleys are peculiar even in their wands. This elicited another wave of laughter, filling the air outside the greenhouse with joviality. Fortunately, Professor Sprout swiftly arrived on the scene. Coming to Harry and Ron's aid, she strode across the lawn, her expression devoid of the usual cheerfulness, clutching numerous bandages, presumably having just treated the Whomping Willow. Following Professor Sprout was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. No wonder Professor Sprout wore such a sour expression. Encountering Lockhart first thing in the morning was indeed unfortunate. "Oh, good morning, everyone," Lockhart called out cheerfully to the crowd, having just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to tend to the Whomping Willow. "But I wouldn't want you to think I'm more skilled in herbology than she is. I merely happened upon a few of these peculiar plants during my travels." Glen silently assessed Lockhart in his mind, given the rarity of the Whomping Willow in the world. The fact that he had encountered several on his journeys indicated a wide-ranging travel scope. After witnessing Lockhart's performance at Flourish and Blots and his antics the previous night, Glen had begun to doubt the true capabilities of this seemingly boastful character. Yet the meticulous authenticity of the content in Lockhart's books could not be questioned, leaving Glen perplexed. Was Lockhart inherently talented but modest, or merely a charlatan exaggerating his achievements to mask his weaknesses? Lockhart managed his facial expressions adeptly, and when recounting his experiences, there were no signs of abnormality in his circulatory system or other bodily functions. For the moment, Glen could discern nothing, piquing his curiosity. Either Lockhart was indeed a great wizard of formidable prowess and vast knowledge, or he was a masterful performer, a seasoned deceiver. Amidst the electric tension, Lockhart seemed eager to continue his prattling, only to be abruptly interrupted by Professor Sprout's stern words. "Today, we shall have our lesson in the third greenhouse." Sprout cast a disapproving glance at Lockhart before leading the group of young wizards towards their destination. "Ah, the third greenhouse, where the flora is not only more intriguing, but also far more perilous." Hermione, clearly familiar with the third greenhouse, momentarily forgot the earlier events, her excitement to enter the classroom palpable. Professor Sprout retrieved a large key from her waist and unlocked the door. Glen inhaled the damp, earthy scent mingled with fertilizer and the intoxicating fragrance of certain blossoms, mentally cataloging the various plants. One by one, the young wizards stepped into the third greenhouse. However, at that moment, Lockhart swiftly approached and grasped Harry's shoulder. Harry, I've been meaning to discuss Professor Sprout with you. You wouldn't mind her being 2 minutes late, would you? Hermione turned to glance at Professor Sprout, who wore a stern expression, clearly perturbed by the delay. Oh, you agree? How splendid. Lockhart didn't allow Sprout a moment to respond, promptly shutting the door behind him. Before it closed, everyone caught a glimpse of Harry's anxious and pleading gaze, scanning the greenhouse for assistance. Save me. What a pitiable child. Hermione shook her head, shifting her focus to the supplies before her. Draco chose a seat opposite Glen and Hermione, smirking as he remarked, as long as Potter is here to draw the fire. We need not endure Lockhart's insufferable face, right? He asserted with confidence. I wager that if it weren't for Potter's interference, that utterly bored fool would have followed us into the greenhouse, and then herbology would be utterly ruined. Neville sat on Glen's other side, flanked by his roommate, while Ron clearly distanced himself, keeping far away from Draco. Professor Sprout appeared to be in a foul mood. Neville, concerned, regarded her with trepidation. She was his favorite professor, and herbology his most cherished subject. He certainly did not wish for Lockhart to disrupt the lesson, though he felt guilty for Harry's plight. In his heart, Neville silently thanked Harry for drawing the attention away. Focus on the lesson ahead, Glen urged the trio beside him, who were lost in their thoughts. The young girl shook her head, dispelling the chaotic notions swirling in her mind, elongating her response to Glen. Chapter 10, Herbology. The four conversed quietly for a moment. When Professor Sprout entered the third greenhouse through a small door, carrying over 20 pairs of colorful ear protectors, which she placed upon a bench in the center of the greenhouse. Now, we simply await Mr. Potter's arrival to commence our lesson. Professor Sprout, though slightly displeased by the earlier incident, maintained a kind demeanor towards the young wizards. Before long, she observed Harry push open the large door and quietly slip into a seat beside Ron. All present. Today, we shall be repotting mandrakes. Professor Sprout gestured towards a pot of mandrakes beside her. Now, who can tell me the characteristics of the mandrake? A little girl swiftly raised her hand, followed closely by two other small hands, albeit with slightly less alacrity than Hermione. Draco and Neville sheepishly withdrew their hands. Indeed, in Hermione's class, I could hardly seize the opportunity to answer questions. Her reactions were simply too quick. The two boys exchanged dry smiles. Ah, splendid. Miss Granger, you may respond. Professor Sprout said with a smile, beckoning Hermione. The mandrake, also known as mandragora, is a powerful restorative agent. Hermione replied confidently, articulating each word clearly and naturally. It is commonly used to restore those who have been transfigured or cursed back to their original state. Excellent. I shall award 10 points to Gryffindor, Professor Sprout remarked, her demeanor markedly brighter as she nodded approvingly and generously bestowed the points. However, while the mandrake is a vital component of most antidotes, it is also quite dangerous. Professor Sprout's gaze swept across all the young witches and wizards, seemingly emphasizing her words. Who can tell me why? With a quick motion, Hermione's hand shot up once more. Glen tilted his head slightly, remaining unfazed as he narrowly avoided the small hand that nearly poked him, the rush of air from her gesture tousling his hair. Apologies, Glen, Hermione murmured, realizing she had nearly struck him, sticking out her small pink tongue in apology. Professor Sprout once again called on Hermione, who promptly declared, hearing the cry of a mandrake can be fatal. Absolutely correct. Gryffindor earns another 10 points. Professor Sprout applauded, and the class generally grasped the characteristics of the mandrake. Now, each of you come here to collect a pair of ear protectors. Upon hearing this, the young witches and wizards surged forward, eager to avoid receiving a pair of pink ear protectors. It seems we have no choice, Hermione sighed, realizing that as some of the first to enter the third greenhouse, they could only select from what remained. However, she was indifferent. She actually quite liked pink. Glen also didn't mind the color of the ear protectors, as he wouldn't see them himself. Yet, Draco and Neville were in a predicament, both wearing expressions of distress at this age. Most young boys probably did not favor pink. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to don the pink earmuffs with tears in their eyes. Neville and Draco forced themselves not to glance at their friends' teasing expressions, compelling themselves to focus on the mandrake before them. Very cute, Glen, the little girl smiled, nudging him and gesturing playfully. In his all-black attire and somewhat gloomy demeanor, Glen wearing the pink earmuffs surprisingly created an endearing contrast, prompting Hermione to tease him. You too. Glen nodded in agreement, gesturing back. Hermione fell silent, her cheeks tinged with pink as she lowered her gaze to the mandrake before her, as if it concealed some hidden treasure. Sprout vigorously uprooted the mandrake in front of her, revealing an unsightly root resembling an infant, which was evidently screaming at the top of its lungs, though none of the young witches present could hear it. Professor Sprout picked up a large flower pot from the ground, placed the mandrake root inside, and covered it with damp, dark compost, leaving only its leafy crown exposed. After brushing the soil from her hands, Professor Sprout promptly removed her earmuffs and signaled for everyone to do the same. Our mandrakes are still mere seedlings. Their cries are not lethal at this stage. However, the screams of a young mandrake can render one unconscious for several hours. I trust none of you wish to miss the first day of school, so be sure to keep your earmuffs on while working. Do you all understand? The young wizards chorused their understanding, reminiscent of children in a kindergarten setting. Professor Sprout nodded approvingly. Now, put your earmuffs back on. When it's time to tidy up, I will signal you. For now, let's begin repotting your mandrakes. The four little ones of Jernerd obediently donned their earmuffs and promptly commenced repotting their mandrakes. Their theoretical knowledge surpassed that of their peers, and having just witnessed Professor Sprout's demonstration, they executed the task with remarkable speed. Glen was the first to complete the repotting. The mandrake in his grasp had not even had the chance to scream before it found itself in a new home. Mandrake, is it merely my imagination? Never mind. I'll just continue my slumber. Next was Neville, who also completed his task swiftly and correctly. He let out a long sigh, wiping away a bead of nervous sweat that had trickled down his forehead, leaving his face rather dirty. The young girl, almost instantaneously after Neville, repotted her mandrake. However, upon realizing that two others had outpaced her, she clenched her fists and waved them towards Glen and Neville. Next time, I must surpass you. Just wait. Hermione displayed a mock-threatening expression, which appeared rather endearing. Glen remained unfazed, while Neville scratched his head, sporting a goofy smile. Casting a cleaning spell on Neville, Hermione noticed that Draco, across from them, had only just finished his task, a look of smug satisfaction gracing his features as he raised an eyebrow in provocation. Draco, whose fingers had narrowly escaped being bitten by the mandrake and who had been the slowest in their group, muttered, "How infuriating. I want to curse someone. But I must refrain. I shall endure." Not far away, Professor Sprout had evidently noticed the swift completion of the task by the four students, and she nodded in approval. Due to the outstanding and prompt work of Mr. Longbottom, Ms. Granger, Mr. Jernerd, and Mr. Malfoy, I shall award 20 points each to Slytherin and Gryffindor. Professor Sprout was known for her generosity in awarding points. By the end of this lesson, Gryffindor had already garnered 40 points, while Slytherin had received 20. However, her calls evidently failed to reach the anxious little wizards, donned with earmuffs, who were struggling to understand the task of repotting the mandrake. Observing the bitter expressions of her sisters, the young girl promptly decided to approach them, gesturing to Glen that she would assist. "All right," Glen replied. Noticing this, Neville contemplated. He believed his knowledge of herbology was commendable, and upon glancing at his flustered companions, he too joined in to offer guidance. Draco, upon witnessing this, grew agitated. "By teaching the Gryffindor wizards in this manner, are you not merely enhancing their abilities? This will not do. I must teach as well." He then cast a hopeful glance towards Glen, signaling, "There are two instructing the lions. I shall guide Slytherin. Will you join me, Glen?" "No," came Glen's decisive response without hesitation. Draco turned away in dismay. Though this reply was anticipated, it still vexed him. Frustrated, he pondered when their house would receive Glen's assistance. If Hermione were to request Glen's help with the Gryffindor lions, he would surely comply. Was it possible for their illustrious Slytherin house to be outdone by Hermione? Be more confident, eliminate the doubts and questions. Glen sat serenely in his place, reflecting on his knowledge of classical Chinese literature, having discovered the key to mastering it with remarkable efficiency. With the enthusiastic support of the three, many little wizards swiftly completed their tasks, prompting Professor Sprout to regard them with increasingly approving eyes. As mutual assistance thrives among the students, I shall reward both Gryffindor and Slytherin with points. Indeed, points are being allocated again. This is merely the first lesson of the term, and already numerous points have been added, Hermione remarked, feeling it insufficient, as the troublemakers would soon deduct those points. "Professor Sprout, please increase the point allocation. We need more." This atmosphere of mutual assistance quickly spread from the trio of Hermione, Neville, and Draco to those they aided, as the accomplished little wizards dispersed to assist those still grappling with their experiments. In a fleeting moment, the ambience in the third greenhouse became remarkably harmonious, perhaps due to the friendly competition between the two houses to see which could complete the repotting of the mandrakes first. The lions and serpents notably refrained from their usual banter, surprisingly engaging earnestly in their studies, a rare sight indeed. Regrettably, this pleasant interlude was short-lived. When Professor Sprout announced the conclusion of the lesson, the two houses promptly reignited their disputes over the topic. "We finished first." "No, it was clearly us." "What? Are you disputing this? Meet me at the gates after school." "What? How dare you?" Such quarrels erupted endlessly. Hermione found herself with a headache from the incessant bickering of the little wizards. It appeared that fostering harmony between Gryffindor and Slytherin would require a considerable journey ahead. Chapter 11. Autograph Photos. To speak candidly, the young girl found herself quite fatigued after an entire class on herbal studies. Moreover, having neglected to activate the temperature regulation device within her protective amulet, she, like her fellow young sorcerers, was drenched in perspiration, and as she instructed others, her attire bore the stains of earth. Glen, too, was in a similar predicament, albeit slightly better off than Hermione. The young girl decisively opted to indulge in a soothing bath in the room of requirement to cleanse herself and unwind. Bathing together would be far more efficient. Otherwise, they would be late for their transfiguration class. Without any sense of decorum, Glen brazenly entered the bathing area, draped in a towel, and settled into the grand bath, affording Hermione no opportunity to decline his presence. "Hey, there are still girls in the bathroom. How can you just waltz in here so nonchalantly?" she exclaimed. However, she sighed, deciding to tolerate him. After all, Glen was merely a naive child, and anger was detrimental to one's health. Besides, they were both wrapped in towels. The girl's cheeks flushed, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to irritation or the warmth of the bath. Truth be told, a bath was remarkably effective in alleviating fatigue. After a while of soaking, Hermione felt her entire body relax, almost wishing to dissolve into the waters. Glen had claimed to bring a potion he had concocted, transforming the bathwater into a restorative elixir that could significantly relieve fatigue. "Close your eyes," she instructed after some time. Glen, who had entered without the customary black satin, complied without question, obediently shutting his eyes. "Turn off the extrasensory perception," Hermione stated flatly. Glen replied, "I assure you, it's not on, so you needn't worry." The young girl found herself at a loss for words. Never mind, it's just a bath. Sometimes, conversing with Glen raises my blood pressure." While Glen kept his eyes closed, he busily washed himself, and despite his blindness to her presence, his efficiency left Hermione in awe. "I did not peek. Truly. You must believe me. I'll step out now. We still have half an hour, but do remember not to soak for too long, or you might feel dizzy." Glen rose, exited the bath, used a cleaning charm to dry off, and summoned his fresh garments with a levitation spell. Within moments, he was dressed and left the bathroom without ever opening his eyes. Hermione, however, had not once averted her gaze. After a short while, the girl emerged from her cleansing ritual, fragrant and pristine. The two young ones made their way to the transfiguration classroom. In today's lesson, Professor McGonagall requested that they transform a live beetle into a button, a task that posed no challenge for Hermione. Although she could easily perform the spell without her wand, she nonetheless chose to take it out, transforming the beetle to reinforce her transfiguration skills. Glen, adhering to the rules, wielded his wand to cast the transformation spell, and he succeeded commendably. Professor McGonagall was pleased, though not surprised, as the two young sorcerers once again earned points for their respective houses. The transfiguration class proceeded smoothly, save for a certain unfortunate soul whose wand was nearly shattered. Ron had wrapped his wand in several layers of tape, managing to restore its vertical posture, though it appeared rather unwell, crackling ominously and occasionally emitting sporadic sparks. Transfigure. He aimed his wand at a beetle on the table, hoping to transform it into a button, but to no avail. The beetle remained unchanged while the wand emitted a noxious cloud of rotten egg odor, engulfing the entire classroom. Glen and Hermione silently cast bubblehead charms on themselves, and the young girl even bestowed one upon each of her sisters. Draco and Neville cast desperate glances towards Hermione, particularly Neville, who was situated perilously close to Ron and was on the verge of asphyxiation. Kind-hearted Hermione extended her bubblehead charm to them as well. "Clear the air." Professor McGonagall covered her mouth and nose, casting a spell that successfully dispelled the dense smoke, though a faint odor of rotten eggs lingered throughout the space. "We're doomed. I suspect that once this class concludes, we'll all be marinated in the stench." "Well done, Weasley." Even with a bubble atop his head, Draco reached into it, wrinkling his brow and pinching his nose, beginning to speak in a mocking tone. Pop! The bubble burst. Draco stood frozen, his expression suddenly turning ghastly. He cast a pleading look towards Hermione, but the young girl turned away. "This mess is of your own making. Don't look at me." Draco, with a pitiable demeanor, glanced at Glen, whose face remained impassive, yet he recast the bubblehead charm. "Phew, I'm alive again. Thank you, Glen." Draco clutched his chest, gasping for air, nearly suffocated by the ordeal. Misfortune compounded for Ron, as the earlier fog had rendered visibility poor, leading him to accidentally crush the beetle on his desk. He had no choice but to request another from Professor McGonagall, who was not pleased and begrudgingly provided him with another. "Mr. Weasley, I believe it's time for you to invest in a new wand." This was Professor McGonagall's assessment. With the wand in such a state of disrepair, how could one possibly perform magic? The class bell rang, and the young wizards hurriedly fled the transformation classroom, which was still permeated by the foul odor. The unpleasant scent was dispelled as Glen cast a charm on both himself and Hermione, alleviating the lingering stench. "Are you certain the smell is entirely gone?" The girl appeared somewhat unconvinced. "If you're unsure, perhaps you should cast another?" Glen leaned closer to Hermione, sniffing her and calmly stating, "There is no odor. Not even the scent of your perfume." "Perfume?" Hermione pulled her long hair to obscure her flushed face. Meanwhile, Neville, who had intended to have Glen remove the lingering odor from him as well, saw Draco's reaction and promptly made his escape. "This is truly unbearable." even more so than the rotten egg smell. Let's go, let us just leave. After their meal, the two returned to the room of requirement for their studies, anticipating their first defense against the dark arts class of the semester in the afternoon. However, it was taught by that Gilderoy Lockhart. It is hoped that Professor Lockhart's course will prove to be of some value. Hermione can only wish that this perplexing course will surpass the worth of its instructor. They arrived early at the defense against the dark arts classroom and settled into the front row. Hermione took out the 7 books they had recently purchased by Lockhart and began to peruse them while awaiting the arrival of others. Haha, signed photos, signed photos. Who would have thought Potter could be so narcissistic? Draco's raucous laughter echoed from the doorway, loud enough for the surrounding young wizards, including Glen and Hermione within the classroom, to hear. However, Draco's laughter abruptly ceased upon noticing the two already seated. No more laughter, he thought, realizing that provoking this duo could lead to dire consequences. Glen and Hermione, accustomed to Draco's behavior, did not turn to acknowledge him. At last, the main attraction arrived. Lockhart sauntered into the classroom, draping an arm around Harry's shoulder. When he released his grasp, Harry, looking utterly distressed, finally escaped. His clothing was disheveled, and his eyes were askew. He hurriedly adjusted his attire and took a seat in the back row, stacking Lockhart's 7 books on the desk to shield himself from the instructor's gaze. Indeed, he was genuinely apprehensive of Lockhart. Neville took a seat behind Glen, while Draco opted for the front row, closer to the Slytherin snakes. Once all the students were seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly, capturing everyone's attention, and the chatter gradually subsided. Noticing the compliance of the young wizards, Lockhart flashed his signature smile. He casually snatched the book titled Weekends with Werewolves from Glen's hands and held it up, showcasing the cover adorned with his winking photograph. Glen was indifferent to this act. Yet the nearby young girl raised an eyebrow, her perception of Lockhart diminishing in stature. Me, Lockhart declared, pointing at his own photograph, which also winked back. Gilderoy Lockhart, Knight of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. But I never boast of such accolades. I do not rely on my smile to vanquish the banshee. He was here indeed. Gilderoy Lockhart had arrived, ready to deliver his classic opening remarks. He paused, seemingly awaiting applause and cheers from the audience. Before his fans could respond, Draco Malfoy, the master of mockery, was the first to unleash a derisive laugh. However, Lockhart's composure remained unshaken, his expression impervious to the scorn, as if Draco's laughter had been but a figment of the imagination. In that fleeting moment, a silent clash transpired within the classroom. Lockhart's admirers finally reacted, and the young witches erupted into applause. Lockhart, smiling, nodded at them, inciting a wave of suppressed shrieks. Draco scoffed. Lockhart's audacity was truly remarkable, and he found it utterly irksome. From the moment Draco Malfoy laid eyes on Gilderoy Lockhart, he developed an immediate disdain for him, and the reasoning was quite straightforward. I, Draco Malfoy, cannot abide anyone who dares to outshine me. Furthermore, Lockhart's apparent attempt to ride on Harry's coattails was utterly intolerable. What do you think you're doing? You two aspire to support one another in garnering headlines, do you? Have you consulted me in this regard? If Harry were privy to Draco's sentiments, he would undoubtedly protest vehemently. Who in their right mind would wish to collaborate with this Lockhart? He would rather flee than associate with him. Chapter 12. The house elf uproar. Lockhart raised his hands, gesturing for his small legion of admirers to quiet down. I do not mind offering you a little something as a reward for my fans. He smiled and winked at them, then feigned a serious demeanor, placing a finger to his lips. However, we are currently in class. I understand your fervent excitement upon encountering your idol, but I must insist that you remain as quiet as possible. The raucous little witches fell silent, though hushed whispers still echoed throughout the classroom. Oh, he is so handsome. I adore him. Professor Lockhart is just stunning. The boys present rolled their eyes, alongside a small girl seated next to Glen, who, clad in black satin, kept her eyes closed. Lockhart returned Glen's book and began to pace before the audience. I see that you have all purchased my complete works. That is splendid, indeed. A commendable 9 out of 10. He abruptly halted, addressing the small creatures seated before him. I believe we shall engage in a little quiz today. Fear not. It is merely to gauge your reading comprehension and retention. Lockhart picked up a stack of papers from the podium, distributing them in succession before returning to his place. You have 30 minutes, and the time begins now. With a flamboyant turn, he pointed dramatically at the students. The girl, who had appeared initially at a loss for words, perked up at the mention of a test. She lightly slapped her cheeks to focus her attention, picking up the paper with a serious expression. The first question, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Hermione silently recited the question in her mind, quickly jotting down her answer, as it had been mentioned in Lockhart's book. But what was this second question? Question 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? How am I supposed to know that? Hermione couldn't help but murmur aloud, her straightforward nature prompting her to raise her hand directly. Lockhart, noticing the charming girl signaling, smiled, and acknowledged Hermione. "What is it, my dear lady? If you desire an autograph, we can arrange that after class." "No, Professor, I do not wish for an autograph," Hermione replied, her face darkening. What was happening? Would a proper professor genuinely inquire if their students desired their signature during class? If it were Professor McGonagall offering an autograph, Hermione would likely be swayed. But Lockhart was another matter entirely. "I would like to inquire about something. Does this exam we are currently completing have any relevance to our course?" Hermione asked, her expression one of genuine confusion as she posed her earnest question. The entirety of this examination paper is intricately connected to the myriad personal affairs of Gilderoy Lockhart. To the uninitiated, one might mistakenly believe they were not attending a defense against the dark arts class, but rather a private symposium hosted by Lockhart himself. Clearly taken aback by the audacity of the young witch's inquiry, Lockhart found his next prepared remark momentarily lodged in his throat, resulting in an awkward pause in his discourse. However, true to his nature, Lockhart swiftly regained his composure and adjusted both his demeanor and mindset, carefully organizing his thoughts while donning his signature smile. "Oh, it is indeed relevant." He mischievously winked at Hermione, maintaining a serious facade. "After all, your defense against the dark arts professor is none other than myself. This paper serves to gauge your understanding of me, so that I may tailor the curriculum accordingly. Is that not so?" Hermione, with a hint of skepticism, took her seat without uttering another word, recognizing that this man was at least their nominal professor. To question his decisions during his inaugural lesson would be rather impolite. There was no need to be confrontational. The young girl had matured significantly over the years, now pausing to consider her words before addressing others. Yet, she soon found herself staring blankly at the paper before her, disheartened, as she could only recall a mere few details from Lockhart's writings, struggling to produce any further answers. This was the first time she had felt so stifled during an examination. With a pitiable glance towards Glen, she discovered his paper mirrored her own, containing only content found within the texts. Glen shrugged, indicating his own ignorance, as he too was bewildered by Lockhart's obscure aspirations. Who, after all, would bother to memorize the secrets of such a stranger? Looking around, she noticed that her fellow young wizards bore similar expressions of distress, instantly bringing her a sense of equilibrium. Indeed, it was not merely she and Glen who were perplexed. The truly odd one was Lockhart. Many of the young witches and wizards resignedly laid down their quills, awaiting the conclusion of the examination period. The excruciatingly dull half-hour dragged on, during which Lockhart began to collect the papers. "Good heavens, it is utterly astonishing that almost no one remembers my well-known preference for lavender," he exclaimed dramatically, clutching his head. "I explicitly mentioned this in A Year with the Yeti of Tibet. Frankly, you should all revisit that book with a bit more diligence." Lockhart proceeded to elaborate on the answers to the 10 questions he had distributed, and even Hermione, who sat upright and attentive, could not suppress a yawn. After a morning filled with herbology and transfiguration classes, listening to Lockhart's irrelevant anecdotes was nearly enough to send her into a stupor. After an interminable monologue filled with superfluous information, Lockhart finally resolved to commence the lesson. "Now, let us return to the matter at hand," he said, bending down to retrieve a large cage draped in a cloth from behind the lectern. With considerable effort, he lifted it and clanged it onto the desk, startling the drowsy Hermione wide awake. "Beware, young wizards. For my task is to instruct you in the art of resisting the most nefarious entities known within the realm of magic. In this classroom, you shall confront the most terrifying of challenges." He placed his hand upon the covering, speaking enigmatically. "Yet remember, as long as I am here, you shall be unscathed. I implore you to maintain your composure." His words effectively captured the attention of all the young wizards, each lifting their heads from their desks, peering curiously beneath the shroud to glimpse the contents of the cage. "Do not scream, it will incite this fiend." He lowered his voice, urging them to remain silent. All eyes were fixated on Lockhart's actions, fearful of missing a moment. As he lifted the covering, a cage filled with Cornish pixies was unveiled. Cornish pixies? Hermione, poised and alert, was momentarily taken aback, while Glen stood stoically, feeling no sense of imminent danger from the enclosure. A ripple of laughter erupted as many recognized the Cornish pixies, unable to contain their amusement. Draco's laughter rang out particularly loud. "What is so amusing, Mr. Malfoy?" Lockhart inquired, suppressing his irritation, yet smiling. "Professor Lockhart, are you certain these little beings can truly be deemed dangerous?" Draco scoffed, clearly dismissive of the pixies. "Do not underestimate them." Lockhart, clearly perturbed, seemed to take Draco's derision as a slight against his expertise. However, the laughter persisted, further fueling Lockhart's discontent. "Very well, then, let us see how you fare against them." Suddenly, he threw open the door of the cage, releasing the Cornish pixies. Glen's expression soured instantly. Aware that the cage was perilously close to Hermione, the door aligning directly with the two of them. The pixies surged forth, darting rapidly, their azure forms zipping past the heads of the two, scattering throughout the classroom. Chaos ensued as the young wizards shrieked, evading the mischievous antics of the pixies, who wreaked havoc, turning the defense against the dark arts classroom upside down. Several pixies even began to assault the young wizards, caught off guard and unarmed. They could only flee in panic. Neville, exasperated, swatted away 2 Cornish pixies attempting to ambush him, positioning himself back-to-back with Draco. Lockhart watched with satisfaction as the young wizards reacted in disarray, proclaiming loudly, "Do not panic, gather them. They are merely pixies, observe." With an air of nonchalance, Lockhart brandished his wand. Pescapixie Pesternemy. A series of incantations, clearly beyond the scope of English spells, were uttered, yet nothing transpired. In fact, one of the pixies snatched the wand from Lockhart's hand and hurled it out the window. As the class bell rang, Lockhart, utterly flustered, breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, this is your post-class exercise. I am confident that you shall handle these little sprites with utmost finesse." Lockhart grinned widely and swiftly darted into the defense against the dark arts office, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud. The young wizards hurriedly exited the classroom, with one courteous young witch even taking the liberty to close the door. However, the 4 remaining students, Gerhard included, remained inside. "Freeze!" At that moment, Glen and Hermione synchronously shouted, casting a stunning spell upon the flitting sprites above, instantly halting their erratic movements. Hermione felt a profound disappointment towards Professor Lockhart. Her intervention was solely to ascertain the true extent of his abilities. The outcome, alas, was unsatisfactory. Glen could not shake off the memory of Lockhart's reckless behavior that nearly harmed a young girl. With a thunderous explosion, the door to Lockhart's office burst open, a startled gasp echoing from within. Once more, he cast a spell, forcefully shoving all the immobilized sprites through the now-ajar door, and followed up with a repair charm to mend the door. Draco, witnessing this, wore a mischievous grin, raising his hand to cast a locking charm on the newly restored door, ensuring Lockhart would be trapped for the time being. Draco smiled and gave Glen a thumbs up. Glen nodded and lifted the stunning spell from the sprites. A cacophony of screams erupted from the office, followed by a frantic pounding on the door. Glen, ever considerate, cast a soundproofing charm to shield the professors and fellow students from Lockhart's anguished cries. "Let us depart," Glen urged, tugging at the bewildered young witch who seemed unable to grasp the situation. "Ah, is this truly appropriate?" Hermione hesitated, feeling a twinge of compassion. If her observations were correct, Lockhart currently lacked a wand. "Fear not, he requires a lesson," Glen replied with a serene demeanor, even dragging his staff along the ground as he directed an alchemical spell at the office door, fusing it seamlessly with the wall. After all, who could blame Lockhart for his lack of awareness, nearly endangering Hermione? He deserved it. Chapter 13, The Cunning Draco. Due to a rather minor mishap involving our defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, and at his request, he would require a month of recuperation in the infirmary. For the upcoming week's defense against the dark arts classes, Professor Snape would be stepping in. After Glen and Hermione completed their first day of classes this term, Dumbledore entered the dining hall during dinner to announce this, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Glen observed impassively, discerning that Dumbledore was feigning concern. Did it appear that Dumbledore was unconcerned for Lockhart? For the time being, this could be set aside. However, what was the true nature of Lockhart? Glen was perplexed. Judging by Lockhart's outrageous performance earlier that afternoon, his abilities seemed lamentably inadequate, to the point where even a sprite could disarm him. Glen vividly recalled witnessing Lockhart's wand spinning out of the window and his dazed expression. If Lockhart's abilities are indeed as limited as they appear, then what can be said about the content of his books? Given the prowess he demonstrated today, it seems utterly implausible that he could confront magical creatures as he claims in his writings. Merely avoiding a swift demise would be a remarkable feat. Is he a charlatan? Or is he concealing his true capabilities? Glen furrowed his brow, as he has always harbored a disdain for instability and uncertainty, which often lead to unforeseen consequences. Perhaps it would be prudent to orchestrate a mishap for Lockhart, ensuring that Professor Snape continues to cover the defense against the dark arts class. Glen pondered as he dined, convinced that if Lockhart faced any mishap, there would be no further unexpected events. Meanwhile, Hermione felt a flicker of joy, believing that Snape would undoubtedly provide a superior education in defense against the dark arts compared to the inept Lockhart. Following today's incident, Lockhart's reputation in Hermione's eyes had plummeted to its nadir. Moreover, Professor Snape had long coveted this position, allowing him to gain some experience might brighten his otherwise grim demeanor. Hermione cast a glance at Snape, who was seated at the staff table, silently consuming his meal. Yet a peculiar smirk at the corner of his lips betrayed his inner thoughts. A shiver ran down Hermione's spine, prompting her to avert her gaze. How unsettling. Nearby, Harry and Ron, along with their fellow young wizards who often found themselves on the receiving end of Snape's ire, were experiencing a complex mix of emotions. They felt relief at Lockhart's temporary absence, grateful to be spared from his exasperating visage, yet apprehensive about the impending arrival of the formidable Snape. Fortunately, there was only one defense against the dark arts class per week, meaning they only had to endure 3 more sessions this month. Generally, apart from the Slytherin boys, the rest of the students shared this sentiment. Conversely, the Slytherins were eager to celebrate this momentous occasion. Clearly, Lockhart's hospitalization was a tremendous boon, and the professors, previously vexed by him, would undoubtedly experience a marked improvement in their moods in the days ahead. Professor Sprout's gentle smile had returned, and Professor McGonagall's temper seemed less frayed during lessons. Snape remained his usual brooding self, yet Glen and Hermione, who understood him, could sense a slight uplift in his demeanor. It appeared that Lockhart had indeed been a considerable annoyance to the faculty. Hermione silently criticized him, having ceased to refer to him as Professor Lockhart. As the two friends conversed while strolling the corridors, they noted that it was the weekend, and most of the young wizards had ventured outside to play, leaving only the 2 of them, who preferred to remain indoors to study. The young witch had no particular thoughts on the matter, as they had much knowledge to absorb together. At that moment, a furtive figure caught Hermione's attention, seemingly clutching several elongated objects as he descended below. Squinting her eyes for a clearer view, she realized, lo and behold, it was none other than Draco. He appeared to be concealing something. Should we approach to greet him? Hermione turned to seek Glen's opinion. Although she felt a twinge of curiosity, she believed that if she called out to Draco now, he would undoubtedly be startled. Glen sensed that the young lady's curiosity had been piqued once again and nodded in agreement. As for whether Draco would be frightened, that was not his concern. Draco, what are you sneaking around for? A cool, stern voice resonated, startling Draco, who was holding a package. However, he quickly deduced the source of the voice, as he was not well acquainted with many girls. In an instant, he identified the speaker as Hermione. With her presence established, Draco turned to see Glen and Hermione approaching him. Indeed, Glen was here as well. I'm not sneaking around, Draco responded with a hint of exasperation, explaining that the package had simply arrived at that moment. Why would Hermione think I was sneaking? I was merely testing you, Hermione calmly clarified, a playful smile gracing her face. You see, I called your name, and you jumped in surprise. Draco rolled his eyes, a bit speechless. Hermione was rather dramatic, calling out to him so suddenly and loudly. Of course, he would be startled. However, what was that? Hermione's attention was drawn to the package in Draco's hands, which was the very reason she had called out to him. It appeared to contain numerous items. Oh, this? Draco scratched his head. He had intended for this to be a secret weapon, something he couldn't disclose to anyone, especially not to those Gryffindor wizards associated with Potter. However, he figured it was all right for Hermione to know. She would keep it confidential. Yet, thinking of the items his father had sent him filled Draco with pride, and he raised his chin, declaring, "This is the latest model of the Nimbus 2001 broomstick, a reward from my father to celebrate my selection as the Seeker for Slytherin." Hermione had no concept of broomstick models, but was intrigued by another matter. You've become the Seeker for Slytherin? Was that just decided in the past few days? Draco nodded, then cast a wistful glance at Glen, who remained nonchalant. I recall telling you about this yesterday, Glen. Didn't you inform Hermione? Glen replied calmly, his expression still cool. I knew, but you didn't ask me to tell anyone. Draco clicked his tongue. Fine. Glen was certainly not the type to share news freely. But why are there 7 broomsticks? Logically, one should suffice as a gift, shouldn't it? Hermione expressed her confusion, as she was well aware of the general price range of a new broomstick, which was quite steep. Are the others for your fellow Quidditch players? Draco nodded. Yes. My father is a board member of Hogwarts and also an alumnus of Slytherin. Since I was chosen for the house team, he decided to sponsor our team by providing these gifts as a show of support. At this moment, Draco's gaze shifted towards Glen, and he eagerly inquired, Glen. Without hesitation, Glen calmly replied, for he was already aware of Draco's impending question. Words hung unspoken in Draco's mouth, his expression becoming equally stiff. The young dragon felt somewhat aggrieved. He merely wished to extend an invitation to Glen to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, to shine brightly for the House of Serpents. Considering Glen's physical prowess and skill, along with his remarkable control over his body, it was evident that if Glen participated in Quidditch, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional player. I have no interest in Quidditch. Glen shook his head, declining the offer. No need to ask again. This is the 4th time you've posed the question. Hermione was taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. She hadn't anticipated Draco's desire to invite Glen into the Slytherin team. Indeed, Glen held little interest in the sport, having merely used the previous matches as an opportunity to nap. Hermione also stepped in to elucidate Glen's stance, while simultaneously rebuffing Draco's advances. It's just a question. If Glen is unwilling, so be it. Draco scratched his head, still feeling a twinge of regret. If Glen had joined the team, Slytherin's Quidditch squad would undoubtedly have been significantly strengthened, likely securing victory in all future Quidditch matches, a scenario he could easily foresee. Alas, Glen had declined. However, I would appreciate it if you could keep this under wraps. I consider myself Slytherin's secret weapon, and I certainly do not wish to end up like Potter last year. who was dubbed a secret weapon only to have his joining the Quidditch team become common knowledge the very next day. Out of consideration, Draco opted to request the two of them to maintain confidentiality, despite the high likelihood that these two friends would not care about such matters. Glen nodded, and Hermione did likewise. Wait a moment. If your team is equipped with such excellent gear, doesn't that put us Gryffindors at a disadvantage? Hermione furrowed her brow, finally realizing the implications. If so, we Gryffindors might find ourselves in a fierce battle against you, perhaps even reducing our chances of victory. The young lady gazed intently at the young dragon, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He chose to flee. Ahaha, you've already promised to keep my secret, so you must uphold it. I don't wish to concern myself with other matters. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Glen. Hermione. As Hermione's gaze grew increasingly perilous, Draco fortified himself with a spell and dashed away, swiftly disappearing down the staircase leading to the dungeons. Hardened, fists clenched. Chapter 14. Musings. Hermione, though angered, would never resort to leaking secrets. Even if Draco's request posed a disadvantage to her own house's Quidditch team, they were friends after all. It seems our house team has a slim chance of victory, Hermione lamented. Last year, the Gryffindor team's score had already fallen significantly behind Slytherin's. Had it not been for Harry's capture of the Golden Snitch, their defeat would have been quite embarrassing. This year, Slytherin's Quidditch team had even upgraded their equipment, intensifying the pressure on Gryffindor. She hoped Angelina and the others could withstand the strain. As for the lost points, she would cover for them as compensation for maintaining the secret. Hermione clasped her hands together, silently praying for her team. She devised a comforting strategy, having promised Draco to keep their secret weapon under wraps. She felt it was her duty to take responsibility for her house's score and strive to make up for any losses. She conveyed this sentiment to Glen, who, while believing Hermione need not burden herself so, recognized her determination and ceased to dissuade her. Regardless, even without this matter, she would exert her utmost effort to earn points for Gryffindor, aspiring to claim the house cup. Different paths could lead to the same destination, it mattered not. Let us proceed to our studies. Aiming to complete the remaining sections of the memorial to the troops today, Hermione stated, prioritizing the present task over future obligations. What say you, Glen? Is your opinion unchanged? Indeed, Glen nodded, opting to craft the protective badges for the dueling club he had promised Dumbledore while simultaneously studying classical Chinese with Hermione. Multitasking posed no challenge for him. He could create the protective badges with his eyes closed, yet he remained focused on mastering the intricacies of the ancient language. I eagerly anticipate the dueling club, he remarked. However, may I offer a suggestion regarding the ranking system you previously mentioned? I have a few thoughts. Hermione took Glen's hand, playfully swaying as they made their way to the room of requirement. Glen had previously confided in her about the forthcoming dueling club's rankings, which sparked her curiosity. As long as I can manage, Glen assured her, determined to fulfill her request, hoping it would not stretch his capabilities too far. Well, it shouldn't pose any issues, right? Perhaps we could enhance the leaderboard with editable images or something of that nature. It would add an element of fun, Hermione mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. Avatars? Glen inquired, grasping the essence of her idea. This was quite manageable. It merely entailed adding some alchemical devices to allow images to accompany the names displayed on the leaderboard. The ability to modify them could likely connect with the dueling badges. It resembles the assassin rankings from my past life, she noted. Ah yes, avatars. Glen, with your skills, you should be able to accomplish this, right? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement as she envisioned her charming name and avatar gracing the top of the leaderboard. Certainly, if not, I shall seek my grandmother's assistance, Glen replied calmly, embodying the principle of seeking help when necessary. Hermione silently gave him a thumbs up in agreement. By the way, when shall we utilize the door to visit Grandma and Grandpa? Mentioning her grandmother reminded Hermione of the portal they had received. They had been unable to find the time to return to the Dragon Kingdom. I believe the weekend would be most suitable, and it would be prudent to contact Grandma and Grandpa beforehand. They are quite busy during non-holidays and may not be at the courtyard. Glen meticulously assessed the situation. Although they held the portal in their hands, allowing them to return at any moment, their elders were both preoccupied, one tirelessly managing the Lin family's prestigious business in the Dragon Kingdom, and the other serving as the esteemed dean of the Alchemy Institute in northern China. With the academic term having commenced, the timing was not ideal. However, as their birthdays approached, which fell on a Saturday, Glen proposed that they could celebrate with their grandmother and inform their parents in advance to join them. Hermione wholeheartedly supported this suggestion. The young girl cherished her grandparents dearly, having developed a profound attachment to them during their summer together. The distance between the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom only amplified her sense of longing when parting from them. Fortunately, the existence of the portal could remedy this, granting her the opportunity to frequently visit her grandparents and reunite with family while residing at Hogwarts. Indeed, since both Glen and Hermione had received the specially crafted long-distance portal from Lin Qing, it was only natural that Alan and his companions would also possess a doorway leading to the courtyard. Auntie Ying and Lin Yingqing had long desired this arrangement. And with Alan's group now aware of the existence of magic, there was no need for further concealment. Consequently, Lin Yingqing was determined to employ various magical tools to ensure the safety of her son and daughter-in-law. Her mastery in crafting magical items had reached an extraordinary level, allowing her to obscure the spatial fluctuations generated by the portal. Unnoticed by the Eagle Kingdom's Ministry of Magic, she established a spatial passageway to the Hosern residence. That day, significant modifications were made to their home, with an array of defensive spells and protective devices being installed as if they were of no cost. Externally, the Hosern residence appeared to be an unremarkable structure, yet within, it had become a veritable fortress, with not a trace of magical energy escaping due to the effectiveness of the concealed mechanisms. Lin Yingqing, of course, did not overlook the adjacent Granger household, replicating the same protective measures without hesitation. To her, nothing was more paramount than the safety of her family, and crafting magical items was second nature to her. Glen and Hermione had already learned of these developments through Dumbledore, who acted as their messenger. Hogwarts, the most secure place for the Eagle. Today, this humble girl seeks to create magical tools and alter the land. Wishing to compete with it, Hermione recited from the letter, marveling at her grandmother's confidence. Professor Dumbledore, Glen and I have yet to witness her modifications. What do you think? Dumbledore, unfazed, chuckled warmly but refrained from providing a definitive answer. The wisdom in his azure eyes behind the half-moon spectacles gleamed. The reputation of the Dragon Kingdom's foremost alchemist was indeed well-deserved. Dumbledore's praise extended beyond Lin Yingqing's alchemical prowess. It encompassed her actions as well. While her clandestine activities evaded the scrutiny of the Eagle Kingdom's Ministry of Magic, she had disclosed them to Dumbledore, clearly having considered numerous factors in doing so, not solely due to the fact that Dumbledore is a close friend of her elder and the professor of her grandson. Lin Yingqing, presumably informed by her sources regarding the current state of the wizarding world in Eagle Country, has grasped the pervasive corruption within the Ministry of Magic. She has also deduced the intricate relationship of mutual restraint and underlying barriers between Dumbledore and the Ministry. This stance reflects Lin Yingqing's personal allegiance, representing solely her own views, without extending to the Lin family or the larger Dragon Nation, whose principle includes non-interference in foreign politics. Indeed, as an individual, Lin Yingqing stands for herself. Her support for Dumbledore, shared with grandmother Glen and Alan's mother, is unrelated to her identities as a talented member of the Lin family or the foremost alchemist of the Dragon Nation. As for the Ministry of Magic in Eagle Country, what concern is that to her? They must first ascertain Lin Yingqing's whereabouts before addressing her. Even if they did discover her, they would not dare to take action against her. Would they dare to confront her? Unthinkable. Could they impose restrictions upon her? Impossible. Should they uncover her activities? Considering the current condition of the Eagle Country's ministry, they would be too intimidated to act or intervene, merely inviting unnecessary troubles. It would be better for them not to discover her at all. It is essential to remember that Lin Yingqing, as a child, boldly ventured into Eagle Country for Auntie Ying's sake. Notably, those enterprises that encroached upon the Hosen business had connections to the wizarding community, with some even backed by the Ministry of Magic. Yet, Lin Yingqing successfully returned to the Dragon Nation with Auntie Ying unscathed. At that time, the Eagle Country's ministry sought accountability from the Lin family in the Dragon Nation, demanding the surrender of Lin Yingqing, even dispatching Aurors across the sea to pursue her. After all, it was quite embarrassing for a wizard from another nation to wreak havoc on their territory and subsequently escape. However, nothing further transpired. The Lin family, enraged by Lin Yingqing's ambush, was unwilling to listen to the Aurors from Eagle Country, dismissing them at their borders. You lack the strength to capture my daughter, and she has returned to the Dragon Nation. Now, you wish for us to surrender her? Moreover, do you even realize who she is? Attempting to harm a member of the Lin family? Ridiculous. The news relayed back to the Ministry of Magic in Eagle Country fell silent, as if they had lost their voice, and the matter faded into obscurity. Should they truly pursue it, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. To return to the main point, Lin Yingqing's power has evolved significantly, and the Ministry truly has no means to confront her. However, conveying this matter to Dumbledore constitutes an entirely different scenario, representing not only Lin Yingqing's trust in her elder, but also her support. Numerous intricate matters lie beneath this, which shall not be elaborated upon here. Your grandmother treats you and your families exceptionally well, Dumbledore remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. Indeed, the young girl proudly declared, chest out and hands on her hips. I have long regarded Lin Yingqing as my own grandmother. That is certainly true, Glen concurred with a nod. Chapter 15, Improvement. In a cozy little room, a small black figure sat cross-legged at the center, surrounded by an array of neatly categorized materials that sparkled with an unusual brilliance, both metallic and non-metallic. Not far away, a blackboard, 5 meters long and 4 meters high, stood firmly in place. In his left hand, he wore a black glove that grasped an indistinct object radiating light, constantly morphing and reshaping. As black threads of air intertwined and fused around it, gathering and then dissipating. A portion of the surrounding materials separated and similarly melted into liquid, forming gentle streams that swirled around Glen, flowing into the object in his left hand. Glen had discovered that employing his magical hand to craft small magical trinkets was remarkably convenient. Its dexterous control over the shape and internal magical circuits of alchemical artifacts far surpassed that of a wand, significantly enhancing both the speed and quality of his dual badge production. With this newfound efficiency, Glen resolved to alter his plans and endeavor to create several more dual badges, aiming to outsmart Dumbledore. As his left hand deftly manipulated the magic and alchemy, intricate alchemical patterns were inscribed within the dual badge, augmenting its alchemical apparatus. Soon after, Glen's hand stilled, revealing a beautifully crafted silver badge in his grasp, which he affixed to his chest while gradually infusing it with his magical energy. Each individual's magical characteristics and inclinations are as unique as no two snowflakes are alike. Thus, no two wizards possess identical magical attributes. Lin Yingqing had informed Glen that utilizing magical properties for identity verification is a highly effective and common method of recognition. The dual badge he crafted would serve precisely this purpose, with the magic infused by each wearer acting akin to a password for their account, connecting the badge to the leaderboard. Only in this manner could the outcomes of duels with others wearing dual badges be recorded within the system designed for the duel club, tracking ranks and win rates. Otherwise, the results would be rendered invalid. Nearby, the black panel flickered slightly, emitting a crisp sound as a blank avatar appeared alongside fields for entering names, ranking, win rates, and the number of matches participated in, materializing at the top of the black panel. This was Glen's section, as he was currently the sole user of the entire duel club system. Is it operational? Have I succeeded? Hermione's voice chimed from behind Glen. The young girl, reclining on the sofa with a book, turned at the sound and eagerly leaned forward, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the leaderboard screen. The Iron Armor spell system is stable, with a reliable connection. Information is inputted for Glen through this point. With a mere thought, he transmits the desired information from the leaderboard via the dual badge. There is no delay. In the section representing Glen on the leaderboard, his name appears in the previously blank space, confirming stability and usability. He removes the badge from his chest and tosses it to the young girl, who joyfully catches it and quickly dons it on her own chest. Another blank slot emerges beneath the section representing Glen. The young girl successfully connects to the leaderboard through the badge. How do I choose a name and upload an avatar? Hermione inquires, her designated section having appeared on the black screen, filled with joy yet uncertain about how to modify the information displayed on the leaderboard. Construct the name and avatar you wish to upload in your mind, and infuse the badge with magic, Glen replies. Upon hearing this, the young girl immediately focuses her mind and begins to amend her personal information. Soon, her section displays the name Hermione Granger, which swiftly changes to Glen Hufflepuff. But Glen's name vanishes almost instantly. The leaderboard cannot have duplicate names, Glen reminds her. Oh, I see. Hermione nods, continuing to ponder. Once more, the name in her section changes to Little Glen, this time remaining intact, indicating that the dual club system has accepted the modification. Clearly, the naming system does not restrict young wizards from adopting various monikers, such as the Fierce Tiger of Litong or the Basketball Legend of 2.5 Years, and so forth. As long as one possesses sufficient social audacity, any name is permissible. The young girl, intrigued, experiments with various names until she tires, finally settling on the name Crookshanks. However, she is puzzled that no matter how she envisions her desired avatar, the image that appears on the leaderboard seems slightly different from what she imagined, feeling rather odd. Hermione shares her confusion with Glen, who understands and begins to explain. The correct method is to visualize and make adjustments while looking at the position of your avatar on the leaderboard. Relying solely on thought without the aid of external shapes makes it challenging to reproduce and construct the image. Hermione nods and attempts as Glen suggested, successfully making the image of her avatar on the leaderboard increasingly clearer. Then it settled, Crookshanks. Since my current name is Crookshanks, I might as well choose an avatar that resembles Crookshanks as well. Initially, the young girl considered adopting a more overt name like Glen S. Girlfriend and even changing her avatar to Glen S., but after a moment of thought, she decided against it, opting for Crookshanks instead, feeling a bit shy. Crookshanks? Does that mean love will disappear? Having successfully renamed herself Crookshanks, Hermione gazed intently at her avatar on the leaderboard, which now bore a striking resemblance to her chosen name. With this task accomplished, she closed her eyes and gently massaged her temples, for such frequent alterations to her personal information could be quite taxing. Glen, do you think it resembles Crookshanks? She inquired. Glen nodded, acknowledging the young girl's artistic talent. She had taken art classes in elementary school and even won awards. The imagined Crookshanks was undeniably adorable, transforming her previously peculiar round face into a charmingly silly visage. licking its paws and gazing forward. Encouraged by Glen's affirmation, Hermione beamed with joy. Shall I assist you in uploading your avatar as well? Chapter 16, The Course of Events. Helping someone else by uploading their avatar? It seemed feasible, though it might require modifications to a portion of the alchemical apparatus. Certainly, once I alter the dueling club system, not only can you assist me, but you can also help your friends design their desired avatars, Glen proposed, believing this would delight the young girl. Is that possible? That would be wonderful, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she began to envision helping her friends upload their desired avatars. At her age, eager to showcase her abilities, Hermione yearned to express herself. Glen, having recognized her aspirations, was determined to provide her with an appropriate stage. As for Glen himself, he was indifferent, with meticulous revisions and adjustments. He tucked away his dueling badge, collecting the leaderboard and scattered materials. Observing this, Hermione also set aside her book. Shall we go? She asked. Yes, Glen replied, opening the door to the all-request room. It was Saturday, approaching noon, and in the afternoon, it would be time for Hermione and Hagrid to practice their culinary skills. The two planned to have lunch first, followed by a stroll to Hagrid's, where they would chat with their dear friend. As evening approached, Hermione would practice cooking under Hagrid's guidance while Glen would taste the dishes. Of course, Glen would personally prepare dinner. After all, one must not let the young girl endure the trials of her own cooking, as it could perhaps dampen her confidence. Walking side by side in comfortable silence, they felt no hint of awkwardness, their small hands clasped together as they strolled to the dining hall. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by the boisterous laughter of Draco, accompanied by the chuckles of other Slytherin students. Hermione's gentle eyes transformed into those of a fish. For based on her understanding of Draco, such merriment typically signified that he had either witnessed an adversary's humiliation or had successfully mocked someone, leaving them speechless. In any case, it boded ill. Draco's character thrived on deriving joy from others' misfortunes. Who has Draco been mocking this time? The only individuals capable of eliciting such hearty laughter from him might be the unfortunate Harry and Ron. Although these two are a bit rascally, constantly losing points, it is rather pitiable how they manage to provoke someone like Draco. Ha ha ha. Did you witness that foolish act of Weasley? I can hardly believe that anyone would cast a spell at another, only for it to rebound upon themselves. What a buffoon. Draco, seemingly recalling something amusing, erupted in laughter, pounding the table. Indeed, as expected, Ron, who was still in Hagrid's hut, sneezed, expelling a slug that landed squarely on Harry's concerned face. In a dimly lit corner far from Hogwarts, a peculiar black entity with a grotesque face also sneezed. Is it my loyal followers calling out to me? Voldemort, possessing the body of a serpent, pondered silently. Surely, it must be. The two had gleaned the circumstances from Draco. So your ingenious plan is to parade your 7 Firebolts 2001 in front of our team just before the Quidditch match to demoralize them? Hermione glared disapprovingly at the smirking Draco, feeling irked by what she deemed an unsavory tactic. Captain Flint of Slytherin had learned of Gryffindor's training schedule and had specifically requested Snape to grant them access to the Quidditch pitch at the corresponding times. Armed with Lucius's sponsorship of the Firebolts 2001, the outcome was nothing short of remarkable, significantly impacting the morale of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Who knows how devastated they felt upon seeing every Slytherin player wielding a Firebolt 2001, coupled with Draco's scathing taunts. Slytherin was fully committed to the philosophy of any means necessary. Initially, I intended to mock their influence on our mindset before training. Yet Potter and that Weasley lad insisted that I had only joined the Quidditch team because I purchased those Firebolts, claiming that the Malfoy family operates in such a manner. What an outrageous slander. At this point, Draco's anger flared again. Those two were utterly unreasonable, blindly hurling accusations. I do not claim to be a virtuous individual, but I would never stoop to bribery to join our house's Quidditch team. Those two are simply infuriating, fabricating lies without merit. The decorum of the Malfoy family finally served its intended purpose, successfully restraining Draco from resorting to foul language. How can I tolerate such slander against me? Particularly regarding the Malfoy name? I promptly retaliated with a punch and a kick directed at the two of them. Draco's expression darkened, angrily gesturing as if reenacting a recent altercation. Then Weasley, in a fit of rage, was knocked to the ground and still had the audacity to draw his wand, as if he had any justification for it. Upon reaching this point, Draco's previously sullen expression softened, and he let out a cold laugh. I saw him draw his wand, fully prepared to evade, but who could have anticipated? That wretched wand of his cast a reversed spell, and he ended up hitting himself with a slug charm. Looking utterly ridiculous. Heh, and I shared this delightful tidbit with Professor Snape. I dare say Potter and Weasley are about to face severe repercussions. The thought of his cunning scheme brought a smirk to Draco's face, releasing the pent-up emotions within him. Hermione was at a loss for words. Both sides had their faults. Yet in terms of outcomes, Harry and Ron's plight seemed particularly dire. Moreover, this incident would undoubtedly dampen the morale of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. However, The unjust accusations and the stigma of bribery cast upon her friends left Hermione feeling uneasy. Torn between her house and her friends, the young girl found herself at an impasse. Draco, I truly admire your audacity. Tomorrow, let us duel in Professor Snape's office and test Glen's alchemical apparatus. Hermione shook her head, weary of the entanglements. It was evident that Gryffindor's defeat in Quidditch this year was inevitable, and Harry and Ron could fend for themselves in their struggles. She would make up for the points lost. As for Draco, despite being a friend, he undeniably vexed her. Very well, let us duel, you scoundrel. Indeed, a good fight would help alleviate her stress. A dangerous glint shone in Hermione's eyes. Why was it that everyone around her seemed to irk her? Surely, Glen was the most well-behaved of them all. Hermione turned and affectionately ruffled Glen's hair. Chapter 17, Ginny. But I still need to prepare for the House Cup tomorrow. At the mere mention of Hermione wanting to duel, Draco shuddered, his mind racing. After all, he had suffered his first significant defeat at the hands of this formidable little witch. What? Hermione glared. Are you joking? You think you can irritate me and then run away? Not a chance. All right, I concede. Draco forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace, reluctantly agreeing. Yet, as he did so, a wave of frustration washed over him. He knew full well that his abilities paled in comparison to that little girl-ass. But how could this be? He had not slacked off during training. Confounded, Draco pondered, while Hermione displayed her fearless resolve. Did she truly believe that her relentless efforts and the numerous private lessons from Glen were in vain? Draco's earlier excitement dissipated, and he subdued his expression. Quietly consuming his meal, Glen and Hermione returned to the Gryffindor long table to enjoy their lunch. After the meal, it was time for their stroll, and they walked along the path leading to the Forbidden Forest, ultimately arriving at Hagrid's hut. As the two were about to knock on Hagrid's wooden door, Glen suddenly caught sight of a fleeting, slender figure clad in red behind the hut. It was a little girl with red hair, Ginny Weasley. Glen halted in his tracks and spoke up unexpectedly. Who? Hermione, momentarily taken aback, had just knocked on the door and did not quite catch what Glen had said. Ginny Weasley. I just saw her behind Hagrid's hut, Glen reiterated, shaking his head to signal Hermione not to dwell on it. However, he did not mention that Ginny's behavior seemed rather peculiar. Just as Hermione was about to peek, Hagrid opened the door. Did you see the Weasley girl? He inquired, having overheard a fragment of their conversation. Yesterday? Did Ginny come here yesterday? Hermione asked, surprised. Since she had befriended Ginny, the little girl had never mentioned visiting Hagrid's place. Oh, she didn't actually come in for a visit. I had thought to treat her to my specialty, rock cakes. Hagrid scratched his head, reminiscing, while inviting Glen and Hermione into his abode. She mentioned she was just wandering about. I assumed she hoped to encounter someone here, Hagrid chuckled, his smile reminiscent of a child's innocence. A knowing smile appeared on Hermione's face upon hearing Hagrid's words. The young girl was well aware of Ginny's admiration for the savior, Harry Potter. Just catching a glimpse of him would make her cheeks flush crimson, a shy, endearing little witch. However, Hermione pondered, when had the bashful Ginny become so bold as to venture here alone without informing them, without seeking their counsel? It seemed she had independently sought out Hagrid to await Harry's arrival. Yet, Hermione concluded, it was Ginny's own affair. If she chose not to share, it must be for her own reasons, and they should respect her wishes. Nodding silently, Hermione began to contemplate how best to nurture this sweet, demure girl. Perhaps even to help her win over the mischievous little lion, Harry. Meanwhile, Glen, observing the smile on Hermione's face, one he often saw on the faces of his elders, shook his head in confusion. He could not comprehend, so he set about preparing the utensils, recipes, and ingredients for their upcoming cooking practice. When Glen returned from Hagrid's garden with a handful of vegetables and some meat from the storeroom, he found Hermione and Hagrid engrossed in an animated discussion about Ginny, chattering excitedly in hushed tones. The little girl would occasionally stifle her laughter, while Hagrid, despite managing to contain his mirth, wore an unmistakable grin. They were clearly lost in their delightful conversation, entirely oblivious to their impending culinary endeavor. As it appeared that the two friends were engrossed in their conversation, Glen chose not to hasten them into practice. Instead, he began preparing the ingredients for their evening meal. Time trickled by, and as the sun gradually descended in the sky, the soft, golden light of dusk poured gently through the windows of Hagrid's hut. The adorable young girl was bathed in this gentle glow, her fluffy brown hair taking on a different hue, her eyes sparkling with joy. With long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, she occasionally raised her hand to obscure her delicate smile, whispering softly about something. Having prepared the ingredients, Glen, who had been resting on the sofa, stood up. He surmised that there would likely not be enough time for Hermione to practice her culinary skills with Hagrid. As dinner time was fast approaching, "Let us begin the dinner preparations," he said, rolling up his sleeves and getting to work. He ignited the flames, set out the pots, chopped vegetables and meat, either stir-frying, simmering, or adding the carefully measured seasonings. Perhaps Glen's cooking did not appear particularly professional. Yet every movement exuded a sense of meticulous beauty, as if he were not merely preparing a meal, but concocting various magical potions. At last, Hermione and Hagrid had finished their lively discussion, and Glen's dinner was ready. "Dinner is served," he announced, placing the dishes on the table. "Oh, is it already so late?" Hermione exclaimed, sheepishly touching her head and sticking out her tongue, realizing she had become so engrossed in romantic topics with Hagrid that she had neglected Glen. "I'm sorry, Glen. We promised to practice cooking, but we were too caught up in chatting and left you out." "It's fine. Let us eat," Glen replied with a wave of his hand, pulling out chairs for the three of them. "Perhaps we can practice cooking after dinner? Otherwise, it feels as though your afternoon was wasted, Glen." Hermione sat down, her finger resting thoughtfully on her lips as she proposed the idea. "There's no need for that." Glen suddenly found himself less inclined to eat. Chapter 18, The Incident of Death. Fortunately, Glen had secretly ensured a bountiful feast for the evening, which not only left Hermione feeling pleasantly stuffed, but also accounted for Hagrid, ensuring that the giant was well fed. "Oh, I cannot take another bite. I'm absolutely stuffed," Hermione declared, a blissful expression on her face as she languidly collapsed onto the sofa. "I don't want to do anything right now. I'm too full." "I concur," Hagrid echoed, reclining on the sofa. "How peculiar," he mused. "Why do Glen's dishes taste so different from mine? After all, we followed the same recipe. Magic. It must be magic." Glen, while tidying up the dishes, called back without turning around. "Given that, tonight's cooking practice is cancelled. We'll take a stroll in the Forbidden Forest to aid digestion and perhaps visit Norbert." The young girl pondered for a moment before giving a thumbs up in agreement. And Hagrid did the same. "Plan successful," Glen remarked. Occasionally, a few individuals would be escorted by Hagrid to visit the cave in the Forbidden Forest where Norbert, the young dragon, resided. Initially, Hagrid was opposed to this, as the Forbidden Forest posed significant dangers for young wizards, with even adult wizards risking their lives within its depths. However, Hermione and Draco proved to be exceptionally persuasive, repeatedly assuring Hagrid of their unwavering obedience to his commands. If Hagrid instructed them to head east, they would assuredly not venture west, and they would certainly refrain from recklessly attracting dangerous magical creatures, unlike the reckless Potter and Weasley. Draco could not resist mentioning his infatuation with Harry and Ron, which infuriated Hagrid, causing him to nearly retract his wavering decision to acquiesce. Ultimately, he relented. "All right, you've convinced me. Norbert will be delighted to see you again." Hagrid sighed, unable to withstand the duo's persistent charm. However, he stressed the importance of caution. "You must remember, the Forbidden Forest is exceedingly perilous. Once inside, you cannot act recklessly. Do you understand?" Hagrid's demeanor grew serious. He did not wish for Hermione, Draco, and Glen to suffer any harm within the forest. Hermione nodded obediently, well aware of the forest's dangers from her studies of a history of Hogwarts, and she was not one to act irresponsibly. As for Hagrid's doubts regarding their potential for trouble in the Forbidden Forest, Hermione silently protested but chose not to argue, understanding that Hagrid was concerned for their safety. "I know, Hagrid. Trust me. I am fully aware of the perils that lurk within the Forbidden Forest," Draco declared, thumping his chest, vowing to adhere to Hagrid's orders. Just how dangerous was the Forbidden Forest? Draco had first-hand experience. Too much elaboration would only lead to tears, a burden imposed by Glen, which the audience could interpret as they wished. In summary, Hagrid had taken the trio to visit Norbert in the Forbidden Forest several times, and tonight, upon considering Glen's suggestion, he agreed once again. "All right, wait here for a moment while I fetch the snacks I prepared for Norbert." Hagrid rose from the sofa and made his way outside the wooden cabin. With a cleaning spell to dry his hands, Glen settled beside Hermione, who was still rubbing her belly, contemplating with a hint of worry that if Glen continued to feed her so generously, she might truly become a little chubby. Glen observed with interest as Hermione's delicate hands traced circles over her slightly rounded belly. Seizing the moment while Hermione was lost in her thoughts about her figure, he playfully poked her. "I poke." Feeling a strange sensation on her stomach, Hermione turned in surprise to glare at Glen, who remained expressionless. His face hidden beneath the black satin, his fingers gently intertwined and resting in front of him. "What is going on?" Hermione wondered, questioning whether it was merely a figment of her imagination. Shaking her head lightly, she gazed at the ceiling, continuing her contemplation of the earlier matters. "I poke." Glen's hand struck again, but this time, Hermione was prepared. She swiftly seized Glen's hand. "What are you trying to do?" The young girl was both astonished and furious. Why would Glen poke his finger into his own overstuffed belly? It was such a random whim. There was no need to dwell on it. Glen shook his head, wearing an earnest expression as he insisted he merely wished to poke and see. His words left Hermione speechless. How infuriating. Glen always managed to speak with utmost seriousness about the most bizarre and nonsensical things. Did he not realize that one should not casually touch the body of the opposite sex? Especially when I was feeling so embarrassed. My belly was distended from overeating. Hermione took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She reminded herself that Glen was still just a child. She couldn't unleash her frustration upon him. Calm down. Calm down. Anger is detrimental to one's health. Hermione closed her eyes and began to breathe deeply, attempting to restore her tranquility. Just as she was on the verge of calming down, she felt Glen poke her belly once more. What rationality can you expect from me? She thought, ready to erupt. Suddenly, a terrified shout from Hagrid outside his hut interrupted her thoughts. Ah, my chickens. What happened? The two children exchanged glances, quickly rising from the sofa and cautiously stepping out of Hagrid's hut. Upon reaching the backyard, they discovered Hagrid cradling a bloodied object in his hands. It was the carcass of a chicken, its body grotesquely mangled, feathers violently torn away, exposing raw skin. The entire creature was a gruesome sight. Furthermore, within the chicken coop that Hagrid had constructed, several other chicken carcasses lay strewn about, feathers scattered across the ground, while the remaining chickens huddled together, trembling with fear. Hagrid, what is going on? Glen asked in a grave tone. As soon as he heard Hagrid's cry, he had activated his heightened senses to survey the surroundings, but found no suspicious figures. The chicken corpses were already cold and stiff, and the blood on the ground had dried, suggesting they had been lifeless for several hours. I have no idea, Hagrid lamented, staring mournfully at the carcasses in the coop. They were fine when I fed them at noon. How could this happen by nightfall? At this moment, Hermione had swiftly approached the chicken coop to examine the slain birds. With a slight furrow in her brow, she spoke gravely. All of these murdered chickens are roosters, and their injuries are exclusively lacerations and contusions. There are no traces of magic, nor do the wounds appear to be inflicted by the teeth or claws of a wild beast. Hermione's expression darkened as she stood up and stated coldly, this was the result of brute force. Chapter 19, The Setup. Hagrid, in shock, covered his mouth, holding the small rooster's corpse in disbelief, murmuring to himself, how could this be? Why would anyone be so cruel? Why have my little chickens met such a tragic fate? After you fed these chickens at noon, did anyone come near your hut? Glen inquired. Although the answer might not reveal much, after all, there are numerous ways to conceal one's presence in the wizarding world, and Hagrid might not have noticed the approach of the perpetrator. It was still better to ask than to remain ignorant. Harry and Ron had made a brief visit. Ron, due to a rebounding spell, was continuously expelling slugs. Hagrid, regaining his senses, furrowed his brow, striving to recollect the events of the day, and concluded that it was just the four of them left, along with Ginny. Suddenly, Hermione spoke up, recalling the flash of crimson that Glen had seen upon their arrival. Surely, Glen had also noticed her, hadn't he? Hagrid paused for a moment and nodded. However, it seemed improbable that Ginny could be among those who would harm small creatures. Hermione sought to eliminate Ginny from suspicion, as the young girl's demeanor did not align with such malevolent behavior. I concur, Hagrid asserted. That child is exceedingly shy and polite. She would never engage in such actions. He waved his hand dismissively, and then added with conviction. Harry and Ron are also absolutely innocent. I trust them. Subsequently, Hagrid gazed earnestly at Glen and Hermione, stating, you too as well, I would never doubt you. Glen nodded, yet inwardly jotted down the names of the three individuals outside of himself and Hermione. This information, however, was inconclusive. The perpetrator might have employed some means of concealment to evade detection. Glen pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze. Hagrid, would you mind if I set up a recording device for the chicken coop? I'm uncertain if I can thwart the culprit with magical defenses, but a discreet recording apparatus would be more suitable for the current circumstances. It could prevent alarming the intruder while also gathering pertinent details about the offender. Glen considered many factors, recognizing that simply establishing defensive measures might prove ineffective, potentially alerting the assailant and prompting heightened caution. In contrast, utilizing a recording device would allow for the collection of physical characteristics, ensuring that even if the culprit's form was obscured, be it through disillusionment charms or invisibility cloaks, Glen could ascertain their identity through the footprints and stride left in the fallen leaves. Hagrid was a friend to both himself and Hermione, and witnessing Hagrid's evident distress over this matter compelled Glen to lend his assistance. Moreover, the occurrence left Glen feeling somewhat unsettled. Is that acceptable? Hagrid hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to trouble the young wizards with his predicament. Yet, Hagrid was genuinely determined to capture the individual responsible for the death of his beloved chickens, feeling a deep frustration that they had not yet reached maturity. It's quite all right, Hagrid, Hermione interjected on Glen's behalf. We are friends, and friends help one another without hesitation. You have taken care of us in many ways, so we must assist you in return. Glen nodded in agreement, reiterating Hermione's sentiments, and cautioned, Hagrid, once I have set up the recording device, you must remain vigilant of your surroundings and note any irregularities. Hermione raised her hand to add, and do be cautious of your own safety. While the chickens may be in peril, we cannot afford for you to be harmed. Compared to these roosters, Hermione was indeed more concerned about Hagrid's safety. Who knows what the true intentions of that murderer are? If Hagrid were to face a threat to his life, that would be a grave matter. Hagrid nodded seriously, taking their advice to heart. Then, scratching his head, he suggested, "Well, since these roosters are dead, why don't you come over tomorrow, and we can cook them up?" Glen immediately dismissed Hagrid's idea. It is prudent to be cautious with anything of unknown origin or that has been handled by others. What if the murderer targeting Hagrid had a deeper motive? What if they understood Hagrid's principles well enough to know that he would adhere to the philosophy of not wasting food, and thus poison these unfortunate roosters with that information in mind? Although the likelihood of such a scenario is slim and Hagrid is a good-natured fellow without any enemies, it is better to be safe than sorry. Glen suggested cremating them, just in case. It would be best to discard any ingredients that have been tampered with by others. As Glen began to set up a concealed recording device for Hagrid's chicken coop, Hermione accompanied the sorrowful Hagrid to a clearing, where they held a cremation ceremony for the unfortunate roosters. At the funeral, Hagrid clutched his tattered handkerchief, weeping copiously, not entirely sure whether his sadness stemmed from the loss of the little roosters or from the waste of food. Perhaps that was a bit of an exaggeration. While using alchemy to craft the recording device, Glen pondered the nature of the wounds on the roosters. As Hermione had pointed out, this evidence could rule out injuries caused by magical creatures or spells. Yet, why would the murderer resort to sheer brute force to kill the roosters? Why not use a sharp or blunt instrument, which would undoubtedly be more efficient? Was there not enough time, or was it simply inconvenient? Glen was perplexed. The clues were scant, and the motive remained unclear. The absence of tools implied either a different agenda or sheer foolishness. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, a petite figure sneezed, her long red hair shaking in response. Glen's alchemical work had continued for several hours, but was still incomplete, and the hour was approaching Hogwarts curfew. The young girl was becoming tired. It was time for her to return to the dormitory. It seemed improbable to visit Norbert. It was wise to exercise caution after recent events. Hagrid, shaken by today's incidents, was reluctant to escort the two children into the Forbidden Forest. Despite their repeated refusals of Hagrid's kind offer to escort them back to Hogwarts, he resolutely insisted. With Glen's true magical modified hunting rifle from last year in hand, he safely and cautiously returned the two little ones to Hogwarts. "Hagrid, please be careful on your way back," Hermione called out with concern, watching the giant's figure fade into the night, before turning to follow Glen toward the Gryffindor common room. At the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, the two encountered an individual they were not expecting to see at this hour. Chapter 20, The Disturbance. It was Harry, though he appeared rather anxious, constantly glancing around. "Harry? What are you still doing here?" Hermione inquired, her tone laced with surprise, having grown somewhat attuned to his peculiar behavior. It was late, and she feared he was once again indulging in nocturnal escapades. Startled by Hermione's sudden voice, Harry turned, his face pale, pressing himself against the wall. Only upon recognizing his companions did he exhale in relief, placing a hand on his chest and breathing uneasily. "You scared me. It's just the two of you," he said, his expression one of discontent. Casting a glance at Glen, who stood behind Hermione, he waved dismissively. "Don't even mention it. You've probably heard that our Quidditch team had a run-in with Slytherin this morning. As a result, Professor McGonagall has punished me. She sent me to the hospital wing to see Lockhart, who specifically requested my presence." As he spoke, Harry's frustration grew. He could hardly fathom that he was summoned by Lockhart, who lay in the hospital wing, merely to assist in responding to fan mail. It was utterly absurd. With indignation, Harry recounted the ordeal of having penned countless letters throughout the night. "I've never written so much in my life," he lamented. "Wow, that is truly unfortunate," Hermione replied, her tone lacking the usual admonition. She felt a twinge of sympathy for Harry, who had endured enough torment at the hands of Lockhart. "However, your timing is impeccable. I actually wanted to ask you both something." Harry's thoughts returned to the matter that had preoccupied him earlier, and he inquired solemnly of Glen and Hermione. "Did you hear a chilling sound just now? It sounded incredibly cold and malicious." "What sound? Could you repeat that?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She was uncertain if she had misunderstood him. "Sound? What sound?" She and Glen had walked in silence, making their way to the Gryffindor common room. Had there been a noise of the sort Harry described, she would have certainly heard it. Noting Hermione's evident perplexity, Harry impatiently reiterated his question. Though he suspected that Glen and Hermione had likely not heard the sound, doubts began to creep into Harry's mind. What was happening? It was rather peculiar. Lockhart was similarly odd, and perhaps he himself was merely imagining things. This uncertainty was undermining his confidence. "No, Glen and I did not hear any strange sounds," Hermione asserted, while Glen nodded in agreement, affirming his own experience. "Well, never mind. I need to return to rest. I have a multitude of letters to help Lockhart with over the next few days." "Goodbye," Harry said darkly, voicing his command. And he was the first to slip into the passage leading to the Gryffindor common room. "Good luck," Hermione said sympathetically, watching Harry's solitary figure retreat. He certainly was pitiable. Turning back, she released Glen's hand and smiled as she bid him farewell. "All right, this is as far as you go, since you can't enter the girls' dormitory anyway." Hermione tidied her hair and waved at Glen, saying, "I shall take my leave now. Be cautious on your way back. Good night." "Yes, good night, Hermione," he replied, nodding in acknowledgement of her caution. After exchanging their farewells, Glen returned to the dormitory, encountering no extraordinary events along the way. Upon arrival, he found Draco already attired in tactical gear, prepared for action, seated on the sofa with a small lamp illuminating his textbook. "Back. Shall we depart?" Draco inquired, rising as Glen entered. "Let's go," Glen replied, snapping his fingers to instantly don his own equipment. Evening training remained a necessity. The following day, Glen completed the installation of the recording devices at Hagrid's, concealing them among the leaves and casting a concealment charm. He deemed it unnecessary to check daily. A weekly inspection would suffice, or perhaps waiting until a few more of Hagrid's roosters met their demise would be the prudent choice. In the days that followed, Hermione and Hagrid decided that, until the truth of the matter was revealed, the young girl would refrain from practicing cooking at Hagrid's for her own safety. Glen wholeheartedly supported this decision, not out of any ulterior motive, but simply because he believed it was safer for Hermione. Increasing their excursions from Hogwarts heightened the likelihood of unforeseen incidents. Thus, it was best to remain within the confines of the castle. "Indeed, I have no other intentions," he assured her. "You agree so readily. Is it not because you wish to avoid the meals Hagrid and I prepare?" Hermione questioned, her tone laced with suspicion, noticing Glen's heightened reaction compared to other matters. "I concur because I recognize Hagrid's approach. It is irrational to traverse outside Hogwarts, which may not guarantee our safety." Without understanding the risks involved, Glen earnestly explained to Hermione, "Others may not realize, but our experiences last year at school serve as evidence that even Hogwarts cannot ensure absolute safety at this time. We mustn't act recklessly." Hermione stared at Glen, momentarily speechless, her eyes narrowing into slits as she murmured, "But Glen, you usually do not articulate so much. Are you not feeling guilty?" Glen responded, expressionless, "No. I am merely conducting a rational analysis based on our current situation. We should not venture outside the school alone to seek Hagrid." "All right then," Hermione said, standing up. She playfully grabbed Glen's hair, tousling it as she declared, "In that case, our time originally intended for visiting Hagrid to learn cooking shall be spent in the room of requirement, where you can instruct me alone." "Fine," he replied. Fortunately, the dishes she prepared by meticulously following the recipes were quite commendable. As a top student, she had begun using the chemical apparatus Glen purchased externally to accurately measure the weight and proportions of ingredients and seasonings, approaching cooking with greater seriousness than her potion making. The resulting dishes were assuredly delicious, and Glen was more than willing to share the meal Hermione presented. So it was indeed Hagrid's issue, wasn't it? I insisted that my diligent culinary efforts could not yield such absurd results. Surely the mishap with Harry and the others was not my fault. The young girl savored the dishes she had painstakingly prepared, incessantly venting her frustrations to Glen, as the previous incident had left her quite disheartened for some time. Although Hermione refrained from voicing her discontent, she was undeniably troubled. Glen did not offer her any words of comfort, remaining steadfast in his duties to provide guidance, taste the dishes, and deliver honest evaluations. Nevertheless, Hermione's progress was palpably evident. It truly was Hagrid's fault. This realization only further solidified her conviction. Hermione's culinary journey had only just begun, and the young girl had much more to strive for. Chapter 21. The Heart-Wrenching Practice. Perhaps the objective had been achieved. Or perhaps it was due to heightened vigilance. But no news of another rooster being slain had reached them from Hagrid's direction. Glen chose to momentarily dismiss the matter, treating it as a trivial concern. However, it was impossible for him to completely disregard it, as he had witnessed the crime scene firsthand, which left a lingering unease in Hermione's heart. It was best to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. Ideally, the recording device Glen had set up would capture the perpetrator's physical information, leading to their apprehension. But if the culprit possessed exceptional skills and eluded their grasp, they would have to resort to involving Dumbledore. Why squander such valuable resources? Although Hagrid's hut lay beyond the confines of Hogwarts Castle, it was still considered part of Hogwarts. "Dumbledore, look at your Hogwarts. Is there any place safer than Hogwarts? It's practically falling apart." Hagrid was too embarrassed to disturb Dumbledore over this issue, requesting that the two refrain from mentioning it to him. Otherwise, Glen would have already dragged Hermione off to report the matter. Since they had done all that could be done, the two decided to set the issue aside for now, as they had something far more significant to attend to. Today was the 19th of September, and the two young ones had just turned 13. The morning was reserved for Hermione to celebrate her birthday with her friends. And in the afternoon, they planned to use the portal gifted by Lin and Qing to visit their grandparents in Dragon Country, to spend a special birthday with their family. As previously arranged, Glen and Hermione had sent letters to their parents and grandparents in advance, notifying them of their plans and receiving unanimous consent. "Glen, I shall take my leave now." After breakfast, Hermione was whisked away by her friends, straining to look back and wave at Glen. He nodded in acknowledgement, then rose to depart, heading towards the room of requirement to continue his practice in alchemy, charms, and classical literature. The dual club system, along with the dual badges and leaderboard, had been successfully calibrated for stable use. After testing by the 4 heads of houses, Snape, Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout, alongside Dumbledore, it was deemed effective in ensuring the safety of the young witches and wizards during duels. Glen also successfully received his reward from Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression was somewhat grim, his lips twitching in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Glen would amass such a considerable number of dual badges in such a short span of time, let alone devise that highly sophisticated leaderboard. With no alternative, the old bee was compelled to part with a substantial sum of galleons, albeit with a heavy heart. The affairs of the dual club had been finalized, thus granting Glen an abundance of time for his studies. Despite his previous dedication to serving Dumbledore, Glen had not neglected his own academic progress. In fact, he had made significant strides in the study of fundamental spells, classical literature, and soul magic, particularly excelling in the latter, having commenced his research into the Cruciatus Curse. The Cruciatus Curse, however, was rightfully deemed a dark and advanced form of magic. Its execution demanded not only precise gestures and incantations, but also a profound desire to inflict pain upon the victim, deriving pleasure from their suffering. Otherwise, the sensations inflicted upon the target's soul would not resonate as painfully as depicted in literature. This spell necessitated an emotional investment, yet Glen found himself devoid of the requisite feelings to wield it effectively, lacking the inclination or desire to revel in another's torment. He could only rely on his willpower and imagination, yielding unsatisfactory results. Fortunately, it was not solely the wizard's emotions that influenced the casting of spells. The spells themselves could also affect the caster. Glen's persistent attempts, coupled with his trial-and-error approach, ultimately led him to uncover the emotional depth required for casting the Cruciatus Curse, and his studies in this area were gradually progressing. Nevertheless, his frequency of studying the unforgivable curses remained low, as he found the impact of such magic on one's psyche to be unsettling, particularly those that necessitated negative emotions. Fortunately, with Hermione's presence as a source of comfort, Glen would embrace the young girl after practicing the unforgivable curse, seeking solace to alleviate any adverse effects he might experience. Hermione, already soft and fragrant, became even more soothing after managing to channel her inner light. As Glen attempted the Cruciatus Curse, his pale wrist trembled slightly, and a stream of crimson light erupted from the tip of his wand, striking the small white mouse before him. The brilliant red glow illuminated Glen's calm, pallid face beneath the dark satin, while he remained oblivious to the mouse's agonizing writhing, convulsing, and shrieking on the table. Instead, he focused intently on the flow of magical energy coursing through him. It was only after employing the Cruciatus Curse that he truly grasped its effect on the soul. Rather than mere torment, it could be more accurately described as a form of cutting. It was akin to wielding a blade that could touch the very essence of the soul. Depending on the amount of magical energy the caster exerted and their inner desire to inflict suffering, the depth of the cut varied, reflecting the degree of pain experienced by the victim. In pursuit of the arcane art of soul magic and the dissection of the power circuit of the heart-piercing spell, Glen found his mental faculties waning due to the incessant repetition of experiments. He was compelled to cease his incantations, stow away his wand, and incinerate the twitching white mouse. Leaning back against the sofa, he engaged in silent meditation to replenish his energy. Today's research would conclude here. Now, he merely awaited Hermione and her friends to finish their birthday celebrations. Just as Glen intended to relish the tranquility of his surroundings, an unexpected knock resounded at the door. Although the space of the room of requirement seemed not merely interconnected with the 8th floor corridor of Hogwarts, Glen was unable to discern the identity of the visitor through his senses. However, he pondered and sifted through the flow of information in his mind, swiftly eliminating several hypotheses and narrowing it down to likely candidates. It must be Neville and Draco, he surmised. Raising his hand, he opened the door to the room of requirement, and indeed, Draco and Neville strode in. "Glen, how could you be so inconsiderate?" Draco muttered, placing a large box upon the table, followed by a smaller one beside Glen. "As a friend, you didn't even inform us of your birthday." "Thankfully, I had inquired with Hermione beforehand. Otherwise, Neville and I would have missed your celebration." He then teased Glen, "And what a coincidence that you share your birthday with Hermione. Such a perfect match, truly a case of destined companions." Glen nodded, snapping his fingers, causing a container of chilled lemonade to materialize on the table, accompanied by 4 glasses that promptly filled with the refreshing beverage. This particular maneuver was a trick he had learned from Dumbledore, proving quite convenient. Glen lifted his glass and took a sip, nodding in agreement with Draco's remarks. "Ugh, how dull." Draco rolled his eyes, plopping down on the sofa opposite Glen and taking a drink as well. Neville, grinning, opened the large box on the table, revealing a splendid birthday cake. "This is the birthday cake that Draco and I prepared for you and Hermione," he announced, setting the plate down and distributing small forks, gesturing towards the smaller boxes. And these are our gifts for you both. We shall examine those later. But where is Hermione? We thought you two would be together. She went to celebrate with her friends. She'll be here shortly, Glen replied leisurely. TSK, how could she leave you behind to frolic alone? Hermione, honestly, Draco jested. Oblivious to Neville's mischievous gaze directed at him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, mockery. It seems you harbor some discontent towards me for abandoning Glen to seek amusement. Hermione's voice, laced with a hint of reproach, suddenly emerged, startling Draco, who felt something round pressing against the back of his head. Fortunately, this object was not frigid. It was likely Hermione's wand. Thank goodness it's not a gun, he thought, though the relief was fleeting. Indeed, wands can be perilous. A voice belonging to a young girl accompanied this proclamation, along with the irritable meow of a cat. Crookshanks, long absent from the scene, was cradled in the girl's arms, his round face displaying a displeased expression as he glared at Draco, seemingly defending his owner's honor. How curious it was to discern annoyance emanating from the visage of a feline. What's the matter? Do you have a complaint? Hermione chuckled, her laughter ethereal, echoing like an indescribable sound reverberating through a frigid, shadowy forest, sending shivers down one's spine. Ah, how could that be? Draco's laughter was more akin to a grimace than joy. He raised his hands in surrender. No objections. It is only natural that you would wish to gather with your sisters first. I was jesting. My apologies. Please spare me. I shan't dare again. The girl huffed, retracting her wand from Draco's temple, and, with Crookshanks in her embrace, she navigated around the rigid dragon, greeting Neville, who was grinning at her, before plopping down beside Glen. Glen absent-mindedly stroked the cat's head, feeling its silky fur beneath his fingers. Have you wrapped up over there? He inquired, handing Hermione her glass of lemonade. I thought it would take longer. With a sigh, the girl took a sip of the lemonade and rolled her eyes, explaining. As soon as Parvati and Lavender heard I was going to find you later, they half-heartedly wished me a happy birthday and promptly expelled me from the Gryffindor common room. Hermione playfully smacked Glen's thigh, her voice laced with indignation. It's utterly outrageous. I didn't even get a bite of my own cake. It's merely cake. Draco interjected, casting a glance at Neville. He pushed the cake on the table toward Hermione. Neville, sensing Draco's silent plea, sighed resignedly, yet stepped forward to assist in serving the cake. You all will probably have another formal cake later, right? We want to make you light candles and make wishes now. A brief celebration will suffice, Neville clarified. At last, Hermione's expression softened, breaking into a radiant smile. Draco, noticing that the girl seemed to have ceased her complaints, exhaled in relief and exchanged a knowing glance with Neville, sharing a laugh. Glen, Hermione, happy birthday. Very well, then. Thank you for your wishes, the girl replied with a smile, accepting the birthday cake that Neville had cut and placed on a small plate. Setting aside everything else, she felt genuine joy that her dear friends had gathered to celebrate her birthday. Glen felt similarly. It was his first encounter with non-family members celebrating his birthday. Though he typically felt indifferent towards such occasions, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself in rather high spirits. Well, we shall take our leave now. But I must reiterate, happy birthday. Draco, Neville, and Glen bid farewell to Hermione as they exited the room of requirement. The four individuals enjoyed a delightful time together. Their conversations seemingly endless, transitioning from casual banter to academic discussions, and from learning to amusing anecdotes. Although Draco often unwittingly provoked the ire of the other three, it was, on the whole, harmless. There was no treachery or conflict of interest. Watching Hermione sharply retort to Draco's taunts while Neville played the peacemaker brought an indescribable comfort to Glen. This sense of ease was beyond his ability to articulate, yet he cherished it. Some things had gradually changed without his awareness. Hurry up, Hermione scolded, though the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Are you happy, Hermione? Glen asked unexpectedly. The young girl, accustomed to his sudden remarks, smiled back at him. Of course, she replied after a brief pause, adding, it would be even better if Draco could keep his mouth shut and Neville could muster a bit more courage. Glen nodded in agreement. Once a certain dragon got carried away in conversation, he would indiscriminately offend everyone present, and even Glen, with his steadfast demeanor, nearly lost his temper. Draco's talent for sarcasm was formidable, and it seemed to grow stronger as his own abilities improved. Should Draco perhaps prioritize learning defensive spells? Techniques such as shield charms or protective enchantments might be prudent. Originally, Glen intended for Draco to develop agility, but for some reason, he now felt compelled to teach him some self-defense skills. He couldn't allow Draco to be overwhelmed before he gained strength, as that would render all of Glen's efforts in vain. Training in resilience against adversity also needed to be prioritized, he mused. Poor Draco remained blissfully unaware of the trials awaiting him, which was both amusing and concerning. Chapter 23. Let us go. After tidying up the table, Glen took a brief respite with Hermione before she spoke up. When shall we approach Professor Dumbledore? They had previously informed him of their desire to use the portal to reach the Dragon Kingdom on their birthdays. Although the old wizard had not insisted that Glen and Hermione notify him beforehand, Hermione felt it was important to follow proper protocol. Glen, however, did not mind this formality. Dumbledore likely trusted their judgment. Nonetheless, Hermione's sense of responsibility was commendable. Upon learning the news, Dumbledore readily agreed and jovially inquired whether they would allow him, as a friend, to accompany them to their birthdays. Of course, Hermione was utterly astonished. She could scarcely believe that Professor Dumbledore would wish to celebrate her and Glen's birthdays. This unexpected gesture filled her with immense joy. She seemed eager to speak further, but hesitated, contemplating for a moment before deciding to inquire of Professor Dumbledore. If it is not too much trouble, I would like to extend an invitation to Professors McGonagall and Snape to join you. As you have both been so kind to Glen and me over the past few years, I would also love to introduce you to my parents. The young girl blinked her eyes, gazing at Dumbledore with anticipation. Might it be possible, Professor? Of course. It would be my honor to attend the birthday celebration for you and Glen. I am confident that Minerva and Severus would also agree, should their schedules permit. I shall convey your invitation to them, replied Professor Dumbledore, smiling as he gently patted Hermione on the head. However, it is unfortunate that Professor Snape is unavailable today. Hermione's expression turned to one of disappointment. Although Snape had once rebuffed her, it did not diminish the bond she shared with the enigmatic professor. Just days prior, after their potions class, Snape had summoned them to his office, where he had curtly declined her invitation, citing prior commitments on the 19th. With a rather brusque demeanor, he had locked them in his office, assigning them the task of sorting potions while he ventured to Diagon Alley for supplies. Nevertheless, if you both complete your tasks satisfactorily today, Mr. Glen and Miss Granger, I might consider selecting a birthday gift for you, Snape had remarked coolly before departing, disregarding Hermione's disgruntled complaints. However, if your results do not meet my expectations, the consequences may be dire. With that, he executed a series of locking spells, confining the two students within the room. Glen understood his headmaster's disposition. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary complications and exhibited a lack of interest. Snape's attitude likely stemmed from past experiences that had shaped his cynical outlook. Glen chose not to concern himself with such matters, recognizing that some endeavors could not be accomplished solely through the assistance of others. However, if Hermione was determined to uplift Snape from his pessimism, Glen would not mind investing time to devise strategies for her. Yet, that was a discussion for another day. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall seemed unoccupied and promptly accepted the invitation. Hermione was overjoyed that her favorite professor, who also happened to be the head of her house, would attend her and Glen's birthday celebration. Let us hurry. The time we agreed upon is fast approaching. If we leave now, we will arrive at the Dragon Country just in time for dinner. And we must not keep Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall waiting, she exclaimed, already brimming with excitement. With one arm cradling Crookshanks and the other pulling Glen along, she dashed towards the location of the gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. Fizzing Whisby, Hermione called out loudly as she stepped into the line of sight of the statue, reciting the password Dumbledore had provided her in advance. The gargoyle, recognizing the correct incantation, gracefully stepped aside. Hermione appeared to have caught sight of something, momentarily dazed, her steps slowing abruptly. Had she just perceived an emotion akin to gratitude within the eyes of the dripping stone gargoyle? Indeed, this was no mere illusion. The young girl, imbued with sacred power, though yet unskilled in wielding it, possessed a remarkable sensitivity to such positive sentiments. Nevertheless, dismissing these contemplations, she smiled cheerfully at the gargoyle and, with a swift motion, pulled Glen along as they ascended the concealed staircase. As the figures of the two vanished into the tunnel's opening, the gargoyle leaped back to the entrance, its gaze now reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Look at that young girl. How polite, how respectful of others. And you, lad, take a page from her book. I'm speaking of you, Horace. Your impolite conduct is quite offensive to me in my role as guardian of this passage. Do you understand? Just as Glen prepared to knock on the door to the headmaster's office, he felt a tickle in his nostrils, but, exercising remarkable self-control, stifled a sneeze. He found himself puzzled. Could he be falling ill? Unthinkable. Glen prided himself on his healthy habits and hygiene, thus illness seemed improbable. In that instant, he activated his heightened senses, entering an introspective state to meticulously examine his body, yet no anomalies surfaced. However, the absence of irregularities did not equate to the absence of illness. Despite his intimate knowledge of his physical state, Glen dared not be complacent. After all, sickness could diminish one's immunity and inevitably lead to a weakened condition. Thus, as a precautionary measure, he resolved to take some preventive steps. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Dumbledore, seated on the sofa, called for the pair to enter, only to be taken aback by the sight of Hermione, exasperatedly tugging at her ears, steam billowing forth, while still consuming an array of colorful potions. Professor McGonagall, also seated on the sofa, shared her confusion. Was Glen indeed unwell? Before she could voice her inquiry, Hermione waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was merely a temporary affliction and required no concern. Glen mirrored her gesture, signaling to the professors that they need not worry about him. When shall we depart? Hermione inquired of Dumbledore, simultaneously nudging Glen, who had paused his potion consumption yet continued to emit steam from his ears. Understanding her cue, he flipped his left palm upward, the black ring glowing as he retrieved the door and placed it upon the ground. Just a moment, allow me to make a few arrangements, Dumbledore replied cheerfully, a peculiar wand appearing in his hand, emitting flecks of white light as he waved it, enveloping the entire office in a radiant glow. Chapter 24, Passage, Protection, Warnings, and Locking Spells. How many incantations could be discerned? Glen pondered silently, discerning the magic Dumbledore had conjured. Hermione, sensing his contemplation, refrained from urging him further. After all, this portal serves as an illicit international passage, necessitating certain precautions to prevent its exposure. At this juncture, Dumbledore's incantations were indeed aimed at this very purpose. Professor McGonagall, not one to remain idle, perceived Dumbledore's intent and silently waved her wand, joining in the arrangement of the spells. 13 minutes and 48 seconds later, Glen sensed that the two had ceased their magical endeavors, indicating that the setup was complete. Well, we can set off now, Glen. Hermione. Open the portal, Dumbledore declared, retracting his wand and stepping back to allow space for the two young ones, a gesture echoed by Professor McGonagall. Dressed in black satin, Glen exchanged a glance with Hermione, both nodding in agreement. Hermione presented Crookshanks to Professor McGonagall, and they each placed a hand upon the wooden door. Lin Yingqing had established a magical barrier for the portal, ensuring that it would only transform into an actual doorway upon recognizing the magical signatures of Glen and Hermione. As their small hands made contact with the door and they channeled their magic into it, the seemingly ordinary wooden door suddenly erupted with radiant light, its brilliance scattering around them. Although gentle, it compelled the four onlookers to shield their eyes. As the soft glow gradually dissipated, they redirected their gaze towards the portal, and to their astonishment, the wooden door appeared unchanged. However, Glen and Hermione could now sense a subtle pull emanating from the portal, indicating its activation. The young girl began to contemplate the significance of the portal's disguise and soon arrived at a conclusion. Thus, Grandma established such a facade to suggest that we should conceal this portal in the doorway of a room, utilizing it as an ordinary wooden door, Hermione mused, her lips twitching slightly as she took Crookshanks from Professor McGonagall, speculating, and yet, we have been carrying it around all this time. This does not seem to be the intended use, does it? Glen, however, was indifferent, shrugging his shoulders. Hiding it as an everyday door is relatively less conspicuous, but carrying it with us allows for swifter and more convenient access when we wish to utilize the portal. Hermione pondered this perspective and soon found it reasonable, thus relenting her previous concerns. Well then, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Glen and I are ready to activate the portal. She turned to inform the two professors, a hint of anxiety crossing her features as she added, once the portal is activated, we merely need to walk through the door to reach our destination. Professor Dumbledore, well aware of the portal's operation, simply smiled and nodded at the young girl. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall observed the portal with keen interest, her curiosity piqued. However, noticing that Glen and Hermione seemed to be preparing to activate this device known as the portal, she restrained her inquisitiveness and remained silent. Following the instructions provided by his grandmother in the accompanying letter, Glen approached the portal, reciting an incantation under his breath. He extended his left hand, adorned with the mark of magic, and traced the predetermined path. Portal activate. As Glen uttered the final incantation in the dragon tongue, the wooden door before him swung open, revealing a scene that was utterly distinct from the office of the headmaster. Glen recognized the location beyond the door. It was the room he shared with Hermione. The connection through the door was successful and functional. Glen turned and spoke, prompting Dumbledore to sense the spatial fluctuations emanating from the doorway. Confirming the safety and reliability of the passage, he nodded, then let us proceed. Dumbledore gestured for Professor McGonagall to enter the doorway first, followed by Glen, Hermione, and Crookshanks, with himself ensuring their safety. Once the three had passed through the threshold, Dumbledore entered with a sense of reassurance. Subsequently, the door closed, leaving an ordinary wooden door standing incongruously in the center of the Hogwarts headmaster's office. The portraits of past headmasters lining the walls began to chatter excitedly upon witnessing Dumbledore's departure, discussing the existence of the door and the implications of Dumbledore concealing the ministry's allowance for illegal transnational passages. However, Glen, Hermione, and their companions were oblivious, as they had safely arrived in the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Kingdom, within a nondescript room of a traditional courtyard in Kyoto, the wooden door that once defined the space suddenly shimmered with light and opened on its own. One by one, Glen, Hermione, and their companions stepped through from the other side. Both Glen and Hermione had grown accustomed to the sensation of traversing through doorways, while Dumbledore displayed no particular reaction. Professor McGonagall, however, was intrigued. This mode of transportation, distinct and more comfortable than flu powder, was indeed refreshing. It seemed necessary to engage in some amiable academic exchanges with the wizards here in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Once all had entered the room, the door automatically closed with a flicker of light, once again becoming unremarkable. Glen attempted to pull the wooden door open, only to find that the scene beyond was no longer the headmaster's office, but rather Lin Yingqing, who stood smiling at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. I sensed the magical fluctuations from the doorway leading to your room, so I knew you had arrived, she said, stepping aside to welcome them. Come on out. Everyone is here, and only you two birthday stars and your professor remain. After the young girl joyfully tugged Glen and embraced Crookshanks before dashing off to find her parents. Lin Yingqing smiled and greeted Dumbledore and McGonagall in English. Welcome, Uncle Dumbledore, and you must be Ms. McGonagall. It is a pleasure to have you at Glen and Hermione's birthday celebration. Dumbledore chuckled, nodding and waving his hand dismissively. No need for formality. Relax, Yingqing. Just consider us friends of Glen and the others. Lin Yingqing paused momentarily before quickly regaining her composure, laughing softly. I suppose I was the one who was nervous. Now, shall we go outside? With that, she led Dumbledore and McGonagall toward the exit. Chapter 25, Great-Grandfather, Lynn Mullen. The scene shifts to Glen and Hermione, who have made their way to the large table set up in the center of the yard. The young girl sets Crookshanks down, allowing him to wander freely. To their surprise, both of their mothers are nowhere to be seen, leaving behind two imposing men engaged in light-hearted conversation with an elder. This elder is a figure unfamiliar to Glen and Hermione. He exudes an air of dignified authority, a presence felt by all who encounter him. His thick, silvery hair falls gracefully, framing a face marked by strong, defined features. Despite his advanced age, his skin is surprisingly smooth, bearing few wrinkles, and his bright, dark eyes reflect both wisdom and depth, hinting at a life rich with stories. At this moment, however, he radiates warmth, sipping tea with a gentle smile as he converses with Alan and Chris. Glen surmises that this must be his great-grandfather, the father of his grandmother, and the grandfather of his father. He feels a pang of surprise. Having lived in the courtyard without ever meeting the current head of the Lin family seems a missed opportunity. To his astonishment, he finds himself in the presence of this esteemed elder during his and Hermione's birthday celebration. Hermione shares a similar thought, but out of consideration for propriety, she refrains from prompting Glen or herself to greet the elder. After all, if this gentleman is not the relative they assume him to be, it would be rather awkward. Thus, they remain silent as Glen is gently guided by Hermione to stand before the adults. Ah, you've arrived. Come closer. Alan calls out cheerfully upon seeing the two children. Introducing the elder. This is my grandfather, your great-grandfather. Go on, say hello. Hello, great-grandfather. Both Glen and Hermione chime in unison, bowing slightly before the elder, who waves his hand in a friendly manner, inviting them to sit. No need to be so formal, children. Please, take a seat. Without any visible gesture, two teacups suddenly appeared on the table before them, filled with tea, suggesting that their great-grandfather possesses some magical abilities. As Glen and Hermione settle into their seats, they look at the kindly elder but find themselves at a loss for words. Glen remains quiet while the girl ponders her next move, determined not to let the silence linger. Just as she is about to speak and initiate conversation, a joyful voice rings out from behind, filled with warmth and fluency in the dragon tongue. Brother Mullen, it has been far too long. The appearance of Dumbledore clearly surprises Glen's great-grandfather, Lynn Mullen, who, like Dumbledore, is equally delighted. It is indeed a pleasant surprise to see this old friend accompanying his great-grandson from the Eagle Country. Lynn is well aware of the complexities and challenges that Dumbledore faces there, making their reunion here all the more remarkable. Albus, ha ha ha, welcome, welcome. Lynn Mullen exclaims with a hearty laugh, a sound that belies his age. He rises to his feet, making his way toward Dumbledore. Two old friends embraced warmly as Lynn Mullen gestured for Dumbledore to take a seat, serving him tea with equal hospitality. Professor McGonagall, following Lin Yingqing, arrived a tad late. Dumbledore pointed to the venerable cat lady, introducing her. This is Minerva McGonagall, the finest transfiguration professor at Hogwarts, and also the teacher of Glen and Hermione. Lynn Mullen smiled at Professor McGonagall, subtly sliding a chair back to invite her to sit, leaving the latter slightly flustered. Professor McGonagall, a learned scholar, had long been aware of Lynn Mullen, the former leader of the Dragon Kingdom, and was astounded by his contributions and achievements. She harbored a deep respect for this extraordinary wizard. If Dumbledore currently stood as the greatest and most influential wizard of the Eagle Kingdom, then Lynn Mullen once held an equally esteemed position in the Dragon Kingdom over a decade ago. Though he had since retired, his influence remained palpable throughout the vast realm of the Dragon Kingdom. It was indeed surprising that these two eminent wizards were old friends, a fact McGonagall had never heard Dumbledore mention before. Unexpectedly, The seemingly stern great-grandfather turned out to be quite talkative, reminiscing with Dumbledore, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Dumbledore, too, found himself speaking more animatedly than usual, his typically languid manner of speech invigorated by Lynn Mullen's presence. Your great-grandfather is just like that. Don't be misled by his exterior, thinking him a stern and taciturn individual. He is quite affable, really, Alan remarked, turning slightly to cover his mouth, whispering to Glen and Hermione. Lynn Mullen evidently caught Alan's hushed comments, raising his right hand to lightly flick at him. Ouch! Alan exclaimed, clutching his forehead. You rascal! Are you speaking ill of me behind my back? Lynn Mullen chided, amused. Grandfather, you never treated me this way before. Alan protested, feeling a bit wronged, recalling how Lynn Mullen had pampered him before Glen was even born. Lynn Mullen rolled his eyes. You're all grown up now, yet still so childish. Speaking ill of your elders deserves punishment. As he spoke, he curled his fingers, pretending to flick again. Alan, his gaze sharpening, quickly ducked behind Chris. Mr. Granger's face darkened as he hastily grappled with the struggling Alan. The two large men engaged in a playful scuffle. Hey, you two. Our professor is right here. Hermione exclaimed, watching the two adults behave like children, their antics causing her face to flush with embarrassment, unsure whether to feel mortified or irritated. She sighed in exasperation, while Professor McGonagall sat beside Dumbledore, awkwardly unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Albus was engrossed in conversation with his old friend, while two students' parents were grappling in front of him. Little Hermione hesitated, contemplating whether to draw her wand to separate them, when she suddenly wondered, where's Glen? Oh well, never mind, she thought, deciding she needed to find something to occupy herself to appear busy. Professor McGonagall pondered this, then swiftly pulled the bewildered young girl, who had just drawn her wand, into a discussion about transfiguration. Upon hearing that her favorite professor wished to discuss academic matters, Hermione promptly forgot about the two ruffians who had been quarreling. Had she overlooked something else? Never mind, it was of no consequence. Chapter 26, Culinary Endeavors. Meanwhile, the overlooked Glen was escorted to the kitchen by Lin Yingqing, where Mrs. Hawthorne and Mrs. Granger were bustling about, preparing a sumptuous dinner for Glen and Hermione's birthday celebration. Oh, Glen, you've arrived. Upon seeing the petite figure brought in by Lin Yingqing, both ladies paused their activities, cleaned their hands, and hurried over to embrace Glen warmly. I heard from Gwen that you are quite skilled at cooking Chinese cuisine, so I took the liberty of bringing you here to assist. Noticing his grandmother's gentle smile, Glen nodded, comprehending the tasks that lay ahead. He retrieved an apron from the black ring, donned it, rolled up his sleeves, and washed his hands before approaching the stove. At this point, several dishes were already prepared, resting within a seemingly magical container, which Glen sensed was designed for warmth retention. The ingredients are all laid out, so feel free to showcase your creativity, Gwen remarked, ruffling Glen's hair. Glen nodded, surveying the completed dishes. Most of them were meat-based, featuring delicacies such as Peking duck, hot pot, and kung pao chicken. It appeared that there was already an ample selection, ready to be served. Given the urgency of time and the impending heat, he decided to whip up some simple, light, and cool dishes. Once he established his course of action, Glen, wandlessly, executed magic to select the chosen vegetables. Although this was not the wizarding world, employing spells for food preparation should pose no issue. He had memorized the entire tome of practical household charms from the library. A few loofahs and live shrimp danced in the air, and in less than a few seconds, as Glen envisioned, their shells were deftly removed, while the shrimp were cleaned of their veins and plunged into water for rinsing. The bitter melon and white mushrooms also underwent slight preparation before being washed and set aside. Casting a glance at the black fish nearby, he decided to prepare a dish of tomato fish fillets, a favorite of the young lady. Thus, he carefully controlled the output of his magical energy, employing several precise spells to separate the flesh from the bones of the black fish. The fresh fish fillets fell into a nearby plate, and Glen was careful to cast a counterspell to eliminate any residual magic, isolating some for Crookshank's dinner. He deftly combined cooking wine, pepper, salt, and other seasonings to marinate the fish fillets. Glen's hands moved swiftly as he heated a pan, added oil, placed in the loofah, sliced the bitter melon in half, removed its seeds, and cut it into small pieces to be blanched in another pot. Simultaneously, he blanched several tomatoes in boiling water, peeled them, and diced them with a spell. Chopped green onions were prepared, and another pan was heated with oil, where the white parts of the onions were added to release their aroma. After half a minute, add water to the loofah pot and turn the heat to high. Saute the minced white onion until fragrant, then introduce the tomatoes for stir-frying. At this moment, the bitter melon is blanched. Remove it from the pot and soak it in cold water. In a separate small bowl, combine minced garlic, chopped green onions, and dried chili peppers. Drain the water from the pot and add Sichuan peppercorns and oil. At this juncture, introduce the cleaned shrimp and white mushrooms into the loofah pot, seasoning with salt and white pepper. The tomatoes will have softened and released their juices. Add an appropriate amount of water and fish fillets. cooking over high heat to reduce the sauce. In another pot, retrieve the Sichuan peppercorns, pouring hot oil over the dried ingredients in the bowl to awaken their aroma. Adjust the seasoning with salt, white sugar, and aromatic vinegar, stirring to meld the flavors. The bitter melon, now airborne from the cold water, is magically freed from excess moisture and plated, drizzled with the prepared sauce. Simultaneously, the loofah, mushroom, shrimp soup, and tomato fish fillets are also finished and plated. Glen's trio of dishes is nearly complete. "Oh, how splendid!" exclaimed Gwen, who, having concluded her tasks alongside Lady Granger, applauded upon witnessing her son's culinary artistry, akin to magic. Lady Granger and Lin Yingqing looked on with approving gazes, gently clapping their hands in appreciation. Glen's culinary skills received accolades from the three ladies present, a truly joyous occasion. As time pressed on and the dishes were ample, Lin Yingqing smiled and stepped out of the kitchen to announce that dinner was ready. Taking on the task of serving, Glen channeled his magical prowess, deftly maneuvering a plethora of dishes and staple foods, along with the small plates from Crookshanks, which flew in orderly rows out of the kitchen. Glen relished the infusion of magic into his daily life, not merely for the convenience it afforded in tasks such as cooking, laundry, and cleaning, but also as a means to hone his mastery over spells and magic. Balancing multiple responsibilities is no small feat, yet Glen was accustomed to this rhythm. "Everyone, dinner is served." Lin Yingqing's voice resonated from outside as Glen emerged from the kitchen, following the dishes. Unbeknownst to them, Auntie Ying had returned to the courtyard and joined the small gathering at the stone table. Upon seeing Lin Yingqing, she rose and began to arrange the table. As the central table in the courtyard expanded, the tea, fruits, and sunflower seeds were cleared away. Glen's expertly controlled plates and dishes from Crookshanks were meticulously arranged on the table. Guests took their seats in an orderly fashion, while a small cat leaped beside Hermione, fixating on its designated plate, marking the official commencement of dinner. Lin Molan, the eldest among them from the Dragon Kingdom, stood after everyone was seated, seemingly poised to say something. After a moment's contemplation, he opted against a lengthy discourse, waving his hand instead. "I shall dispense with pleasantries. We are all familiar faces here. Let us be straightforward and celebrate the two young birthday stars turning 13 today. Now let us eat." The guests exchanged glances and chuckled, appreciating the former president of the Dragon Kingdom's lack of pretension. Even Hermione, Professor McGonagall, and the Granger couple, who initially held a degree of reservation, relaxed in the congenial atmosphere. It must be said that the culinary skills of the ladies in the kitchen, along with Glen's expertise, were quite remarkable. The diverse array of dishes complemented each other beautifully, at least according to Glen's discerning judgment. Everyone was enjoying the meal, and the atmosphere grew increasingly warm and inviting. Their conversation meandered from Glen and Hermione's experiences at Hogwarts to the wonders of the wizarding world, and eventually to the future of civilization. Little Hermione, evidently keen to express her thoughts, frequently interjected her ideas during the dinner, even neglecting her meal in the process. Glen had to remind the spirited young girl multiple times to eat her food. "Shall I feed you?" he suggested. Noticing Hermione could hardly resist putting down her chopsticks to join the conversation, she responded with an embarrassed slap, eliciting subtle smiles from those around them, even causing the normally stern Professor McGonagall to chuckle. "It's all your fault. You wretched Glen. Look, they're all laughing at us." Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, not from shyness but from her desire to shine and attract attention, albeit not in this manner. Glen feigned innocence. He merely intended to ensure the young girl had a proper meal. "Glen, Hermione, come and eat longevity noodles." Suddenly reappearing from the kitchen was Lin Yingqing, carrying 2 steaming bowls of noodles. "Longevity noodles? What are those?" The little girl was clearly intrigued by the food with such a magical name. Lin Moly burst into laughter and explained, "Little Hermione, think of it as a birthday cake from the Dragon Kingdom. Longevity noodles are a special dish reserved for birthdays." He stroked his beard, adding, "The entire bowl consists of a single noodle, and you should try not to break it while eating, as it symbolizes a beautiful blessing for long life." Hermione nodded, somewhat understanding, while Glen began to entertain a different notion. He envisioned preparing longevity noodles for their elders on their birthdays, perhaps adding the elixir of immortality at that time. Longevity noodles paired with the elixir of immortality. What a perfect match. Chapter 27. Time to return. Hermione believed this was the happiest birthday she had ever experienced. Filled with indulgence and joy, everything of the utmost quality. With 4 powerful wizards present, granting the freedom to cast spells. The celebration felt like a tale spun from the pages of a fairy story, fantastical and delightful. Whether gazing at the starry sky, the opulent palace, the ethereal landscapes, or the dazzling fireworks soaring into the heavens, with a mere wave of Dumbledore's or Lin Moly's hands, the scenery could transform. Within the small courtyard, one could behold countless vistas. Not only the young girl but even the parents of the 2 little ones indulged in a delightful taste of magic. After the meal, the group began to engage in casual conversation, and the lively little girl naturally joined in, listening with rapt attention. Glen, however, felt indifferent, showing little interest and opting to retreat alone to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze. Upon arriving, he discovered that Crookshanks, having already finished his meal, was lounging on the rooftop, digesting his food. Glen cradled the cat in his arms, his small hands gently stroking its fur as he fell into contemplation. Did he enjoy this birthday celebration? Naturally, he did. The warm and serene atmosphere allowed his heart to find tranquility. This kind of day was something he had never envisioned or experienced in his previous life. While he had attended numerous birthday parties, they had all been for others. As an outsider, Glen had either seized the opportunity to don a black cloak and, during the moment of extinguishing candles and making wishes, forcefully eliminate the guest of honor, blood spilling in all directions, or he had targeted someone among the attendees, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike like a venomous serpent, delivering a fatal blow before vanishing into the darkness. In the present, Glen did not perceive such a life as abnormal. It was merely a daily existence teetering on a tightrope, constantly in contact with death and battling against it. In retrospect, he even felt a tinge of nostalgia. If someone were to ask Glen to forsake his current life, abandon his family, relinquish Hermione, and surrender everything to return to the past, he would vehemently refuse. Perhaps this exemplifies the adage that it is easier to transition from simplicity to luxury than from luxury to simplicity. Only those who have truly endured the harrowing life of his previous existence, like that of the 13th, can truly appreciate the beauty of Glen's current life, a treasure beyond measure. Was this sentimentality? Glen murmured to himself, quietly closing his eyes. The emergence of thoughts so distinct from his previous life left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He had never had the luxury of pondering life during his solitary existence. It was a curious experience, a feeling of inner turmoil that was indescribable. It was simply idleness. Glen identified the cause and resolved to erase these meaningless thoughts from his mind. Casting a glance at the lively gathering of family and friends below, he concentrated, etching the scene before him clearly into the depths of his memory. After a moment's reflection, he set down Crookshanks and retrieved a magical camera from the black ring, capturing several photographs. "Glen, what are you doing up on the roof?" A young girl's voice called from below, interrupting his meditative state. "Come down and chat with us." Putting away the camera, Glen rose to his feet. "Shall we go down?" He inquired of Crookshanks, who stretched, yawned, and leapt onto Glen's shoulder. With a leap from the rooftop, Glen descended. Indeed, sometimes conversing with family and friends was a delightful choice, even if it was merely casual chatter about everyday life. It was a gratifying experience. Glen felt as though he had changed, yet simultaneously, he seemed unchanged. The birthday celebration continued into the midnight hour, with everyone relishing the joyous exchanges. Even Professor McGonagall, initially somewhat reserved, was unknowingly swept up by the atmosphere, joining in the light-hearted banter. Particularly, Dumbledore and Lynn Mullen. The two elderly gentlemen found themselves discussing their work, which gradually shifted to the magical exchanges and collaborations between the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom. "On behalf of Hogwarts School, I propose a magical exchange with your esteemed institution in the Dragon Kingdom, Brother Len. What are your thoughts on this?" Dumbledore sipped his tea, lost in thought, his azure eyes fixed upon Lynn Mullen. "Oh, this is certainly not an issue." Lynn Mullen gazed at Dumbledore in surprise, seemingly taken aback by the proposal. "Especially given the current circumstances in Eagle Nation. I can assure you that our Dragon Nation School of Sorcery poses no problems in this regard. The key lies with your side. I shall strive to secure it." Dumbledore stated earnestly, "Our wizarding community has been stagnant for far too long. It is time for a force to assist in propelling us forward. Some matters and individuals must come to terms with reality." Both Hermione and Professor McGonagall raised their eyebrows in unison, plunging into contemplation. It appears that an intriguing matter has come to light. The hour is late. At that moment, Glen interjected, magically conjuring an image of a clock in the air, the time nearing midnight. "We ought to retire for the night. Only Hermione truly needs rest." Perhaps influenced by the birthday celebration, Dumbledore lightly jested, hinting at Glen's tendency to neglect proper sleep. "Glen, old B, silence is golden." Noticing the peculiar atmosphere between Glen and Dumbledore, Lin Yingqing stepped in to ease the tension, nodding, "It's late now. The two little ones should be in bed. Let us conclude for today. Alan, you may stay here for the night. Glen, Hermione, you still have school, so follow Uncle Dumbledore back to Hogwarts." Nodding in agreement, everyone rose to see Glen, Hermione, Dumbledore, and McGonagall head towards the door leading to Hogwarts. Glen, Hermione, do visit often. Lynn Mullen, surprisingly untroubled, remained in high spirits beside Lin Yingqing, waving to the four. "We will, great-grandpa." Hermione beamed, then opened the door alongside Glen. The four passed through the portal. "Wait. The children's gifts have been forgotten." Anston suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting as he turned and dashed towards the dining table. He had arrived late to the birthday banquet precisely because he was preparing gifts for the two children, only to forget to inform Glen and Hermione. "Glen, Hermione, Don't close the door yet. Lin Yingqing's expression mirrored Anston's alarm as she called out towards the fading light of the portal, not wishing for her grandson and granddaughter-in-law to think they had received no gifts for this birthday. Fortunately, the door had only closed halfway and swung open again, with Glen stepping back out. Why does it feel like the adults are rather unreliable? Glen regarded them with an unruffled gaze, detecting a hint of disdain. Surely this child isn't pondering something negative? He twitched his lips. It must be a mere illusion. I'm off now, good night. Glen collected the gifts, nodded to the adults, and passed through the portal. The door closed automatically, marking the end of today's birthday festivities. Chapter 28. A while later. So, did you enjoy your birthday celebration this time? In the principal's office, as Glen closed the door, Dumbledore smiled and inquired. It was unclear whether Glen felt content, but he himself was quite pleased to reunite with an old friend after a long time. Hermione also appeared joyful, particularly since she had received high praise from both him and Professor McGonagall in front of her parents. Even the usually stern McGonagall had smiled several times today. Overall, Dumbledore believed that the celebration of the two young ones' birthdays had unfolded splendidly. Of course, Professor, Hermione exclaimed, still brimming with excitement, immersed in the delightful atmosphere. This has been the best birthday I've ever had. I am also immensely grateful to you and Professor McGonagall for attending my and Glen's birthday party. It brings me great joy that you could come. Haha, as long as you are happy. What do you think, Minerva? Dumbledore chuckled, turning to inquire about Professor McGonagall's sentiments today. I haven't enjoyed such a cheerful conversation in quite a while, she replied, nodding with a smile. Hermione noted that McGonagall smiled more today than she had throughout her entire first year. Professor McGonagall, you should smile more often, Hermione suggested. Everyone adores you, and I believe we all wish you wouldn't always wear such a serious expression. Seemingly struck by a thought, Hermione turned and stuck her tongue out at Glen. And you too, Glen, you ought to smile more. If one didn't know better, they might think you were expressionless. Glen replied, why does this concern me? After a brief exchange among the four, Dumbledore gently urged them to depart. That will be all for today, Glen, Hermione. It is time to return to your quarters and rest, as there are classes tomorrow. Indeed, time had flown by, and it was already past midnight. The young girl gradually eased out of her exuberance, feeling her eyelids grow heavy, yawning repeatedly. Well then, Professor, Glen and I shall take our leave, Hermione said, as Glen nodded and took her hand, leading her out of the principal's office. She turned back to bid the two a polite good night before closing the wooden door gently behind her. This birthday shall forever remain etched in my heart, she thought as she strolled down the dimly lit corridor, illuminated only by sporadic flickers of light. Swinging the hand she held with Glen, her brown eyes gazed dreamily at the ceiling. Whether it was the joyful chaos with Parvati and Lavender in the morning, or Neville and Draco bringing us cake in the room of requirement, or gathering with our families at the home of Grandpa and Grandma Dragon, alongside Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, she cherished it all. Hermione reflected, we are truly fortunate to live such a life. Glen nodded in agreement. I share that sentiment. After their birthdays, life returned to its tranquil rhythm, with the young wizards attending classes, resting, losing points, playing, and studying, as everything resumed its usual course. Since Glen and Hermione took the time to observe Draco and the Slytherin Quidditch practice, they have been ensnared by the team captain, Marcus, who wishes to have Glen join the Quidditch team to bring glory to Slytherin. Consequently, they have not attended any more practices at the Quidditch pitch. This has left a certain little dragon quite disheartened, casting mournful glances at Marcus during each training session, while the latter, at a loss, could only offer an awkward smile. However, as October arrived, the weather abruptly turned cold, with Hogwarts enduring a relentless downpour. The chilling, damp air seeped into the castle, evading even Hogwarts' protective enchantments. This sudden climatic shift resulted in numerous individuals succumbing to colds, whether young witches and wizards or their adult counterparts. All were equally affected. A flu epidemic swept through the faculty and students alike. Fortunately, our little Hermione, under the meticulous care of Glen, who was well versed in handling such maladies, managed to evade this ordeal unscathed. Alas, others were not so fortunate, particularly the younger students, many of whom fell ill. Recently separated from their parents and unprepared for this unforeseen drop in temperature, they found themselves tumbling into the infirmary. The Hogwarts infirmary became overcrowded in an instant, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a state of distress and fluster. Yet, an even more pressing issue loomed within the infirmary. Gilderoy Lockhart, initially troubled by his inability to attend classes due to his injuries, fearing a loss of attention from others, Lockhart was overjoyed to see a throng of young witches and wizards streaming into the infirmary. He seized the opportunity to create a spectacle, even proposing to hold a press conference and a signing event within the infirmary. Thus, the flu epidemic, which treated all equally, sent Lockhart back to his bed, weaker than before and now running a fever. Even in his delirium, he continued to boast, prompting several young boys nearby to consider silencing him with their socks, only to be thwarted by Madame Pomfrey. Though Lockhart was indeed vexatious, he remained a patient. With a furrowed brow, Madame Pomfrey stated this fact. The young boys were exasperated, realizing they would have to endure Lockhart's incessant chatter until the next batch of restorative potions was brewed. Their patience was wearing thin. The temptation to stuff socks in his mouth was ever present. Eventually, Dumbledore was compelled to come to the infirmary, casting a soundproofing charm around Lockhart's bed to quell the discontent. This, however, left Lockhart's adoring fans quite dissatisfied and lamenting, although they understood the necessity of quiet during illness and reluctantly accepted the situation. Fortunately, the ailing students swiftly recovered, thanks to Glen's rapid preparation of restorative potions, commissioned by Snape and Dumbledore. Life had encountered a minor mishap, but nothing of great consequence. However, certain young wizards found themselves quite uncomfortable, as both the potions and defense against the dark arts classes were taught by Severus Snape. The already unbearable potions class was now accompanied by an even longer defense against the dark arts course, which left them in a state of despair. While the foolish lamented their plight, the astute wizards had already seen through the facade. During the brief 3 weeks of defense against the dark arts, they diligently absorbed the invaluable knowledge pertaining to dark magic defense, for Snape's teaching prowess far surpassed that of the inept Gilderoy Lockhart. Of course, the truth is often held by a select few, as the majority continued to pray for the injured Lockhart, hoping for his swift recovery and return to the classroom, to rescue them from the clutches of the old bad and once again grace them with his presence. Chapter 29, Discharged. Perhaps having heard the fervent prayers of the young witches from Hogwarts, by October, Lockhart's injuries had healed precisely on schedule. A month was indeed a month, neither more nor less, but just right. What does it mean to be a man of one's word? Hello, everyone. Did you miss me? He exclaimed, as he elegantly pushed open the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom amidst the cheers and screams of the young witches. He gracefully ascended the podium and offered a gentlemanly bow to the young wizards below, proclaiming, "What I wish to convey is, I have returned." The applause grew louder, though it was accompanied by a fair share of jeers from the boys in attendance, which Lockhart evidently chose to overlook. Harry, sitting in the audience, wore a grim expression. Who could fathom what he had endured lately? Each evening, as he lay in his sickbed, Lockhart would beckon him over under the pretense of preparing him for future endeavors. But in reality, he was merely enlisting Harry to respond to his adoring fans. High emotional intelligence, honing your professional skills. Low emotional intelligence, come be my cheap labor. Harry felt as though he would be sick from the sheer volume of letters he had written to Lockhart's fans over the past month. Indeed, he believed he had penned more in that wretched time than throughout his entire life. The sight of Lockhart's beaming face now made him feel quite nauseous. If Harry were to compile a list of the most detestable individuals at Hogwarts, his previous rankings had placed Snape at the top, followed by Filch and Peeves. However, Harry now believed that Snape would have to temporarily relinquish his throne. Lockhart had ascended to the #1 spot. How delightful and commendable. On stage, Lockhart gestured with his hands to quiet the crowd, and once the tumult subsided, he revealed his signature smile. The promising life of defense against the dark arts was about to fade away. The young girl appeared rather disheartened. She had actually enjoyed the lessons taught by Professor Snape, despite their brisk pace and dense content. Yet, the professor imparted nothing but the most substantial and pertinent knowledge. To be candid, Professor Snape has practically spoon-fed them the knowledge, and Hermione truly cannot fathom why some young wizards still complain about the discomfort of his classes. Glen refrains from passing judgment. The opinions of others do not sway his thoughts or actions. However, it is evident that his perspective aligns with that of the young lady. Much like the sentiments of several perceptive young wizards, the character of Lockhart, who is all glitter and no substance, offers no valuable insights during class, nor anything relevant to the defense against the dark arts. Half of the lesson is spent boasting about his past glories, while the remainder is divided between meaningless chatter and relishing the adoration of his fans. Had the course been drama or performance-oriented, it might have been more tolerable. It is difficult to ascertain. The young lady, who initially harbored a sliver of hope, can no longer maintain her composure. Her once bright brown eyes have gradually transformed into lifeless, vacant orbs amid the tedious and futile course. Frankly, Glen, I feel that the current defense against the dark arts class is nothing but a waste of time. Hermione resignedly averted her gaze from Lockhart's nonsensical theatrics and remarked that he imparts no useful information whatsoever. She truly wonders how the content of his books was ever composed. Although she typically exudes a commanding presence, her choice of words is measured when addressing elders. Even in criticism, she strives to be somewhat diplomatic. Yet, she now candidly expresses her true feelings about Lockhart, indicating that he is indeed quite successful in his own right. Truly, Gilderoy Lockhart, I commend you. Glen pondered deeply. It appears Hermione genuinely does not wish to attend Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class. Otherwise, could an unforeseen incident occur, allowing Lockhart to languish in the infirmary for a month or two? Naturally, Glen would not disclose such intentions to the young lady. just as Hermione understands him well. He believes he comprehends her. The young lady, possessing a sense of justice, would never resort to such measures for her own sake. If he were to reveal his thoughts, Hermione would undoubtedly be displeased. Thus, Glen resolved to execute his plan in secrecy. Should he resort to poisoning, or perhaps a covert ambush? No. Even though Dumbledore seems to harbor a disdain for Lockhart, he would certainly not permit such occurrences within Hogwarts. A different approach must be sought. Indeed, it seems that creating some misfortune may be the most effective means to achieve his objective. With that thought, Glen began to silently contemplate and simulate various strategies in his mind, aiming to attain his goals. Since his reincarnation, he had not engaged in such strategic deliberations to calculate against someone. Glen understood that such endeavors could not be forced. A flawless plan is, in reality, never perfect. After outlining a general course, adapting to circumstances was the most prudent choice. What he lacked was a suitable opportunity. Hermione gazed curiously at Glen's unchanging expression, yet she sensed that he was secretly contemplating something nefarious. This was merely the instinct of a young girl. "What is it, Glen?" She gently tapped his hand. "What are you thinking about?" Glen replied earnestly to her inquiry. "I am pondering methods to enhance the value of the defense against the dark arts class." Hermione responded with confusion. What other methods could there be? Unless Professor Dumbledore promptly recognizes the state of the defense against the dark arts class, dismisses that incompetent Lockhart, and hires a more qualified professor, what other solutions exist? The limitations of Hermione's straightforward thinking led her to this conventional conclusion. Under Glen's protection, she remained shielded from the darker aspects of human nature, allowing her thoughts to remain untainted by malice. While this isolation had its drawbacks, Glen was more than capable of compensating for them. With him paving the way, she could continue to live joyfully and carefree. Just focus on being happy. I will devise the solutions. Chapter 30. Harry in the form of a Yeti. Lockhart indeed had a talent for concocting scenarios that defied imagination. During class, while boasting about his thrilling adventures, he became so animated that he thought mere storytelling insufficient. He boldly seized Harry's arm and dragged him onto the stage. "Now, our very own Harry Potter will assist me in recounting the tale of my encounter with the Himalayan Yeti in Dragon Country." Lockhart flashed his signature smile, wrapping his arm around Harry, who was awkwardly shrinking his neck like a frightened chick. Harry's complexion turned a shade of purple after enduring Lockhart's antics for days. He never anticipated further torment in defense against the dark arts class. "Who would willingly partake in your theatrical performance? You scoundrel. Let go. Let go." However, the strength of a typical young wizard could hardly match that of an adult. Despite his fervent efforts to escape, Harry found himself ensnared by fate. Clearly, Mr. Potter was impatient to comply. Lockhart held Harry tightly, smiling as he reassured him. "Relax, Mr. Potter. We have collaborated before, so you need not fear being a hindrance. Trust in my confidence." Lockhart's expression suddenly turned serious as he locked eyes with Harry's green ones. "You possess a talent in this regard, I am certain." He then returned to his confident smile. "And with me here, you need not worry about your performance." Harry was momentarily taken aback by Lockhart's sudden seriousness. He paused before struggling even more fiercely. "Let go." Upon reflection, Harry truly found himself at a loss for words. Hermione rested her chin on her hand, observing the interaction between the towering figure and the small boy on stage. A heartthrob? Or perhaps a disaster magnet? The young girl began to count on her fingers. Professor Snape seems quite attentive to Harry, and he has previously been targeted by Quirrell and Voldemort. Now, with the patrolling Filch and Lockhart appearing, is this the allure of a savior? It appears that this is quite a taxing experience. Glen nodded, acknowledging the truth that with great power comes great responsibility. Since Harry was referred to as the chosen one, it was inevitable that numerous challenges would present themselves uninvited. One could only hope that Harry would take good care of himself before Voldemort's demise, serving as a competent target. At the very least, he should not be worn out too quickly, allowing himself more time for growth alongside Hermione. The more Glen pondered, the more he found his reasoning sound. Given the current inability to address the fragments of Voldemort's soul residing within Harry, it seemed prudent to keep Harry as the focal point of the stage, drawing fire away from others. Glen had no intention of subscribing to Dumbledore's methods of nurturing Harry, preferring instead to place his faith in his own efforts and actions rather than relying on the salvation of others. Lost in thought, he became ensnared in his plans for the future. After all, Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class held no value. It mattered little whether he paid attention. Meanwhile, Hermione had unreservedly seized Standard Spellbook Level 3, eagerly devouring its knowledge. The two had chosen seats in the last row, distinct from their other classes, and Glen had cast a confundus charm on Lockhart. Time and again, as Lockhart strode around the classroom boasting, he passed by the two without any unusual behavior, further proving that he was all FAOD. Returning to his senses, Glen shook off his reverie and picked up advanced potion making, a gift from Snape, to continue his studies. He had previously consulted Snape about whether a certain potion could yield a specific effect, only to be impatiently informed that the answer lay within the pages of the book. After perusing it, Glen experienced a moment of clarity. His attempts at brewing potions had finally found direction. He was nearing completion in his research and preparation of that potion, although it would likely take another month or two. In any case, reading extensively could never be a mistake. With each reading, new insights and realizations emerged. Glen's creation of his dueling badge was also drawing to a close, as was his study of classical literature. His practice in alchemy had been refined through the crafting of related tools in the dueling club, while his proficiency in spells and the magical arts of the Dragon Kingdom continued to flourish. His physical conditioning and practical training had not faltered for a day, and naturally, Glen's focus was currently anchored on the potion he was researching. After all, he believed that this particular potion held great significance for him. On stage, Harry was striving to portray a snowman from the Himalayas afflicted with a cold, while Lockhart incessantly struck various dashing poses, preening himself in an attempt to perfectly recreate the original scene. Below, the young witches and wizards were either spellbound by Lockhart's ever-changing forms, dozing off with their heads on their desks, or resignedly beginning to self-study like Glen and Hermione. In this seemingly mundane defense against the dark arts class, there existed such a plethora of learning styles, one could only marvel. Truly, Gilderoy Lockhart is a character of his own. At long last, just as Harry was on the verge of succumbing to Lockhart's multitude of humiliating commands, the class bell rang. Never before had Harry anticipated the sound of the bell with such fervor as he did today. He swiftly dashed down from the podium, gathered the 7 books, and promptly exited the classroom, even more hastily than Glen and Hermione, who occupied the last row. Harry declared that he could hardly endure it any longer. Oh, it seems our dear Mr. Potter is feeling bashful. He has quite a journey ahead if he wishes to become a figure of my stature. Lockhart observed Harry's hasty departure from the stage with no sign of vexation, instead explaining with a chuckle, where could Harry possibly run off to? Does he think we are unaware? Come evening, he will still be coming to my office to assist me with my correspondence. The mere thought of the illustrious savior Harry Potter serving him filled Lockhart with immense delight. He remained unperturbed, graciously smiling as he signed autographs for his adoring fans. Who knew Harry could run so fast? Hermione remarked with a smile, watching Harry vanish at the end of the corridor. I suppose I must endure some discomfort to engage with Lockhart. Draco had quietly approached Neville, both of whom were now beside her, and he found it the perfect opportunity to vex Harry. Did you see the look on his face just now? Absolutely hilarious. Hermione glanced at Neville, who wore an equally helpless expression, and sighed, as long as you're having fun. Chapter 31, Recent Lessons. It seemed that the recording device Glen had set up near Hagrid was stirring to life. One morning in mid-October, as they enjoyed breakfast, the owls arrived punctually at the dining hall, delivering letters from Hagrid for Glen and Hermione. The storage unit behind Glen's recording device had changed color, but he was unsure how to operate it, and thus refrained from interfering. This afternoon, after your classes, I will go to the Hogwarts Hall to fetch your friend, Hagrid, Glen announced. Hermione opened the envelope and read aloud Hagrid's letter, which conveyed, he said. Glen nodded. Despite Hagrid's rough exterior, he was quite adept in many respects. He listened well and refrained from tampering with things others had specifically cautioned him against. The magical apparatus designed for storing images indeed required a particular method to extract its contents. Improper handling could result in the destruction of both the recorded material and the storage device, so Hagrid's caution was justified. Let us not dwell on those matters. Focus on the lessons, Glen suggested, noticing Hermione appeared somewhat distracted. He understood that her mind was filled with overflowing curiosity, and the contents of the storage device would not simply vanish. Puff. Hermione, momentarily flustered, was amused by Glen's sudden charming metaphor, which made her chuckle uncontrollably. Oh, Glen, that was such an adorable analogy. You've put me in a bit of a bind. Glen fell silent, then turned his attention back to the breakfast before him, uninterested in the incessant apologies from the giggling girl beside him. Such a lack of sincerity is quite excessive. Fortunately, Glen is not as naive as a child. After Hermione's persistent prodding, he reluctantly acquiesced to the young lady's words and resolved to refrain from employing metaphors in future conversations, as he had done earlier with Hermione. Instead, he chose to communicate in the simplest of terms, recognizing that such embellishments were ill-suited for him. It was just another ordinary day. After finishing breakfast, Glen and Hermione entered the Transfiguration classroom earlier than usual, embarking on independent study while awaiting the arrival of their fellow wizards. Professor McGonagall also arrived early. The three exchanged greetings before diving into their respective tasks. The dynamic among these 3 academic prodigies was both brief and efficient, devoid of any awkwardness, and they found that this mode of interaction enhanced their productivity in both work and study. Soon, the young wizards began to arrive in the classroom, including a few Gryffindor youngsters who engaged in their usual nail-biting antics, always pushing the limits of punctuality. While their faces changed frequently, a few familiar faces were ever present, though there is no need to elaborate on their identities. With Hermione in attendance, the Transfiguration lesson was destined to be a showcase of her singular brilliance, representing an opportune moment for Gryffindor to accumulate points. It was well known that Professor McGonagall's favorite little wizard in that classroom was Hermione, and aside from a handful of unyielding skeptics, the others were captivated by her demonstrated prowess and extensive knowledge. Their reaction times to Professor McGonagall's questions were far slower than Hermione's, leading them to gradually become accustomed to witnessing her amass points in abundance during the professor's class. Yes, they had grown numb to it. This little witch was truly formidable. The Slytherin wizards had also felt disgruntled, eagerly raising their hands in an attempt to seize the opportunity to answer questions before Hermione could. However, having experienced the process from receiving a question, to cognitive processing, to arriving at an answer, and finally raising a hand, none could surpass Hermione's swiftness. Many of the young Slytherins attempted to anticipate Professor McGonagall's questions, only to find themselves either standing up blank-minded or pondering for an eternity before arriving at an answer, much to the professor's chagrin. In the future, before you raise your hands, ensure you have the answers prepared, the stern Professor McGonagall warned, her expression resembling that of an ancient feline. Otherwise, the time you take to contemplate will significantly hinder our progress in class, and I may consider it a disruption of classroom order. Henceforth, the young lady completely dominated the accrual of points in Transfiguration. Other classes followed a similar pattern, although occasionally some Ravenclaw Eagles could engage Hermione in a contest of wits. Yet few could truly rival her overall capabilities. Nevertheless, there remained an exception, the subject in which little Hermione could, despite her utmost efforts, earn no points at all, the potions class taught by Professor Snape. Cunning and astute as a bat, he had long since taken note of Hermione's relentless point-gathering and, in pursuit of Slytherin's triumph in the House Cup this year, had implemented corresponding sanctions. Snape had successfully managed to disregard Hermione's raised hand in his classroom, instead fervently posing questions, all of which were answered exclusively by the Slytherin students. Today was no exception, due to Mr. Malfoy's response barely meeting the minimum standard. Slytherin was awarded 10 points. Snape leisurely paced around the classroom, continuously presenting one question after another. Suddenly, his potions textbook struck the heads of Harry and Ron, who were whispering quietly, delivering a swift double tap that momentarily stunned both of them. Very well, it seems Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley have grasped the knowledge I impart. Therefore, you shall be responsible for the next questions. Of course, aside from awarding points to Slytherin, it was customary for Snape to deduct points from Gryffindor whenever he found them lacking, as the mischievous young lions of Gryffindor consistently provided him with opportunities to impose penalties. Even though Hermione tirelessly urged her fellow Gryffindors in the common room to refrain from disruptive behavior during potions class, certain obstinate individuals remained resolute in their defiance, persistently disregarding her guidance. For instance, it was evident that Harry and Ron, who had not been attentive during the lesson, would be unable to answer the current question. This left Hermione exasperated, yet she understood that altering an individual's mindset and ingrained habits was no easy feat. Nor did she possess the energy to continually regulate the behavior of those incorrigible troublemakers. Thus, she chose to ignore them, allowing their gradual decline. Fortunately, not all of Gryffindor was comprised of mischief makers. At least her close companions were now inspired by her dedication to study diligently. Once one truly begins to engage with their studies and revel in the knowledge, achievements, and joys that learning brings, they can easily become addicted to the pursuit of knowledge. Thanks to their efforts, Gryffindor's points managed to maintain a modest upward trajectory.